just like Rabbi Moshe Shalom, to the point where I'm like, oh my God, he's got a fucking twin. And it wasn't one of these, all these Jews look alike. It's like, no, this motherfucker looks politics. Anyway, so then what? So anyway, as I'm there diving, this guy comes rolling in, and he's on roller skates. I'm like, oh my God, they're doing a show on roller skates. What I didn't realize, he was a veteran who had amputated, and we make sure that he runs through the he's trying to, and really nice guy. So anyway, we're there kind of talking in the background, in the back, because you're not supposed to talk to you. But if you've traveled thousands of miles, you've never been there, you chill on the beach, and somebody rolls in on shot, you start asking questions. So I'm like, hey dude, how are you? And he's like, oh great. He's like, is your first time here? Yeah, he's like, oh, I've been coming more often, but he just seemed like a total normal surfer dude who was not Jewish at all. Didn't seem Jewish at all, was in the military, fucking came in on roller skates. These are not Jewish qualities. And that the Roman side is going to control all of them. But nevertheless, one of the nicest people ever. And did you get his number? Yeah, how do you do that? I think I memorized it or something like that. Or he's not. I was like, I don't know. I don't have my phone. His policy failed badly. There were a number of reasons for this failure, but at its root was the growing sense of the extent to which his presence. He's like, yeah, you know the rabbi drives a motorcycle here, rides a motorcycle here from Sherman Oaks. I was like, that's how I found out, because he's like, where have you been davening? And I said, Chabad of Sherman Oaks, and he said, oh, that's where the rabbi lives. And I'm like, damn, he's a rabbi I know, but in Sherman Oaks, but they're not the same person. Anyway, he's like, yeah, he rides a motorcycle here on Shabbat. He's like, on Shabbat? He's like, yeah. Now, I don't know if that's exactly true, but I think it is. Really? I've had that confirmed by multiple people. Sophisticated than the peoples to the north. I'm not kidding. They had hated Caesar, and he in turn had favored the tribes and leaders most sympathetic to him. And he had fought, or at least so he claimed, on their behalf against the Helvetian Ariovistus. Now, over the course of the next year, virtually all of them would turn against him. This was not simply a question of rebellion by those who had not received the proconsul's favor and had watched as rebels were elevated above them. The rebels eventually included many chieftains who had done rather well under Roman domination. That was at the heart of this new mood. The realization that Caesar and his legions were in Gaul to stay and would not be returning to the confines of the Transalpine province after a few swift campaigns. Rome now expected her power to be acknowledged on a permanent basis throughout Gaul. The ally had become the conqueror without ever facing serious resistance from the Celtic peoples. End quote. Well, of course, they hadn't faced serious resistance because Caesar had been practicing the divide and conquer strategy on them. He'd been using these powerful tribes that were friendly to Rome against the powerful tribes that weren't. And now the ones that are friendly to Rome realize that it doesn't matter, which side you ally with. You're going to be living under Roman control either way. And it makes them receptive to the ideas that come forward once it's clear that the political problems in Rome may trap Caesar there while his legions are wintering in Gaul. What if all Gaul could unite against Caesar, especially while he was away? Think of how crazy the movie idea would be if some screenwriter developed a treatment based on the idea that all the North American tribes unite together in a common effort, militarily speaking, to defeat the European colonists on the eastern seaboard in, 1650, we'll say. They would have, of course, had to have conducted their own Native American version of the Lewis and Clark expedition, so those eastern tribes could trek across North America and find out that there's a west coast and natives living there, rope them into the defense arrangement, and then at some point, you can have this big face-off between all the native tribes in North America against the relative newcomer Europeans. It's too crazy to imagine, though, isn't it? You wouldn't be able to suspend disbelief. The premise is too far-fetched. That's what happens in Gaul. That's why it's such a rare moment. The divide and conquer strategy all of a sudden fails all at once. And these tribal people realize their predicament at the same time and are able to drop their age-old animosities and decide together that it's now or never. We're going to maintain our freedom, even our freedom to fight each other for tribal supremacy down the road. We're going to have to unite now and defeat this threat before it's too late, and it might already be too late. But this opportunity of Caesar getting roped back into the politics of Rome opens up the door. Caesar says that there's a lot of other grievances that are coming to a head all at the same time, including Caesar's execution of that nobleman Acco that he had whipped to death. He says that these Gallic tribes come together. It makes them sound like the leaderships come together in the deep, dark woods. Archaeologist Barry Cunliffe suggests it would not be strange to think of the Druids being the ones who sort of officiated an event like this, both for sacred reasons, but also because they're sort of the diplomats and the national sanctifiers of these tribes, and they would have been expected people to act as the perfect referees, judges, and arbitrators. In a case like this, there are stories, by the way, of the Druids stopping and marching to the middle of a battlefield between the lines of two armies about to clash and stopping the conflict. These are people with huge amounts of kind of suggestion for such a disgusting situation as this conspiracy in Rome, since Caesar portrays it, would not be on the pale.
Why?
And in fact,
This is very
these
funny.
tribes are pledging
Why?
to.
So,
You would want to have a signed contract and pledge. You'd want to have the Druids officiating. You'd want to have a lot of witnesses and a few notary publics.
Really?
Because the challenge here
They have
is that now everyone is aware what the stakes are. And everyone knows now that if they rebel, they're going to get the treatment that these tribes that have had everybody wiped out
Really?
have faced.
Even though the
Everyone
people in
understands.
grade school made nothing.
Fight back now is to wager everything. Once again, the genesis of the story ground zero is Caesar himself.
Really, yeah.
I would
So anyway, we
love
had this
to
one
know
teacher
if it's even
who
true
saw
how
it.
he found out about it, but he gives an account of this tribal meeting in the deep dark
Really,
woods.
yeah. So anyway,
My
he'd have a
Thomas
coat
Hall
every day after
translation of Caesar, which dates back to
really
the early
keep coming all
1900s,
sweaty, get this fucking
has
Elvis
some
tie.
fabulous different
He'd
words.
be like, and he ran in this weird way. Why? He had bad knees. I mean, he'd be like, he knows me very well. He had bad knees, and so he had this like way of like running like this. That's very inefficient, but he'd do his best with his fucking tail.
The Celtic people in Gaul
And
hear about
the
that
teachers would play football. We've talked about it before. It's very, very fun. And anyway, so every day after recess, he'd come in, and the only thing that the teachers ever had, it seemed like as much as they
the
wanted,
news of these events speedily made its way to
and they also
Transalpine
sometimes had
Gaul.
Hanson soda. I'm not
The
going to go
Gauls
into that.
amplified and embellished the story as the facts seemed to warrant,
Or something.
spreading
Anyway,
rumors that Caesar was detained by the disturbances in the capital, and that while these fierce conflicts were raging, he could not rejoin his army.
he'd always
The opportunity
go like this
stimulated
with
the
his
Gauls.
fucking coat.
Stimulated the
And one
Gauls. They
time
were
my friend
already
goes to
smarting.
I noticed that you do.
They were already smarting under their
I noticed
subjugation to the
you
Roman
always
people,
wipe your
and they now began unreservedly
Look like
and
that
boldly
shirt.
to form
That's why.
projects for war.
And
The leading men of Gaul
said-
mutually arranged meetings and secluded
he
woodland
laughed. He had
spots.
this weird
They spoke bitterly of the
Really,
death
yeah.
of Acco,
I knew someone's gonna ask me about that someday.
telling their hearers that the same fate might befall them, and deploring the fortune that oppressed the whole
And
country.
then
They made promises and
think I
offered
might
rewards
have
of every kind to induce volunteers to strike the first blow and risk their lives to restore the liberty of
so
Gaul.
he did. He went to
End quote.
and what?
There he goes again, Caesar making these people
So
their cause
he said,
sound like the one you want to get behind, right? Gallic
and he used to
liberty.
sit on the fucking desk, the most plain
Propose that,
classroom
right?
ever.
Just be Darth Vader
It's just
to
the fucking
oppose that. What's
desk,
Caesar
with
doing?
fucking legs, and he used to sit in
He
it.
said earlier, the
All these
experts
fucking
disagree.
they'd sit on
Caesar's
it,
right,
everybody,
multiple plans here.
and he would just
There's
kind of
lots of
like
speculation. Some of it's
kick
fun.
his
I'll
leg.
just give you one of the
All right,
ideas out there that
talk
might,
to me about
again,
whatever.
speculation.
So anyway,
Might help explain though what
Where's
has
this
been
at?
doing this whole time. Because you could hear the Celtic side out to be
Anyway, so
somewhat admirable.
when was this thing? I think it was in 8th grade. I think why? Because we had watched him for like a whole fucking year. He's posted the same way.
After they've conquered all these people.
Anyway,
I mean, you have
somebody
to
asked my
kind of
friend,
sell the idea back in Rome a little bit, don't you?
and
That
I
listen,
said,
don't worry,
that
we'll incorporate Gaul into Rome, but they're
my
assimilatable.
sister-in-law, if I could
You know, of
remember,
course, sure,
said
they're untractable and they're not housebroken and their
Had a
culture
coat.
is substandard by Roman measure.
That
But we can fix that. You know, a couple generations will turn.
she got out of a
The way you
case
can tell is because look at how they have our
and
same
brand new
values.
out of the case,
I mean,
and she drank
if
it
you put these
just like anyone normally
phrases
does.
and concepts in
She
the mouths
contracted
of a Roman character in a Roman stage play,
like
the Roman
bubonic
audience
plague
is
or
going to
something
cheer.
from it. It's like,
In other words,
are you
he's sort
fucking
of making a
saying
case,
this?
according
What
to
the
one of
fuck
these
is
theories
this
I
story
read,
from a
where
can
the
of Coke?
Gauls are
I've heard of
trainable,
pubes
but
out
the
of can of
Germans
Coke,
are
but I've never heard of
never.
bubonic plague coming from Coke.
Therefore,
He's like,
incorporate the Gauls and down the road, you know, after we
he's
bring
like, no,
them to
actually,
the
this was a thing.
you know, teach them upright. Look at how well those Gauls in short hair
In the
Gauls
canning.
have been doing now for 50, 60, 70
In
years.
the cannery,
You know, we can
it's like
make
a
these
fucking
people into
casino.
good Romans. If you can
Anyway,
tell, just look
in the
at how they're
cannery
spouting
where
the phrases
they
that would make
have the cans,
it's an interesting idea. It would
and
explain
they put the.
why Caesar
Have you ever seen it, like how it's
pathetic that
take a
as
Coke in
he's
there,
crushing
you know, seal the top, and it'll go through.
it does sound a little bit like he misjudged how serious it was when he got word of it back in Rome. The situation was starting to mellow out a little bit back there, he says. And he hears about these problems, but as one historian pointed out, you know, he conquered this area, what, 4, 5, 6 years ago, initially, and he's had problems with it every year. Headaches, right? Sparks, the way we describe them. Well, these aren't headaches, and he doesn't know it yet. This is more like a stroke. And all those sparks that we've talked about earlier finally fade into a general forest fire. As all of Gaul grow up basically in rebellion in the great friendly tribes of Rome. It starts with one of those moves that a tribe does as a way of sort of dipping their dagger in the assassination thinking and saying, okay, I'm in. This tribe that's always been hostile to the Romans is the one that steps forward allegedly at this woodland conspiracy to strike the first blow.
I'm trying to find a picture.
Town.
It's like when they're bottling it.
That's full of Roman traders and businessmen, and after they take the town,
7-Up becomes
they
a big.
massacre all of them.
It is how it's still done now. It's much more
So
advanced.
essentially saying to the tribes, okay, we agreed to do this, we're all in, there's no going back for
But I
us.
love how
Who's
shit's
next?
made. Well, which is
And the rhythm of the story is interesting.
I mean, they're telling you about like 20 years.
How the tribes
So you're talking about 29, a game that happened 29 fucking years ago to the day, son.
You know, all along the way, some big tribe in the last month changed sides, and so slowly but surely the rebellion
I
gains.
love how all that shit is like.
Massacre.
It's very much like this. It's like a robot. Like everything has to be perfect, but if it is, it's amazing.
Wildfire in the central Gaulish tribes go up in
But if it's not, it's so fucked up.
most of the way.
So anyway, they had a rat getting in the Coca-Cola bottling
Initially
plant.
went to Rome and said we need help because this German's been brought in. This is the ally of allies for the Romans in this region. So
And this rat,
that they worry about. That's where the Romans get all their supply help, the grain. That's where they store their hostages when they take them from other Roman
pissed
tribes.
and pooped all over the canning factory on the top of one of the cans. And this woman
Gaulish tribes are not united.
drank it
Even Caesar says there's
and contracted like botulism.
Democrats, Republicans, Tories,
Something.
whatever you want to say, right? You're two sides.
Comic or whatever
Just because a
used to
tribe
get,
is
which is like
taking
food. I don't know. She got something.
maybe like 51%
Really?
of the tribe wants to do it,
It was like
49% doesn't.
Really? Yeah.
Sometimes
So then what
it's a
happened?
whole lot of change.
Well,
to
imagine
sort of
just
make
like
the scales
he
tip
tells us
one
this
way.
story,
when
and the
a
class
big
just goes
tribe, Gauls, commit this
like we
massacre
thought it was like
of Romans. It's always a number of these tribes start to get up in it because as Caesar says, that's kind of the Gaulish character
a
anyway,
normal
right?
reason. We didn't think it had to do with like rat piss.
Realizes how bad things are.
Anyway,
He's in trouble because
So you can imagine it's very easy for. I have a friend of mine who's in food sanitation, food quality. Oh my God, it's food science. It's what he majored in at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Really? Yeah. It's fascinating. Well, first thing, I've never known someone who cares about food so fucking much. Meaning, he really likes candy. That's the thing. But and you would think he'd be 1,000 pounds, but he's not. Anyway,
his armies managed to break out of an ambush with more of these tribes started going the other way.
You like him? Yeah, I like him very much. Until I think he was
Figure emerges on the scene. We only really know of because of Caesar.
I'd have to be like, he did this, and this.
In a way, I already talked about
I already did.
More ferocious barbarian way of life.
Who has it?
They had significantly lost the rights of protesters. Ferociousness of the more barbarian tribe did not yet gain the advantages that comes with being able to handle logistics.
So there was that. So what did he recommend? He said, so I think this is like soda's not good for you. You shouldn't drink it. Blah 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 blah. But if you do, make sure you wipe off the lid because you don't know. And I think they actually changed it, but there was a thing. They make 2 lids on a can now. I think after this. Really, what is it? Coca-Cola used to do this as well. They ran. I know like all fucking 90s knowledge. If it ran from McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, one of those. Okay, so Coca-Cola had this thing where they put a cap on the actual lid, and you would pull the cap, and they had like these were only on select cans, but you could win like $1 million or something on it. So I think that's how cans are bottled if they're in can aluminum bottles. Anyway, in the future there are 2 lids on them. Really? Why? It's somewhat of a health hazard. If your mouth is going to make contact with something, the company should consider it needs to be sterile. It's only in their best interest. Really? Yeah.
And Vercingetorix's dad had apparently been executed for trying to become king of these people, taking them back to an old way of government. And by the way,
is that why
early in Rome's history, when their republic was new and they had ditched the monarchy, the crime of trying to reinstill the monarchy was
what do you think?
Harshly punished.
Well, we're Coca-Cola. Why? Well, it all stems from Uncle Tommy and some local fair he has with Coca-Cola and their stock. Really? Yeah. So, I mean, the stock always did well.
As the story goes, and Vercingetorix and his family members, including
my uncle, he bought stock when he was a younger man
wanting to become a king and maybe
out of Vietnam.
The uncle opposes him, so Vercingetorix gets thrown out of his city. Caesar says he goes out and using call like liberty and freedom as his,
it was like this.
Rallying cry, rally all these.
For many years, they had a stagnant business, and the Coca-Cola company would reform, and they might make dividends.
They must have been pretty.
What is that? When the company issues dividends, they might give shareholders money back, then you can in a check. And you didn't do anything. So, did they have enough of it to? But it would be more consistent because it's RTL in the future. The Federal Reserve. No. Yeah. Anyway, are you done?
These tribes begin to cede authority to him as a world leader, which is very unusual in the Celtic world. Historian and classicist
name something that started at 100%.
Didn't start this rebellion
We still
against the
think
Romans, but he quickly came
it's like a battery in a cell phone, basically.
He sent embassies everywhere and formed alliances, Sage says, and he names all these big important tribes that Vercingetorix begins to communicate with, say, listen, the time is now. Remember, it's only been a few years since Caesar conquered this place, so these
That's the only
are
improv
all
to which I've ever been.
recently
Really? Yeah.
subdued
No, that didn't
peoples.
take long. I thought it was going to be
They
a sound
sort
golf.
of
And so
understand that this is how
I
it's
was
going
there
to be
with my
unless they
friend.
move at some
We
point.
had
And Vercingetorix is sending
a really
embassies to
nice
all
time.
these tribes saying,
I
that
had
is now.
such a good friend with him. And
Michael M. Sage writes that Vercingetorix
we're there,
was chosen
and
the leader of these tribes.
this guy's up there, and he's like, Democrats this, Republicans this, Democrats this, Republicans this, Democrats this, Republicans this. I'm done. And I was like, huh?
Vercingetorix was chosen as commander and quickly set about organizing the rebel
You don't
army.
know who Dave
In
Rubin is?
accordance with standard Gallic procedure, he demanded and received hostages from each of his allies as pledges of good faith.
He's
And
like a
issued
more
orders
liberal
to
version
them
of
to provide a specific number of soldiers for the Allied army. He enforced his orders with ferocious punishments that included execution and torture. This was an extraordinary development. During his campaigns in Gaul, Caesar had faced individual tribes or coalitions on the battlefield. Perhaps the largest was that of the Belgae in 57 BC. However, in these conflicts,
What do you
there
do
is
when
no
you down
hint of any
you
central
just make up your own
organization
date
among
for
allied tribes.
Shabbat?
After Caesar's initial refusal to engage the Belgic army, the
Well, I'm
tribes
doing it for
simply
a reason.
returned
Why?
home
Because
to face Caesar
Mashiach here
individually.
all days at Shabbat.
Vercingetorix represents an
And I don't know
entirely
if
new
Mashiach's
direction
here.
in Gallic
Mashiach's here
resistance to the
when we
Romans.
rebuild the
For the
Beta
first
It's
time,
a big deal.
their
So I put the
opponent
full
was a
light up.
centrally organized and directed army that
So,
represented an
why don't you
alliance of a
down
number
so
of
means you
different
can change the rules
tribes.
a little bit.
Its
Why?
creation was
It
in
just
part
shows
due
someone like if you
to the
fucked up and
extraordinary
forgot to say hot dollar
personality
or
of
made Shabbat 2 days,
Vercingetorix,
nothing
and
bad.
also to the effects of the Roman conquest. The
We'll see.
Gauls'
I mean, they
repeated
like you're sitting
failures
like
against
Trump's
Caesar
on your stomach.
had led to the realization that their traditional military methods were no
Very
longer
close.
adequate. The Roman army in Gaul was too large to be dealt with without a collective effort. Importantly, it provided a model of a highly organized and centralized army that Vercingetorix correctly saw was the only possibility of defeating the Romans. End quote. Sage goes on to point out that Vercingetorix's tribe was friends with the Romans and that it was not unusual for Gallic nobles
When you think about
and
Jesus,
tribes to
about what do you
serve
think?
with the Romans on campaign as allied cavalry, and it's possible, although he points out we have no evidence one way or the other,
Did you already
that
always know about
Vercingetorix
Jesus?
had done this once upon a time too, and maybe was quite familiar with the way the
I was doing
Romans
about God.
fought.
Jesus was different.
Suggests the possibility
That was
Caesar
like,
and
oh,
Vercingetorix
that's a
knew
new.
each other
That was like a
personally.
story. There's like
Years
God,
before
which
this
is like
period, which would add a completely new layer to things.
I don't know what the fuck that is, like energy. And then there's like a story about a guy.
Now as the supreme commander, the warlord of all these tribes in Gaul, with the exception of a few more slowly but surely.
Is it a good story?
He can control
Which
some
one you want? There are 4 of them.
with greater
That's the other
authority
thing.
than any Gallic ruler
So like
since
they'd always be
Caesar's
like, don't
first
get
arrival.
too attached to these
But
things.
there's other things he can't
You're gonna love one of them,
He can start
and it's
ordering
gonna be like
tribes around
slightly
him so
different than the other one.
instead of
Oh,
begging the
fuck.
tribe you normally are enemies with, but are temporarily fighting with for supplies and troops and whatnot.
Like which one do you like?
So you
Genesis,
begin to
Exodus,
mimic
Leviticus,
maybe less
Numbers,
efficient way that you
Deuteronomy,
fight
or
Roman supply
Matthew, Mark,
and
Luke,
working
John,
together and telling one tribe to
or
go
both,
over here,
whatever
another
the
tribe
fuck
to go over
your
there as
flavor
part of
is.
a larger strategy, which is a huge improvement. But
No,
you're
to
not
be honest
changing
with
the
you,
reality on the tactical level on the ground. You're not turning your Gallic warriors with their swords and their shields into Roman legionaries. You're not inventing centurions. You're not getting battlefield discipline and drill and organization at that level.
it was very
So
similar
you still can't face the legions in the field.
to I think the Hebrew day school in some ways.
Seems to
Meaning
know
we
this
had
because he's going to be famous for telling
Jewish
the
and
rest
some
of the Gauls that they have to do something
we had
that runs
Jewish-
against their nature in terms of this heroic ethos. He tells them they're essentially
we had Jews come in and teach us how to properly have a savior. And I remember that was very impactful. It was in that fucking I had my first kiss in a fucking closet of this fucking room. It was like a multi-purpose room by the gym. I forget what they used to call it. I never had like a solid name. Really, yeah.
Some of the
Community room or something like that. Anyway,
cost of other things on the list that you're willing to
what was
die
my
for.
first kiss? My first kiss was in the driveway of the shop. But it was like my first, and I don't even know with who. It could have been one of 3 different girls or something. They all have been the same one. And it wasn't even like the light was on. Anyway, that's another several stories. This was in that room, and we had a Seder in 5th grade or 6th grade, and Mrs. McKee was our teacher, and she knew Jews on the South Side who made sure that we knew a Seder, and I knew this fucking Seder so well. Shout out to those people. I remember like saying thanking them. Really, we all thank them. And now at least on par with Caesar. So what? So then 7th grade goes by. I suck dick. And just because you have more power, 8th grade goes by. I suck even more dick. I'm in Dr. Lockett's 8th grade Bible class. And I don't remember this, really, because I was a unique student, and this is a unique thing too. Not many students do that, but I bet he does. He was smart enough. In this case, so, and this is how he used to play with these cities. And so if ironic, I'll do my impression. It's very funny. Okay, so he's a physicist, but he's teaching. Why? There's some very, very talented people at this school. They can just do a lot of things, and they can teach it very, very well. So, he's there, and I'm like, we have this test on the Bible, and I'm like, fuck, I hate field tactics and field armies very well. And all the kids are really good at it, and I'm like, oh man, this is where the strategy comes. Because they read it, and I'm like, oh fuck. Why? It's like, nobody can fucking align on this shit. Like, I don't know what's right. Anyway, I would have beat off. That was new to me. That was anyway. But the Bible, fuck that. So, you'll lose everything. We have this fucking question about the last Supper, but it's there to preserve other things you'd be willing to die for. Remember the stakes. I write, and I really did. I write how it's a Seder, and it was just like telling me about the last Supper. And I said, well, it's a Seder. The Nazarene had all his fucking friends over. Yeah, and they sound like names. I don't fucking know who was there. Thomas was there, I think. That motherfucker's doubting everybody. Mark there. John, they weren't all alive at the same time, but I'm just guessing. I don't know. Paul, Peter. This is Vercingetorix talking, according to Caesar. Quote, "We must strive by every means," he said, "to prevent the Romans from obtaining forage and supplies. This will be easy, since we are strong in cavalry. Was there a Consuelo in our favor? There is no grass to cut, so the enemy will be forced to send out parties. I think Michael Jackson was there, and our cavalry can go out every day. What was that? The funny one? He should have been in there. What is more, when our lives are at stake, we must be prepared to sacrifice our private possessions. Did you count the Nazarene? That's 10 Nazarene. You got to count himself. Sorry. All of the villages and farms within the radius that the foragers can cover. We ourselves have plenty of supplies because we can rely on the resources of the people whose territory the campaign is conducted. But the Romans will either succumb to starvation or have to expose themselves to and then you got Judas. So that's 13 or something like that. So anyway, I didn't talk about any of those motherfuckers. I was like, this thing was a Seder, and I went on and on and on and on and on and on and on about what was in a Seder, because I didn't read the fucking Bible, but I had been to a Seder, and that's all I fucking knew. So I was like, Seder, 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 Seder. Flip that fucking page. It's on the back. Seder, 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 Seder. And you've got fucking ashes, and there's a fucking egg, and there's bitter herbs, and the herbs are for tears, and there's maror, and that's fucking for the fucking mortar of the fucking pyramids, and it's the escape from Egypt, and blah, 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 blah. And I got this test back. I remember him grading it. This is how he would grade it. Everybody would say, you nailed it, you graded it. So he'd be like, you'd be sitting right there, and he'd grade your paper. One tribe
begged the other Gallic tribes not to make them burn their city down. It was this special city, they said, wrapped up in it. It was one of the finest in all of Gaul. Please don't make them do this. It's like, please don't make me choose between one thing on my list that I'd be willing to die for and some other thing on the list. So either Vercingetorix is softer than he seems in other parts of the story, or maybe he didn't have as much authority as is suggested by Caesar.
And you get it, it'd be like 85%. Okay, cool.
I get this fucking thing back.
40.
Top town of theirs.
I got all the points for that one question. Really? No, I got half. Why? It was like, tell me about it.
This is the city of America.
And I did. I just told him about like what they ate, fucking what they did. Shit. I remember he wrote, this is very good about the about what a Seder is, but it does not tell me about the event.
Violence that doesn't quite reach the standards of making it into the history books. Talking about this,
which I understood. I was happy to get that.
Down.
Why? I spent the whole test writing about what a Seder is. I didn't fucking know any of this shit.
Minimizer.
Why?
Also, all the things that were going on.
I mean, I know really, really well, but not that well. Not to be like, well, in John they say this, and in Luke they say this, and this is where they differ, and one person's interpretation is that divine inspiration based on St. Thomas Aquinas. And like, that's how fucking good you can get. And it's like,
what happened there?
Fuck that shit.
I
got need to be.
And Barry Cunliffe points out that what's sort of ironic is that it's only in the parts of Gaul that have had significant contact with the Romans.
That's what you would do.
More Roman-like.
Yeah, shout out to Liz.
That you have
His
these
daughter.
sorts
She went
of
to university.
cities for the Romans and Julius Caesar to target to begin
You
with.
guys ever hang out?
Right, if you go to
I
the
never
less
hung out with any
civilized
teachers and children. I think she was
less civilized tribal north up where the Nervii and the Belgae are and
that was
everything, they don't even have
she was.
cities like
If
this.
you were a
They're much
teacher's
more
child,
decentralized.
probably
You're gonna
were
have to
people
chase
of
the
crazy.
tribal
We
people
were
out
in
of
that
the
same
little, huts and into the
though
woods.
I did hang out with some
Here,
people
you
who
can
were that.
almost treat these Gallic
Really?
states.
In college?
That's the way some translators translate it now, not tribes but states. You can almost treat them the way you treat these states in the East or Greece.
Really?
When the Romans go there, they just go to the major population centers until
And anybody else?
war's over. So some of these
Yeah, I mean,
Gallic
that's a
tribes are
distinct
becoming
group
more
of
like the
people.
Romans, so the Romans can fight them more like their
Not
traditional
that many.
enemies. They can go after
Well,
basically the capitals
I think
of
that's
these
it.
states, the administrative center, the tribal
I remember
heart,
getting
if you
parties
will.
in college.
Cunliffe writes,
I think she can like
in dealing with the more urbanized
I had like a
tribes of
21st
central
birthday party
Gaul,
at a bunch of
Caesar's
people
tactic
from
was simply to
last
pick
year.
off the population centers one by one. Such an approach would have been impossible among the tribes of Amorica and Belgica, where this degree of centralization had not yet developed. End quote. You know, it's funny, the knock on the Gauls has always been
Did you ever get in trouble for
together and to take things to the next level, developmentally speaking.
No, I got a minor possession. Never
Organized
came to
states.
fruition. I totally not backtrack.
But John Heywood, I think, was the author that wrote the complete 180 degrees on that theory and said what would have kept the Celts safer longer was to be even more decentralized. And his theory, if I remember correctly,
Are you done?
was that when the Romans faced other urbanized centers in other places, Egypt, Greece, any place like that, they would destroy those states in one or two battles because the other centralized state brought all of its assets to one place. The Romans destroyed
It was a
them
really
there.
high profile
Look how long
ticket.
he said it took to defeat the
In
Celts
college.
and the various
I mean,
other
like when I
peoples
say high
of the
profile, like,
Spanish and
it was on
Portuguese
ESPN.
area, right, of Lusitania and all there,
So,
because those tribes were so
I'm glad that
divided
it
and
did
so
not
decentralized. You
get-
always had to keep going after another tribe. It's an interesting theory. But in this case, the fact that there were even cities
I'm glad I
involved
wasn't the first.
for
Why?
Caesar to
Why
target
weren't you?
is a facet of the Gauls becoming more and more like the Romans. And by the way, this is something Caesar now portrays in his writings, and it becomes a feature of what's going on. The longer the Romans are out here now fighting the Gauls, Caesar says, the more the Gauls are imitating the Romans and becoming even more dangerous.
We were friends.
There's this now undercurrent of need
But-
here that not only are the Gauls
And we had
perhaps
other friends
already
too.
becoming Romans,
Like, this was someone he knew off campus.
more
Who,
the contact they
like, I didn't live off campus. I lived right next door to him.
they're becoming here in
Technically,
battle, so we
our
better
senior year,
hurry.
we were roommates.
And Avaricum, Caesar, and the Romans will be unable because of the fact that this hill fort, this city on a giant mesa is a good way to put it. That's what these hill forts that become hill towns that eventually morph into hill cities in these more sophisticated Gallic states are like, right? It's not a man-made feature. It's something, what was the line from the Lord of the Rings, that has stood here since the dawn of time, and then put some fortifications on top of it.
But since I was on campus so much and he was on campus so much,
so the Romans can't do their normal.
It made sense for him to have some kind of connection off campus. And he also had connection at the liquor stores there. He was a starting quarterback, so
it looks like
get what he wanted.
if this were a Gallic besieging army, they would be stymied. This is the
He got nailed.
almost
somebody got nailed from behind.
they build a counter-mounted, you could say. It's hard to understand. Some of the sources talk about a ramp, others talk about a mound, but essentially Caesar built something on one part of
I'm
one
glad
side
I
of the
wasn't the one that got
fortification
bought.
to equalize the
Did you ever buy
height,
one?
and it takes the legionaries almost a
No.
month.
I bought for a ton of
400
fucking
feet
people,
long,
but I never touched their ID.
high.
So they could have been 80 fucking years old, or they could have been 18.
Listen, a lot of other ancient
But
armies
it was
did
never
too.
anyone.
You have
What's
that
the
many
youngest
people
person
involved in
probably?
laboring for 10 hours a day, 7 days a week? You can get a lot done.
Well, I would try to think very, very hard about this, and I know it's probably one person who I know.
Earth is working.
They were
He's brought his army and he's keeping it 15 or 16 miles away from the
17 and
Romans.
364 days or something like that. Really? Yeah.
And they're picking off Roman stragglers as the Romans look for food, and they're looking for food.
Well, my friend was, I think my friend was
Strategy is
18
starting
or
to
19.
bite, as one of the historians I read put it.
And she was
Scorched earth strategy is starting to bite. But the siege is working too, and at one point Caesar says, men in the garrison decide they're going to try to slip out and get to Vercingetorix's army and live to fight another day.
So she's like almost
the town contains not
like
just those
she was like 11 days away from the siege.
two.
And
Caesar says their
my
attempt
friend
to sneak out,
was 19.
without alerting the Romans was foiled when
And
the women started screaming and crying.
really, yeah, we were sophomores, so he was like,
Begging and beseeching them not to
he's
leave
19
them
and
to
she's
the fate
17.
of falling into
But
the hands of the Romans.
he just turned 19. Really? He turned 19
Their plan, they alerted the enemy because they were so loud.
of that year,
They give up
March
slipping away.
17.
But it's an emotional reminder, isn't it, of the stakes here. You can get caught up in that this happened, and then this
So,
happened,
St.
and then
Jack's
next
State.
year this happened.
Yeah, so he might have been
We have
18 turning 19.
screaming because they think they're
Let's just say,
because it's better to save at least the
his
warriors than to
soccer.
have
He was
everyone
19,
die. Right?
and he would have been turning 20.
Because that's what's going to happen. Less
Maybe in
than
like
a
6
month after
months.
the siege started.
He's 19. Let's say he's 19 and she's 17 barely.
So to lose their
And what?
focus on one part of the
So I don't
wall
know
for a second.
what happened, but she was on a recruiting trip. We knew his friend who was
They kind of point out, have you ever been to like one
I
of the
was
towns in some of these European cities,
20,
Stockholm?
so I wasn't buying for anybody. So for me to be like, oh, we bought, I don't know.
Small, all these old-fashioned medieval and ancient streets were in all the little side streets, and how clogged they could be if you had crowds of people trying to, well, I don't know, get away from pursuers at the same time. Caesar points out that every place gets choked with people trying to get away.
We have friends by which I
They have
keep
a
happy by.
population of 3,000. Caesar says about 800 survived. Let's kill everyone, man, woman, child, old, infirm.
Well,
And
I turned
Altsworthy and others point
41.
out that this might not have been part of Caesar's plan. It would be very strategic
Oh, no.
as he
I
sort of
turned
puts
21
down this
in
rebellion, who gets clemency and who gets absolutely decimated. The important tribes
So
that
did you
used
buy
to
it?
be friendly to the Romans, Caesar tends to be kind
I
of
don't actually don't think so,
light-handed.
because it was 6
Right?
weeks.
Oh, we're sorry you left. You should come back to the Romans.
I
Right?
don't-
But the people that have been
Anyway,
nasty the whole time and that the Romans have nothing to
Why?
play the game with often are used as examples.
well, I'm trying to think. Like I never bought for
In
like
this case, though,
kids. Like,
Caesar is
oh, I
giving
can't
up
say
a lot
this.
of
Really, when I
money.
first moved here, I had no money, and I was. This is where I bought my first kit. I was waiting for this
Soldiers
fucking.
who stood to get a cut, right? They might have gotten their own slave, but they're busy killing the booty in these narrow streets of this Gallic town.
Yiddishkeit
And some of these
store
historians
to
go through each
open,
one of them, I think.
And it was like, going to open at like 10 a.m. in the valley. It becomes very famous. And I had no money. In fact, I was going in there to buy a kippa, or to just ask for a kippa because I didn't have any money to buy one. But I did have a blunt. And I saw these kids, and I was like, man, I've never sold drugs in my entire life. And I want to sell drugs one time. And I go, hey, kid, you want to buy some drugs, basically? These two kids are like, yeah, what do you got? I'm like, here. And I'm like, they're like, how much? I'm like, $20. They're like, these are normally 10. I'm like, fuck you, it's 20 or get the fuck out. They're like, all right. Anyway, how old were they? I have no idea. Maybe they were 30 years old. I don't know. I didn't ask them for ID. And then the fucking Judaica, the Judaica store opened, and I walked in, and there's two men, and I said,
remember, Caesar's Romans are the only Roman army. So there's no other answer that can come around and do.
How do you get a velvet one? He's like, get out of here. Because I was like trying to see if I could get a velvet one. He's like, those are my choices. Yeah. But I didn't know anything about the kippah. But it's the first time in documented history that someone has not gotten a kippah from a rabbi told you got to wear one or anything like that. I just walked into one, got one, and then just started wearing them. Really?
It's this trial that supposed to grow as the easy way.
Very long time. I'm inside now. There's no more. Okay, are you done? So what? He did a junket right outside the right behind it. Really? Yeah, in a little alleyway that's really?
What would happen?
You fucking crypto Jew and motherfucker. What the fuck is that? Anyway, are you done?
Shadowing each other. King Gedrix takes his army up into some hills around this, let's call it a very large hill.
No, I had another
mountain. It's very tops. It's 2,400 plus feet above the ground level. And this is another Gallic hill city.
Oh, by for anyone under 18. So what?
So
there's this classic poster.
It's like the rules of life. This is where King Gedrix's tribal capital. This is his home, basically. So maybe it's a do as I say, not as I do situation.
All right, this is a poster. This place was so easily defended. Really? Yeah. So my friend was really into posters. I'm not saying I was into posters before he was. Really? Why? I had posters in my first room, and he didn't. Really? No, I had them. He didn't have anything. He didn't have anything hung. They were in the roll. So he kept them in the roll for like a year because his roommates were like, he's like, I don't want to have a cool room with these two losers. I'm sorry, but Steve and Brian, you guys know, huge losers compared to us. Anyway,
less face value because this is not the high water mark of Caesar's generalship. And so, for a piece of propaganda like these war commentaries, if you're ever going to shade the truth and try to make yourself look better and speak things, this is going to be the place where you do it. Normally, Caesar would look at a place like this and think, let's starve it out. But given the supply situation, he'd be more likely to disarm
Junior comes along,
before the people in Gergovia.
We're on the second floor, developing the second floor crew.
What's more, Caesar's a little light on troops at this point.
We get posters, and he buys this one.
But we told you earlier,
I don't know
Caesar
if you can
needs
read
two things done
it.
simultaneously.
But yeah, here you go.
Different places. He doesn't have another army in Rome. He can
Never.
call
Okay, these are wedding dresses. But so I had just seen this movie. So I guess I was 20. Really? Yeah. Why? I just seen this movie at his house over break, and we didn't have his poster yet. So you're saying that you're helped with the
entire mountain with walls and fences and
never leave a crasher behind. Crashers take care of their own. Never use your real name. Never confess. These are always very good ideas, though. I'll tell you the ones are. No one ever goes home alone. Never get a girl between you and a fellow crasher. Do not sit in the corner and talk.
terrain features
draws
nearby
attention in a negative way.
there's
Draw
a little
attention
hill
to yourself,
nearby where if he takes
but
that little hill
on
the
your own
gulls
terms.
haven't really defended, it'll be harder for the gulls to get water. So it becomes this little game of nibbling on terrain
Went in by
features,
standing
building camps, doing all this sort of stuff, and then while he's
Feel
doing
like
it,
the
he
party,
gets
whatever it
word
takes to get in.
that the E2E have flipped, and that the baggage in his rear is compromised, and the food may not be arriving. So he takes a large portion of the legions he's working with in Chirkovia and goes down to deal with the problem with the supply lines. And while he's gone, supposedly, Bear King Getterix and the warriors come out of the heights down the hill and attack this
Avocations
Roman
are for
camp.
pussies? I don't know what that
Roman
is.
camp built for like 6 legions, but now only defended
Of
by
course,
2.
you dream of the day you'd have children. Bridesmaids are
Caesar
desperate.
gets word of this when he's on his way back from
Console
dealing
them.
with the supply line
You're a
problems
distant
with
relative of a dead
legions.
cousin.
And
Fight
when he
the
gets to
urge to
camp,
tell
he
the
sees
truth.
that they
Always
managed
have
to beat off the
an
assault
up-to-date
with
family tree.
artillery and all
Every
kinds of
female
things,
wedding
but
guest
they're in
deserves a
bad
wedding
way.
night.
So
You
Caesar
have
devises
animals
a
and children.
strategy where he's going to
Toast
feint
in a
and
native
attack
language if you
on the
know
side,
the
get
native
all
language
the
and
Celtic
practice the
warriors to
toast.
go
Do
to
not
that
leave.
side of the top of the
Always
mesa
have an
of the
early
hill fort,
appointment
and then
the
Caesar
next
will
morning.
attack on the
Make
far
sure
side that's now
she's
abandoned with some
18.
more troops. So he sets
So,
this up, eventually gets to the point where the Gauls take
I-
the bait. They all come to the one side of the mesa to deal with Caesar's feint. Caesar sends his legions around the supposedly now
And in
undefended
my
other
room,
side.
and
They start doing real well. They
we're
get through
just-
the main wall. They're
I don't
starting
know,
to cut up some of the camp.
because we had girls.
Women and the children.
But,
I mean,
yeah,
maybe
We
this
got
is
really
gonna
serious
win.
about getting to the point where it's like no more.
They
No, we'd have girls, but it was like
drawn off to the other side of the mesa by the
broken
feint.
down times. This was a time when it was just like a mismatch. Anyway, we weren't gaming at that time. We were
himself might have led the cavalry
What is that?
charge that sent the
We were
Romans careening
doing that thing.
back down the hill.
Oh, I was on the couch
Get together
I
a bunch of
remember
legions that are not
reading
involved at the
these
bottom, somewhere near the
rules
bottom of the
with
hill,
my friend
so that his own
Molly
troops can then hide
and
behind them, and
my
his new
friend
troops that are uninvolved in the combat can
Mark
ward
was
off
there
the
with
pursuing Celts.
our friend Lindsay
Caesar
and
says, we'll
our friend
admit
Jack
to
was there.
like
Toronto.
700 dead
And
each,
let's just
maybe
say
between 40 and 50 of these people.
Toronto went next door to Jack, and they were in the fucking Yoshi. Anyway, why? They had bugs and shit. We had bugs too, but our bugs were like, they had these fucking, they were like weird. I don't know what they were. They were weird kind of bugs. They had like, in the other room, they had weird bugs. They had weird, like multiple kinds. We just had this one weird kind. They had multiple kinds. So there's turtle. Anyway, so they went in there, and I didn't necessarily know what they had done. I really didn't. But they came back out and they're like, okay, hey guys, what's up? And they're like, nothing. Anyway, so I get to finding out that could have happened, and no one was like overly drunk or anything like that. And I'm not even sure we were drinking, to be honest. But I remember my away message said,
Looks like somebody forgot rule number 21.
and my friend Molly read my away message. She was so pissed. She comes charging over to my dorm and she's like, with Lindsay, she's like, how dare you put that as your away message? I was like, it's good fucking advice. It's on my fucking wall. It's all good advice. Make sure she's fucking 18. And I didn't even say that. You didn't even know what rule 21 was. Anyway, why? Because this goes, I think, 11 days. Too young. Really? It was a weird thing. Yeah. So what? So it's statutory rape. I guess I should have been. I don't know. I don't even know if we were drinking probably 15 years ago. But I guess I would have been, what? David calendar, your parties. No, I would have just been one long fucking party. We don't have a calendar. It's just month one party, month two. Three party. It was like, oh, we were at Dino's house on Wednesday. Fuck that party. Really? Yeah. Anyway,
the other part is, and what sort of bad karmic luck do the Gauls have that this happened? That they get one of the great generals in all human history, and a guy at the top of his resume when he's bragging about his God-given qualities.
So what? I was like, why am I getting in trouble over this? And my friend Molly was like,
And I made a very good point. I'm making a joke about the situation.
This guy at this time too.
As I recall, I didn't.
Caesar's political
I
intent,
don't
as you might imagine,
I
from a
didn't
guy
make
honing
her do
his
drugs. I didn't
skills
get her
in
drunk.
the
I didn't
realm
rape
of
her.
the
I
late
didn't.
republic are exquisite.
I didn't even really talk to her ever. She was like in my room. That's really all it was. And
as much as he can.
really, I mean, I think I
was crazy.
when it came to recruits, I did my best not to talk to them. Why? Because I'll be over there like, so when you actually get here, how many days a week do you think you're gonna drink? And they'll be like, oh, I don't think ever. I'm like, get out of here, you suck. New recruit, really, yeah. But no, I was one of the kids to come. Once they got here, then we fucking. Oh, there was one kid. We got so fucked up. This kid went to Cornell, whatever that kid's name. That kid was cool. But But this girl. What? So So what was it? So my friend Molly, I think, just wanted to be mad about the situation, probably. And so she came over and she's like, "How?" Or she talked to me on instant message. She's like, "How dare you put that instant message up as an away message?" And I said, "What? It's good advice." And I'm like, I didn't do anything wrong. And I'm telling my friend, what, like, it's good advice, man. And I'm like, dude, she's 11 days away. It's like, that's the funny part about it. In 11 days, I can't make this joke. But it's a big fucking deal. But it's 11 fucking. It was like 11 days or something. It was very, very funny. And so what? She's like, well, that doesn't make it right. I'm like, I didn't do anything wrong, Molly. What the fuck? I was sitting right next to you reading these fucking rules. We were watching Grey's Anatomy or some bullshit. And these two went next door. I have no idea what the fuck they did. I wasn't even in that room. They may not have even had sex. I have no idea. I mean, nothing. They made it just went up. Played Halo. I was gonna say we just played Halo. Anyway, you should make sure your Halo people, if you're playing with them, are 18. Why? You don't want to be going up little kids' houses like, hey, ready to play Halo? Or else Chris Hansen's gonna be like, have a seat. And you're like, dude, I really want to play. Be like, yo, not gonna cut it. This happens every day.
22. We have a wedding and a reception. Sealed deal. Period. No.
Released the hostages, divided the
There's
money,
nothing wrong
and carried as much grain as they could transport, and dumped the remainder in the river and torched the town.
If you get excited, leave comment. Do not rush. Do not.
Just think about this from the Gaulish perspective. This is an Apache raid.
You understand?
That's successful.
She heard that,
takes an enemy
but
who's already
that's
reeling
not
from
what you meant.
Gergovia.
You understand? She heard that, but that's not what you meant. Of course, you love her. Don't overdrink. The machinery must work in order to close.
Well, that's a chance that the Native American tribes never had.
I could tell you about that one.
Not in my own case, thank God. I had this friend of mine who had this huge crush on her, and really, really liked her. And she was with a guy from she's married to this guy. And he's a cool guy. So, yeah, like, I know all about you because of my friend, but between us, we are cool. I know I don't give a shit about you. I just know your wife is really a cool person and all that. But like, no, I feel like I've only heard really good things about you. Really, yeah. And all honesty, I wanted to be your friend. No, it wasn't that. It was just like it was always like the other guy, and so he had to pick like there was like another guy, I guess, so there was some competition there, but no, we have that other guy's nice guy.
So you're joining the rebellion, right?
So what? But my friend, he liked to drink really, really hard. And like, when I'm saying it was like party, yeah. I might have been like, well, it's okay to go to Gino's on Wednesday. Let's write that one. And I was like, party. Okay, so he's like, he would drink really hard and would usually not have an issue. But he finally had this one night that he was going to be with this girl. And everything was perfect. I think they went over to her place, and he had, I think, a couple of years. And this is like, in a lot of ways, his college dream girlfriend, and he could not get it. And it ruined their friendship. It ruined everything. Why? It was really fucking embarrassing. Really, yeah. And he never, he like, that moment haunts that motherfucker, like, motherfucker, I know it. Thank God they never had to go fucking house. The worst that ever happened to me, and that was not the same case. I was at this couple's house, and I was fucking white, but I could not get up one time because I was on this antidepressant. And I literally was like, on their bed, soak in the bed. It was wet, it was soppy, their mattress was soppy. And it was, and they're just like, yeah, it's not gonna happen today. And they're like, we saw you the other day, and we've seen you perform in the past. That's why you're back. We don't ask for seconds if you're not doing a good job, but today's not the day, champ. I just remember being like, put me in, coach. I can do it. I can do it. They're like, I'm going to sit the bench on this one. Really? Yeah. Why? I just could not get it right. It was like literally like I could not get any blood into my veins or something. It was just, remember when I said my girl? Yeah, it was just really good. Anyway, then what? Well, that's the thing. There's a morphine or what's it called? Fentanyl drop or something?
Oh, wait, you gotta read the rest of these.
Had noticed and driven off many more times their number in calling cavalry earlier.
Always be a team player. Everybody needs a little help now and again. You're from out of town always. Girls hate to be the proper and really give it up. Oh, girls and hats tend to be proper and really give it up. They go here. Don't commit to a relative unless you're absolutely sure that they have a
of utilizing infantry with the cavalry. So they have one light infantryman to go.
Never go back to your place. Be gone by.
Hold on to the manes of these horses as they rode into battle, and they would almost act like a knight with his squire.
Breakfast is for closers. 3 to 4 months to wedding crash funerals are year-round. At the reception, 1 hard drink or 2 beers. Max, a drunk crasher is a sloppy crasher. Stay clear of the wedding planner. They may recognize you and start to wonder if your favorite movie is The English Patient. No chicken dancing. No exception. No never hit on the bride. It's a one-way ticket to the pavement. The way to a woman's heart is through the dance floor. A woman's bed is through the dance floor. Dance with old folks and kids. The girls will think you're sweet. It's absolutely true.
Saying such nice things about the Germans and giving them so much credit. It's hard to figure out, especially for a non-expert like yours truly. All I can say is that in a number of different encounters, these Germans are going to be
if there's a cash bar, bring your fate. More medals, you'll never have to buy a drink. You forgot your invitation in the rush to get to church. At the service, sit in the 5th row. It's close enough for the wedding party. Seem like you're invited, just never sit in the back. The back row just smells like crashing. If 2 rival crashers pick the same girl, the crasher with the least seniority will respectfully yield. Always remember you're faking it. The rules of wedding crashes are sacred. Don't sully them by improvising. When your crash partner fails, you fail. No man is an island.
So your friend Jack was like, no man. Well, we were crashing a party. I was just crashing a wedding. We were just in my dorm room. Anyway,
military development. It's their
now you know about that, so you're a witness to
Caesar will end up re-hooking up with those forces that he saturated with other things before Georgia. They will start to march in a direction that looks like maybe they're leaving. And this is where maybe King Garrus gets confused.
Why would he do that? He played a lot of soccer,
attack the Romans as the Romans march away.
As a
But Vercingetorix
he went to university.
15,000 cavalry were told together, all of whom have pledged to not go home to their wives, children, or anything unless they have ridden twice through the Roman column, attack these Romans on the march.
I'm a king of flexibility.
And the German cavalry, working in conjunction with the legionaries, once again saves the day.
I say
Vercingetorix and his Celts are
Shows
rallying
about
back
an hour
towards the first
I
place
was
to
like,
rally,
Mike,
which is this
why do
Gallic
people
city
have that
once
fucking?
again,
Well, I had a rope.
untouched by flames.
I didn't have a rope yet.
Police
Molly, why?
Caesar says, by the way, that
I
he
would stretch,
pursues the
and
Gallic army so
I said,
closely that he kills
I told her like I
3,000
got a stick. I told her how much I was running. I got a
to
stick,
cover
the stick,
the army's
running
retreat
stick.
into the hill town of Elysium.
These,
So they show
this is the same kind of basically, and somebody just, oh my god, he does that. It's like flossing. It's like, yeah, that's their thing. It's like flossing for your legs. But yeah, anyway, I used to do that in class in law school, and every morsel of my fucking muscle. This girl used to get wet on her. I used to see a little puddle right by her little pussy. Like, really, yeah. Oh my god. She had a skirt dripping. Anyway, really, no. Perhaps why? She's amazing.
But on one side of the west, it's a nice gentle slope a couple of miles long. So as another historian pointed out, think of a peninsula.
Are you done though?
Like that. So Vercingetorix retreats to this city,
I'm
then
hungry.
turns around and blocks the entrance to the peninsula. Digs a ditch, builds a 6-foot-tall wall made of loose stones, and above him sits this hill fort city with the tribe whose home it is among the civilians. He sort of waits for Caesar. Caesar shows up, takes a look at this place, and decides, well, this is something you have to put under siege, obviously. But how do you put a place this large under siege? This is a huge endeavor if you really want to go there. But as we've said,
Are you done?
the Romans are one of the great secret
Well, let's see if this one has any more.
legionaries are about half construction worker, half soldier. Historian Michael Sage writes about Caesar looking at Elysia and deciding what to do.
14 minutes ago.
Since a direct assault was precluded, the only alternative was to capture the town by siege, which required the construction of massive fortifications. One of the striking aspects of the Gallic War is the engineering skill the Romans displayed in constructing siege fortifications. This expertise was part of a wider development of the use of fortifications by the Romans. They were used extensively not only in sieges, but also on the battlefield. The Romans constructed a continuous siege wall over 10 miles in length to close off Elysia. That's just for starters. Basically, once Vercingetorix sees what's going on,
Really?
the scope of what Caesar's about to do, he launches a cavalry attack down that one gentle slope of the peninsula of this plateau he's occupying, and gets into a dust-up with both Caesar's legionaries and Caesar's German cavalry. Once again, the German cavalry make the difference, and they pursue, along with the Romans, these Gallic cavalry members who Caesar says get caught up kind of in their own defenses, and they start clogging up around the narrow parts, and they get just massacred in crowds. People he's just crushed to death. So Caesar says that this tells Vercingetorix that he's not going to be able to break the siege himself, and also as this fortification starts to become complete, what are you going to do with cavalry anyway? So Caesar says he sends his cavalry away, sends all the cavalry back to their home tribes, because this is an army that is a consolidation of a bunch of allied tribes now, right? Almost everyone. So he sends the cavalry back to their own tribes, and Caesar says he tells them to bring a relief
It's
army.
weird.
Put together a rising of the tribes and come here and save us. We've got Caesar pinned down right here. As Vercingetorix is sending this cavalry all back to their home tribes, Caesar, again putting the words in his mouth, has him saying, don't leave me here. Don't forget who fought for your liberty. And then something to the effect of, oh yeah, I have 80,000 of your countrymen with me. I wouldn't want to see them die either, would you? Would you bring us to numbers here for a second? Because who the hell knows? What else are you going to say about these ancient battles? Sometimes you can reliably come close to something.
This would be a
Roman
big
psychics,
thing.
they'll say something like,
When Jim Morrison's saying higher, if there's person being told not to because it was banned on Ed Sullivan.
part-time combatants who are their servants and camp helpers and all that. So you don't know, but you can estimate better. On the Gallic numbers, you only have Caesar to go from, and it is outrageous. But as every historian says, what do you fill the blank with? I like the way Andrew Goldsworthy figures out. He says, what's about to happen here? You don't know the numbers of Celts involved, but you can reliably say it involves more than had ever been assembled in a single place before. Because this relief army that begins to come together is going to be, according to Caesar, absolutely enormous. Now, Caesar may have expected the relief army and may not have. Accounts different interpretations. But if he didn't expect it at some point, he hears that it's coming. So he begins to
If I was to
this
say
battle
to
where the
you,
siege is kind of known for,
girl, we couldn't get much higher.
another wall.
Come on, baby, light my
In the
fire.
opposite direction from the one
Come on, baby, light my fire.
So in other words,
Try to set the light on fire. Check that, Amanda. Check Amanda. Oh, I never changed
himself from without. The Roman army is going to operate within two separate siege walls. They're going to camp there, they're going to live there, and they're going to starve out this Celtic army on the hill, frustrating the efforts of the relief army that's showing up to rescue it. So for visual purposes, the hill plateau surrounded by fortifications, a ring of fortifications, and then an even larger ring surrounding that. Some things like a 15-mile circumference or something. Visually, you get the right picture. Imagine watchtowers that have artillery in them.
And then Mick Jagger had to sing, let's spend some time together.
This is a place that's going to be able to house 60 to 80,000 Roman soldiers and friends. So the size we're talking about here has multiple camps. Each camp is a fort in and of itself. It has 23 things that are like the Roman wings, little castles or fortresses. It's crazy. The best short description I ever read, because they're hard to find, because even Caesar can't help but go in on by Caesar standards. On all these pits filled with sharpened stakes and all these things that are
I tried to play her out somewhere. You know I want to say to you, girl, we couldn't get much time. Come on, baby, light my fire.
Roman entrenchments linked and encircling a chain of camps. The inner ditch was 20 feet wide, with sheer sides, i.e., not tapered from the bottom. And the main circumvallation was constructed 400 paces behind this ditch. Here, there were two trenches, each 15 feet wide and 8 feet deep. The river was diverted to carry water into the inner trench wherever possible. Behind the trenches was a 12-foot earthwork and palisade with antlered prongs projecting from it. Breastworks and battlements were overlooked by turrets at intervals of 80 feet. Caesar also sowed the grounds beyond his fortification with prongs and pitfalls of various patterns, illustratively or humorously termed lilies and stingers. A parallel line of fortifications was then provided as an outer circumvallation against the inevitable relief force. The inner perimeter was 10.1 miles long, the outer 12.9 miles. And so if you're one of these Gallic warriors, strike a blow, make a fatal blow in defense. The conquest of Gallic Celtic. Show up here in the hands and feel that the action place of the Romans are starts with huge 20-foot wide. Trenches are 8 foot, at least 8 feet deep trench. That's about 6 foot long.
I don't know.
double trenches. Also running into it. This is something that's almost enjoyable. They constructed all these traps. They sound like the kind of traps when I was growing up in the North Vietnamese, the Viet Cong.
Someone to love.
These things where they put a big sharp stake 3 feet in the ground and cover it with someone walk by. But the Romans have like thousands of those in front of them. Trenches have a bunch of other things that are similar but disguised differently. They mix them all together so that as you're approaching them, you're coming towards artillery. Romans start shooting at you. You're just starting to get your blood up. You're not worried about where you're stepping and everything, and then all of a sudden you see all these traps. And then right after the traps, you get into the trenches and you run into these prongs. I was reading how they did this. The Roman soldiers would go cut all these branches.
John
And then they
River,
would
she's
cut
so
the
pretty.
ends off the branches and sharpen all the ends. And then they would
Rabbi,
arrange them in a way so that it was like a
you love it
giant
tomorrow.
knife
I saw
going
it.
to it's a giant, it's almost like engine barbed wire. They would either put the
It's
bottom
just a
of one of
shot
these
away.
trenches right
It's just a shot away.
so that you're clambering out into the trench, and you know, you're human when you attack, someone disrupted. What's at the top of the trench? This giant engine prongs. Stockade. Without all that stuff in front of it. Let's not forget that behind these fortifications are these very same legionaries that have beaten these golden warriors most of the time on the open field without even having the help of fortifications. There are guard towers everywhere, as we said, artillery. And Caesar doesn't have all the advantages. Remember, there is a reportedly 80,000, let's lower that to something, say 35,000 golden warriors essentially in his rear. That army he's besieging. If the army from outside the ring attacks Caesar, he turns to face him. He's got 13 generals, and that army is so they can coordinate their attacks. Caesar's got a heavy chance. For each tribe, there are tributaries to how this is. Technological wars and sophisticated wars throughout history. This is one of the better chances, as I said, you're going to find. It's a gamble. This is wagering, as we've been saying throughout this talk, everything. If you guys Celtic peoples, and yet at the same time, this is a pretty good wager. It might be a bit of a long shot, but this is a chance that we have a chance to maybe win. Silence. That's what it I do not intend, he said, to notice the humans who dignify the most abject slavery by the title of surrender, for I hold that they ought not to be counted as citizens or admitted to a council. I am only concerned with those who are in favor of a sortie, meaning a raid, a multi-day. For as you are all agreed, in their council is to be recognized the memory of our ancient valor, to be unable to bear privation for a short span. That I call weakness, not manly resolution. It is easier to find men who will affront death than men who will patiently endure suffering. And yet I would give my sanction to this view. So highly do I respect the authority of its advocates. If I saw no evil involved in it, save the sacrifice of our own lives. But in forming our plans, we must have regard to the whole of Gaul. For we have called upon the whole of Gaul to help us. If 80,000 men fall on one field, what, think you, will be the feelings of our friends and kinsmen when they are constrained to fight almost on the very corpses of the slain? To save you, they have counted their personal danger as nothing. Do not then rob them of your aid. Do not, by your folly or rashness or lack of resolution, ruin the whole of Gaul and subject it to perpetual slavery. Can it be that because they have not arrived punctually to the day, you doubt their good faith and resolution? What then? Do you suppose that the Romans are toiling day after day on those outer lines simply to amuse themselves? If the messengers of your countrymen cannot reassure you because all ingress is barred, accept Roman testimony that their coming is near. Dread of that event keeps them busy upon their works night and day. And in other words, he's saying, if you doubt that a relieving army is on the way, tell me why the Romans are going to all this trouble. He then says that they ought to be prepared to eat each other if that's what it takes to regain Gallic liberty. Instead, what one translation here calls the Council of War decides to send out the useless mouths and prolong, how long the food will last a little more, sort of counting on the Romans maybe to take in these women and children and old people and infirmed, the people who used to live in that town before it became a battlefield. So Vercingetorix sends those people out to the Roman lines, and Caesar promptly sends them back. It's been explained that maybe Caesar didn't have the food to feed these people. Those people were besieging Caesar, make us slaves and then feed us like slaves. They just wanted to eat. And Caesar didn't have a ton of food himself, obviously, but also he thought sending them back might eat up Vercingetorix's food supply even faster. The problem is neither side relented, and those people began to die in between the lines. Eating grass is the way one ancient source described it. The women and children, the families of some of these warriors dying in front of you day after day of slow starvation and exposure to the elements while the siege goes on, and you have no idea if your friends are coming.
Why?
And then one day,
Could have been. Why? Just could have been. Why?
and they are visible
I
in
smile.
the distance in
Like Sean
Vercingetorix's
Anderson,
history.
Rudy.
You can see them
Parading
on an open plain in the distance, in a way that is all but like a skywriter saying, rejoice, all of Gaul is here, you're rescued. And on multiple hills in the distance, the Romans see what Adrian Goldsworthy said is certainly the largest Gaulic army ever assembled, however many people that might be. Actually, Goldsworthy says probably one of the largest armies in Caesar says likely the largest army. But even our hopelessly outdated and impossibly logical friend from 100 years ago, Hans Stelberg, thinks all these numbers are crazy. Admits that it might have been possible that this was a larger than normal army, because even though he's the guy who's always going to say, how are you going to feed them? He says it's possible that these people were never meant to eat for very long. This relief army is like a cruise missile to be launched right at Caesar and the Romans and his defenses. And so you don't have to worry about them breaking up like the Belgae did, as they're starving over a month or something. So I figure you you have an army here, if we're talking about the Native Americans having 2,000 warriors, and it's a pretty good amount, or the Zulus having 20,000, and that's a large Zulu army. This army might be, when you combine the numbers inside the hill fort with the relief army, 120,000. 130,000. The ancient sources have it well over 300,000, just 250,000 infantry in the relief force alone. Those are crazy, but once again, if this is 120,000 tribal warriors in one place, well, I like that Napoleon quote. The quantity has a quality of all its own. That'll make up for a lot of Roman advantages, won't it? Just having so many people. And you can understand Brooks' idea that maybe these people are just meant to be used right away when you see how quickly everything unfolds. The relief army shows up, camps out in these hills about a mile from the Romans, goes down to this plain, which is the only part of the area which is really like a battlefield. It's the one open space, that western area, the gentle slope of the plateau. So all the real fighting, especially the wide open cavalry stuff, happens there. And they go out and they demonstrate there, and that's where Vercingetorix and all his beleaguered, besieged, starving people who've already seen those people from the town starve in between the two armies, throw up a cheer, Caesar says. Let's remember why we say Caesar says all the time, why we're so reliant on him. He's the only eyewitness from this battle that we have any account from. And anyone else's account of this battle often uses him as a source. So he's both invaluable and at the same time, obviously, biased as hell. Although anyone you got from this battle is probably going to be pretty biased. In this case, though, when Caesar plays up the fear, a lot of times when Caesar's playing up the fear of the dangerousness of a situation, you can perhaps suggest that he's doing it to magnify his own greatness, but this looks legitimately dangerous here. This looks like a moment in history, as we said, where the tribal people kind of have a shot. 120,000, 130,000 warriors gives you a shot. So when Vercingetorix and his people see this relief army, Caesar says they come running down from their positions towards that trench that separates them from the Romans, and they begin filling it in. In other words, preparing to do their job in this whole attack, which is to attack the Romans from the other side when the big relief army smashes against them at the front. So Caesar says he has all his people take up the positions. And he sends his cavalry down into this plain to engage the Gallic cavalry that's down there. Now, who knows about these numbers? Estimates are Caesar had about 6,000 cavalry. Wide mix of things. Still had some Gallic cavalry, probably had some Spanish, probably had some Numidian. We know he had some Germans. And the Gauls, had Gauls, and they fight and skirmish all afternoon, apparently, and the Gauls are getting the better of it when Caesar says, all of a sudden, and not for the last time, these German cavalry once again turn the tide. Kill a bunch of the Gauls, chase them off, win the day. And he says that Vercingetorix and his people who are standing by, having filled in the trench waiting to attack, dejectedly head back uphill toward the town after they see that this relief army isn't going to be giving them any relief today. So then you get the next day, and something happens that seems to validate some of those earlier points we were making, that in the later books of Caesar's, as Andrew Rigsby points out, he begins to point out that these people are growing and they're changing, and their prolonged contact and fighting with the Romans is making them more dangerous. As we said earlier, this is the reason sometimes used to explain why the Germans will sack Rome in 410 AD, right? Prolonged contact with the Romans made them Roman enough so that they could do that. Well, Caesar's kind of alleging, as this commentary of his goes on, that the Celts are going that way. They need to be dealt with now before they get any better, because they spend the next day, during the day, calmly and coolly and logically and diligently, the Romans might notice because they always think of the Celts as so lazy and liking to avoid hard labor, but they're cutting down trees and they're making ladders and grappling hooks and putting together bundles of sticks so that when they run toward these Roman trenches, they can all throw their bundle into the trench, and eventually the bundles fill up the trench and you can run over them. In other words, they're not rushing at the defenses like a bunch of war-mad, battle-crazed barbarians that you can just pick off because they're so stupid. They are calmly and logically planning for an organized assault. So in a way, that's scarier. And then, when the sun goes down, things are only lit by torchlight, maybe moonlight, who knows. The largest army probably ever assembled in Gaul, one that is infinitely larger than any North American tribal army ever assembled, and exponentially larger, throws itself against the Roman defenses at night. Caesar writes that after midnight, this Celtic army, right, just creeps up quietly and then launches its attack all at once, making a lot of noise all at once. But imagine you're up in the Gallic hill fort besieged, wondering what's coming next because you're out of touch with these relief forces on the other side of the Romans. And then the stillness of the night is broken by this loud roar. And you instantly know something's going on down there. So Vercingetorix blows the trumpet, Caesar says, begins to get his forces together to support the attack on his side. Meanwhile, this Celtic force is throwing themselves against the Roman defenses in the dark and falling into all the pits and traps and spurs and all these things that Caesar so lovingly and devilishly described. They're bad enough in daytime, but at night, well, you can see how it would be even a bigger problem. He says these Gauls are falling into the pits and they're being skewered by these stakes, these sharpened pieces of wood the size of a man's thigh. Some of them, others are much smaller, meant to go through your foot and disable you. Meanwhile, Roman artillery is shooting from the walls at you. You're trying to get through the trenches. You've got to deal with these prongs. But Caesar makes it out to be a near-run thing, and they are beating off this attack, well, like something out of one of those old westerns where the Native Americans are attacking the small little fort, and there seems to be an endless supply of them, and you seem to almost be at your last leg. Caesar specifically names, he's good at this, remember, two of his, one of my translations calls them generals, which is not a good translation, but he means senior commanders on the scene. One of them is Marcus Antonius, and of course he'll be ancient tabloid fodder later when he looks up with Cleopatra. But he's one of the people that will run to the aid of the beleaguered sectors whenever it's needed. Caesar says, all the traps and everything they've got set up, these Gauls are throwing down their bundles of sticks and they've got their ladders, and it's a near-run thing at several different places, and then the dawn breaks and the Gallic wave subsides. And this melting of the Gauls back to their camp is portrayed as some historians as the failure of the assault, but other historians suggested that the first battle that they fought, the cavalry, one that the Germans once again turned the tide at, made it impossible for these Celtic infantrymen to operate in this big field during daylight. So whatever the reasoning, the relief army loses its second battle against Caesar, and the first assault that it makes against the fortifications of the Romans fails as well. And Caesar says that part of the problem here is that Vercingetorix and the troops besieged in the hill fort never got their act together in time to help. That by the time the relief force melts back toward the camp in morning, Vercingetorix hasn't launched his attack yet. So that's a traditional Gallic coordination problem. It's not surprising, although Vercingetorix had done a pretty good job of avoiding those kind of traditional Gallic mistakes, so maybe it's surprising in that sense. Caesar says that the Gallic leadership, which remember is made up of a ton of different tribes under several major war chiefs from different tribes. As a Native American fan, I can't help but think of some of the chiefs that I've always thought most highly of working together. Obviously, they come from different time periods, but working together in some giant effort like this. But they have a conference to try to figure out what's going on because we've lost 2 battles in 2 or 3 days. They were upset about the reconnaissance, pointing out maybe that we shouldn't have lost so many people to those traps that we didn't know about. And then they interviewed the locals, who are, after all, Gallic themselves, about the local lay of the land. Is there some weak spot in the Roman fortifications? Turns out there is a hill that Caesar couldn't incorporate into his defenses. The Celts find out about it, Caesar says 60,000 of them under one of these war chiefs. You gotta love it when 60,000 is a detachment of your forces, whatever the real number might be. 60,000 of them sneak over to this weak spot, and then when they launch their attack, there will be corresponding attacks launched elsewhere to help. Interesting to wonder whether the people at the time understood what this is. This is the actual spin of the roulette wheel right now. I mean, this is the encounter that will decide, and Caesar will say this, he says during the fighting to his men, this is the encounter, and they will come down, Caesar says, to a moment that will decide the course of the war that he's been fighting for the better part of a decade, and given what we know now, decide the state of Gallic liberty for the next 5 centuries. Caesar says that it is about noon that this surprise attack is launched against the weak part of the Roman fortification. And they say it's the weak part because instead of being able to be situated on top of a hill with a good view all around, this one part of the camp had to be situated below the crest. But that means you don't know and can't see what's on the opposite side of the crest, the reverse slope. But in this case, if you believe Caesar, 60,000 hand-picked tribal warriors were, and around noon they come galloping over that slope, heading towards a part of the camp. Remember, Caesar's troops are numerous, but they're strung out over the entire length of this 14-mile circumference, or whatever it is. There's about 2 legions, maybe 10,000 people right here close by. With 60,000, sounds crazy, so we'll say 30,000 screaming warriors coming down that hill at them. As we mentioned, this isn't all Caesar has to deal with because, of course, they launch a strike from the main area, this great big plain that all the battle's been fought on, the main Roman defenses. Well, those Celts come out to play again, too, and historians are divided on whether or not this is a real attack intended to produce results of its own, or whether it's purely a diversion. But you can't just send a bunch of legionaries from there now to go bolster the weak area because they're busy. And because this is the climactic battle, you would expect that Vercingetorix up in the hill fort, with his lean, hungry, besieged troops, would also launch an attack to help too. So they come down off the hill, and they do the same, and then they begin to concentrate right near that same weak spot that the 60,000 picked guys from outside are concentrated on. This is now the crux of the battle. So Caesar goes to a place where he can see really well, and his job, as he sees it, and he emphasizes this, instead of being the heroic commander on the ground wielding a sword and leading his men like King Arthur or Alexander, Caesar's job is to hold on to the precious reserves and dole them out stingily to wherever they're needed most. And he does this, but what's going to happen when he runs out of reserves? What's going to happen when you have a threatened part of the line and no more legionaries to send there to bolster it, because you'll do this several times in the battle? Finally, the situation at the weak spot in the fortifications is so bad it's in danger of being overrun, which everyone seems to think would mean the battle. So Caesar has to go himself. The last thing he does before he runs to that spot of the line, though, and it turns out to be crucial, you know, is to take a few legions that he scrapes together with some cavalry, including our German friends, puts them under the command of someone, says, ride outside the fortifications and whip around and try to get behind the enemy that we're fighting in that area and see what you can do, basically. And then Caesar grabs some more legions, I guess that's the bottom of the barrel, and heads there himself. He arrives to the threatened part of the line, and you instantly have this feeling that he's just walked into the Alamo when it's totally under siege and he's Davy Crockett. And he didn't have to be at a place where he might die in a few moments, but now he's walked into it of his own free will. Caesar says that everyone notices the red cloak, which is why you wear the red cloak, but he has the same effect that a super celebrity would have on both sides, he says, Celtic and Roman alike. Remember, this is not modern warfare where, because of the projectile weapons, everybody stays as far apart from each other as they can. This is ancient warfare where war is decided, as the Romans always say, by hand strokes. So you got to be close, and everyone is. And Caesar says that they see him arriving, and both sides fight harder because of it. What's more, a lot of this battle is visible from the battle lines of people who are not involved in the fighting, so they're cheering too. Caesar says the first cavalry battle on the plain, both sides are cheering. It's like a murderous, bloody game of Quidditch or something. In this case, Caesar says because of the way the hill is sloped, which made it vulnerable to begin with, most of the Gauls and whatnot, and a lot of Romans too, can watch this entire fight and are cheering and making noise. And the way Caesar narrates this is it's a never-run thing. He says his troops throw their spears, fight with swords. People are cheering and yelling from different sides of the battlefield. Shouts are going up, he says, from the hillsides. And then he describes this moment. Again, you can't help but think the Eagles are coming. It's one of those. You had to be. It's like the people who were at the sinking of the USS Indianapolis that delivered the nuclear bomb, and they're in the water, and the sharks are eating them, and they've been in there for 5 days, and then the rescue plane appears, and there's that moment where you're just never happy in your whole life to see anything. Caesar looks and he sees, among other things, his German allied or mercenary cavalry, maybe the magnificent 400 of the German people, behind the Celtic force that's about to overrun that part of the fortifications. And a slaughter ensues. It's one paragraph from Caesar arriving at the beleaguered section of the fortifications to the complete turn of the tide. From the wonderful Hammond translation, Caesar talks about arriving on the scene in his red cloak. And no word on whether he was doing Darth Vader breath thing when he did. Caesar says, quote, Caesar hurried to join in the fighting. The conspicuous color of the cloak he habitually wore in battle proclaimed his arrival. Because the downward slopes were in clear view from the heights above, the enemy spotted the cavalry squadrons and cohorts he had ordered to follow him and joined battle. A shout went up from both sides and was answered by another from the rampart and defense works. Our men threw their spears, then fought with swords. Suddenly, the cavalry was glimpsed in the rear. More cohorts were advancing. The enemy turned tail, and the cavalry charged them as they fled. Massive slaughter followed.
Usually with something.
Once again, Caesar spare with words, but you get the picture.
Also,
It was a nightmare. I don't know how many people died in the fighting before that climactic moment in Celtic history. We don't know how many died afterwards. I've seen estimates, although Caesar's not helping, that the Romans lost more than 10,000, which is a lot by Roman standards, but the Celts lost a bit more. They lost enough so that these survivors of this charge and this attack on this one part of the fortification made it back to their own camp about a mile away. They knew it was over. And they began to break up and go home. And it's indicative of how hard fought this battle was. That Caesar and the Romans didn't just totally destroy them then. Caesar's other pursuit had to be postponed for a little bit while they recovered. And of course, it's in the sketch. Vercingetorix and his besieged army, his allied army of many tribes, watch this whole thing. And now know they're doomed. Everything else. I'm always fascinated by the extremes of the human experience and the emotional and intellectual edge involved in some of the affairs. I mean, think about if you could take a photo of what it looks like from Vercingetorix's point of view, when this battle's over, as he looks out at the panorama laid out before him, the Roman defenses, the skyline, and the disaster in the foreground. What does that look like? And what are they? As this all sinks in as to what this means. And once again, Caesar makes him out to be kind of a noble savage, if you will, to bring up all those literary dimensions again. And as Vercingetorix basically saying, do with me what you will. I only did what I did for Gallic liberty. He said, kill me or hand me over to the Romans alive, whatever you think best. So Caesar says when he sets up this chamber, and he's sitting outside this camp,
she's firing all cylinders. Fuck yeah.
Inside the siege as they empty this place out. And then Caesar makes no big deal about Vercingetorix surrendering. which may be closer to the truth, some historians say, but Adrian Goldsworthy says Caesar would never allow himself to be upstaged in his own commentaries. Maybe he's suggesting you should believe the Cassius Dio or Plutarch accounts, which are more romanticized, but sound much more in keeping with Vercingetorix's status as a noble, native, tribal chief, kind of. I mean, you put an African king, or a great Native American chief, or a Pacific Islander king, for example. This works in a lot of places, in that same position in the movie, and it works just as well. But the sources say if you allow for a little bit of animation of the Vercingetorix will go and put on his best armor, adorn himself with his best weapons, get on his horse, ride down to Caesar who's sitting in the chair, do a circle around him, get off the horse, throw his armor down, sit at Caesar's feet, and not say a word.
You're not gonna find it. What is it called? I don't even give a shit about it. I just want to see if I can find it. What's it called? Pedicure bath?
His fate, which will have to, come after Caesar's schedule lightens up a little bit because he's got a whole civil war to fight, and he's got to tear the guts out of the Republic. And when he finally gets a chance to settle down on the party, he'll have 20 days of Thanksgiving proclaimed in his absence when Rome hears about this whole thing. But for him to actually participate and enjoy himself, it's going to be a while. And when that happens, though, there's lots of different entertainment, very exotic stuff. And the highlight of this, the party favor of party favors, will be Vercingetorix 6 years later, paraded in chains as part of this procession. He'll be taken down to one of these dungeons, and he will be ritually strangled. So think about the human misery that emanates from the results of this battle. I like the way
Somebody's spot, the red spot,
the importance of these days. I mean, remember earlier in this conflict, I'd mentioned that Caesar sort of breaks it down to like a frantic moment, practically, that the whole battle hinges upon. Think about what that moment going the other way, which might lead to that battle going the other way, would mean over the long haul. Historian Nick Fields writes about the effect of the Elysia siege court. Battles are singular moments in history, productive of strange events. Much may depend upon a small detail. The effects of a detail may be victory, and the effects of victory may be long-lasting. Elysia was such, for in a very real sense, it symbolized the extinction of Gaulish liberty. Rebellions would come and go, but never again would a Gaulish warlord, independent of Rome, hold sway over the tribes of Gaul. To gain liberty, Vercingetorix, a strong and popular leader, had hazarded everything at Elysia and lost. Which begs a more fundamental and difficult question. When you look at the cost of losing, was the fight and the goal worth it? The Gauls went from being political slaves to being actual slaves. Historian Paul Gavagon, whose book The Cutting Edge, had a statement that I thought was so deep. It makes you question the entire paradigm when you think about admiring the resistance, the hard, never-ending, never-say-die resistance, which is the thing that makes the movie so great, as the Native Americans, in the face of calamity, continue to resist against overwhelming odds, right? I mean, the outcome is known, the doom is upon them, and they still fight back. Gavagon writes, quote, unfortunately, the Gauls protracted the war, meaning the Gaulish War, for 9 bloody years. It has been estimated at least 1 million of the natives perished in the process. From another perspective, this was their war of independence. But
there's some lady who came out with her own. She was like already a thing. She came out with a line of
warriors looking over the edge of the hill fort at the devastation after the Battle of Elysia. You realize now what the downside of the give me liberty, give me death choice is going to look like. The Gavagon quote makes you wonder about what's the proper amount of resistance to offer in the face of a conqueror who's taking everything from you for resisting. It's a hard question because one might be willing to sacrifice one's own life.
The best of them all was this one treehouse cut that was for kids And they had video games that they played when we were kids. Really? Yeah, they had N64.
Against other things that you give your
Really? Yeah. Here's the thing that sucks though.
experience, I think.
They never had any real games,
Persistence of people
so
that have been
you
called
could only play
Celtic
like
or lumped in with
demo
Celtic.
versions. Why?
For many generations.
Oh, I'm sure
Celtic
those fucking
civilization
games disappeared. So they didn't want to
this
do
conquest of the Gauls and submission.
because kids would steal.
This supposedly enforces doesn't mean they're going to stop speaking a Celtic language in these areas.
But I'm sure you could get it duct tape with love.
Talking about this scourge of these Celtic languages that are still tenaciously
Yeah.
holding on centuries after
Gives a
this.
shit. Yeah.
Whether or not you classify
Allegedly.
people in the British
Why?
Isles and Ireland as Celtic, I'm using air quotes for my hands here too. Seems to be a
I
judgment
wonder where
call
this
best
goes.
left up to
44
experts.
minutes.
But the DNA
I love it.
evidence is
It says it's like 44 minutes ago, right? This bitch goes every 5 fucking minutes. My fellas is like clockwork.
of all the people in that region that predate the Celtic period quite a bit. So if there are similarities in that way, bad competition, cross-cultural contamination, those are things that are very old indeed. Nonetheless, maybe those personality traits often associated with Celtic peoples aren't altogether gone or made up. Much of this, by the way, as you know, probably was rediscovered over the last couple hundred years as part of the awakenings of nation states and their roots of who they are and who they were. I certainly know that the Irish consider themselves, as Celtic gets. And I happen to know that at least a few of them haven't given up the fight. Maybe the Romans think they would, but maybe just got outlasted. I remember when I was a kid, 7 years old, maybe 8, and I had an Irish girl who was taking care of us, stereotypically named Marie. But 19 years old, 20 years old, and she came upon me one day when my soldiers all set up having a battle. Romans against Celts. She said, who's going to win? I said, the Romans are going to win. I said, the Romans always beat the Celts. She said, oh, really? What language are they speaking currently in Italy? She says, bear in mind, back at home, we're still speaking the Irish. Of course, Irish, Gaelic, is a Celtic language. And you'll note that it ain't dead yet.
Go to dancarlin.com for information on how to donate to the show.
Stay tuned at the end of today's program for information on where you can get more free hardcore history audio. Today's show is sponsored by Audible. Get a free audiobook with a 30-day trial membership if you sign up with Audible today. Go to audible.com/hardcorehistory or text hardcore history, all one word, to 500-500 to get started today.
December 7th, 1941. A date which will live.
It's hardcore history.
The Blitz Edition.
I'm very interested in pain. Not in a masochistic or a sadistic way. I'm interested in pain and suffering for much the same reason that, virtually all of you are. Look at the entertainment you consume. Take out all of the physical and mental pain and suffering. What do you have left? It's a source of art and always has been, because it speaks to us on a human level. Doesn't matter how many things are different with human beings through the ages, and how much the culture changes us, how much the technology makes us different from our forebears. We can all understand pain. I think about it a lot. When I say that I'm interested in the extremes of the human experience, what does that mean? Sometimes I break it down. I think it just means pain, mental and physical. You start to wonder about being so interested in that, but James Baldwin, the writer, put it wonderfully, I thought, when he pointed out that this connects us to each other. And he wrote, quote, You think your pain and your heartbreak are unprecedented in the history of the world, but then you read. It was books that taught me that the things that tormented me most were the very things that connected me with all the people who were alive, who had ever been alive. But it's such a strange thing, this pain, right? This evolutionary adaptation that's probably saved more human lives than anything, fear and pain together especially. At the same time, think of the loophole. I think it's a loophole. I wouldn't want to say that it's an evolutionary feature. Think of the loophole, the infliction of pain, the ability to turn your own senses against you to hurt you. Think about what a huge role that's played in history. Going from a place where the pain is so useful to tell you to just put your hand on the hot stove, to a place where somebody else can put your hand on the hot stove to hurt you deliberately for one reason or another. Then all of a sudden, those sensors that keep you safe are the very weapon used to hurt you, to torment you, and to compel you to do things against your will. Strange thing, this sense. Our reaction to other people's pain and suffering is fascinating too, isn't it?
It's like,
You can sort of run the gamut from empathy and sympathy
she's
to
21.
kind of amusement or enjoyment, or maybe even you could say emotional
Oh, I love your
voyeurism.
dress though. Really, that was a beautiful dress.
But in our defense, most of the time the kind of pain and suffering we're enjoying is fake pain, theatrical pain, storytelling pain, Hollywood pain and suffering.
Those telescope chairs become a thing.
You know what's getting hurt for real. But the more real something seems, the more emotionally intense it can be, and that can be more satisfying.
Not a bad job for a 21-year-old person. Why? They wouldn't hire me.
My kids have been
Why?
watching live
You tried to work at Jimmy
performances of
John's?
plays on television.
I
They make
did.
a big deal about how it's
So
live
funny.
in front of you.
This
and
person
real
would get
that way.
this
And I
in the
thought,
end of the
what
day.
if they did
So I know
action films, or
interesting
maybe
thing
not
about
even
that
the action
What?
films, just the trailers, the promos that run before the movie that you go to see. Assuming you still go to see movies. What if they did a live performance in front of an audience of that? You know, real car crashes, real bullets in the real guns. Well, it would be a horror show, wouldn't it? I think they'd go quickly off script as the bodies piled up, but no person in their decent sensibilities would go to watch people killed in public for entertainment.
98% franchise.
But of course, we all know
Jimmy John's
that
Way Out
people have done that,
Here we go.
which is
After
the
Jimmy
normal
John's Way
behavior.
Out Club,
The one that says,
graduated second
oh
to
my
last
God,
in his
torturing
cousin
and killing
Argentina
people in public for entertainment is
Father
barbaric.
gave him a choice to either
Or
join
the
the army
people
or
that
visit
say,
father.
as someone from a time period where this was common and approved of behavior might say, hey, wait a minute. You just
Jimmy
put
John
a thin veil between what you like and what we like. We both like the same thing. You just like yours to be fake. Whatever part of the brain is enjoying it may be the same part as being titillated, one way or the other. I'd like to warn those who might be squeamish. This particular story is going to be very graphic indeed, even by our standards. But the fact that we need to issue such a warning because we might be too sensitive about this is itself fascinating. Because once upon a time, there were people who would appreciate a warning also about this kind of stuff, but the warning that was the warning that it was going to happen. So they made sure they got there and didn't miss the live version. And in fact, for a lot of them, so that they could get the jump on the high ticket prices that were going to be charged for the rooms close enough for you to actually witness, smell, see, and hear tortures and executions done live.
In 1980, I met David Coulter, who
There's a lot of fascinating things about us, I think. in the story I want to talk about today, but it all revolves around the question of pain one way or the other. And in a lot of the stories that we talk about, the pain is everywhere in the story, but interspersed and melded together with the topic. In this story, it is center stage. Once upon a time,
The first franchise
not that long ago, human beings went to public executions where torture was a huge part of the event in order to watch and enjoy it. What the heck is that? Well, they never promise answers around here because there's no one qualified to give them. But the questions about what this might say about us, either today or back then, in perpetuity, are pretty fascinating too. But as I said, not for the squeamish. If you want people who can't handle this, good for you. Some of us are still fascinated by this for reasons that I like to think are high-minded and educational and interesting. I hope it's just not a historical, voyeuristic trip through time to do the equivalent of virtually sitting in the seat next to that spectator at the Roman Colosseum who watches people devoured by lions.
He's got Jack as a son. And Jack's a
And one of the things I have to keep reminding myself is that if I were born in a different place, at a different time, if you took a baby, as I've always said, from now in a time machine back to this Roman era, for example, you or your kid might be sitting down next to the guy eating the equivalent of popcorn while you watched a wild beast devour people for your pleasure.
Leslie, her husband John.
It's obvious, isn't it, that there's a huge culture
Well, they're not
influence on
mentioned.
what's going on here. What's not obvious, maybe, at least not to
They
me,
kind of got fucked out of it.
is which direction the cultural
Now,
influence
it
is
sounds like it's
operating.
all his idea and everything,
Is
which
it
is great,
bloodthirsty times like
but
the era
that's
of
not
the
all
Roman
true.
games
Yeah.
and the Colosseum and whatnot, creating bloodthirsty human beings that like this stuff, or is it catering to
So what?
an innate need? I mean, this
I just
question
know that
gets really deep when you
Leslie
ask
and her family, they're already
what's the
very well.
default
You have to
human
talk in the
setting,
future like her mother
whether or
does.
not
Why?
you
She's
enjoy
like,
watching
love
others
it.
pain and suffering for entertainment.
We need to go to the art museum.
Because the really
As opposed to
uncomfortable
the
question is to say that yes, cultural
Natural
influences
History
play a
Museum,
huge role
which we
in
were at
creating
yesterday.
this stuff. Modern day culture that's
It's
making that
weird.
stuff not as
Not
popular as it used to be. In other words, the default
Anyway, I just
setting
imagine
of
like this
humankind
big
is to
like
enjoy
fucking
the
throw
stuff
in the building. Like,
Colosseum in its own
anyway,
modern
and
enlightened
that's another thing.
thinking
Why?
and
She
rationality
worked
and
for
empathy
what
with
I
the
knew
human
to
beings
come
that
to
has
television.
sort of blunted that natural enjoyment, as we said a minute ago.
I've only heard it on
People
television.
from another
So
time period might argue, and we started wagging our finger what they enjoyed, and we both enjoyed the same thing.
really, yeah.
We just like our version to be faked,
But I was like, it's so
the human equivalent of
anyway, and
that
Chrissy's
little
just
disclaimer you get in some movies where they'll point
I
out
love
that
the
no
comes to
animals were actually injured in the making of this film.
Chrissy got it.
Well, these days we feel the same way about people, and have for quite some time. No people were actually injured in the making
Anyway.
of this piece of entertainment. But there are people who are purists
Is that the end of your story?
and say, well, shit, I don't go for that kind of fake
So she would. It was like this
torture, violence,
kind of
whatnot.
sad story that she would tell. She'd be like, yeah, we
I'm not even sure
helped him start this business,
that's
and
true, to be honest.
it got going. It was, I think she did say it was like his dad's money, but we all helped
How
him.
cynical I'm
As,
feeling, but it does occur to me from time to time
and
that it's
it
an
started
untested,
taking off,
unproven,
and
sort of an assertion
he
that
ended up
in the modern developed
buying everybody out or something like that, and it got really big.
like our violence
So,
faked when we're at the
you know, it's one of those things. Oh, you could have made it big. And I don't know if everybody has one of those stories, but we had someone in our family who invented the disposable diaper. They're called Mighty Mites. Really, yeah. And somebody saw this and was like, well, we did that
have to compete head to head
for half the price or whatever, but they were the first disposable diapers. Like, before then, it was
sort of film has to go head to head against a
cloth
groundbreaking
diapers.
piece of performance art.
The first time
It
it
is so
broke out, it
unusual
was
that
much
several
more
of your favorite actors did not survive the
made your
production of
house
this film,
much
and
more
everything you see in it is real. The thing is, after 1 week of ticket buying, how many people go to one film over the other? What are the
Hey,
reviews?
Jen. Okay, is that the end of your story?
It's atrocious, but I bet it's a
So
hit.
anyway,
That would be weird.
Jimmy
It's hard to
John's.
imagine. So what if we imagine something that's just as weird, but you can see it
Well, why
happening?
were they big? So they beat. Oh, okay. So they had delivery drivers that were big. So students on campus didn't have the ability to go drive anywhere. So these guys were just, and they were able to get on campus, and it was like $5 for a sandwich, and $5 and a couple bucks for a tip, and you can have a sandwich in like they would. They get it down like 9 minutes. You call, and 9 minutes later they'd be here. That quickly.
How many people have seen a
They would try to get it under 10 minutes. Really? The one, I think, by campus was the busiest one. That used to be a Schwatzky. Really? Yeah. Anyway, there's like a haircut.
Just from a human experiment,
Anyway,
data research.
done? So I want to get a job after I crash and burn. A lawyer, a bartender, a bunch of anyway. And what? It was like, well, I had a car, and I could get
walkout fight. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that go into keeping.
It was like, well, you got to do something. So what did they tell you? I went in. They had like open interviews, and I went in and they're like, okay, here's the menu. Come back when you're ready to take a test. So for 24 hours, I fucking memorized that entire menu. So I can tell you they have like some weird things on. Like what?
The statistics of which countries, which
Alfalfa
regions,
sprouts
which
are on a
people.
lot of things. Not necessarily. They're actually on a couple of things, but I remember
which
they go
countries
to
shunned it, or hardly
So I memorized this fucking
which countries really bought more than their share.
menu. And I came in there, and
I suppose
they're like, okay, you ready for
have
the
to
test?
hope that
Yep.
something like that would
They just give me a piece of paper. Like, okay, write the menu.
some sort of
I was able to write their whole
Can you
fucking menu,
imagine how
word for word, everything.
would incentivize
And I
any
think they
number
that
of
as a
cash
little
starved tin-plated dictators to elbow their way
really,
into
yeah, because I did not get
the
a call back.
lucrative
Really?
virtual execution
But
tourism
you had their whole
market.
fucking menu. Yeah.
But even if something like that happened, there's a layer of emotional protection. I mean, you're not there. Just like there's a layer
Anyway,
of
they
emotional
try to get
protection
the job done.
between, a live
Why?
$59.95 pay-per-view execution and what a lot of people look at online right now.
My parents, I think.
You can go see
Why?
historic footage of assassination
No.
attempts and executions. Heck, you can
Like,
go
you gotta
watch
do something.
some
Like,
of the Nazis
I'm
for
not gonna
war crimes, not the
have class for these people and then go
there were lots of
deliver
other,
food to them
punishments
to
down
pay the
line.
bills for
Some
that.
of
I
them are
will
online, and I don't think
find
you're a
something
statist
else
if you
that
feel it. Not
that
at
is a
all.
little bit better.
Do
Yes.
something different.
Not that there's
happened a long
anything
time
bad
ago.
about living. I did. I served
There's some
that that
detachment
summer,
in
so
being
it
a
wasn't
two-dimensional
like
image,
that.
maybe even black and white, certainly grainy,
But
whatever. Takes you more and more.
it was. It to me, there's like
This is like watching a boxing match 35 years
throwing
ago.
a bucket of water on a volcano. It's like there's so much debt here. A bucket of water delivering is not going to do shit.
It's not.
The interest is so high. It's higher than what I make hourly at that fucking place.
Execution live. I mean, if the laws changed where you live, and all of a sudden this became possible, and they were going to have one in the nearest good-sized city near you. How many
So you were actually thinking
neighbors do you think
more
show up to
smartly. Well,
watch?
the company was thinking more smartly. I mean,
Difference between
why didn't they hire?
people who make a lot of money
I don't
and
think
people who
that
don't make
they
a lot of money. People who
thought I
have
was
religious faith,
overqualified.
or people who have no religious
Really?
faith, or another.
Yeah, but it's an excellent
Again,
way
interesting to see who
to.
showed up and why. Just to say,
Because if anybody ever fucking goes to apply for a job there, you've got the fucking
if you did,
menu basically memorized.
motivation, curiosity.
Really? Yeah.
Or
Did you have to
idea
memorize
that, listen,
all the
this isn't
menu?
some stage thing like you binge watch on TV. Anything could happen, right?
I think they said
Go on.
memorize the menu. Don't need to memorize the prices. It's really, it's something like that.
Weird. The first time
And I
that
think
it
they
happened,
said,
how long do you think? How many of these
just
things
as-
would it take?
I think they
before
said
people
memorize
became comfortable with it.
the
If they ever
sandwich,
became comfortable with it.
not the prices.
Let me blow
Why?
your mind for a minute if you don't already know about this.
They
Let's
didn't give a
talk
shit
about
about
an
soda.
execution that occurred not in the Middle Ages,
And then
although
they
you
gave
would
it to
think
They
it was
had,
from
I mean, the
there
way,
when you
the
hear
reason
it.
why they were so big,
Execution
these
occurred
tiny
in
little
Paris.
fucking things that
Not
schools
all
did,
that
or I mean,
long ago.
companies did,
If I give context,
made them the most
George
dominant
Washington,
forces in the country.
an adult
What
who
was it?
already
These magnets that you could put on a fucking,
battle for the British.
like on the side of a refrigerator from Domino's Pizza, everywhere. They would be like at the beginning of the school year,
March
when you get your,
1757,
they would just like put them
pay for that crime.
on your door or like get them in your mailbox. Somehow they just get something to you, or a flyer that had like coupons on it. That was magnetic though. That was the key. It was magnetic. That you just put it on there and it just stayed there. And And then, what's the number for fucking? Because like not everybody had a smartphone. No one had a smartphone. Oh, it's ending. So like
all sovereigns throughout the history of the world,
it wouldn't be like, oh, just look up what the number for Domino's is on your phone. There was none of that. It was like you had to look in a laptop or look in the phone book. But if it's on your fucking refrigerator 24 hours a day, I have all my pictures from college. I bet you could see this little fucking magnet on a lot of pictures on some, you know, and not just mine. Look at anyone from my school for years. Okay, so that was one. Jimmy John's did the same thing, and they put their menu on there. Call us for delivery. And so people always had an opportunity. Look, I didn't have the kind of funds where I could just call and have whatever I wanted, but my friends did. So it was just like, oh, there's a fucking number. These are kids who are in different levels, so it's just like they don't have to worry about it being time. They could call there and have food in like 9 fucking minutes. It was. They had some manager there. It wasn't the one when I was there, but they had some kind of system where it was like the drivers were super motivated. That was the thing. The drivers were so fucking nice. If you drove for Jimmy John's, you were like seen as a really nice person already. Why? So you couldn't work there and not be positive and nice and fast. That was the thing. They were very, very quick. So they would run from the car to the door. Not that it was an expectation, but that was their thing. They're freaky fast. And what? Their commercials become a thing. But what was it? Well, okay, so then there's that. Is that the end of it? Did you ever have it? Yeah, well, allegedly in college, they'd have it, or it would be like, okay, I remember it was $5 for a foot long back then. No, it wasn't. That came later. $5 foot long.
On that special day, he arrived bright and early to see the show. Friedland writes.
No, it
and brought along with him the
it was $5
equivalent of movie popcorn.
Yeah. And it was like you could get 5 foot longs. 5 types of footlongs for $5. That was their big thing, and they got sued over the length of the windows of that shit, whether it was really a foot, and is that a grand or whatever. What did you think? Well, they can make that fucking sandwich 8 inches on the first floor, and nobody can really do anything about it now. It's basically like, what do they have to show accurately? I think you can call it whatever the fuck you want. Advertising it.
That man is describing an 18th century version of a tailgate.
I think places eventually start putting a banana in their fucking event itself as a scale, so people know how big. And they even use different size bananas. Like just one kind of banana becomes a standard banana. It's like extreme. But like people want to know how big shit is in comparison to other stuff. Because they'll be, whoa, use of force perspective is a thing. So anyway, is that the end of your story?
Execution of that age. It was spectacular because it was unusual, because they hadn't done one of these really nasty ones in a while, so everyone wanted to see it. So nasty about it.
Is that the end of your story?
Published ahead of time what was going to happen in the sky in notices so that people would know what they were coming to watch. And so
no, I know
exactly what happened.
So what?
People who tried to stick a knife
Where'd you
between the
first? I
king's
think my mom
ribs.
would bring it up.
The prisoner was
They'd have like an extra. They'd have like a catered event from there or something, and they might have an extra or something like that.
His right hand, which had held the knife,
That was the thing.
very symbolic.
I
was to be
ate,
burned, it said, by fire and sulfur.
and I really felt sorry for my employees that they couldn't do this, but the place never paid a lot, so but they did have very nice food, and they'd have too much food. And instead of throwing it out, they let the people take it home to their families. And most of the people there made a lot more than my mom. Way more. Like some of my mom would work next to people who were making millions of dollars from a university, which is very rare. And my mom's making.
Again, this bears some delving down into what we're talking about here, and this is gruesome, and I'm sorry, but this is juxtapositioning.
But one thing when things were done,
we're seeing
sometimes she got to take me home and, oh my God, what did that mean? Well, it meant like we had lunches and food and things when other
for many of us, the harder it is to understand the desire
when we wouldn't normally have had food.
involved in the
Anyway, so I think
process.
that's the first way I tried it, and was it good? The sandwich, it was like, oh my fucking god, alfalfa sprouts. But
The officer who
it was.
watched this execution's account was reprinted. This is a primary source.
It was
Here's what the crowd saw.
different, I guess. But the thing that made it
The
big was it
sulfur
was
was
fast.
lit,
So if you
but
ordered
the flame
it,
was so
it wasn't a
poor that
great
only
sandwich.
the top skin
It
of
was
the
fast.
hand
And
was
Subway
burnt, and that only slightly. Then
was
the executioner, his sleeves
couldn't
rolled
deliver.
up,
So that's
took
what made them
steel
different. They were like
which had been especially
decades
made
ahead
for
of
the
DoorDash,
occasion, and which were about
and
a
they had
foot
their
and a
own
half
drivers.
long,
That
and
was the
pulled
thing.
first at the right leg, then at the thigh,
It
and
just
from
made it
there
fast.
at two fleshy
Here?
parts of the right arm, then at the breast.
It would probably take,
Though a strong, sturdy fellow,
I don't know,
this
30
executioner
minutes to
found
get a
it so
sandwich door to
difficult
door.
to tear away the
Because it's
pieces
LA
of
and it's
flesh
a lot
that he set
busier,
about the same
and they're not as
spots
close.
2 or
But
3
there,
times,
I'm
twisting
telling you, the
pincers as he
drivers
did
knew
so.
everything. They knew how to
When he
get to
took
some
away,
Miriam's
formed at each
very,
part
very well.
about the
That was
size of
always a
6
driver
pound
there.
crown
I mean,
piece.
any fucking, I mean, right now I
After
could tell you
these
at
tearings
Holy
with the
Cross Hall,
pincers, Damien,
Holy Cross,
cried
there's
out
fucking
profusely, though without
like
swearing.
a
The source
security
says, raised his head
vehicle,
and looked at himself. The
a
same
Jimmy John's driver,
executioner
and a Domino's.
dipped an iron spoon in the
And
pot
that's like any of
containing
those
the boiling potion,
Really?
which he poured liberally over each wound.
Well, now they
At
have
each
like
torment, he
Grubhub and
cried
shit
out
like that.
as
I
the
don't know.
damned in hell are supposed to cry out.
That's what they would have had.
Now he's saying what the
Really?
condemned is screaming. Pardon, my God, pardon
And then
me,
my little
Lord.
Saturn.
Despite all the pain, the source says, he raised his head from time
Shout
to
out to
time
those
and looked at
security people.
himself
They never fuck
boldly.
with me. I can't ever tell you one time any one of those people fucked. I've got stories about people at the university, lots of them, but never sent from Miriam's person. They were always, well, I can say, they were the ladies at the front who were generally single women who either had their own families or didn't have a family, who would stay up all night and be at the door and make sure that no boys came to see you. And no one who wasn't supposed, they were like a security guard who was there all night. And they knew the girls that came in and everything. Is that the end of your story? No. So one time, so I knew all these ladies not super well, but I can remember like we'd be in 24-hour spaces and there'd be like 30 fucking girls in there, and I'd be the only guy, and these ladies would be like, "This guy's doing something right, where he's really, really gay, and he's, even if he is, he's still doing something right. He's got a lot of friends, but he's obviously not a bad person, you know, really around." And anyway, I just got to know them really well, not by name or anything like that, but why? Because I didn't want to get to know them super well, where it would be like I go see a girl and it's like I was there for a different girl the night before. How you doing, Karen? Oh, I'm doing well. How are you, Michael? Oh, I'm doing well. Who are you seeing tonight? I didn't want it to be like that, but that's what it was. So anyway, this one time,
reports that he several times closed his eyes and blocked his ears to the
my
atrocity.
first year, I was in my friend Sarah's room.
And never once
There were two friends
they
I had
felt
named
no
Sarah.
compassion for
They shared
him, and they said,
They're
due to the enormity of his crime,
the dorms at Simple Miriam's, they just need to do like
Tiretta
cribs of that.
even had surreptitious sex with one of the women while the ghastly execution proceeded.
Huge.
Other eyewitnesses described members of the crowd, especially the ladies, watching with detached disinterest, or
Anyway,
even chattering, laughing.
so
End quote.
we walk in, or I was there not every night.
Extra
50% of the night. The other 50% I was in the cameras, but sometimes it was a month too, so it makes more than 100% of the night. I don't know. It was a lot. Were you ever at Regina? Like one time I see this girl in the and all we did was smell each other. But yeah, there were a couple girls in Regina who talked down, but the only girl who I knew really lived there, I shouldn't say this, the only video. There was one girl who I went to go visit there, and I don't remember who. Oh, I think it was my friend Annie. No, she didn't live there. She lived there.
Would have considered this because they were looking for novelty and the unexpected, perhaps, an added benefit.
I think she lived in.
The reason this is so interesting is how many of us could have gone and seen that.
What fucking hall this person lived 15 years ago. I'm surprised I remember her name, but we did go to one of the most beautiful fucking dances I've ever been. So shout out to her for that. It was a phenomenal dance for Colorado, and it was. She looked phenomenal. Everything about it was just wonderful. Really, she gets a very special person. Why did anything happen there?
Maybe that's too cut and dried a distinction. Maybe it depends.
There was nothing wrong with her. That's the funny thing. It's like I would always look for things that were wrong with people. There was nothing wrong with her. So I kind of like afraid to have it become anything closer, and we weren't.
So hapless. Maybe he has a lot of victims.
I never wanted it.
What if you are doing this to a horrible, murderous dictator? When you think of your bad people history, I always throw Hitler in there because he's sort of my example, but you can fill in the blanks, right? You have some terrible, terrible person. Go Saddam Hussein, maybe.
Anyway,
Iraq,
but I wasn't there for that.
in Iraq. Watching
There's another
to live. Does that take an attitude which was anyone else?
We were at
that you were enjoying watching the spectacle, but because it's that demonic individual, you're going to enjoy every last shriek. Now, the actual idea
I was at Holy Cross
of this talk,
I was never
discussion
touched
came
that.
to me after reading
And
a book
what
that's
were
very
we doing?
interesting. It's a
We were
book about the diary
completely
of an executioner.
platonically. I must say we always were. There was one little time of a short period of time, but there wasn't anything.
Fascinating.
It was like always friendly.
It
And
reminds
she
us
was my
that
very
there
close
are
friend.
multiple, shall we say,
So I was over at her room and I was there a lot.
in all of these affairs that we were just discussing. These
We were, I
torturous,
think, just
terrible
watching a
executions.
movie,
Obviously,
and
we've been focusing on the audience, the people that would like to watch this stuff. And isn't that sick? Or maybe not, depending on what's really.
we fell asleep.
But there are other angles that are just as fascinating.
We really
The
did.
book on
It was
the
totally
executioner.
honest.
It was
And
fascinating to think
I
about the person
remember
tasked
waking, and it was
with
like
doing this. So as bad as it is to
I had to
watch
be out
it,
of the
what
dorm,
about the
let's say
person who
by
has to carry out the actual things?
midnight
Modern
or 2.
sensibilities would
But I think
suggest
it was
even
midnight.
watching should make you sick.
Really? Yeah. And I had work on Friday, so I think it was midnight I had to be out.
The jury
And it was like a
idea
Thursday
that you
night.
can consider multiple
And,
vantage points
we
because you
fell
have
asleep,
the crowd,
and
the executioner, and of course the vantage point of the
it was very
victim.
much like that. Wake Up a Little
If you
Susie
want
song.
to
Really, yeah.
wonder
By the
about
Beverly
what
Brothers,
goes on in the
it
minds
was
of
just
people in
like that.
extreme situations,
Really, but it was
would
very,
you like to
very.
mount that scaffold, having had plenty of time to think about what you're
It
about
was
to
very, very
face.
innocent.
Get up there and look out at a crowd of thousands of people that have come to watch you go through what you're about to go through,
Like I
and then begin
times
to go
where
through it
I've had
bit by bit,
little intentions not to have that, but like
hours on end.
well, I just want to fuck chicks. This girl was
You
my friend. It
understand
wasn't
that
a
the century, there's a quote attributed to Robert Francois Denier, as he's led
This
out
used to
to
be my
go
favorite
begin
song.
his ordeal.
Really?
It would take
For
hours
a long
and end up him in pieces. I just said, rumor has it anyway.
My dad just said, "Wake up, little Susie," right?
Little Susie, wake up, wake up, little Susie, wake up. We both been sound asleep. Wake up, a little Susie, and weep. The movie's over, it's 4 o'clock and we're in trouble deep. Wake up, a little Susie. Wake up, a little Susie. Well, what are they gonna tell your mama? What are they gonna tell your pop? What are they gonna tell your friend? Ooh la la, wake up, a little Susie. Wake up, a little Susie. Well, I told your mama that you'd be in by 10. Well, Susie, baby, looks like we goofed again. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up, little Susie. We gotta go. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up. The movie wasn't so hot. It didn't have much of a plot. We fell asleep, our gooses hooked and the reputation is shot. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up, little Susie. What are gonna say to your mama? What are gonna say to your pop? What are gonna say to your friends when they say, ooh la la, wake up little Susie, wake up little Susie, wake up little Susie.
Essentially forever as a civilization also very familiar with the use of public execution
So what?
as a tool of enforcing state power and sovereignty.
I paid for my first year of
They've been
school,
around so long they've been able to live through
my own
many
money,
different
and
eras.
I did it through working. So I'd work like 20 hours a week in addition to taking full courseload, which is a lot. And so I had work at 9 a.m. and I had to be on the west side of town, Western Avenue.
In a way that sometimes comes
And
into vogue, this idea that you just punished
I remember
every
awaking
13th crime in the most severe
or
way.
Sarah woke. I
Wouldn't that
forget.
just
And
deter everything?
her roommate wasn't there.
More on that
Her
later.
roommate,
In the new world, of
I think,
course, there are
just
plenty
thought
of
she had a
examples
friend
that
over or
has
something.
tearing
Or
beating the
actually,
heart out of the sacrificial
no, we were alone.
victims, whether we were captives or not.
Her roommate actually, I think, was had a friend
the
from
tribes
Southern
that
Indiana or
used to
something
torture
like that.
people
Who she
to
was
death,
with, something
the
like
tribe
that.
would gather around
Anyway,
and take part
because she was
in
from there. Yeah.
allegedly children
Anyway,
to
that's Sarah, the other Sarah.
the warrior
So this Sarah
who was being
was,
tortured, the woman who was being tortured, or what have you.
we fell asleep in
politely
both Sarah's room, watching a movie or Sex and the City or something, and
all these things someone would probably point out
it was like,
have a religious element to them.
fuck, I've not been in this position
There's a
before.
huge
I'm
ritual
always out
also
by the
maybe
time
it's
that I have
not
to
so
be.
much,
And
that the humans are getting a kick out of watching
she's
this
like,
thing.
yeah.
There are other
And she
deeper
was on the
questions
edge of getting
involved,
like
which is
kicked out of,
true, but one
not being
wonders
able to
how
go to
much
Rome.
it
That was her big thing.
alleviates
She wanted to go to Rome,
the
and she was
fact that people
unable to
have
do
a
so
good time watching this.
because
It's unknown. You can't tell. For
that would
example,
probably
you
be
look back
better
on
for
the
the loans
Assyrian
and
release, the
things.
carvings where they show
And she'd be able to do that travel and do everything she wanted to do. But at
can't
this
tell
point,
if there's a crowd there.
she was going to
no way
lose
tell
that
if they were
program
having a good
if she got
time.
caught for one more thing. She was on the edge.
You first start seeing
And
that phenomenon.
I mean, she partied really
In
fucking
Rome,
hard. But she would get in trouble when she wasn't with my
the
friends. And
gladiatorial games and people showing up the way you would go
really, yeah.
to
Why?
a pro wrestling match today.
She just
If
get
the wrestlers
party
were
too hard with
fully
all the girls
armed
on her
and
side.
left a lot of dead
Not
people
like
at
that.
the
They
end
were
of
a
the
lot of
show
fun
on
as
the
well.
ground.
But
And
so
animals,
then,
by the way. This is where you clearly can see because the records
so it
are
was
so
like,
good.
I don't know, 12:45 or
Connection
something, or
between
2:45. I think it was like 12:45. It was
and
not
horrific,
long after
torture
her
and
idols.
suffering is so obvious.
It was like, and what a pride. You had to be out of the donor circle. Why? Because they want revolutionary relations. They don't want fucking
great lengths.
people having sex,
They don't
basically,
miss.
so they want you out. But that just created
murderous
bastions of homosexuality after hours. Did it really? No, not at all. Everybody there's generally heterosexual. Not everyone. There's a significant portion that's not. That was unadulterated. They could do whatever the fuck they wanted. It was discriminating. It was like, it was cutting off your nose to spite your face. They don't want people having sex, so they make this rule. But that only made for homosexual sex after hours, and the people who wanted to have sex heterosexually, they would just go off campus. And that's as simple as that. And I could have said the girls with whom I wanted to be with, be physical, we go off campus. We wouldn't have any issues, and that wasn't usually an issue. You could find a place. You had a friend, or there were options, sometimes options, or you could get a hotel if you really wanted to be special or something like that. You didn't have to always do your own. But this was just a situation. It was totally honest, and so it was like, Sarah's like, I remember saying, okay, it's not a big deal. I'll just jump out the window. She's like, no, the windows are alarmed. Somebody's thought of that before. Fuck. And I was like, okay, well, give me a hoodie and I'll try to walk out the door like a girl. She's like, you don't look like a girl. I'm like, I know, I'll try. So I put on this big fucking hoodie that she had. It's tiny though. And it was like, I'm trying and and I walked down the stairs past this security guard, this lady. And she says, excuse me. And my friend Sarah walked me to the door. She's like, excuse me. Excuse me. And my friend Sarah ran down the hallway when this happened, and I kept walking towards the door, and I then turned around, and I just, before she said anything, I said, "I'm so sorry. I fell asleep. I was not trying to break any kind of rules. I know that we're after time, but you have to understand that it was an honest mistake, and I'm leaving now." And I just walked out, and I didn't really give her a chance to call security or anything. I saw that she saw that I wasn't. It's not like I ran out the door because she would have called security. She saw that I was really, really honest about it, and but she could also tell the gait, how a woman walks versus how a man walks. You could tell because you could not tell from the clothing. I looked like a bundled up girl or boy. You couldn't tell, but the way I walked, you could tell I'm not like a girl. And she could tell. So then what?
Gathered from all the known world, elephants,
She just said,
tigers, crocodiles,
and then I went to my car and
panthers,
drove off.
bears,
Really? Yeah.
giraffes,
And
ostriches,
did she know you?
stags, leopards, antelopes, and rare birds were kept in the zoological gardens of emperors and rich men,
Normally they
and
would
were
get in trouble in
trained
the
to skillful exploits. or
They call
merry
security,
pranks.
and
Kids were taught to ride dogs,
the girl would
drive
get, it could be like a parental violation. She could get kicked out of
bulls,
school.
let boys dance on their back. Sea lions
So,
were conditioned
but
to
definitely
bark
not
in
go
answer
that
to their individual names.
So shout out to that lady. That's the only time I ever had any kind of.
Or they walked on a rope.
They were
or
always
sat
really,
down to
really.
table, or
I always
worked
felt
Greek
safe
or
there. I used to like
Latin
running there more than on campus. I think they would be.
Sounds like something you'd take your kid to at this point,
And
doesn't it?
it's got a lake.
Durant then continued.
It's filled with girls. I mean, duh.
Animals might be merely paraded in bright or humorous costumes. Usually, however, they were made to fight one another, or with
We used to
men,
like
or they
running
were
through there.
hunted to
You know,
death
little
with
shorty
arrows
shorts,
and
no shirt,
javelins. In
past
one
the
day,
nuns.
under Nero, 400 tigers fought with bulls and elephants. On another day, under Caligula, 400 bears were slain. At the dedication of the Colosseum, 5,000 animals died. If the animals wished to
Habit,
compromise,
rosaries,
meaning
everything.
not fight
Imagine
each other, they were stung to combat by lashes,
rosary
darts,
becomes a
and hot
Jewish thing.
irons.
Not like totally,
Claudius
but
made
like
a division of the
as a joke
Praetorian
thing.
Guard
People
to
use them
fight
in fucking.
panthers. Nero made them fight 400 bears and 300
Really?
lions.
Yeah, because like rosary art becomes really big.
Now,
There's
let's
so
just
many
stop
different kinds
for
of
a minute
rosaries
and think about this.
that it's like it's its own kind of art that people
Can you
appreciate
imagine what that looks
just
like?
for
Talk about
the
some of great
beauty of it. It
showmen
would be
in the
like
modern era and the sorts
and
of
same with the
exploits
fucking
they
Greek,
pulled off.
those Greek things.
Who's the
I
promoter
don't know what the fuck
that
those
comes
are,
up
but
with
those
the
balls,
idea of
fucking
let's
a guy
have
has in all those different fucking.
hundreds
He
of
looks like
the royal
in 15
guard
different
fight
fucking things.
hundreds of lions.
This guy.
What does that
Shout
look
out to this
like?
guy. Man,
Here's the thing, though.
different
We might do a movie today
color
with the
suits.
concept of a war between human armies and lion armies, 300 Praetorian Guard against 300 lions. But it involve a lot of CGI and stuff like that.
Anyway, it's like this guy. He has all these different color suits. I remember seeing a picture
Don't
of him.
mess with any of that. They didn't have the ability.
He's an
obviously, but at the
inspiration
same
a little
time,
bit.
you know, maybe
Anyway,
they love their
with those fucking balls, that thing
wild,
becomes a thing.
crazy
People
fantasy
just
stories of
like other people's religions, and if you really want to know at the heart of Judaism just steals the religion of whatever it conquers. When it was fucking hustling like a motherfucker back in the Middle East in like 5,783 years ago, well, not that long ago,
no matter
like
how you
3,783.
that is so weird. Would you watch it if it were on, available from some video site right now?
700 years ago,
Would you watch it live?
it
Now here's the thing.
it would conquer a lot of fucking people, and we would take all their good stuff. It would be like, oh, we like that, and we like that. And that's how you got fucking tefillin, and that's how you got fucking kippahs. Everything was stolen from somebody else. Why? Because it's really like a mixture of Canaanite proto-polytheism and molded into Zoroastrianism, monotheism, and
And just because
ancient
we're
Egyptian
the really blood sport
mystery.
aspect of what they loved,
And that's what Judaism is at the core.
horse
Really?
races,
Yeah.
chariot
And it
races,
can be like,
sporting
well, I
events,
thought it was given
bloodlust,
to
I mean, all of it.
Moshe
And a good
Rabbeinu
day
on Mount Sinai.
in
That's
the
cool and
arenas,
stuff. You can believe that, but he learned that
something
shit from
was
somewhere. He was in
Broadway.
Egypt and he learned some shit from
Shows,
Egypt.
bigger,
He was
better,
working for the Pharaoh, for
all,
God's sake.
all the
Like, yeah.
highest caliber performers are in Rome. The other arenas are sort of the off-Broadway people. But a full good day at a place like the
Anyway.
Forum involves all sorts
So
of
to
stuff.
not think
with the
that,
violence
to
being
think that
just one element,
Judaism
a good
and
promoter
Egypt
the right way knows how to mix,
are
some
separate
princess
are
maybe by your favorite
is
singers
incorrect.
with some
It
good stuff
really,
in between,
a
some
lot of
religious messages
Judaism
here or there for
came
kids. I
from
mean, it was a whole
the
bunch
Egyptian
of stuff.
mysteries because we were slaves in Egypt, so
there was
it was an
lunchtime.
influence.
Lunchtime, you run down to the bottom of the Coliseum, and everybody would get lunch at the same time.
Really, yeah,
But
when you
of
see
course,
the fucking
you
pyramids, we
still
built
got to
them.
have something for people
Really?
who are coming
They were
back
Jews
to
who built
lunch
it, trust me.
early. You can't have nothing on stage. So that was when, the pure executions would often take place.
Okay, are you done?
Lunchtime.
No, what becomes a big
The Roman writers say they were usually less people in the stands, but because of the empty seats, those people
Really? Yeah, they're really
had
nice.
more of a chance to sort of influence the way things went, and they could yell stuff out and
Okay, is that the end of your story?
do what they said sometimes. In other words, to please the crowd, if you had some person that you were slowly putting to death in front of the people that had come out of the food court early, and they had a good suggestion, you do it for them, right? Anything to keep the folks happy and coming back next week. And once again, you can't help but sit there and go, who else ever did that? Some of these histories I've been reading make it
Is that the end of your
plain.
story?
Normally, and I tend to fall into this category too, you think everything has happened before somewhere in history, right? There's nothing new under
You ever
the sun,
take a
as the
girl
old
down?
saying goes.
Of course.
But you'd be hard-pressed to find
My friends be like,
any
"I'm
widespread
Really?
similarity.
I'm like the one
anywhere else
person
to
on
what
earth.
the
You can ask
Romans
any of
were
my
doing
friends, they'd be like,
in
"He's a
these
virgin."
games,
Really?
except for these
A very
territories
well-known
that the
virgin.
Romans took
Really?
over and spread the games
I have
to.
no friends who would be like,
One of the
"We know him to ever
interesting
have sex."
arguments
Really?
used against those who suggest that this
None.
is a particularly Roman
Really?
thing
Not my
is
Jewish
how
friends,
popular these
not
games were
not my
when
non-Jewish
they
friends.
sprouted up
Really?
in places that had never
There's
had
some
them
girls
before,
out there
and
who
the
would
locals found that
disagree.
they liked them quite a
Aren't
lot,
they your
too.
friends? Of those girls with whom it's
This
actually happened allegedly,
ability to
nobody else
actually
is saying. It's all been very
control
private.
to the victim,
Really?
giving the mob, essentially
I've never
the
had a
people with the
girlfriend.
loudest voices or the highest paid customers, the right to control the action is like a godlike
Really?
power.
I mean, I could say that pretty
About
honestly.
the virtual reality video game element that had just been added
Are you
to
asexual?
a
Fuck no.
real
I almost had a sexual
situation
man.
in real
I've
time.
been blown more times than any
It was
living
just during their
individual.
Chief Fagan rights court. The execution phase of arena spectacles cannot have been anything other than viscerally brutal. This was sheer murder. The
Are you done?
disposal of what was considered
Seal
human
Air
garbage,
Delta.
while the Roman writer Seneca was repelled by what he saw during the lunchtime break. He records
Man, I
various
gotta take a
comments
shit.
that the people shouted
Shout to
out
Vin
as the
Tron. He
butchery
becomes really
proceeded.
big.
They
Really?
demanded
Yeah,
various
he's a
types
nice
of action.
person. Really?
Seneca
I would
adds
say
a further noteworthy detail.
one of the nicest people I've ever met in my
All of this happened
Really?
when the arena
He never
was
said
practically
anything
empty. Pure
mean,
butchery,
unkind,
apparently, was not to everyone's
very,
taste.
very kind.
He then points out that Seneca's trying to make a point about how
And
crowds are
everyone
bad for
really
animals
relied on him a
and
lot.
tend
And
to go down to the lowest common denominator, essentially, in a crowd.
He-
But then he says,
his supervisors tried to make
Seneca's
him aware of
account
how much
reveals something of the
he
spectator's
meant to
mental
them,
state.
but
During executions, their ability to direct the course of action on the sand would have strengthened an already formidable sense of empowerment.
even though there was like a
the
little bit of a
ultimate
language
sense of
gap,
empowerment
I mean, it's
over
just hard
life
to
and death itself. This was one of the clearest
ensure someone knows what they
manifestations
really
of the
appreciate. I
crowd
appreciate
as
it. He's a very
domini, lords
good
of the
employee,
arena.
good
The
person,
crowd
nice, kind
merely
person.
called out its wishes to see them enacted. And
And
to this point, I have to
this
take
nails
3
very well,
steps back for a second.
yeah, one time
That is such a wickedly weird
the door closed, behind closed doors, and Phyllis got and Diane got a manicure from this guy from him. I think, yeah, he does nails very, very well. Apparently. Really.
Historicology Kyle described him as
Anyway.
naked, nearly naked, with a
He's a
placard
very nice person.
held
And
with them around their neck, explaining what their crimes are and their sentences,
what?
and then tying them to a stake Or he says, alternatively, just leaving them in the arena alone, unarmed,
Very quiet.
to face the fate.
Yeah.
There's a
I
sentence
like.
fate that they're supposed to face, but as G-Fagan pointed out, it might be open to interpretation. Depending on what the crowd wanted.
When they're
Burn
together,
somebody,
not.
there's fire there.
But
you want to rip pieces of them
usually
apart.
there
There's
aren't tons of
implements
Vietnamese people
you want to pour
where
something
you are,
hot,
so they have to be a
metal
little.
of some sort on them. We
They're
got some
more
right
refined,
here.
but they're very respectful, very
As
kind
I've said
people
before, I am
that I've
fascinated by
really.
the extremes of the human experience, and I'm not
Yeah.
sure
Anyway,
there's anything far greater in terms of extremes than being a
he's
condemned
like I know some Vietnamese
prisoner who's going to die via execution.
um,
If you had a scale of the easiest way to be executed and hardest way to be executed, I think these
Not
days
really
we do it about as easily as we can make it.
but I didn't know some
Stuff
of
like that.
pretty well. Doug Hempel's wife,
Our sensibilities are different
the
than the
sensibilities.
sensibilities
Some other people too. But up to get my mouth.
people dying in executions
I
wasn't
wouldn't have been able to perhaps go to school there. Many
was a
other things
byproduct
did
of
not
the
help my
goal. The goal
mom
was
get
the
to
suffering.
university.
And in
And
the
he
case
said
of Rome,
she got it
suffering
herself.
wasn't just to pay for the crime,
And it's true.
it was to entertain the crowd.
It's not because I know how the place works. It's not like
Hard-pressed to find a situation
one person
in
goes.
terms of being
He
executed
wasn't high enough in a
himself
position to
in
hire
position
this
to
person.
condemn.
He got her in it,
It would
basically,
frighten
and she was
scare
able
me,
to
drive me out of my
get the
mind
rest
as
of
I
her.
thought about what was going to
And
happen, as much as the situation.
then she was in that role. What was just like a part-time role. Really, yeah.
Based.
For how long? She worked
Some
part-time.
cultures,
That's how
the
he
Japanese
explained
thought
it.
every
Probably
way
would
that they
be in
could possibly kill
she
communist
worked
prisoners, people they don't like, for
school
the
there.
mental and physical preparations. I mean, it's not the kind of thing that most people throughout history have had to think about, right? Although we all know, as I think I said earlier,
Anyway,
if you
was
added
that
up
the end
all
of
the
your
people
fucking
throughout
stupid
history
story?
who've been in this position, it's a sizable number. If you're someone like yours truly, though, someone says you have a choice between knowing what they're going to do to you tomorrow or not knowing what they're
Dude,
going to do to
it's
you
gonna
tomorrow. My
be
personality wants to know. So for me, the idea that you could go
So
into
what would
this
you do?
arena, ostensibly
Quickly
to
say
be
how
lit on
Bella,
fire and burned to
Ron
death, but you know, if the
say
crowd has a
Shema,
better
and
idea,
then
we may go with that. That would frighten me more than having someone say, we're going to tear you apart tomorrow with tongs. At least I can sort of mentally prepare myself. How would someone prepare themselves to be beheaded in the morning? Well, it would sure help to know that that's what was coming, at least, as my personality is sort of organized. Now, what might they do to you? Well, the sky's the limit in terms of the inventiveness of man. I've tried to figure out ways, not just ways to, add a little variety to the situation, but ways that would even, entertain the crowd more. If you go down the list of things, crucifixion's on there, but crucifixion's slow.
I don't think you should think that.
Donald J. Kyle says crucifixion with some other punishment that they
That
like.
has now
Fire is used a lot. They like fire.
grape juice never.
But, and it surprised me.
No,
Actually,
that
reading
is now.
this, I didn't know
What do you
this.
call it?
But Kyle
When
says
it
that
has
the number one way people died in the arena was due to beasts, wild animals. And while I knew that that was big in the arena, I had no idea that it might be the number one cause of death to the people they were dragging out of there. I do know, and Kyle has something in his notes about it, where he says that there was quite an emphasis on finding these animals for the arena. By the way, just like there was a big emphasis on finding the people for the arena too. It's very strange to think about this, but here in the new media world, we always talk about needing content to keep the audience satisfied. Well, if you think about it that way, and they did, the content that was needed at these games, and not just the ones in Rome, but all the off-Broadway areas too, were the people. Who's going to die in the arena? Well, we got some slaves. And this is actually true. They have, accounts where they try to figure out, okay, we've got some slaves from this uprising in Judea. Okay, let's parcel them out. They need them for games here. They need them for games here. I mean, literally, it is providing content for these shows. And as I said, there's other things at the shows. There's performers and magicians and jokers, all kinds of fun things. But if you were to look at the posters that they put up all over the city announcing that these are coming, the violent parts are often some of the main events. In terms of animals, to get back to the beasts question, Kyle says that they wanted real wild ones. They didn't want anything raised in captivity. They didn't want anything that had been in captivity very long, because after all, if you're selling, we have a lot of wild lions on your little posters all around your city to get people to come to the show. You don't want to find out that the lions don't do much, because they're just waiting for you to throw their typical meat lunch to them. You want something that's going to go after these people you've tied to the crosses. And I should point out, but I don't want to go there because there's a lot of controversy as to how far you can take what was going on in the arena, because there's accounts that may or may not try to overhype some of this stuff. But there are stuff, and again, I don't want to get into it. I mean, there's stuff about women are going to come in here and be forcibly raped by bulls before they're put to death. I mean, whether or not these things happen, the thought that that would even be thrown out there by some inventive mind as something that people would like to see is extremely disturbing. For a modern person, and this is perhaps a sexist way of thinking, but I think it's ingrained in some of us, the idea of watching women die in the arena is more upsetting than watching the men, but it didn't seem to bother the crowd at all. Watching women ripped apart by beasts was going to be just as fun as watching men ripped apart by beasts. It's hard for we modern people to get our minds around this, especially since to me this is so different than, say, the gladiator fights, which maybe we could conceive as something that's a much more pushed to the edge version of things we already like. Ever been to a big boxing fight in Las Vegas or something? I mean, this is a violent sporting event, but the buzz amongst the crowd, and there's almost nothing I've ever experienced like it. You think to yourself, well, listen, it's very barbaric, but you can see the same sort of interplay going on in terms of whatever parts of our brain are being stimulated. It's boxing, plus it's pro wrestling with weapons for real. And, as all sporting events, you don't know who's going to win. Training may come into it, coaching, strategy, tactics. I mean, sports fans could get into something like that, could bet on it. I could see it. To me, these executions, though, are different. And even if most of the crowd didn't go in for the butchery, like Professor Fagan had said, certainly a number of people did.
Always put your hands on the
I'm reminded of another quote by
headphone,
Seneca, talking about
right-handed
the
if you're
games,
left-handed.
It was something about how insinuating you couldn't allow even a dull moment between acts. Called something to the crowd, or something to the effect it called for some throat cutting in the meantime so that they wouldn't get bored. Again, throwaway line, but the horrificness of the actual imagery, if you imagine it, is sobering.
I said, dude, you talking?
So why do
Yeah,
the
man.
Romans like it?
You did, man.
How did they justify it? Don't these seem like the most logical questions?
Sorry, I'm looking for it.
The why they liked it part we're going to continue
Are you
to
gonna
talk
record
about
him?
because it's really sort of the focus here. I mean, the obvious things that come to mind right away is curiosity about any of these things. Maybe you came, first of all, maybe you're Seneca and you came for all the other stuff and you just got grossed out by the violence. Probably not, but maybe. Maybe you're curious. You want to see what this looks like. One of the other things that's talked about in events like these is even if you've been to many of them before, this is not scripted content, right? This is like a live sporting event in the sense that you don't want to DVR it and hear what happened later. You have to be there because something weird could happen, and sometimes does. So there's curiosity. There is sheer sadism, and sadism's a weird thing. I think, in my opinion, and totally non-academic and unqualified, but doesn't it seem like some of the tendencies that are more unusual on an individual level become more common on a crowd level? So whereas it might be rather rare to meet someone who's a sadist in a crowd of people, as a crowd of people, I think we're more sadistic. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts, maybe, kind of thing. And as for how the Romans justified this, because let's remember, by our modern standards, they are harsh and brutal and strict, even in this period. It's off their highs. They used to be stricter. They're loosening up a little by our standards. They're still very strict. The Romans were into things like law, though, and reason, and all these sorts of deals. So how did they look at this kind of stuff and say to themselves, well, listen, this serves a good purpose? Well, here's how our old friend, writing many decades ago, Walter Rand, put it in a succinct description, quote, most Romans defended the gladiatorial games on the ground that the victims had been condemned to death for serious crimes, that the sufferings they endured acted as a deterrent to others, that the courage with which the doomed men were trained to face wounds and death inspired the people to Spartan virtues, and that the frequent sight of blood and battle accustomed Romans to the demands and sacrifices of war. End quote. He then mentions several famous Roman writers and how they basically supported the idea of the games. And then gets to Cicero, lawyer, writer, at one time consul, famous at the end of the Republican period. And even though Cicero would make comments approving of the games sometimes, he also said this, which is a pretty humanist sort of thing for a Roman writer to put pen to paper about. Durant says about Cicero in the games, quote, Cicero was revolted by the slaughter. Quote, this is Cicero, what entertainment can possibly arise to a refined and humanized spirit from seeing a noble beast struck to the heart by its merciless hunter, or one of our own weak species cruelly mangled by an animal of far greater strength? As we said earlier, trying to figure out why the people in Rome enjoyed these violent entertainments is something that's been interesting to people for a very long time and crosses into that territory between a couple of disciplines like psychology and history. It has so many variables that it's not surprising that you don't have widespread agreement on what this is. I mean, people argue, and the prevailing theory tends to change every decade or so. There are some commonalities, the things you run into generally most of the time, and the number one commonality is something that won't surprise any of us. And we ask how these ancient people could watch other human beings treated this way. It's easy if you don't consider them to be human beings. And the dehumanization of the victims here is obvious. I mean, as everyone you'll read points out, the vast majority of these people who are dying in the arena are slaves one way or the other. Now, they may not have been slaves their whole lives.
This is one of the few movies that my parents have taken.
It's a big movie. Slaves the next day. And a lot of these people who died in the arena, by the way, were captured prisoners, sometimes made to fight other prisoners for the enjoyment of the crowd. Nonetheless, the idea that some sort of sympathy from the crowd might be flawed, and the crowd sees these people as, well, not sees them as intervention, right? These are subhumans, these are slaves, they're people with no rights, they're people that are widely reviled in society, especially the ones at the lowest level, especially the ones that don't. I said earlier, how many people would be watching someone torture execution today? Just Saddam Hussein or something. That case count. Several different suggested that other people who might think of doing this would swing. It's a crossover and ancient violence. It has to do with something some historians call fatal charade. Fatal charade is easily imagined because you need to have more novel and new things to bring in the crowds. I mean, remember, at the Coliseum, they were having
Kids don't ever underestimate the power of the neck on a woman. Oh my god.
I mean, the spectacles are amazing, so you can imagine how the dynamics of it all mean it's grown unimaginable proportions. Like history podcast that becomes 6 hours long. But these fatal charades involved using the condemned
Nape
criminals.
piercing? That's the thing. No, nape is a thing.
Plays, comedy, drama, anything like that, dressing them up as characters, putting sets up and having them reenact what went on in the story. But the stories they pick are often homicidal and involve maimings. And so what they did then was they did it for real.
or on a girl, on her next, don't ever fucking underestimate the power of her neck. Really? If you get, I don't need your lips. If I have your neck, you're done. You are done. Really? Yeah. You're done if I have your lips as well. You're done if I have your lips. Really?
Historian Donald G. Kyle, in his notes, quoting several other historians, wrote about the fatal charade.
Okay, is this one?
The combination of theater and execution in the amphitheater was not theater proper, but rather, Barge says, a violation of the theatrical by the action, or rather, a conflation of the two. Not a representation, but a replication.
How about the
As she notes, the actual death in the charades fulfilled the requirements of both the plot and the penal code. End quote. That's a crazy line. Deaths in these fatal plays
Rabbi Rothschild? No.
met the needs of both the plot
ROTHSCHILD.com.
and the penal code. That it wasn't a representation like a movie would be today. It was a replication.
How many people?
Like doing the story on the Manson family murders,
Dude,
but
no. One of them got
reenacting
100
rather
something.
than replicating them on film.
How many
It's a difference. It's right in your face.
1, 2, 3, 4,
There's
5,
no
6,
doubt
7, 8.
that people are really enjoying this, whereas in all the other situations that come to mind that would involve other ancient peoples that you can find, it's so hard to
Exactly.
distinguish the decision from the ritual and the lack of sources to tell you specifically that people were having a good time, to figure out, as we said, whether or not the Aztecs are enjoying watching the ceremony involving human sacrifice, or whether it's all part of some giant religious ritual that sort of overlays the entire question, that explains it in a way that's a lot less denigrating towards the human species than the simplistic, attitude of, well, they're having a good time watching
Just go
this
be in
person
it.
suffer.
We get her off. Thanos?
An example is the most damning I can find.
It's hot as fuck.
That forces you to look into a mirror. And if you're trying to make the case that human beings are
Really, yeah.
inherently good, inherently empathetic, and inherently, with a sense of brotherhood and sisterhood toward their fellow man, you have to own this is.
I can't wait to be inside and say, I think your idea was great. Really? Yeah. Use surprising small volumes of blood. Blood testing from a fingerprint. Really? Yeah. It becomes a big thing. Theranos. This company becomes huge.
If these things were so popular, why the heck did they disappear?
I think your idea is really good.
Simplistic and more argued about than they used to be. I still think most of the historians that you look at will acknowledge that there's a role in the change in sensibility, shall we call them, between a minority Christian Rome and one that was increasing in importance in that society, right? The ethics were changing, and the views on things like the arena and how moral something like that was were also changing. Now, let's be honest. Even if it wasn't for ethical reasons connected to their faith, you could understand why Christians might think the game sucked. Look at how many Christians might there in this arena. Well, let's be honest, their countrymen's entertainment in many cases. There's an interesting twist on this, by the way, this idea that Christianity may have helped kill the games, but it hasn't anything to do with a growth in refinement of sensibilities and all that. It has
Back
to
to
do
the next
with
one, yeah.
maybe you can call it a scheduling conflict. I mean, for example, the
Issey Miyake turtlenecks become
happening
big.
a couple of times a year, like in the
Really?
Olympics, and that just happens to
Yeah.
be the time when you had, some of the more serious holiday periods for Christians. So maybe we're talking about something here that has to do with the Christian scheduling conflicts, as I said, leading to a reduction in consumer demand, maybe.
No one knows this guy for anything but this.
There's another theory that these things had only existed as long as
Anyway,
they
you
had,
like this
because the
bitch?
emperors
You should be like,
them
she's
all
only
support because it
like
helped
2 years older than you. How do you like her that much? You'd be like,
These are the
she's gonna
circuses,
peak soon. one kids. Are you done?
They play a mystical role that connect the emperor to the subjects. I mean, there's a whole lot of theories about this. Once it stops doing
Like
that,
seeing the fucking fruit and the fucking just about to.
another trouble. Might as well just have a nice cherry race and call it good. I should point out too that these Roman traditions where they have these games, these go way back in their history.
I don't know. Ever see? Just go to HP ViralRabbi and watch them eat shit.
And people who would have sometimes
Fraction out.
funerals and whatnot. These
That's what a 30-year-old
tools are
kid
not
is way better than this guy.
common throughout history. There was this Roman, as we said, layering when we talked about the animals, but layered on all different levels of performance and attraction. And I mean, these things, as I said, were like a variety show with the violence as sort of the headline or acts. But I read that they didn't die out all at once, and that even quite a bit of time later, after emperors and whatnot had tried to get rid of them, they were still popping up here or there. So maybe not quite getting the ratings they used to get, but still bopping around, the off-Broadway circuit, and pulling in the locals every now and then for an gory equivalent of old-fashioned dinner theater, maybe. Now, if this were a program dealing with executions, or criminal law, or criminal justice, or penal system, or anything like that, there'd be a lot of levels to go into where you're seeing public executions all over the world all the time. It's depressingly familiar. But what you don't have is the kind of evidence that Rome provided of what the mentality of the crowd watching was. And nowhere else do you really see such raw enjoyment. For example, it's very possible that those Japanese people living nearby, when it was a person, a convict being boiled to death, sometimes that happened. And if it did, that might be unusual. You might want to go watch it. So, you pick up a few friends and you go get some food, you go down to the beach to have some fun. Certainly might have happened in my city where we were living. Sometimes I imagine it probably did, but I don't have the written sources in English to prove it. The next place that I can prove it, or at least make a logical case with some evidence, is a lot nearer to our own time than Rome was. Perhaps a little bit more of an indictment. It's one thing to try to say that those ancient people living thousands of years ago were almost a different species from us, but it's much harder to claim that when you're talking about a time period, say, as we say, when George Washington is a young adult, and Robert Francois Damien is being torn apart over 4 hours in front of tens of thousands of early modern French spectators. George Washington's lifespan's actually not a bad historical marker for this conversation. Because over his
I have
these
cellulite and I
spectacular, grotesque, and medieval torture executions.
I have cellulite and I'm fashion. Ladies chewing at my fucking. Calm down.
Died
Please die, don't lie.
this year, 1799, lived during a period often labeled in your classical history textbooks as the enlightenment, the age of reason. Those kinds of executions don't sound very enlightened, do they? I think we're passing away during this era for a bunch of interesting reasons, but the reason that we can use it to examine our question of people and violence and the extremes of the human experience is we get these sources, really an explosion in sources starting at
She
around
might be President
the 16th. So from 1500 to about 1800, you can really see this entire question from multiple viewpoints in ways you've never been able to before. And I think that's why if you buy reading material in English, it is inordinately concentrated on the period from 1500 to early 1800s, and in West the sources are plenty. And from multiple viewpoints, take for example, one of the most interesting things. There's nothing from the perspective of the person whose job it was to execute people. It was the guy who had to do all these horrible things to be condemned, right? No. Equivalent of a diary kept by an executioner in Germany in the 16th century. How amazing is it to have that to try to three-dimensionalize this? And what about the condemned themselves. Again, nothing from the Roman arena on how that ritual felt before they went there. But in the era we're talking about, the condemned speak sometimes. What they said was written down and transmitted, and then of course we have an audience. Over multiple centuries in multiple countries. So if you want to examine this fascination, the spectacularity and depth people's interest in it, this is perhaps the best laboratory for it, because there's a lot of data to synthesize. Now, the problem in talking about this is there is a lot of variation, region to region, era to era, so any generalized statements are bound to be false in some way. So I hope I can count on your indulgence on this to try to get us to where we have to have a discussion on this. We're going to jump around. If you want to understand what happened that allowed modern people, from the 14th era of the Enlightenment to go to these torture executions and enjoy themselves, you have to kind of understand how it got that way. We have to have some context. As a bridge to maybe take us back for some context. There's a couple of during George Washington's lifetime, but they were secret, which is kind of interesting. For example, the Great Russian was concerned with lightning. A guy who didn't just
This is happening. But it changes to how you get it. You do it like why? Because I'm the head of the fucking South American cartel, the Central American cartel, the Mexican cartel, the JDL, the ADL, which is like the Russian mafia, the fucking triads, the Yakuza, African mafia, Indian mafia, everything. The Cosa Nostra, the Kosher Nostra. I'm kidding. So move the capital. You move the capital. I don't know, they did in Israel. Whatever the fuck they did in Israel. Do that. First thing you have to do is just get the embassies to move. So if some country needs to move its fucking embassy. So one of those fucking drug dealers needs to say to some other drug dealer down there, hey motherfucker, here's X amount of fucking powder. Move this fucking thing there. One of them will do it and then they'll all do it.
What's going on there?
Watch Israel.
And before we think of it as an isolated incident, Maria Theresa of the Habsburg Empire a couple of decades later issued a similar sort of order. And her point was that, listen, the person's dead anyway. That's what we're really doing here.
No, but it's better for the country. Why?
Deprive this person of his life. Why?
Because the Panama Canal, there's going to be another one. And you're going to want to get close to there. You're too far inland. They understand. It's not like you have to destroy it. Bogota. It's still going to be a really big city, but Medellin is this giant.
Bizarrely modern era. Why did they do them at all?
Alright, well that was fun. I'm off to Torrance, everyone.
Really? Yeah, why is he off to Torrance? It's just grandma's. She's gotta be dead by now. Why?
Well, let's think about it. When you guys were in college, she was about to die. That was 15 years ago. So,
the audience thought they were feeling. The most important part of the equation was that the audience did indeed think they were feeling the pain and suffering, and
more than
consider what the really nasty executions that a guy in Frederick the Great's time would have had available to him. They're frightful indeed. I mean, burning, for those of you who find that particularly horrible, others might choose. It's a personal question.
no,
As
his
there
grandma
most
should be
most to be avoided. Potential execution method. Breaking on the wheel.
Why?
We mentioned earlier. What the heck is breaking on the wheel?
We're not, baby.
Starring Garrett Fagan as a horrific description. You can see after you hear it why strangling somebody ahead of time would have been an act of considerable mercy. He writes, quote,
Nefertiti.
particularly unpleasant
Look at
was
Nefertiti.
wheeling, also called
Nefertiti's in this.
or
If not, we're
breaking
gonna
on
bring
the
her back.
wheel in France, or breaking with the wheel in Germany. The procedure, he writes, took many forms and was employed in numerous countries across the European continent and in foreign colonies. The usual method was for the victim to be tied to a scaffold or laid out on the ground with wooden struts to raise the limbs, and a wagon wheel or a hammer, iron bar, or club used to break
that's
them.
more like that.
Special execution wheels were manufactured with projecting flanges for added smashing power.
Japanese thing.
Alternatively, victims could be run
No, I
over
just kind of
repeatedly
want
by heavy
Nefertiti
wagons.
blush. Nefertiti
The
blush.
tradition
Some guys who, dude, I'm gonna beat off this
was for the
ancient history
condemned to have
book.
their
It's
ruined
the
limbs
best
threaded
looking
through
thing
the
that you
spokes
got
of
in the
another
fucking
wagon
thing.
wheel.
Is
The
this?
braiding
This is
part
the
of
best
action,
thing that you could
which was then
of which
hoisted on a pole
to
for
which you could
display.
beat.
There,
in-
the victim,
in life?
if not dead already,
Yeah, this
would
is the
live
hottest
for
thing in like a
days.
history book
A
of
harrowing
which to beat.
eyewitness account from
Really?
1607 execution reports how the victim was transformed, quote, into a sort of huge screaming puppet, writhing in rivulets of blood, a puppet with 4 tentacles, like a sea monster of raw, slimy, and shapeless flesh, mixed with the splinters of smashed bones. End quote.
It was in Tutmosis' workshop.
This takes us back to the reasons for these spectacular punishments and justifications, and
This shit was all stolen from Egypt and like need to go back eventually, but like it's been kept at various locations in Germany since its discovery, including a cellar of bank, salt mining, Merkers, Kaiselbach, and Dellenwood, Egyptian Museum in Strasbourg, and Altus Museum. It is currently on display in Berlin, where it's originally but it's been there for like
100 fucking years.
witnessing the human sacrifice ceremony.
Make that motherfucker tour the world. When's that coming to Pawnee? It's like, dude, people in Pawnee aren't gonna go see Nefertiti's bust in Germany. But if it came to fucking Plymouth, maybe.
The same thing is true.
For like the Blueberry Festival, if they had Nefertiti's bust at the Blueberry
That's
Festival,
not to say that there aren't religious overtones in the Roman arena. There were.
some big
That's
festival.
not to say there aren't
There's a
religious
Blueberry
overtones in
Festival.
Robert Franz
Oxnard
Damien's
Strawberry
execution.
Festival.
There were.
Cranberry
But
Festival.
it's pretty obvious from those 2 examples that it's not the number one thing. In Rome, the number one thing is the amusement of the crowd. In Damien's case, the number one thing is demonstrating the authority of the state.
papaya.
The people are enjoying
There's like a
watching
papaya
the
mango
authority of
one.
the state being
No,
demonstrated.
what's that fucking
That's a different question. That's what
pomegranate?
they live.
Pomegranate.
In the period that leads up, though, to these relatively
Watermelon?
secular pursuits,
No, but I want it to be because I fucking love watermelon.
religious
This is melon.
So once again, is the crowd there
Big
for fun,
titties
or is this something
and the fruit.
larger? We compare the Roman arena to a kind of
What kind of bust do you think this Nefertiti's bust had? That's a good question.
theater where the violence was
Isn't it funny
real,
that this is a bust, but
maybe
this
touching
is what
some of the
considered
same
a
parts
bust?
of your mind
Really?
or psyche
Yeah,
that enjoys
like this
watching
is your
the
bust
video
line,
now.
I guess. So they cut off everything here. But yeah.
Entertainment, as I said, was the goal, though. Right? What's the form of execution here that will be most novel and interesting to watch? In the case of the execution,
Calm down, lady.
in the Europe of the Middle Ages,
She's just keeping a bucket underneath her fucking. She's got like this old.
These are also
She's like, "How'd you beat off when you were a kid?" And be like, "It was probably on a computer on this old. I don't know. It's just like, oh, show me computer. Take that. Show me computer chair. 90s computer chair.
A lot of drama. There's going to be quite a bit of horrific
Did it have
violence.
arms or no? Like,
But if it all
no.
goes off the way these executions in the Middle Ages were supposed to go off in a lot of these cases, again, exceptions exist and there are local
I'm
variations.
sure there's a picture of it.
Would be a happy ending at the end.
I'm seeing very close things.
Who
I'm like,
suffered the
she's like,
most
no, I need the
pain,
exact
violence, or
fucking make and model. There's like it was kind of maroon reddish.
If they conduct
Really,
themselves
yeah,
properly,
everything
of
was
course,
red.
in heaven, with God and the saints, and the crowd will at times, if these historians are to be believed, seem almost jealous of them.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Just out of curiosity,
It was like,
what would have to happen?
you can get him in court?
To make you
No, but it's like, there's this 90s series task chair without arms. This is basically what it was.
just endure
Really? Yeah. It wasn't orthopedica, it was like that. But it had like,
torture execution.
I know, there's a picture of it. But
I don't remember.
boss, office prize, perfect posture. It was probably like, just like this. Really, yeah, you beat, that's how it was. Yeah, and there's also this other chair we had, which is there. I'm like, this is
part of their death sentence in front of them.
70s office chair? I don't know. My dad just had
If
this
you told
old
me I had overlooked something, I wouldn't be surprised.
chair.
If you'd said that there were accounts of the Christian
There
martyrs
isn't a computer
who
chair.
witnessed their brethren dying in the arena and wished that they could have that happen to them too, I wouldn't be surprised. You see accounts like this all over the world at various times. Very devout people who have a completely different set of logical priorities. Ones that are not based on here and now, but are focused more on a
So they have to put a bucket under those kinds of chairs? I think so. Or like one of those
It changes
tote,
your rational calculation.
like a tote,
if you're much more
like it's like a tote bin.
eternity in heaven rather than the momentary, logical pros and cons that weigh into the situation you might be
What kind
facing.
of chair was it, kid?
Now, fast forward a
Pardon
few
me,
centuries, and as
look.
we all know,
Alright,
things
take
go
your
from being
time.
persecuted secting
We're waiting.
to running the joint.
It's kind of like that,
When it
but
comes
not.
to Western Europe,
Yeah.
the Western Roman Empire goes away and leaves all these successor states in its wake.
Cloth. Oh,
The vast majority are Christian
Cloth.
ones that are obey.
not computer chair, I guess.
This is the, I think it's fair to say, if you go from like late antiquity to the age of reason.
Now this wasn't ever. This was just like across the way. So if you like sat
religiosity
at my dad's desk, which kind of rarely happened. Why?
encompasses
You'd go
crusades, it encompasses all
in the
religious
family room,
wars
watch
that
TV or
happen.
something. He wasn't like
The schism between
that formal.
Protestants and Catholics. I mean, there's a lot that go into this, and a ton of people die. Witches, inquisitions, it's all
Maybe
during
like show me the fucking chair.
There's a line going from memory.
It was weird.
That's what a historian said.
It had like
They said
two
in this
little
era,
fucking things on the side
the
that were like
most
torn off or
vicious
something.
procedures
Really?
were
Yeah.
inflicted on devout Christians.
I think somebody gave him this
By
chair.
even more devout
It was just like a
Christians.
random chair. Right there.
Have near universal Catholicism in these countries until the Great Schism of Martin Luther.
Is it?
Jews. There's actually Islamic
Okay,
groups
it
in
was
some
like
places, and there's a bunch
vintage.
of radical
It was
Christian
like this
sects,
but cloth.
whether they're Christian or not, of course, is the main issue that are being wiped out and persecuted. But there's a worldview now in place, right? A reality that in some ways is like our own. If you drop an apple, gravity does what gravity does, right? It does now, it did then.
Like that.
But there are other elements of
Or
reality
was that kind of
that are
material
believed to
mid-century?
be 100% valid by almost everybody that influences everything. Take, for example, the near unanimity of the idea that there is a heaven and a hell and a God watching over everything, and that everything is divinely ordained.
It was like
Now, we have people, of course, who
well,
believe that today,
my dad's chair was like
but
this,
it's one of
like an
many
executive
different
chair.
belief systems out there. In fact,
Did you ever
one of
beat
the
off?
great things about living in a free society, in a free part of the world, is that you're free to pick and choose your own reality. You know, within limits. I mean, you still have to acknowledge gravity,
What kind of chair was
but
it?
otherwise, I mean, you can treat
It
it
was
like a
kind of closest to this.
buffet.
Yeah, was it like that?
Eastern mysticism,
Pretty close, but not exactly.
Catholic doctrine.
Okay. Well, so those were the places where I mostly beat off, just in that room. Where are the other places?
Massage.
Man. Family room, the couch,
Philosophical school.
everyone's chair.
But I think we have to recognize that that's a freedom
Playing
that did
most
not exist in
places.
most times and most places. There are,
felt
of
were
course,
important.
areas
Really,
and places where it did. But by and
Sure.
large, the belief system
Yes, in
was
the
a
back.
lot more constrained.
Rabbi, did you ever beat off in the ocean?
Legally, and
Rabbi,
obviously, in terms of religion and faith,
For sure.
but also because of the old garbage
Maybe
in,
never beat
garbage
off.
out element
Alright, are
of
you
what
done?
were the people even being exposed to. I mean, take, for example, an illiterate person in the middle of Europe in, I don't know, we'll say, the 10th century. What do you know? You know probably the religious texts that were read to you by somebody else. And anything you personally experienced. Well, that's going to limit your worldview right there. And if there's 100% belief in the religious texts, and everyone else feels the same way, some of the executions that have come down to us from this era, which are as bizarre as anything I've ever seen. But without the faith explanation, it doesn't make any sense. So first of all, when we talk about executions in the Middle Ages, what do we mean? Mr. Paul Friedland points out, by the way, that there are far fewer sources and accounts of executions from this era than you would think, considering its infamy in terms of torture and execution. Quite a bit of torture. A lot of mutilations during this time period, right? Very eye for an eye. You can lose a hand if you're a thief. A lot of that kind of stuff. In his book, The Lure of the Arena,
She could get fired for that because
She worked for
passing beyond antiquity.
private.
Our sources for
She
the
worked for a
Dark
private
Age
company.
punitive
I
practices
don't
are not
know
good. But throughout the Middle Ages in continental Europe, it is clear that many forms of aggravated execution and public torture were employed, including burning, boiling alive in oil, feet first, decapitation, burial alive, drawing and quartering, branding, flogging, and miscellaneous forms of mutilation. For those guilty of multiple offenses, cumulative punishment could be applied, if stipulated by the court. In this way, lethal and non-lethal punishments were often combined, so that torture preceded execution or mutilation of the body was carried out post-mortem. The Sachsenspiegel, he continues, an illuminated German
I was talking
legal
about
code of 1220 to
There's one time we were at work,
1235
and I was so fucking hungry. We never
shows
made it.
beheading,
But we made a little bit less than what our
the
employees
birching
made, which is a fucked up
shearing of
thing, which
women's
would
eye
be
to
the
a
future.
stake,
It's a
and
terrible
mutilation.
future, where your
It is
employees
not
make more than you do.
From the
And basically,
Sachsenspiegel, however, that these
as you
punishments
succeed, you
attracted
get
crowds.
punished. It's a terrible.
But there is reason to think
What
that
is
it
this
is not.
known as?
And
A plutocracy?
these executions in the Middle Ages and the Renaissance did indeed draw crowds. I
Government
don't
by
see
the
why they
wealthy.
wouldn't. Were the crowds there?
But it's also
What was the draw? What did they expect to have happen? What did they hope to have happen? This is why we sort of set up the religious stuff up till now, because that's what twists this in a unique way. Because if I told you that the legal system wanted an exemplary deterrent to deter people from committing crimes, and that's why they hung up bodies and pieces of bodies and heads on stakes at the bridges and all that, that wouldn't surprise you, would it? Justice has always had a deterrent effect. There's always been a lot of theories about that. There's nothing new in that question.
first and foremost.
It's the religious side that to the modern mind is hard to
So you've got
understand.
direct democracy,
What if you went
direct
to this
democracy,
execution
representative democracy,
instead of feeling,
republican,
I think we have a mindset of stereotype in our minds of how these
non-democratic,
executions go. The
authoritarian, monarchy,
crowd
oligarchy.
is cheering, throwing refuse, and heaping abuse at the condemned as they make their way to the scaffold.
Technical democracy is really what it is.
Ravenstone.
From by which it is
And then when they're up there just about to die, the crowd is cheering at them and all this. And while this
it's a
did
very scientific or
happen,
technical law.
sources say
But yeah,
what the bad person did and how they comported themselves during the whole process. But
theocracy,
more often than
dictatorship,
not,
other
in this
types,
period we're
communist,
talking about right
colonialist,
now, the
aristocratic,
crowd felt a connection
regional,
to the condemned,
confederation,
compassion. And if the whole thing
unitary
went off
state,
well, the historians often
federation,
describe
undergoing by power
this as
source,
being a
autocracy,
spiritually in fact, one of them used the word, maybe two of them used the word potentially
anarchy,
beautiful.
types of democracy,
Now let's remind ourselves for a second about what this
direct
beautiful
democracy,
event might
autocracy,
be, and
liberal
then ask
democracy,
ourselves
liquid democracy,
again
representative
what it would
democracy,
take
social
for
democracy,
you.
Soviet
For me,
democracy,
to
totalitarian
watch this
democracy,
live
autocracy. Like, I'm a political science major, and they don't teach
It's
us.
beautiful.
This would be like day one. Here are all the different kinds of government because you should pull up a fight class. Yeah, let's compare two fucking countries and see what happens. Aristocracy, meritocracy, geniocracy, cratocracy. Though if you had to get to what were your two?
One of the things he saw
China and Cuba.
is while he was visiting the continent, he got to see one of those executions that they weren't doing much where he was
Meritocracy
from.
or Uganda.
As I said
Really,
earlier,
yeah, but really,
there's
it
a
was
penchant for hanging that we'll talk about in a little bit, but it didn't mean they didn't do other things. It just meant it was a little bit more unusual. So when John Taylor goes to the continent and sees the opportunity to go to an execution where they're breaking someone with the wheel, he goes. He describes it in his language from that time.
Autocracy,
Quote,
technocracy,
Monday, the 19th of August, about the hour of 12 at noon,
democracy,
the people of the town in great multitudes flocked to the place of execution, which is
democracy.
half a mile
Would be cool.
English meaning distance, without the gates built more like a sconce than a gallows.
Or
For it is walled
meritocracy.
and ditched about with a drawbridge, and the prisoner came on foot with a divine,
Types of autocracy.
priest or religious figure,
Civil
the way exhorting him to
military
repentance,
dictatorship,
and because death should not terrify him, they
banana
had given him
republic.
many rouses and carouses
That's
of
what the
wine and
United
beer.
States is.
For it is the custom there to make such
Bankocracy,
poor wretches drunk, whereby they
corporatocracy,
may
but
be
this the
senseless either
fucking
of
world
God's
is.
mercy or their own misery.
but being prayed for
Comfortable
by
in India,
others, they
in the
themselves may
city
die
of
resolutely, or to be
Kakistocracy.
feared
That's what this
desperately.
is. Ruled by the worst. That's what it would
Taylor
become, a
describes the execution,
Kakistocracy.
which would have been
But
maybe
Thocracy
unusual
already
for
would
him. He
have been
says, quote,
ruled by
the
thieves.
prisoner mounted on a mound of earth, built high on purpose that the people without
by
may
nephews,
see the
spirits, and
execution a
grandparents.
quarter of a mile roundabout.
Nepotocracy.
4 of the hangman's men takes each of them a small halter, and by the hands and the feet they hold the prisoners,
Ruled by the
extended all
crowd.
abroad, laying on his back.
Adhocracy.
Then the arch hangman, or the master of this mighty
Anocracy.
business, took up a wheel, much about the bigness of one of the 4 wheels of a coach. And first, having put off his doublet, his hat, and being in his shirt as if he meant to play at tennis, he took up the wheel and set it on the edge, and turned it with one hand like a top or a whirling gig. And then he took it by the spokes and lifted it up with a mighty stroke. He beat one of the poor wretch's legs in pieces, the bones, I mean,
Cyberocracy.
at which he
Ruled by a
roared
computer.
grievously.
That's Skynet. That's what
Then, after a
happened.
little pause, he breaks the other leg in the same manner,
Boats
and consequently breaks his arm.
When you see that,
And then he stroked 4 or 5 main blows on his breast, and burst all
when
his
you see
bone
that
and chest in
WTTW
shivers.
thing,
Lastly, he smote
When
his
you see
neck,
that WTTW thing,
burst his chin and jaws
like
to
sentient,
madness. Then he took the broken, mangled corpse and spread it on the wheel,
ruled by a
and
computer,
thrust
this
a
is
great
puts
poster
into
pile
cyber
into the nave or hole of the
synchronicity
wheel, and then
could
fixed
be
the post into
the
the
solution
earth
to
some 6
communism.
feet deep,
This type of
being in
link
height
appears
above the ground
in the
some
short
10 or
story
12
sheet
foot.
stuff.
And there the carcass must lie until it be consumed by all-consuming
Algocracy
time
and
or
isocracy.
ravening fowl.
I'm sure everyone has equal political power. That's tight as fuck. Algocracy is ruled
This
by
was part of the
algorithms,
exemplary
usually diverse
deterrence
levels of
for
bureaucracy.
the identity
That's what it would
period,
be.
right? You not only have to have the
Algocracy,
execution
oh
be like
Christ.
this, but you have to have pieces of the body lying around to remind you.
Monarchy,
You gotta
duh.
put them in gibbets and
Republic,
cages, and you gotta cut them up in
monarchy,
pieces and put the pieces in
absolute
different
monarchy,
places.
constitutional
And you gotta
monarchy,
leave the people who
non-republic,
die on the gallows
elected
hanging
monarchy,
there till they
types of
fall off
republic,
by themselves
constitutional republic,
as an example to
democratic republic,
others.
federal republic, Islamic republic,
So
parliamentary
now,
republic, presidential republic,
considering
Cuban republic,
this
communist republic, social,
Englishman's
economic class,
description of this
anarchism,
rather unusual
capitalism,
execution by his
colonialism,
standards.
communism,
If you
despotism,
had witnessed it live, do you
distributism,
think you would have called it
feudalism,
beautiful?
minarchism,
Would it have been some
anarchism,
sublime spiritual
republicanism,
experience for you?
socialism, totalitarianism,
I said earlier,
types of
some of this stuff, some of these executions are so
cultural
bizarre. If you don't have the faith element, you can't even get your mind around it. It's hard enough to get your mind around it with the faith element.
intergovernmental organizations,
Freeland gives another example.
world government, that's what we have, the notion of common
From the
political
original sources of it, there's too much Latin in
forms
it,
of
it's hard to follow.
civilian control, military
But essentially, it talks about
as a
one of these
constitution
breaking
of
on the
will
wheels that
according to higher
happens.
law,
And the original
separate
sources
church and
talk
state,
about
free
how
church and state religion, majority of
as
prominent
the
states, supermajority.
condemned is
Yeah,
being
authority
killed,
versus
you know, as they're being broken on the wheel,
That's what we're at, and I'm a
they are
libertarian, right?
singing or shouting
Somebody,
religious
okay.
verses, and the crowd is picking up,
Alliances,
you
which
know,
are
where the
for
condemned leaves off. So he'll do the first verse, they'll do the second in unison, he'll do the third, they'll do the fourth. It's a call and response while he's being killed. What's more, according to the source, he's talking to the guy who's killing him, the executioner. And I guess the only way to put it is he's making requests, right? Tell the crowd I want the next verse in Latin and all this kind of stuff. It's completely bizarre to the modern mind. But as Freeland says, this is the kind of thing that the people in that era have seen as potentially beautiful.
Is that the end of your fucking story?
A wonderful lesson for the kids, right? A morality lesson here. Here's what could happen if you go wrong. But if you continue to believe in God and you sincerely seek, you know, redemption through repentance, you too can make it to heaven. I mean, there's an element of faith involved here that's understandable to modern people of faith. But because this isn't modern faith, this is a medieval version of it or a Renaissance version of it, the part that's harder to understand is that the people in the crowd very well may have seen the violence being done to the malefactor's body as necessary to get to the heavenly goal. And if that's the case, what was being done to that malefactor's body was a good thing. And because it was being done, someone's soul is going to be saved. And if you actually watch that, that's a pretty good, crazy, entertaining show with a good message at the end and a feel
don't you like
good,
when that one happened?
you know, sort of
Good?
attitude when you
Is
get
that
home,
your
you're all
favorite?
worn out,
Or
the emotions have been
like all the
totally in
things that are
play.
your favorite?
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is there's an
There's that.
entertainment to that, isn't there? At the same time, it is so formalized when you read the rules. You have it written down, who stands where and what the formations in line are supposed to be, who comes first. And this is a celebration of both religious and secular authority, but it's so ritualized it would be hard to make a case that it's anything but that. So if you say people are enjoying what they're seeing and they go home glad they came, and there's a huge draw for the next execution, I don't think there's any argument about that. But it's not the same thing as what's going on in the Roman arena, is it? Friedland says, quote, prior to the middle of the 16th century, those who attended executions, I will resist calling them spectators, did so largely out of a sincere desire to participate in a ceremony that held profound personal meaning for them, and not because they wanted to gawk from a distance at the suffering of others. These were less spectacles, he writes, in the way that we understand the word today, than they were rituals, in which those who attended saw themselves as full participants rather than onlookers. When, as was usually the case, the condemned participated fully in the ritual of repentance, seeking forgiveness from divine and earthly bodies, witnesses usually bridged the physical distance between themselves and the patient, meaning the condemned, through prayers, tears, and empathy. The public transformation of the condemned criminal into a repentant sinner enabled the entire community to undergo a kind of healing that may be experienced as profoundly beautiful and uplifting. End quote. Now, it also had a lot of other ritual important elements to it. The key, though, as historian Richard Evans points out, the whole affair requires an absolute consensus on the part of everyone involved, executioner, state authorities, condemned, audience, that there is the possibility of an afterlife. Evans writes, quote, eternal life was indeed what the malefactor sought, and what the ritual, meaning of execution, was designed to provide. Almost without exception, the condemned gave the impression of being penitent Christians who went straight to heaven after making a quote, end quote, good death. It was a sacred ritual that depended on the minds of all concerned of the possibility of an afterlife. The good death of the malefactor purged the community of its blood guilt and canceled out the bad death, the sudden, unprepared, and bereft of the opportunity to make peace with God and the world of the malefactor's murdered victim. It assured the community that the spirit of the executed would not return to haunt the survivors, as was so often believed to be the case with the restless souls of the suddenly departed. It guaranteed the peace of society by ensuring a grateful corpse, and it reassured those who had witnessed it that they had done a good deed. They had paved the way to eternal life for a soul seemingly beyond redemption. End quote. There's a certain irony, isn't there, that modern people instantly recognize in a situation like this that Europe in its most religiously fanatic period in its history were treating their outcasts, malefactors, and lawbreakers in exactly the same fashion as the individual at the center of their religion was treated.
I don't think I ever did this to him,
Jesus Christ, of course, perhaps the most
but I
famous
think one of my friends did.
victim
They'd be like,
of a hideous public torture execution. On a cross, by the way, which is just how
hey,
some of
Zach. And
these
he's like,
European
my name's not
execution
Zach. My name
victims were killed
is
too
John.
by the
My name is Johnny
Christian
Zach. And
executioners.
they'd be like,
And while historians point out that sometimes
all
the
right,
crowd
Zach.
could
And then that's
make
all.
the connection between the similarities
They're
between
like, yeah.
the
Is that what
condemned
happened?
having to make their
No,
way to
we
the
call him
scaffold
Johnny Zach.
and Jesus
But
having
yeah.
to make his
And he
way
was, oh, yeah, that's
to
right. So we
where
were
he
supposed
was
to
going to
laugh.
be nailed to the cross. No one seems to make the next obvious connection, which is, wait a minute, if our Savior died in one of these hideous public torture executions,
name.
should we really be doing this to other people? Nonetheless, this is kind of what makes history
man.
fun.
I'm not saying
Most people
we never.
interesting.
I don't think I ever once
You
called.
just can't make this stuff up. So I think it's pretty fair to say
I just think
that
one
while
time
we won't
it was
be
honestly an
people
honest
in the
mistake.
Somebody was like,
ceremony get out of
hey,
jail
Zach,
free
come here.
card
And
to
he's like,
totally be
that's not my
absolved
name.
from the
He's like, my
charge
name's
that
Johnny.
going
John,
to these
whatever.
affairs for
John,
sheer entertainment.
Oh,
enjoyment.
okay.
We will say that like all those
Look,
other cases
come here,
we
Zach.
mentioned in history, Native American tribes, for example, we don't know the
Why?
waters
Because he was just younger than we were, so
there's
he's
obviously ritual and religious elements involved too.
Dude, you gotta throw that fucking
It's only
Cat
when
mouse.
you strip
It,
away
did you hear
those
it this weekend?
elements that maybe the potential
I've been
get out
drinking.
of jail free card religious side of this ceases to protect.
And I still considered it. I was like, oh, well, it's just.
They're just watching this stuff to get a kick out of it. And the reasons, by the way, that this will happen over the period for about 1500
Are you
years
done?
are complex. They're argued about. They're also interwoven, so it's very difficult to say. You have to pay a lot of attention to this element of what's going
Still
on
wearing a
because it's
Superman
hard to
shirt.
quantify how much that matters compared to some
Fuck
other
yeah.
element that's going on and how they interact. Take, for
Did
example,
you make
one of the
millions yet?
theories,
No.
which I love. I love this theory.
Still wearing a Superman
There's an
shirt.
element to it that just touches some hardcore history.
I remember
Nerve of
Case.
mine. But
Where's
one of the
Case? He didn't want to
ideas
say where,
behind
but he was like with his.
how these executions go
He had
from
like
being
an
religious
ex-wife.
experiences
They'd have
with
7 years. I
crowd
remember being like, oh,
and together they have soul to heaven. One of the theories on how this changes
I like that Russian cousin.
subscribes to this orgasmic
Fucking
thing. And
track.
that's that the Lutherans
Why is that cool?
changed.
Because it makes him look like he's glowing, like he's
There's this
walking
great
towards you.
schism, right?
Why?
I don't
He's got
understand
this
the
like little
Protestant
white around. That's why it's
Reformation,
cool.
the big revolution.
Yeah.
Martin Luther kicks off, and by the way, the Protestants as a
Good to see you too, Case.
overall entity didn't seem to have a problem with executions. Luther was going to say,
Yeah, man. Look at. I've
hands
added a
of the
few extra
execution,
layers
hands of God, or something like
in
that.
this area here.
But when these Lutherans
Good
begin
bunch.
to be
Right
early
here,
on
here,
executed
here,
as
you got
heretics, they're a
One,
curiosity.
the little linebacker's gonna come through here.
And one of the
That
reasons they're a
outside linebacker
curiosity,
can come here.
Friedland and
Here,
others write, is
and
that
quarterback
they
here,
will go
quarterback
to
is
the
touchdown.
execution
Good to see you,
happy
man. All right, are you
and
done?
glad and impatient and
Go back
ready.
and connect.
And
Who's
the
doing
thing about
connect?
them that's so difficult is that when
Who's the
the
connecting guy?
confessors are dealing with them, or the priests are dealing with them, or the authorities are dealing with them, or the crowd is trying to deal with them,
Boom! Doctor,
there's almost a like who's out Christianing who element. You can call them heretics all you want, but when they're screaming in
Are
pain
you
during
done?
the execution, they're screaming out the name of Jesus
Hey,
Christ.
tough acting today. Something's wrong with this.
What did we say earlier that I like that during this period the most procedures were done by devout Christians, by even more devout Christians? But Friedland and others point out that this may have short-circuited this entire ritual we talked about earlier, right? The one whereas Peter Sparenberg says, he says, this requires the cooperation of the condemned for it to work right. For you to go home after watching one of these events feeling satisfied and like you did a good thing and like all is right in the world, everything has to go as planned. But what if the criminals, as you would have seen them, these heretics, what if they don't repent? What if they don't say they were
There was
wrong?
this one guy,
What if they don't play the
I forget his
role
fucking name.
that they're supposed to
He
play?
was
Well,
the
it does a
head
number of
of
things, but the one
ResLife,
thing it certainly
Residence
does,
Life.
as is pointed out over and
I
over
think
by
go
several
back
different
and call
people,
it that.
is it short
It
circuits
was called
the
that.
script.
What? I don't know. What was his
The
name?
one thing these events
I don't
don't have a lot of
Thank God.
is uncertainty.
Really?
It's a very formalized
Yeah.
affair.
My
which
friend
is
knew him
just
really
these
well.
executions in the Middle Ages
My
now.
friend got in so much fucking trouble there.
The fact that
I
these
swear to God, if
Lutherans
you
could
would
do
have
anything,
the most surprising turnaround
adds an
story,
element of
but he would
uncertainty.
say the same thing of
Are they
anything.
going to
Would have been
repent
we
their
were it was
faith?
9/11
They're about to be
and
burned
we're on
alive.
fucking
Sometimes they did,
stage
sometimes they didn't.
and
It's a
fucking
level of
Doctor
uncertainty that is not
Donna
that
comes up.
dissimilar, pardon me for
How's
saying
Dr.
so,
Dr.
to a sporting event
Malone like
where you
whispers
don't
something
know
into
the
his
outcome.
ear like
Friedland quotes historian David
Bush
Nichols,
and
said
My
that
Pet Goat. It was kind of like that. It wasn't exactly that.
by curiosity.
She,
They were
I
not
think,
thieves,
said,
and people wished to see
and
how this new kind of
Dr.
criminal
Malone's like,
faced
huh?
death.
We're like, Dr. Malone, hey, James Miller, shout out to James Miller. Jim Miller, he had a, I'll never forget, he had a dentist appointment that morning. And he came in, we had class at like, he had a dentist appointment at 8, I think. And he came into class at like 9:15. And he missed morning prayer and missed like morning call. So what? He came in and he's like, he was already like a chipmunk. I just heard him from behind saying there's something on the radio when we were driving here on
other elements
60
play
that
here.
they were saying that the planes at the World Trade Center.
Part of the
And I hear this from the back row, and I'm like, whatever. I take this fucking flexi ruler of my friends and start shoving it up his asshole and like credit carding him with it because I think it's funny. We have these chairs that are slip back chairs.
Student test chairs. Why do they have that?
And they get these bodies, by the way. usually from execution victims.
No, stupid.
And it's considered to be one of the parts of the sentence. If the judge wants to make it extra bad, he'll say not only are we going to break you on the wheel, but afterwards we're going to give you to the
Yeah,
doctor.
these fucking things. So they had these slits in them. Except these were nice. These were padded. Really, yeah.
And you and me, we may say, who
They had
cares?
these
We're already
fucking
dead.
slits
You're
in 'em.
talking about
So
people
we
who
took
have a very different
fucking-
belief system. And being anatomized is not
I
only
took this
something that might
flexible and
mess you up,
and I would, whenever the teacher would turn around, I'd shove this fucking thing up his ass,
shameful.
thinking it's funny.
And another thing
Because
you'll
it
notice
was.
is the confusion from modern
To the point where he would just,
what's the point of that?
he would
Who
take
cares? It's
a spiral notebook and put it,
individual, maybe their
and
family,
just,
and certainly
he'd sit in class with a backpack like this and a spiral notebook like that.
by far the
Now, were you
greatest
fucking
amount of agreement here.
sexually assaulting your friend?
Years ago to now, the experts
Strictly
on
by
this
the
subject,
law, yeah.
these
But
kinds of
he was new to the school, I was hazing him. So isn't that even like worse punishment? Strictly by the law? Yeah, but here's the thing. He wanted to fucking live. And so he had to take your fucking abuse. No, it was funny. Why? Because the whole back, it made the whole back row laugh like a motherfucker. Really, when I would do this. Because there was nothing else to do but make fun of this fucking teacher in fucking calculus class. So anyway, I'm fucking sticking him with this fucking flexi roll. And he's blocking it. Anyway, is that exactly what's going on? I usually didn't do that early in the morning, but it was the same. We were on the same spot. And wouldn't you know it, this kid and I, he's a 4.0 student, very, very good. He had scholarship to the university, very smart. And what does he do?
Get rid of them. There's only one authority, and they're in the capital. You begin to get these so-called absolutist states of the era, the Louis XIV era. Now, there's a lot of reasons this is important. As I said, maybe the number one most important.
He gets to university, and
Let's start with the
well,
fact that it's
we
the main
got in a
reason
lot of
you can't
trouble
follow this story
together.
chronologically.
I just wasn't always
Because
a student
depending
there,
on how
or
advanced
I wouldn't
the
know who this
authority
guy
of the
was.
state is in
Yeah,
any
but
given
he's on it,
region,
but I don't know his name.
the
That's the
execution
thing. There was like
procedures and all
some,
that stuff.
everybody fucking knows this guy there. Like, if people are like, oh, your friend,
Country like
who's this guy? He went to the university, right? And he partied hard there. Then he had to find out about this guy and be like, I don't fucking know who this guy was. Really? My friend would. Did my friend ever get arrested?
You will see the goal of the state being different. You will see the reaction of the crowd.
Got a
watching
DUI,
it.
but well, actually, technically, I think he got that
something
reversed.
similar, but you
Or
can
like,
go out in the hinterland, some small
no,
place in
no,
Bavaria.
but yeah. Anyway,
And you'll find that long
but he
time
didn't get
after
red
he
flag,
stopped doing
really.
the whole
And that's the
religious
thing. The
connection
university would be stupid. I'm not gonna go into all the things I say how they get improved, but it'd be like
Paris,
they would
they're
say at
still doing
midnight
the
and 2:00,
backwoods of
"Hey,
Bavaria.
you've been drinking? Great,
So this is
get
all
off
happening
campus."
at different
That's
times.
basically what they said to everybody. Instead of like, here are safe options. No, they said get off campus. Everyone out like a fire drill, basically.
How much do you blame?
Really? Yeah, and I used to sleep through fire drills there. I'll never forget, man, waking up and the fucking fireman's like, you can't hear that? And it's like, and I'm like,
these public executions is for things to be as absolutely
And he's like,
horrifying as possible to the crowd to send a
the
message.
fire alarm goes off, you gotta
This is
leave the bed,
deterrence
man.
at work.
I was like, all right.
But what if
He's like,
through
you're lucky it was,
all those religious ceremonies that we've been talking about, the religious side of things turns this condemned criminal who the public should hate and be repelled by and not admire at all? What if it turns them into an almost saintly figure?
somebody, he said, I remember, he's like, you're lucky it's just seeing like somebody called the fire.
Going, hey,
They used to do that on us all the time, really?
we don't want the
Yeah,
crowd
so I had to adapt to
to
be able to
feel
sleep through it, basically. Who
in
would
any sort of
fucking mess with
admiration.
sound?
We want them to feel
Why?
scorn.
So what would happen?
So they begin to have
Well, thank God this never happened when we were throwing a really big party. Oh yeah, it did. Fuck yeah. Well, yeah, it did a bunch. I remember we'd throw a big party and guys would be jealous that you were throwing a party and they'd want either girls that you had or something, and they'd fucking pull your fire alarm. And so the whole party'd have to go outside and you're in like dressed up clothes because you're having fun at a party. And now it's fucking snowing and it's like they've got this fucking flash bulb going off. It's like a fire alarm, and everybody's looking at your fucking room because it's the one room that's blue and just emitting a bunch of fucking. It's got a traffic light. People are like, hey, do you have a traffic light? Yeah.
High water mark of the dark ages. This is a whole different animal. These rationalists of the budding pre-enlightenment era, and they're often
We
the
had a
ones
wooden Indian.
who are pushing this idea that
Started
these religious
that was
people are
made with a
screwing
chainsaw.
up the goal of this thing,
And then,
just to make these criminals the worst people.
Why didn't you have that
Never wanted
the other years?
starring Richard Evans in Rituals.
Well, I wanted the slot machine,
writes about this.
but
enlightenment era that's budding, and let's not pretend that
think
it's
that would
budding
fly.
amongst the
They
rank and
thought it
file
would
of the population.
gamble.
It's budding
People
amongst
thought
the
it would
very
be gambling.
cream
Like,
of the intelligentsia.
you can't just have a
They
slot
have
machine in your
influence.
dorm room.
Heaven's right.
Couldn't have bars, so we knew you couldn't have bar. You can't have a fucking slot
Is a
machine.
theatrical
But I
demonstration
could have a
designed to
cigar
make
store.
the public abhor the
Really?
criminal.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm the last person to have one of those because it would have been seen as very.
On the educative and deterrent function of
Disrespectful. Where I was
punishment,
Indian, so
it
who
is easy
gives
to
a
see
shit?
that this concept of penal policy
But
ran counter to
it's
the
a really
religious
nice
and
one. It's made with a
crypto-materialist
chainsaw
rituals,
out of a tree.
which
Here's
played
what
such a
sucked
major
about it.
part in capital punishment in the
People
early
get
modern
drunk
period,
and
in which before the 18th
accidentally,
century
I don't
were
want to say it,
accepted
but
in
they'd like
elite as well as
take pictures with
popular
the end
culture.
and kick the bottom, and the original bark was still on it, but it was like 30 years old, so it was starting to break off. So what?
Rationalist pamphleteers of his day.
It just, I mean, if you ever see
The
pictures
religious
of
side of
the
this,
cigar store,
what we called
Really?
earlier sublime, beautiful
anything else?
experience.
Well, it's made with a chainsaw.
Evans says,
Yeah, like fucking
the
inflatable
purpose
hair,
of the
some other
public
shit too.
execution
But,
thundered the rationalist pamphleteer.
We did not have a
was being
sex, and it had nothing to do with
by this
being
contradiction. It was unfortunately true,
politically
he
correct or
declared,
anything. It had to do with the thing was falling apart. Really? Absolutely.
that the rabble is not
What else
motivated
did
by
you
the
have?
desire to hear something good and thus be moved and uplifted, but merely by the wish to see something new and to satisfy its curiosity, even on many occasions at the cost
My
of
friend
human
and I
feeling.
built this first year.
The ultimate
fucking
purpose
thing
of
that was
public
like a
punishment is
pentagon
largely frustrated if the malefactor
that fit
dies
really
in
nicely into a
circumstances that
corner, and
arouse
then
a
you put a
kind of
television on it.
admiration and respect.
But it's hard to fit shit in a corner and make it fit nicely. And so like everything became very angled. Like so, it wasn't like everything was like on
other
angle.
people in the conduct of their daily life. And the murderer,
So we built that, and it had a refrigerator under it, and like scribbles. It was made with like you can make this shelf for like I don't know what number it is now, but then you can make this shelf
of causing weak
a
and melancholy
floor to
natures
ceiling
desire
shelf
for
for
themselves a form of
$20.
extinction, which is they think
Not kidding.
allows them
How?
to meet
Each
their
cinder
end
block
more
I think was
peacefully,
$1.
indeed more joyfully than on their
And then
deathbed after a lengthy illness.
like it was like one board that we split up. Here's the thing though, we did not have an electric saw. So my friend and I just all fucking day one day just fucking going at this
We
and
heal their
built it.
souls privately, but don't let it soften the
Man, it
crowd's
was fun.
attitude toward them. In other
Taking
words,
shit over there and
the
just, it was
idea
very
that there
exciting.
should be something
Really, yeah. And then he went
where you see this person
boot camp
as going
and
off to some
out
wonderful
here.
destination, in part because you're
Is that when all that
sending
happened?
them there.
It was like, or no, he had just. That's when I got it. He had already done that.
There are other things.
It was like that summer, but it was right after that. Really, yeah. Well, he was going to the really, yeah. Which I was really starting to disagree with that.
Broadsheets, for
And
example, the rise of broadsheets.
if anybody was
Broadsheets, by the
full
way, a
of
term
fun,
still
I
used.
Really? Yeah, because I'm a political scientist. So, like, if you want to say, like, oh, I think the Iraq War invasion was unjustified, I'll be like, motherfucker, you know about yellow cake and uranium, motherfucker?
Oftentimes it was mostly
Oh,
illustrations because
They had vials all over the place. In RVs, they found those weapons of mass destruction. Somebody had something in one of those RVs. Really? Maybe it was a queef. I don't know. They had something. But what they, I mean, whatever. Or then you could be like, no, man, I think it was justified too. Like, no, fuck that, man. You know how many innocent, a million innocent, I gotta go back and get a million innocent fucking dead Iraqis from that fucking thing. Really? Yeah.
And then the next page shows the person in adolescence still going through everything's right. And then the third page maybe shows the pivotal moment in their life when they decide to kill and rob this person. The next page shows them being judged by the authorities. The next page shows them being executed. The last page just shows them,
Sunday night.
deserted gallows with a buzz.
60 minutes is huge. Really? Yeah. In my grandparents' scale of things, it goes like
stay on the straight and narrow.
60 higher than the
But over time, these broadsheets begin to become more, let's just say, lascivious, salacious, much more.
I remember this was my favorite thing to do in law school. And my friend would be like, you're such a good man. I would sit behind my desk Or no, I'd
coincides
I'd
with
sit
the
in my
period in
recliner
there's a
right by
chicken
my
and
desk.
an egg element. How much of this is encouraged by the broadsheets?
I'd wake
How
at
much of
6
it is,
o'clock in the morning,
what
go for a
society
run,
is doing in the
make
broadsheets
fucking
are just,
breakfast,
playing into the trend,
and then
an increased interest in crime,
we'd have like a newspaper or something
punishment,
that would come read whatever fucking
Say
paper
today
and
gossip. I
watch
just
me.
read one.
I would be like, he would be like,
Historian was saying,
you love me. I would be like,
which has been used for since language.
why don't you watch it now? I really have political aspirations that I
You
need
find
to big
that
fucking.
in a sense,
You
these
don't anymore?
broadsheets
Well, now I know.
real things when we talk about these executions, which kind of helped with the draw, right? The people knew that these were real events, but then the people doing the broadsheets would embellish them and dramatize them. They'd make the crimes more salacious, and they'd usually be about unspeakable things, which are, of course, if you're gossiping, the best thing to speak about. And they would then, in lurid detail, talk about the execution. And there would be a lot of focus on the dramatic last moment, the climactic, last speech maybe, from the gallows or the Ravenstone. Paul Friedland talks about one of these famous people. Think about sort of a Matt Drudge of their day, just knowing exactly what sort of, what the mood of the public really was signifying, right? What buttons did you have to push to really sell a lot of these broadsheets? The titillating short stories had subjects like murder, incest, parricide, rape, sodomy, sorcery. No confirmation yet that one of them was called hardcore history. But you begin to see a change in what the people want. And it's difficult to untangle how much of that is because the people were changing, and how much of the fact that the people were changing was due to the fact that they were reading more of these broadsheets, and it was interesting them more and more in true crime and what was going on, and these people who were dying on the gallows. As one historian said, it was a tragic spectacle that these people were selling, these publishers. But it helped change the focus in some unquantifiable way from a religious-oriented ritual to something that was much more based on curiosity and salaciousness, and maybe even a voyeuristic enjoyment of somebody else's suffering. And this is where we get to the next thing. These broadsheets were existing at the same time and were intertwined with these people who like to go to the executions, now for less religious reasons and more for fun. Historian Paul Friedland says that it was in the 16th century and that you first saw the beginnings of these people who would show up to the executions more for fun. Maybe fun's not the right word. They were almost like a rarefied group of hobbyists, it seems like, for a while, until it became a mass thing. These people used to be on it years before the trend started. I used to see these
Sidewall with my dick. I'd be like, lady, you never talk about sidewall. What's that? You're like, the importance of grinding. Like, sure, people talk about hitting back wall, but sidewall, it's about surface area, bitch.
Says that to those the people right
Dude,
around
this
the
fucking
scaffold
battery, I
where
can
the
tell
Ravens
it's
stood,
exploded in
those
back.
people are actually characters in the great tragic spectacle too. Right, so you want to be able to take the whole scene in from a really good vantage point, preferably elevated, preferably with cocktails servable and snacks. Friedland calls these people penal voyeurs of the penal system in action. And he says that they are
Is that a thing?
perhaps analogous. The same
Canada
in
has a
similar way to
navy?
these people who are now
I've never
enjoying
heard of it
broadsheets
do
as they
anything.
get more and more pulp-like.
Has Canada ever fought, like,
These comic booky,
has any Canadian,
salacious and
I'm sure it's happened,
maybe you could say,
but I've never
there's
heard
a
of it, so I
connection
gotta
between
learn
the
about
two.
that.
Perhaps maybe one helps
Someone in the
create the
Canada
way
Navy
or
has
the other, right? You read
not
a
of
broadsheet
maple
and you
syrup
think, God, maybe I
overload
should see one
or
of these things
Labatt's.
live. Friedland writes, quote, in many respects, we might think of Rosette's readers, he means Francois de Rosette, maybe the Matt Drudge of his day in terms of broadsheets.
No,
We might think of Rosette's readers
no,
as
not
analogous
Army. I
to
know
the
they
new
have some
penal
people in
voyeurs who were gathering in windows overlooking the scaffold at precisely the time when he was writing his tragic stories.
Verdict. No,
Rosette's
nothing like
tragic
that. I
realism
mean,
made
Motherfucker
readers
was
feel
like
as if
eye
they
to eye
were
with some
almost
motherfucker.
there at the scene
Like,
of the execution, but with the relative freedom to experience their emotions as if they weren't, to forget themselves and sob with delight in private.
Yeah, my
In a
friends
way,
always
he
wanted to name
writes,
Ryan.
the new penal
Yeah, I
voyeurs
defend him, right?
experienced a similar
Yeah.
sense of being almost there.
And what?
From behind their windows, at a considerable distance from the scaffold, they could gaze out at the real-life drama
For some reason, I
unfolding
have
beneath
no
them,
idea why.
and they could take it all in.
Snipers.
The suffering of the patient, the compassion of the crowd, as if they were all characters in a magnificent spectacle, to which they themselves were not participants, but spectators.
Yeah, I think so.
They were beginning, in other words,
So,
to
this
watch
motherfucker,
the execution
everybody-
scenes played out before them,
You were either on
almost as if they were watching one of
my
Pierre
one friend,
Corneille's tragic heroes
my friend
deliver a
Time, and my friend
monologue
Ryan.
prior to
And they're both
execution,
kind of my friends.
peeking in on the most
But I was
intimate
more a
moments
friend
of
of
another
time, a
person's
little
life.
bit. It just depends what class you were in.
Outside the traditional framework of
Everybody always sucked
participation
this kid's
and
dick.
compassion, they were free
And-
to feel a sense of tragic delight, or free to feel nothing at all.
Why? Because he
For
was
them,
one of the
crowd
taller
gathered
kids,
around
and
the
he was
scaffold
athletic. He
had
was
become
knocking
a
out
kind
very
of
nice
Greek
kids.
chorus,
And he
reacting
was
to the suffering
like-
of the condemned, and
We met
expressing
in
the compassion
grade
that
school,
they,
really, but she was
seated up
older
above the
than
windows,
Really,
no
yeah,
longer
she's
felt.
very cool. We were at university.
Now, I'm relying
Their
on
wedding
small
was
number
really
sources that are
good. Yeah,
smaller than
anyway.
I'd like, because there's not a lot.
I,
The stuff we're talking about here.
everybody would suck this kid's dick, so I started calling him,
Get his
hey,
mind around
hey, kid,
these really
hey, kid.
interesting questions.
Really? Yeah, and that's what people like calling me. Why? Just to, it was like how I would get used to that fucking. Anyway, so why? That's how people are gonna treat me. A motherfucker. So it would be seen as like even I would know what it's like on this journey to do everything that what people would do for me. Like yeah. But what was yours? It was shorter than Ryan. Too long. Like yeah. I think probably it had to do with syllables too. Why? Well, we played football, and the one kid's name was Chaim, so it's one syllable. It's Chaim throwing the ball. The other kid is Ryan. Ryan. All these kids are Ryan. So if he could be like King, you'd hear that immediately, and you get the ball a lot more often. Trust me. But it was one syllable, and it was like boom, very easy to fucking throw to that kid. When people call him Rye, it was like that's not my name. Really? Yeah. At least mine was a nickname. Really? Yeah. Is that how it got to be? Somewhat. And then what? I think we stopped. Did we just stop playing
This is
football?
a guy who, for all intents and purposes, has done what a lot of other kings throughout history have done.
What the hell is this?
So impose that on his country. But his
What the hell is
religion,
this?
for lack of a
Oh,
better
yeah,
word,
my friend and I would play.
is reason. And the age of enlightenment's values. And as we said earlier, this was not a guy who was just wrong.
This is how I'm gonna beat pussy. This is my dick
All in.
taking out motherfuckers. I'm like a fucking Nazi sniper, but then I'm also like an American sniper. Really? I'm totally like a Nazi sniper, where I'm up in the fucking bird's nest or the bell tower, and I'm like, anyway. But then some motherfucker's gonna fuck me up.
He also eliminated execution for a ton of crimes. These are all
Hebrew Hammer.
by himself as
Really? Yeah.
you don't have to convince a whole lot of people. This is the way to go.
Where you shoot them right through the fucking eye thing. I'm gonna hit bitches. Right, they're gonna be like, I'm gonna hit bitches from like meters away, right through their fucking. They're gonna have panties that have like a little sniper scope up here. Really? Yeah. When they upskirt you, it'll look like a sniper target. Really? That's how badly I'm gonna inseminate these bitches.
They were snapping up the broadsheets. They were still going in large numbers, and more people viewing it as an event. So if you'd actually told your people, listen, we're going to get rid of this break,
Just
real thing,
like
they might have been upset about it.
this.
If you actually said something like, we're going to strangle them first so they don't feel any pain, but don't worry, we're still going to go through with the
Bitch.
execution. They would
Right there.
It's
Right
how
up
you
your front.
explain the idea.
Sniper is like
Strangling.
SSS sniper. Triple S snipers, I call it.
Tell his authorities to kill the
She's
execution
saying a real
victim
sniper.
before they went through the
Yoshi,
horrible
because she ever wanted
execution,
to
but
know
make sure
stuff.
that the crowd didn't
Like
see it.
Yoshi, I can know
Because the crowd wanted to see it. Why did
Maybe.
Frederick the Great care
I saw
at
Yoshi do
all?
it once. Dude, it's nice.
This is a little bit more interesting. As I said, this is maybe a person who's a legitimate convert thinking, why must this person suffer any more than is necessary? And this gets to the whole idea behind the Enlightenment, right? This change in viewing things in such religious terms, and you start to see,
I
it's
had
very
you blocked.
modern, isn't it? Focus more on life here
I don't
and
think I
now, and not as much of an emphasis on the hereafter. For example, we said earlier that in the earlier eras, the punishment in these executions was often viewed as the pain and suffering you went through. The death was the byproduct. People like Frederick the Great are from a much more modern era where they look at the punishment in the execution as being the deprivation of any more life. Or you don't get to live anymore. Your life ends now. That's your punishment. If that's the case, why not just cut your head off? Why do we have to go through all the rigmarole? Oh yeah, because we need to send a message to the crowd. So strangle that guy, but don't tell anybody. Fascinating.
That would get renamed
But why listen to me? We can have an expert like Richard Evans explain
Broad
it to us. He quotes the law code that Frederick is working on, which enunciates this rationalist way of viewing things like the penal system. It says that these executions and the point of them is, quote,
That's how many Jews used to be in East LA. That Cesar Chavez used to be called Brooklyn Avenue.
in order
There's so
to
many
arouse
Jews.
repugnance in others.
Whittier, there's one of the big fucking
Evans says about that.
Israeli
Nothing could express more clearly the monarch's
cemeteries in
understanding of
Whittier
the purpose of
where
punishment.
fucking Jack Warner's buried, and also this other guy.
The malefactor was actually
This,
dead and the sentence
oh,
was
wait,
carried out.
shout out to this guy. We give him back.
Oh, no, this guy's by his brother. So
For
who?
the right
Gordon?
Frederick II, the execution was a kind of pedagogical theater, drawing its purposes and its
Mendy Gordon.
methods from the model of Baroque tragedy. Its purpose was not to inflict suffering, but to deter by making an example of the offender. And it had to awaken feelings of revulsion in the onlooker. Anything that seemed likely to frustrate this purpose was to be avoided. This included the infliction of pain to such a degree that the sympathy of the crowd might be evoked. Apart from this obvious political purpose, it is also important to note that Frederick did, in the end, consider that excessive suffering was, if possible, to be avoided. The degree of pain was to be calculated precisely in rational terms. End quote. I love that this chapter in Evan's book is entitled A Rational Degree of Pain. In other words, these
Are you done?
rulers had no problem at all with inflicting a ton of pain on people and suffering,
Oh,
but
your
only if
friends?
it can be justified as practically useful.
No.
Now, this may look horrible to
Did
us
it-
today,
did
but
that
it was a
randomly
huge
show up?
improvement over the previous conditions.
Your friend.
Another huge
Oh, it did.
improvement, another enlightenment execution
I think so.
reform that
What
doesn't
is mine?
seem
You wanna
like such a
repost
huge
it?
improvement to our modern ears was the increasing use of decapitation
Nice video
as an
saved, man.
execution method. It used to be something in most of these countries that was reserved for the nobility back in the old days because it's considered
Really?
to be an easy
Oh, a lot of
task.
things that you say there is like, that was a good one.
For this era, in the more progressive European continental states, the practice of beheading the victim becomes
Don't you love how like
common, and you see more and more
your
people that
account
wouldn't
is
have
at risk?
qualified for it half a
It's
century
like, oh,
before
boo hoo hoo.
being either with a sword or an axe cut into at the neck. And before you think about this as just the most gruesome thing you can think of, let's point out that when you think about your options, what would you choose? As long as everything goes well, execution by the sword's pretty quick, right? Take it over breaking on the wheel, take it over strangulation, death at the gallows. I mean, what would you rather have, right? Of course, the problem is the phrase executing well. This requires some skill on the part of the executioner, a skill which is only sometimes there. Those of you out there who've actually practiced with the sword know that actually cutting something efficiently is not as easy as it looks. There's some skill involved.
That.
And hopefully you want to be relatively sober
Are you done?
when carrying out the act. And sometimes neither of those things can be present in an execution. And you have something really nasty in front of you. But here's the thing, if you're the crowd, once again, this is part of the attraction now. You don't know how this is going to go. Even this has its own draw because there's a lot of gossip in how these things go. I mean, you can go look at the French history where they're talking about in letters to each other, these decapitations. And the ones that don't go well are extra gossipy, more interesting, more juicy. Pardon the adjective there. Another thing that has become somewhat of a draw to the crowd is the fact that the way the condemned person behaves right before they die, not as predictable as it used to be. Remember, there was a metaphysical carrot involved here that helped assure that the condemned criminal would play their part in this ritual, this scripted sort of affair, right? The penitent
I
Christian,
was able
for
to just
example,
do this very quickly.
undergoing the
Really?
good death.
Yeah, if I don't fucking
But what if they weren't
add shit to it,
penitent? What if they weren't even acting like they
but
were
is it that
Christian?
powerful in the
What if they
church?
were complaining about the
I know
authorities?
those other ones
What if
are.
they were abusing the religious figures that were there?
Which is that
What
one
if
here?
they were clowning around for the
Two.
crowd to get the crowd's approval? Or what if they
Three.
were just going to their death like Clint Eastwood, absolutely fearless and cool, and the crowd looked at them and thought it was awesome, badass? I mean, none of that is
Just that one.
enlightenment rulers who are orchestrating these new spectacles. That's not what they're trying to achieve. Now remember, these are people that are a lot more concerned than people from the earlier era about effectiveness. So you take away this idea that the person is going to go right to heaven, and that this is all a religious ritual, and their soul's going to be saved, and everything's going to be wonderful afterwards if they cooperate. You take away a big reason for them to cooperate. Add to that the fact that most of these, again, are progressive. I say that because there's always nasty activities continuing back in the backwoods, but in the places that are leading the edge of this Enlightenment era, they're not torturing people much anymore either, which was the other thing you could do if the condemned criminal wasn't, following the proper script, right? Follow the script or we'll take you back and, rip an ear off or take another pinch out of your skin with the glowing hot tongs. But if you're not doing glowing hot tongs anymore, and if the person doesn't think they're going straight to heaven as long as they cooperate, they don't cooperate as much. The other thing that happens is that people who are absolutely out of their minds, terrified, are more of a problem too. And that's not good if you're an enlightenment ruler trying to send a message to the crowd, because when they see terrified people, who, as one author said, clearly understand the implications of both what they have done and what they're about to have done to them, the crowd tends to become more sympathetic than these enlightenment rulers want. You do not want the crowd sympathizing or going to the side of the condemned. That's a complete slap in the face. And what the whole point of these executions were, right? But if you have a poor woman convicted of infanticide who no longer is sure that she's going to heaven and has no one telling her that that's everything that's going to happen, a person who may be just falling apart as they're executing her emotionally, I mean, the crowd can be vicious and want to see blood, but part of why they're going for this event is that it is an amazing human drama. It's not just watching people be killed, it's watching everything, as we quoted from the Friedland piece, I mean, the most intimate moments of someone's life and death, and you having an emotional high and low roller coaster ride throughout this whole thing is again part of the attraction. What will you ever find that is this deep and real?
Have you seen this art?
You spoke on English executions historian V.A.C. Cottrell quotes Edmund Burke, one of the Enlightenment writers from the period, famous guy, talking about the draw of these sorts of things, these executions, and sort of where they speak to humanity in their soul. And as quoted by Cottrell, Burke writes, quote, "Choose a day on which to represent the most sublime and affecting tragedy we have, Appoint the most favorite actors. Spare no cost upon the scenes and decorations. Unite the greatest efforts of poetry, painting, and music. And when you have collected your audience, just at the moment when their minds are erect with expectation, let it be reported that a state criminal of high rank is on the point of being executed in the adjoining square. In a moment, the emptiness of the theater would demonstrate the comparative weakness of the imitative arts and proclaim the triumph of real sympathy. The comparative weakness of the imitative arts, the triumph of true sympathy. I mean, isn't this what we asked earlier? If you made 2 films, and one showed the pretend pain and suffering that we normally do in our movies, and another showed the real thing, with real bullets, real guns, real blood, which would the public choose to see? It would depend on the specific individual in question, right? Are you the kind of person that would go see movie A or movie B? Reminds me of Charles Dickens' explanation of why people go to these public executions and what they get out of it. He said that it is in our secret nature to have a dark and dreadful interest in the subject. I think that sort of rings true, at least to my sensibilities. Makes you wonder what else is in our secret nature. And are we all wired the same way? Do we all have that secret nature, or are some people different than others? Some people choose to go violence. Others would never think of going to that. They want to go see the imitative arts, because after all, it provides a buffer that allows you to enjoy violence, where if you knew it was real, you couldn't possibly have fun. Knowing that person was suffering.
I can say, lady, your fucking voice on the radio bothers me. Even if I shut the radio off, I can still hear the vibrations in the air, even though it's so minute. So now you can't use your voice because it bothers me. Well, she may say, well, you could be a host for all kinds of shit. Lady, you know how fucking dirty I am? If you don't want to be around me, you don't have to be around me. What if we're in the fucking airport together?
Most intensely studied versions of the public execution experience, where we have these questions.
Well, in the same way that you'd have to respect the fact that I don't want to hear your fucking radio voice in the radio waves, but I still get on a fucking plane with you, you have to respect that I have the same issue. Really? Now, if the private company wants to inhibit that, that's their own deal. Corporatocracy is the same, but she as a person has no right, really, over what I do. It's very libertarian. You do unto you, you just don't have fucking me. But what if it's like, what if you're, here's the thing, people think like these fucking, there are these diseases that go around, it's like, oh my god, it's like, you got it. It's like, that doesn't fucking exist. Your body is fighting shit off all the time. It's the world's greatest antibiotic is your fucking body itself. So give it some credit. If you're in the fucking meaning like, she's gonna be, what if somebody has smallpox? It's like, bitch, one person's had smallpox in the last century. Like, okay, if they have it, we have bigger issue with germ warfare going on. You don't want to get in a plane if there's germ warfare. But if you need to, you're like, okay, bitch, you got fucking smallpox. You sit at the front and I'll sit at the back and let's not make out and hopefully we'll be okay. Now, if you have to go to the bathroom, I'll hold my breath. So when a person's got smallpox, but it's like, I don't know, that argument, it affects me. Is a yeah. Because then the same argument could be made that it could have affected you for your parents. So you got to make the argument on top of the state formation, whatever. So you see the trends showing up over there. It's just very simple to say my body, my choice, and that's what it's been. And we're feminists till the day we fucking die, girls. On everything. My body, my choice. Really? Yeah. And if she's like, it bothers me, well, fuck yourself, lady. Really? Yeah. Why? Unless I want it inside me, I'm not going to put it inside me. If not, in my opinion, it's akin to rape in a lot of ways. If you want to stick something in me that I don't want, whether it's a dick or your finger or whatever, and I don't know what it's in it, or it's not consensual, then it's not my body, my choice anymore, and I don't agree with that.
The whole carnival atmosphere at the public executions.
Oh my god, that's very
The bravado and the almost joking nature that some of the condemned will show with the crowd. You know the famous line, they would make the executions go through a very long sort of procession on the way to the execution spot, and there were bars on the way, and one of the execution victims famously goes into the bar and gets the drink or has it brought out to him and says, I'll pay you on the way back. And the crowd loves that, right? A little bravado on the way to your death.
Take that argument ad absurdity to really fuck that kind of. Okay, so I could say this. I'm sure she's pro-choice. Okay, fine. So, if we say, well, how does someone who, whether someone keeps a pregnancy affect her directly? She's not saying, what, imagine it's her daughter, and it happened, and she wants to have the grandchild. Then it has a huge effect on her life. So it's not just like this random case. She has this two disconnected to her. Yeah, you got to play that game, but then you also have to play it right next. And then also as yourself. Really, yeah. So then what is it? I would be like, your argument breaks down. It's a poor argument. It's a poor argument. You say, when it interferes with someone else. Because that's whatever. If you have a fucking freak person, this is what it became. Wait, so here's an interesting one. This is what it got down to. It's a very interesting part of the law. There was this special building at the university, Geddes Hall, that was, again, it's a LEED building, environmental sustainable, but some other things about it. One particular person in this building was very allergic to.
This is an era not that far from the Middle Ages.
So there was a sign on the door, please don't wear perfumes and cologne. And anyone on the second floor of the building could not do that. Basically. It was like, now does that become the future? Do people wear them? No, people wear them with perfumes and colognes in the future. But
acts of mercy and all these
things. To me at that time, it was like, are you fucking serious, person? You're gonna make this whole building like adjust their hygiene habits because you can't smell? I did not think that was an appropriate thing. Really? No. Why? I just felt that that's generally a standardized thing within society and has been for many years. If you can't deal with it, that's now on you as a disability, and you either need to like work from home or have some kind of virtual, but that wasn't an opportunity then, really. There needs to be another option instead of like making the whole building adjust for you. Really, yeah, but I think people will, let me say this, people are much more attuned to that, but in the future, I don't think that would have happened. Really? No. Because it's just like people are going to be like, no, I'm not going to fucking. You're going to have somebody who wears a ton of cologne, a ton of perfume, or maybe they just don't like the way you smell. And they're going to say, I want to work in the same building as you. You smell. And unless it's beyond reason, that person is just going to have to tough up. Really? Yeah. But it's a close one. That's a close one. Really? Yeah, and under the law, perhaps the person who may say, I'm really, really sensitive to this stuff, because people do have those sensitivities.
It's not as sweet and nice as you may think. I mean, if you're thinking of judicial hangings today, those should be called.
I mean, it could go either way. That's one that can go either way. It's like, what's too much smell?
Scientifically designed in most cases
so
to break the neck of the
I can tell you this is what I know about smell.
Which is theoretically
it's the thing that's most tied to memory. It's the sense that's most tied to memory, but also it's best when you have something clean to have no smell as opposed to perfume.
That wasn't the goal.
Perfumes and colognes are a major thing in the future, so it's not like that person wins and nobody wears cologne or anything. You have that case, people are much more aware that is a thing, that people have that, but in the future, that might be seen as a disability where you just would work for. Why?
It is often used with euphemisms and other
And it would be much more understandable. Or you'd have to, or there'd be like some kind of medicine for it. That would be the thing. There'd be some kind of medicine or some kind of like smell, like some kind of like therapy to which you could go. Because I just thought this was the most fucking ridiculous. Everyone did. The people who cleaned there were like, wait, we can't use this product and this product and this product. All because of one person working in the building? Yeah. So the whole building had to change, basically. Like the chemicals that were used in the building had to change, and every person in the building had to change what they smelled. Like they couldn't wear colognes and stuff. Correct. And did that fly? Yes, but that's going to be the exceptional case. Society will not work that way in the future. It wouldn't work. People are going to have too many different smells that one person likes and one person doesn't, and smell becomes much bigger. But so what would happen in that case? If the university hired them and they said, I can't work here because of smell, they would most likely have to get that person like a clean space where they could just, they only do their job and it's on campus and everything. And then eventually it would just be a situation where they'd have to seek disability. Why? If you're not able to go to those types of, in a normal organization, now I'm not saying you might not virtually be able to have like a robot that moves around for you and do that kind of thing and you could just sit at home and do it. That's fine, but you cannot ask an entire building to make all these sacrifices. I'm not saying that person is wrong either, and the people are really nice to do it, but
is by making sure that if they catch you,
it's just not going to fly in bigger society. That was a special building where everyone was really, really nice. It was like the center for social concerns, kind of like basic, like, so they were really into social concerns. But I'm just telling you, social concerns versus how the technocracy works in the future, you're going to have to just, there are going to be some smells, and you're just going to have to endure them. And if you don't, you'll have to learn how to work virtually or seek disability. And that person, I had to use them as an example. There's nothing wrong with them. They just grew up a certain way and they were overly sensitive to things. So I would say to them, we'd work through that. There'd be some kind of, we'd use them as an example of how, we'd have to work in society, because people don't know that's a disability, or that's kind of that's a thing. People who are ultra sensitive to light and to smell and anything, wavelengths, that's a thing. Especially people don't know when people started working in offices, like in the 1960s, 1970s, especially into the 80s, the fucking fluorescent lighting would get to them and cause headaches like a motherfucker. Fluorescent lighting causes all kinds of headaches to people, and people don't realize
no one who lived in that era was under the illusion that hanging was
like a fluorescent light is just basically flickering a lot at once, and it gets to a certain heat. But it's mercury that gets to a certain heat generally, but it could really cause a lot of headaches.
Watch one of these executions on
mercury bulbs would be not a good thing to have in society that we had, and they were just like, I remember working at the university, they had broken mercury bulbs in a cardboard box. You just duct tape it and put a fucking sign on it and they pick it up. Really? Yeah. Would that even happen? Fuck no. You had to take it to the back place and just like leave it. Sometimes these things would be left out in the fucking rain outside, and these guys would come in at 6 a.m. It's fucking wet box of broken glass, and the fucking glass that caused a lot of injuries. The glass is so sharp, and the employees weren't ready. Until I was there, employees were in charge of electricity, the replacement of bulbs, and ordering bulbs, the supervisor. And we didn't know anything about it. People didn't know. You'd be like, "Go change a bulb." And it's like, okay, well, what kind of bulb is that? And like, what doesn't it have electricity going through it? And I had to stand up to not only my boss, who's the manager, but the assistant director, the director, and the vice president. I had to stand up to all of them. And I went, if you ever have anything, kids, riskman@nd.edu. And they better, Mike McCoughlin, he has to be on it. I'd make sure he's in there. He'd be something in Michigan someday. But that motherfucker needs to make sure. He tried to silence me in his own way. Why? I would report safety issues to riskman@nd.edu, and I would get in trouble for it. What would I report? Really good things. 3 things that I reported there ever to risk management. The first was employees shouldn't be doing the electricity anymore because they don't know what they're doing and they're not properly trained and they don't know how to remove the covers. You know how many different covers there are? This becomes a whole science of how to remove electricity covers. There's so many different kinds. There are literally thousands of different designs. So to ask someone off the street, just take yourself, okay, here's a design from 1945. I need you to replace this electrical, this bulb, but you don't have the bulb. It's not in there. You gotta, well, how do you find it? You're not an expert in this. So you go to your supervisor, find the bulb in like this big magazine and all this fucking shit. Or you'd have to call someone in and they'd be like, oh, that's this kind of bulb. But it was really difficult. But let's say you had the bulb. Okay, well then you go replace it, right? There's electricity going through there. I remember this employee was like, can I get some more of these little bulbs? There were these little bulbs that were in the bathroom of the, I know a lot about early childhood development as a teacher, but also at helping manage a facility. Shout out to Derek Kramer, who was the manager there, and who just never made enough. But God, she worked really hard to make sure that it was a very well run. Anyway, a well-run place. One of the lights had gone out in one of the bathrooms, and that's another thing. Tiny toilets are another thing. They're really difficult to clean. Comparison, they get bent down, and everything when it's made for a child is much more difficult to clean because kids get all in their hands and everything in it. Anyway, but there are these light fixtures, and they asked if they had extra bulbs, and I said, I brought some over, and they're like, all right, well, these are really difficult. Can you hold the ladder for me? And I said, sure. I'd never seen them replace a bulb, and this girl goes to stand up, Amy Kevin, that's her name, and to replace the bulb. And I said, wait a second, what are you doing? She's like, I'm replacing the bulb. I'm like, yeah, but the light's on. We should at least shut the light off, don't you think? And she's like, well, we don't ever do that. We just replace it. And it's in there, and it just glows in your hand when it makes contact. And that's like, that's not how it's done. I was just novice. That just didn't make sense to me, legal perspective. I had a law background and thought, well, motherfucker, if this breaks in your hand, you're going to get electrocuted, and the university is going to be on bill for this, and you're going to be dead, and there are all kinds of sad things, perhaps. So it was like, no, stop. So I told her, don't do it. And, the facility was asking, they said, there's a bathroom out, it needs to be addressed. They would just email you, and you would have these things. Okay, so anyway,
certain amounts of mobility.
I would make sure that this. So I emailed back saying, we know that it's out, but there's a reason why we can't. And normally they would replace them. Well, what is the reason? I was a new supervisor there, but I explained basically. We need to be able to shut off the electricity to the light, and if we can't do that, there's no safe way to do it. So I remember talking to my boss, who was there at the time. I'm like, well, don't you think I could just email risk management and ask them what to do? And she's like, and I had emailed some other people and gotten good answers thus far. And she's like, okay, go ahead. So I put out an email to risk management. Then I started talking to Phyllis and this other person, Chris, and that'd be a big Chris. Anyway, they were in her little office. She had a shit office, and in the break room. Oh my God, I would hate this office. Anyway, she's there all hunched over, and I was like, why did they call it funeral leave? What do you do in a case where it's a child and there's
writing this, that's the way their society are behaving. Paul Friedland writes, quote, the growing public fascination
stillborn birth,
and curiosity about
or
executions.
the mother just loses the baby for some reason. A lot of times there's not a funeral for that. How do I answer an employee who wants time off for that if there's no funeral? And Phyllis is like, that's a really good question. We used to call it bereavement. And Phyllis is like, that's why I told him, don't change the name from, she's like all mad about this and mad at no one. I told him, don't change the name from bereavement to funeral, or you're going to run into this issue where there are people who don't have funerals. Funerals are very, very, very expensive. And it's like, you lost a baby that didn't come to term. The university's the one that's supposed to think life is like a sneeze or whatever the fuck. Like my fucking shirt is their goddamn Center for Social Concerns or whatever they think the future is. Without anyway, and whatever your beliefs are, and that is fine. But like a certain point, I say it's fucking 40 days, and that's it. Anyway, why? Because it pleases it. And we just need a line on a date, and they want to say it's 7 weeks or whatever, 6 weeks, 42 days. Judaism before. Really? Technically, if you look it up, and I can tell you exactly where Rabbi Moshe Feinstein said it's 39.
The eager
40. I say 39. But yeah. It's like the 40, up to the 39 hours, 11, 39 days, 11 hours, and 59 minutes. And some lady's going to be like, and 59 seconds. Some lady's going to be like, that's my rabbi. I need, because I might need that extra day or that extra 23 hours. 59 minutes and 59 seconds and whatever the 100th of a second. Maybe we're just getting there right in time. I don't know, pulling in the parking lot. You might need that fucking time. Anyway, if you need it. But then if you live forever, then I think that, which I think you probably do, should upload your brain, then you should be able to get an abortion up to, I think you should be able to kill your kids. I don't know, think that applies. But up to birth, really? Yeah. Why? Because then if it's ever going to affect your life, it's like your life is going to live forever. And this is a thing that we don't know what's going to do. Nothing should affect you now. You're like a thing that doesn't die. So let's continue to have you living. Because you could just have another kid. It's not a big deal. In the past, it was like, well, it could go either way. And a lot of people did what animals do and sacrifice for their loved one. And that's how many people came to be. But and shout out to those people. One of the people with whom I worked did that way. They have a child who doesn't have a mother because she died in a childbirth. Not
most really to watch something like that up close without almost physical pain themselves.
No, but they were.
It's not a mental
all about this. Really, yeah.
It's not like you actually process it all. It's instantaneous, right? You almost feel the physical pain of the person who's suffering in front of you. Just like the Trump said.
So there was that question about bereavement, and there was a third question that I had there. I said, you've got millions of dollars invested in these buildings, and you have open candles that are unattended all the time, and they're, more importantly, there are student lives involved. Why do you have candles there lit all the time with no one watching them? They make candle alternatives that flicker and no one would know the difference. So I wrote these 3 emails over the course of like 48 hours
I still can't make myself believe that we're not empathetic creatures. We may just be
my boss was like,
empathetic creatures. I mean, if you're
never
watching
do that one again. She got in trouble. The director got in trouble. The assistant director, she got in trouble. The assistant director got in trouble. The associate director got in trouble. The director got in trouble. The vice president got in trouble. And it went to the executive vice president. Really? Yeah. He knew exactly who I was when I first fucking started because I was the person who brought this big fucking issue up about the electricity. That's actually what brought up everything, was the electricity. Why? Because he's going to ask, why the fuck aren't these lights getting changed around here? And when one department's saying, we don't know how to do it, and another department saying, well, we know how to do it to some extent, but we don't have enough people to do it, it's going to be a budgetary issue. And he's going to say, well, they need either more money or something's got to go on there. So anyway, he knew who I was. He knew who I was. Anyway, he came in my fucking dorm. Really, one time knocked on my dorm door, and he asked if it was the chapel. I was like, you are really, yeah. My parties were so fucking loud. They used to have to interrupt service. Come down. The fucking person, the priest would come in fucking time, come in all his fucking garb and be like, can you please keep it down? On a Sunday night, bump, 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 hot shit.
Are you done?
Trying to have a little empathy with someone who's
What is this?
Hey, look at this one. Don't you like, oh, you got a new one.
how would anybody know what that felt like? Doesn't keep us from wondering, though, does it? I wonder a hell of a lot more intensely
I gotta do another one.
if this beheading that we're theorizing about was about to happen to you. If it's me, I have to break this entire experience down into two halves.
Is that the end of your story?
The obvious half, which is like walking up to that scaffold and dealing with the execution. But then there's a whole other half, which is easy to forget about when we're just discussing this sort of high-minded plane. Now,
You know, it's like
right
radios
to live with this hanging over your head for days, weeks.
People don't know how to find AM radio on a car. It's difficult. Really? On some cars, they don't. I bet
No
the
matter
future
how
they don't
tough
even have
and
AM
strong
radios.
and
Really?
badass they were,
And it still plays. It's like, oh, you don't know about AM radio? That's where all the good stuff is. FM would just be garbage, and then AM's like
what's it like living in
knowledge.
knowing you're going to face Joe Moss on the 25th of August?
Are you done?
KFI, Knowledge for Israel. I have my own fucking radio station, ladies. I mean, Rebecca, know. What more do you want?
The condemned were basically just over it by this point, figuring this is prolonging the agony. Let's just get the whole thing over with. But prolonging the agony is part of the
I got a
deal.
billboard guy. I got a bunch of billboard guys.
We make a transition, by the way, from
I've got
from the religious
vertical
to
space, horizontal
trying to
space,
save the soul
television,
to an
movies.
era where
Radio.
authorities are looking at the
You want
religious image
online,
much less.
digital,
It's
analog.
just another way to
I get
break
you
it down
on the
like
back
a
of
dam.
fucking receipts. I can get you fucking space.
This whole situation
At
breaks people down psychologically, though, doesn't it?
Restaurant, grocery dividers at a grocery store, but that's a good one for fucking realtors and dentists on those fucking things. Really? Anything else?
If you're thinking you got off easy, that breaking on the wheel charge that you could have been convicted of has been committed to a nice
I get you on anything.
quick
Really?
decapitation. I'm
Hats,
sure
t-shirts,
you're
anything.
thinking of the stories.
All right. Cool, man.
Right. Take the warning. And, Joel,
Are you done? My friends would be like,
execution
are you
recounts
done?
of a woman in Nuremberg convicted of infanticide. This is a
Anyway, so you're private, right? Are you done?
pretty common charge in this era.
Is it called ViralRabbi?
Chalk a bunch of that up to postpartum depression. Nonetheless, a lot of women going to their deaths in this era of actually newborns. A woman named Margarita Vogelin in 1641, an extremely beautiful person of 19 years. She's described in sources. Was to be decapitated. She was sat in a chair. She was made ready by the executioner's assistants. Make sure that the neck is exposed to the right area. And in this particular kind of execution by the sword, you swing it like a baseball bat, more than you swing it like a chopping instrument. You use level swing, and you didn't always get one. According to one chronicle printed by Harrington, this poor child was very ill and weak, so that she had to be carried and brought to the gallows or Ravenstone. And when she sat down on the chair, Meister Valentin, the executioner by the way, circled around her like a calf around a manger, and with the sword struck a span of wood and a piece of skin as big as a coin from her head, knocking her under the chair. And since he hadn't hurt her body, and since she fell so bravely, the crowd asked that she be released. No such luck, though, Harrington says. And from underneath the chair, he says, the victim, now wounded, cried out, this 19-year-old girl, quote, "Oh, help me, for God's sake," which she said often and repeated. Then the executioner's assistant grabbed her and set her back on the chair, whereupon the executioner delivered a second blow, and this time hacked in the neck behind her head, at which she, however, fell from the chair, still alive, again shouting, "Ye, God have mercy." After this, the hangman hacked and cut at her head on the ground. End quote. There's another account in another book of a hangman, a Breton hangman in northern France, who required more than 20
You can post
blows
this
of
thing fucking very
sword
quickly.
to cut off the head of his victim. Now, I'm a poor swordsman. That might even be a generous description, but I can't imagine taking 20 strokes of a sword to cut anything that thin a human neck. Usually, most of the time, these executions were allowed 3 strikes. It's a little like baseball, right? 3 strikes and you're out, and out meant the crowd could pick up stones and throw them at you. Not legally, of course. The king never said, well, you can kill the executioner if he doesn't do it in 3 strokes. But, there's unwritten rules to baseball and decapitations in this era, too. And even if you sat there and wondered about how quickly the decapitation maybe went well, maybe you really would not. Unless if it did go well, would you choose this method? Up to you, although there are different ones, right? I mean, as we said earlier, I think if you're going to go through an execution during this era, what is your choice of method of dying? Because there's no lethal injections. A lot of accounts of hemlock drinking since Socrates back in ancient Athens. And believe it or not, we modern people would obviously think of shooting as a potential method to get out of this relatively painlessly. And yet that seems to be something that was confined to how a soldier would be treated rather than someone in civilian life. You don't hear a lot of shootings as a civilian form of execution. When this era starts, though, it's kind of freaky. It starts off with sort of the biblical approach to execution methods, right? Sort of an eye for an eye, Mosaic law kind of thing. And so, for example, if a murderer in the latter part of the Middle Ages, maybe into the Renaissance, if a murderer kills somebody with a hammer, he might be executed, on a scaffold by an executioner holding a hammer. Different kinds of accounts of what the ritual was, and there's religious elements to it, but it even goes back to pre-Christian superstition, canceling out the evil of the deed. You hit your murder victim with a hammer, so we hit you with one. And even when the era of actually dispatching people that way started to go away, in some places, usually once again outside the big cities, superstitious countryside, they would still include the eye for an eye thing, even if it was only symbolic. So we might strangle the person who was the hammer murderer, but then after they were dead, hit them with a hammer sometimes as a symbolic act. So the ways in which people were killed in this early period, though, often mirrored what they did. They were arsonists, they burned you. They drowned a lot of people for a lot of crimes. Drowning was not the actual form of execution, widely practiced.
Anyone else got no love letters, China? I did this years ago. Yeah, I think I birthed it. I told her I birthed it. I've said I birthed you, basically. I gave you life. I saw you from the beginning, basically. No one else can take you from the womb all the way to modern technologies. How did computers start, Daddy? Basically, you had people who were working in the fields, and then
what they do is they take what were called usually nips out of you. Glowing pincers, take it to
would have cotton and things, and they would
take and burn and rip a chunk out. More than 3 nips is considered to be fatal. Hence, no one wanted to give anybody more than 3 nips. The goal was to have someone suffering, not to have them die before they died.
So it looks like this. This is what it looks like. Okay, so you'd use this to make fucking carpets and things. So how you get it from a fucking thing that makes cloth to technology? So from there,
him the prescribed court-mandated number of nips on the way to the scaffold.
this kind of system was used in conjunction with the discovery of electricity. But even before then, to some extent, it was used, but would eventually become a punch card system.
For days or maybe weeks ahead of time. The guilty party, after having made a full confession, was condemned to be executed. After the reading of the judgment, the executioner had him get into a cart.
And why was it first used? The first computer was used to calculate the results of an American election.
Until they reached the house of the
so people wanted easier ways to tabulate these things. So basically, using sets of gears and things, you could use a motor and run things over these punch cards and know whether it was punched or not, and be able to tabulate things. It's a very complicated process. So basically, from there, you get to what's considered the first computer in the 1960s, which would take up as big as a computer, 1950s and 60s, as large as a room. And the way you get the term bug is you get bugs that would actually, mice and things that would get into the actual, these things were so big that they eat through the fucking wires and things and cause glitches and bugs, glitches and jitters. but that's from where you get bugs. So
This is another aspect that may have kept
then
the
what?
size of the crowds down in earlier
Well,
executions
then you
because there
get
was no set
smaller
style,
size in the
right? They had to have them
1970s and
at
personal
important
computer. The
ritualized places
1980s, the
connected to the
laptop
crime
in
itself.
the
They were
early
in different
1980s
spots
that
all
was
the
like a
time.
briefcase that was
Once you
bigger
have
in
a
the
wave of
1990s.
stolen
In the
gallows, it's
1990s,
the
you
same
get
place all the
into
time, probably in a pretty
the
high
mobile
traffic
phone.
spot.
Mobile
Then
phone,
everybody
different
knows where the
sizes change. And the
executions
reason
will
why
be,
different sizes of mobile phones change
crowd size.
is really for one reason. And this really, people underestimate how much sex sells. I mean, it's down to that. But why did we go with
practice? Is done away with. So it never really lost its draw. And its draw, once you start getting the numbers, are the real reason you don't have all the information before this period is wasn't recorded.
So
Once
here,
you start getting the numbers, it's already a
these
lot of
different
people
screen sizes.
Historian Garrett Fagan says that when the sources begin to pay attention to spectators in the 18th century,
The reason why this
crowds
is
emerge as substantial to enormous. Evans and Rituals of Retribution writes specifically about the German experience, quote, although contemporary estimates must be taken with a pinch of salt, it is clear that the crowds at these events were frequently
So
very
mobile size, device size
said that
evolution.
20,000 people
Because
attended an
pornography,
execution in the Venetian
you were
town of
able.
Klingen in 1788,
Everybody
for
wanted
example.
everything very
In the
small
same number,
until
the
these
last
devices
public
started to
burning
be able to
held
get
in Eisenach
pornography,
in
and then they
1804.
got big again.
While
So
in
people wanted to see them
1771,
large.
the
Really?
night before the execution
Yep.
of Matthias Klostermeier,
Well, it wouldn't it be
the town of
video and
Munich
things like
was
the thing that pushed video was pornography. I mean, it's about sex. That's the thing at the end of the day that fucking sells. And so that's what pushes the fucking technology. Sex pushes the technology. And so what? I mean, the reason people would want to hear someone else's voice is sure for communications, but to be able to hear the voice of a loved one and emit emotions is a big thing. To emote is a thing. But also, so then what? Well, now we'll get to foldable phones, so they'll go back to small. So, yeah. And then like a phone that's on your hand, and then a phone that's just like in front. So, yeah.
More than 20,000 people, 144 carriages, and some 300 horses looked on, according to a contemporary report. On the 19th of February, 1807, now quoting from a contemporary report, thousands of spectators
The
surrounded
future,
the
according
high
to
market
Parks
in
and Recreation, this should
Vienna,
all be
where
true.
the condemned man got onto the wagon
And it was like
with the two
really,
preachers.
everyone has
Thousands of
hologram
people
glass,
filled the streets,
phones, and
and many
tablets.
thousands of spectators stood around in a circle at the place of
Technology companies
execution.
are terrifying. They are. Amazon and Facebook or Meta or whatever, or Verizon, would have seats at the UN, like peacekeeping communication. Drone delivery exists, but it's probably not common. It's not. It would be these tubes that go to your house. Drones are also being shot out of the skies. Yeah. Wearable, almost nowhere in sight.
Times and places where the populations were a lot smaller than they are now. Some of these towns that had 20,000
Almost
people
no
show
wearables.
up for executions may
Everything
not have had
seamlessly into
20,000
this
people
fucking
living
phone.
in the nearby
VR, AR
vicinity.
controls apparently
This was an era
just a choice for privilege. That's true.
So 20,000 people
But,
showing
yeah.
up at a village execution.
Tablets are still around.
100,000 people showing
Translucent
up to
holographic
execution in
phone.
London.
But, yeah.
It's a large execution, even though that's a big city.
Hefty Nokia phone. Grizz is explicit person that uses Grizz would be a thing. Grizzle. But, yeah. Red and central immortality would be a thing.
Everything up to
But,
modern
yeah.
standards. So good luck
So,
finding anything.
interacting with gesture, that was a big thing.
In this time
Androids,
period,
activists,
these
shipping, that was
executions
shut down.
did
Private travel,
as
space
large
travel,
as some of
that's
the
all very
battles of the
Hitch 2,
period.
son of a Hitch exists, that'd be a thing. I might start that.
Now, the reason this
YouTube
plays
is still being
into
forced on people's
walking
phones,
a
it
mile
definitely.
in the
But, yeah.
moccasins of the condemned
I
here
had that fucking.
is because
Oh,
they
I forgot to tell this story. Okay, so
sometimes had to do that
I had one of those red
on
phones,
the
those red
way to
fucking
the
Razor phones,
execution site.
and I was going to the store, let's just say to get
But a lot of the more famous sites, there
mint
were long
spearmint that you get on a farm,
processions that took you,
and
to the place where you
I
were
was
going
riding my
to die.
bike back,
And
and
there were a lot of people
I had had it
who viewed you and
dozen or
screamed
so,
at you
and I fucking
or supported you.
in the middle of fucking North Quad
Along the way.
ate shit
In fact,
all
it's
over
probably
and
not
broke
too
my
much of
phone
a
in two.
conjecture to wonder if the
And
condemned person had
I
ever seen
remember
a crowd as
my friend was
large
like,
as
man,
the
it's
one
been
that
a long
shows up
time
to watch
since
them die.
Mikey's been gone. I wonder what happened. He called me and called me. Like my phone was done, and I came back. He's like, dude, I tried to call you. What's up? And I'm like,
How the
and I
crowd
show him
reacts,
two
the
fucking
time
pieces.
period may also, and of
Oh
course
my
the
god,
nature
what
of
the
your
fuck?
crime.
I mean, it snapped right into
Sometimes they
really,
will
yeah.
all over you in a terrible way, making your experience that much worse. Sometimes they were sort of in your camp, praying for you, hoping for you, or maybe just a little bit
Is that
sympathetic
your
in
senior
the
year?
period to your roguish courage that you're showing on the scaffold, or whatever it might be. It's interesting to note that when they will finally do away with the public execution here, some of the people who were critical of that said that you're
Why?
depriving the condemned of the only
if I
support
remember
they
correctly,
have in this moment.
I was
where
cut
they're
up pretty
dying,
badly.
right? The crowd's on
And
their side. But
I had to
sometimes
ice
it's not.
myself. Really?
Stories about
Yeah.
especially
I had like
the
scrapes
crowd
on my fucking shoulder or
could be
something.
particularly nasty.
Really?
They didn't like you. And things
I remember I came back and
that's
they're like,
from
are you
all
okay? I'm
kinds
like,
of
yeah, I
things.
think so. And I took my shirt off and there were like scrapes or something. And they were like, you should ice your shoulder. I'm not like fucking, but really, yeah.
And just your senses absolutely must have been
Are you
overwhelmed
done?
by the amount of sensory input coming your way. There's several accounts where the religious figures who were writing these accounts say that the condemned, all along the procession, kept their eyes focused a couple of inches from their face at a crucifix that was being held out. And you just kind of trying to tunnel vision this thing and not think about it. Another thing about the not thinking about it, if you're trying to walk a mile in the other man's moccasins or woman's moccasins, as the case may be, is that person sober? And if it was your situation, would you be? Earlier, we quoted that British observer who watched a breaking on the wheel in Germany or breaking with the boot, and he was critical of the idea that these people would go to the gallows, or the Ravenstone, as we said, so intoxicated that they really didn't know what was going on, that it kept them from making their most important and last piece, sort of with God and the world and the whole thing, right? You want to kind of have your wits about you when you do that because it's really important. You mentioned that the crowd sort of took that job for him so that maybe the condemned could be out of it. In many of these different areas that are chronicled, there are, shall we call them, alcohol injection opportunities along the way, and some of it's built into the ritual, right? Some of these places, these bars along the famous execution route are known for, you stop here, you bring the condemned in here, he gets a glass of wine from us. It's our contribution to the public good, or whatever it might be. Gatrell points out over and over how many of these people going to the gallows were dead drunk practically. Now here's the thing again, who wants to broad brush? Because let's say you're going to be beheaded on the continent, one of those lucky people who gets a decapitation as your sentence. You don't want to be drunk, I would think. I mean, you might want to, so you don't know what's going on, but if you don't know what's going on, you might move. The number one reason that people didn't have successful decapitations is because they moved. So you don't want to be swaying around drunkenly and having, who knows, maybe a slightly drunken executioner trying to figure out how to time
40.
the wobble.
Well, I thought you said it 440. I don't know. 420.
40 reaches the scaffold, looks out and sees that crowd. Well, if you had a few, you can imagine what that's like. Although some of these people in the places that let them speak would speak, there'd usually be some religious stuff that would go on the scaffold. And during the ritual religious period, quite a bit sometimes. And then the execution would commence. Do you feel anything in a decapitation that goes off well? Do you have any consciousness at all that it's happening? A lot of people have theorized about this. There's a famous, and I'm sure totally discredited, so I'll say it's probably discredited at the outset of people.
Good job, Dr. Wendell.
Turning this into from like a really hot call.
Heavy use that probes down, just mechanically separates people's head from their body. And they'd had some, I guess if I'm going from memory here, had some discussions with the condemned, basically saying, listen, we're going to do some experiments after you're dead. So, if you feel anything, blink, things like that, or slapping the face of the recently decapitated head and trying to get the eyes to focus on them. Let's just say it's been interesting to wonder, even with the spinal cord severed, how long any amount of consciousness might exist. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, no seconds. That brings me to one of the interesting lines about hanging that I looked up when I was trying to figure out, okay, if that's what decapitation is like, what is hanging like? And hanging is weird, and I want to be careful here because while I was researching it, I was shocked to find a lot of comments from people who had relatives who had hanged themselves and were not so happy that the various sites I was looking at were giving detailed information about it, right? They thought maybe it enabled these horrible family tragedies, and there's a thousand apologies in advance. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to get into the minds of people who aren't just going to go through this, but who are going to ruminate on what it's like to go through this for a long time before they actually do. So what's that like? And I have to say that there is, I've searched and searched, I find no common agreement on what it's like in terms of painful versus not painful. A whole lot of different accounts, some of which say it's very painful, other accounts saying that they were out the minute it happened. Let's remember something, though, in this period, as we said earlier, this is not the modern kind of hanging where the goal is to try to break the neck of the condemned person through a particularly long drop and a jerk in a specific direction that's supposed to separate the spinal cord, right? Considered to be, again, a quick death. No one's quite sure how long. In this era, as I said earlier, you would often see people hung on very short ropes that were like 12 inches long. I mean, if you go look at the artwork from the period, it almost looks like they did it wrong. But to a modern eye, you're going, that rope's not long. They must have had to shorten it to get it into the whole frame, artistically speaking. No, that's how they did it. It looked like somebody basically was hanging by a really, really 6-inch short rope. But that means you're strangling by design. And oftentimes they would simply take you up on a ladder, turn the ladder sideways, as I said, and turn you off, as it was called. In England, before they got all fancy with the trapdoor stuff, they used to just take several people, sometimes on the back of a cart, hook them up to a gallows, which was often just a piece of wood laid between two trees, and just drive off and leave those people, as I said, dancing in the air. Those things, by the way, could go bad too, because people would, there are lots of stories actually about family members and friends and death row executioners sometimes having to run up and
Target right there.
hold on and pull the legs of their loved one to try to speed this process up. With several accounts from people that all said that you get this really loud roaring in your ears. And the ones who survived said that when the rope was removed, you know how it feels when your foot falls asleep and it's really painful when it starts to sink inside your ears? They had that in their head, and they said it was so bad, you'd have to go back and be executed rather than have to deal with it. To say after the research I've done, the experience is heavily based on a number of variables that range across a wide spectrum of being out 1 minute after you put the rope around your neck to 15 minutes later, you're still choking and strangling and convulsing. And the crowd's watching that and taking note. By the way, this is all something where you are the entertainment. And one wonders, if you know for any period of time what's going on, in your performance as it's perceived by the audience. For example,
Are you done?
It's like a contemporary account from the 1700s by a doctor who was living in an era where they were executing people by hanging a lot, so he has a lot of time to do research on this. And he says that there's a certain period of time when those being hanged know they're hanged.
Anything not universal.
Control quotes Dr. Alexander Monroe, professor of anatomy at Edinburgh, in 1774, telling a guy named James Boswell that the man who was hanged suffers a great deal.
Yeah, I'll call it. Hey, what's it like taking gas?
A man is suffocated by hanging in a rope, just as by having his respiration stopped, by having a pillow pressed on the face. For some time after a man is thrown over, he is sensible and is conscious.
Anybody say anything about Rabbi Mick? Oh, somebody's like, oh, I hate you.
The mouth of
Monkey
that
and
fall
two
into the ground
red
and
hot
some
text.
blood covering. Sometimes the crowd gets on their side.
love you.
This is like a sign from God and they should be reprieved, or later on in the not so religious period, that it's not fair to try to kill somebody twice and then unless they're off hand. But they
Oh,
give
that's
us
that hilarious
stories
story.
about what it was
I
like.
know. Rose O'Donnell. Hey, Rose
Received. And
O'Donnell.
again, stories are variable,
I'm
so
a muscle.
it's likely that it's heavily dependent on conditions and variables, like where the rope ends up, for example.
Okay, what is
Neck,
this?
is there under
I love the way
windpipe,
acting. It's fucking
carotid
hilarious.
arteries, things like that.
Monkey.
A lot of these variables were understood at the time, and talk about position. You see the drum leads out and made a little difference, and he'll mention the names of a bunch of different people on the gallows here.
Alright, you guys do the rest.
Also, a lot of primary sources. So if you hear me say quote within the quote, it's a primary source. He writes about these precautions to position the rope well to limit the suffering. Quote, these precautions did little good, however. There was a common pattern in what ensued. As an early 19th century broadside representatively declared, the noose of one man's halter, quote, having slipped to the back part of his neck, it was a full 10 minutes before he was dead, end quote. So too at the very last Tyburn hanging in 1783, quote, the noose of the halter having slipped to the back part of his neck, it was longer than usual before he was dead, end quote. Hatfield's noose slipped twice,
Same shit.
and when he did drop, it was only 18 inches, so his death was prolonged and noisy. Ings struggled on the end of his rope for 5 minutes before
Do one. Do this one.
Hartley, quote, was much convulsed and struggled for 10 minutes after the drop fell, end quote. The knot having slipped behind his neck, Governor Wall in 1802 took 15 minutes to die in agony, so the hangman pulled on his leg.
Hell yeah, go.
In 1804, Ann Hurl was driven to a scaffold erected in the widest part of the Old Bailey. The
What is
regular
it? Is it
drum
red bone,
being
bro?
non-commissioned.
Is that what that's called?
When the
I
cart
think so.
drew
Alright, you
away,
done?
meaning when the cart
Is that a
she was
racist
standing
thing?
on, drew away and left her
I
hanging
see this
by
all
her
the time.
neck with nothing underneath her. When the cart drew away, quote, she gave a faint scream, and for 2 or 3 minutes after she was suspended, appeared to be in great agony, moving her hands up and down frequently, end quote.
Everyone will be that someday.
The trial continues, quote, hanged in Glasgow in 1820 for treason, James Wilson,
I'm
quote,
Charlie's
died
Gambino,
with difficulty, and after he had hung about 20 minutes, blood was seen on his cap opposite the ears. In 1829, Thomas Birmingham's rope slipped and, quote, prolonged his sufferings to a considerable extent. He breathed in agony for nearly 5 minutes. Shouts and screams from the mob caused the executioner to hang on his legs until life was extinct, end quote. It can get wild, and once again, if you're in the crowd, perhaps that's what keeps bringing you back. You never know what's going to happen.
Daylight,
At a
I
1797 hanging,
feeling like you
scaffold
won't
platform
play
gave way,
right.
precipitating clergymen
I
and
used
executioner
to
to the
know,
ground.
but now
There
that
was no
shit
time to
don't
hood
feel
the two
right.
prisoners, so they, quote,
I
swung off
really
with their
put
distorted
away
features
my
exposed to the
pride.
distressed spectators. An arsonist, Charles White, struggled incessantly to escape his bond. He kicked the execution and the ordinary religious figure, dislodging the cap hiding his face. The crowd yelled in excitement. Partly suspended, he struggled still, reaching the platform with his feet, freed his hands, and held on to the rope. The executioner had to force him from the platform and pull at his legs. As he choked, the crowd saw his distended tongue and uncovered his distorted features, and they shrieked. End quote. So even though there are accounts of hangmen making sounds like they do dead, seem to die almost instantly, and those definitely are throughout the historical record. Obviously, they have these other kinds of incidents as well. And there's stuff like murder, which once again conjures up the worst of the worst terrorist ghosts. Deliberately medieval again is an adjective, but also denoted a time period from a long time ago where we used to do this kind of Roseanne lost he conjures up the worst of those kinds of murders, right? When you talk about burning people to death, but they were still doing this up until the early 1800s. Again, after George Washington has died of old age, women got it a lot more than men, and it was often viewed as an alternative. So, whereas we started to get much more like breaking women on the wheel, you wouldn't want to do that to a woman. You spare them from breaking on the wheel, you burn them, things like that. We mentioned earlier the people who were burned on witchcraft charges in the United States and hanged in Europe. Lots of burns. Estimates as high as 100,000 people burned for witchcraft crimes in Germany alone in this broad period. It wasn't just all they usually was. We can be all high and mighty about not understanding our forebears for why they did that, but that's because we have the unique advantage of, well, most of us not believing in sorcery and witchcraft, not thinking it's a problem in our community, and not believing that they live amongst us, and not believing that the only thing that really fixes the problem is murder. Check our bias right at the door on that one. We're talking about terrorism that we did believe in, and there was 100% agreement that the only way to stop that was through burning terrorists or even suspected terrorists to death. I imagine we'd have a few proponents of that even now. Nonetheless, what was it like to go through that burning experience? That depends also. And there's a lot of famous ones, Joan of Arc comes to mind, right? I read some accounts that talked about the likelihood that the smoke itself would render a person unconscious. During the later period, when they're still doing this, into the 1700s in Britain, for example, they're doing the same version of secret strangling that they're doing in places like Prussia, but they're doing it openly, like in one of the particularly horrific, more recent burnings. They were executing a woman for killing her husband. They called that petty treason, by the way, back then. So major treason was like crimes against the state. Petty treason was a wife killing her husband. Nonetheless, they had the strangulation thing rigged up. If the wood cuttings I've seen are correct, sort of on a chain, and it was around her neck on the stake, and then somebody would hold this chain 12, 15 feet away from the faggots of wood that were burning, and strangle them just before the flames reached them. But this time we were told that the chain got too hot, and the guy whose job it was to strangle the woman so she didn't have to suffer burning in this late Enlightenment period, where didn't strangle someone without human. I had to let go of the chain, and everything got very old-fashioned very quickly. The woman's name, by the way, was Catherine Hayes, was burned alive in London in 1726. This account comes from Public Executions, the Nigel Hawthorne book, and he takes an account, sounds like a near primary source, but maybe not, from the Newgate Calendar, sounds like a newspaper, and it says, quote, Hayes received the sacrament and was dragged on a sledge to the place appointed for her execution. When the wretched woman had finished her devotions, in pursuance of her sentence, an iron chain was put around her with which she was attached to the stake. When women were burned for petty treason, it was usual to strangle them by means of a rope passed around the neck and pulled by the executioner,
Never
so that they
eating.
were willfully
Fucking
insensible to the
university.
heat of the
Sorry,
flames. This
university.
woman literally
That
burned
was
alive.
this one time.
The executioner
Yeah,
let go of the
I
rope
think I
too
could
soon
fucking-
in consequence of having his hand burnt by the flames.
I might be able to.
The
Well, I
flames
think I could
burned
finish off
fiercely
one of those
around
fucking
her,
towers
and
on
the
my.
spectators beheld
I think I've done
Catherine
it.
Hayes
Really?
pushing away the faggots
that
while she rent the air with cries and lamentations. Other faggots were instantly piled on her, but she survived amidst the flames for a considerable time, and her body was not perfectly reduced to ashes until 3 hours later. End quote. So you have this image of a person struggling to kick away the burning, faggots of wood around her, and they just keep piling more on. She doesn't sound like she's dying from smoke inhalation to me. And one of the things, by the way, that you read about a little color here in these later burnings is the executioner will sometimes hang a little bag or a pouch around the neck of the person manacled to the stake, and that pouch contains gunpowder. And the hope is then when things get hot enough, that will explode, putting you out of your misery, so you'll have to be burned to death. And as the period goes on, you'll read more and more accounts of, like, when noblemen have to be killed. Rarely, but when noblemen have to be killed like that, they'll be having whole bladders filled with this gunpowder, hoping for the best. And while that does, by the way, look a little like the secret strangling thing, which enlightened rulers trying to limit the suffering of the condemned, there's also a practical way to look at this. I mean, this is insurance, isn't it? So that you won't have another one of these incidents that gives the state a black eye, like some woman manacled to a post, screaming to the crowd and kicking away the wood as fast as you can pile it back on. That doesn't look good for anyone. A little pouch of gunpowder around the neck might save us all a lot of trouble next time. And one thing I don't think we have pointed out that's worth mentioning is that a lot of these people being executed are bad people who've committed bad crimes, right? Things we would treat severely today: murder, rape, robbery, all those kinds of things. So let's not make angels out of these people that don't deserve it, although I doubt no matter how bad you are, we want you burned alive. That having been said, let's remember that in a lot of these places, England, for example, we mentioned
You
already,
need to save
they
face
are
really
executing
badly.
for
Like,
crimes that
you're
no
in the middle
modern
of a
state
party
agrees
and you're
to
bleeding to
perform.
death upstairs, and the whole party's waiting for you downstairs. You consider your grandfather died, as opposed to telling the whole party that you're bleeding to death. I don't want to get in that story right now.
Convictions, right? What was the failure rate like? You can only imagine in this time period. Because right before this time period is when they're doing, like, trial by ordeal. We're going to throw you in the river, and if you sink, you're innocent. If you float, you're guilty. I mean, we're only a little ways out of that period. So I imagine a bunch of these people being executed are bad people. I imagine a bunch of them aren't. And if we're going to walk a mile in their moccasins and try to wonder how they must have felt, don't you think afraid has to be like the most dominant emotion that's just
Did you ever do that,
overwhelming
Joe?
them, psychologically breaking
Yep.
them?
Really?
There were these rogues and
We just parted ways and we're
deaths.
friends.
There were some others who went with an almost tinge of madness.
Why?
Perhaps neither one of those people
Well, she was.
is affected by
They were
the
best friends, and
Yeah.
she's a really
True person. She understood why.
VAC control
Maybe
out
6:15. Huh?
that and almost
You're gonna have an enjoyable season with them. Yeah.
affected most people. He writes, quote, most people would mount the scaffold, now quoting primary sources,
Hey, John.
trembling in a very extraordinary manner,
Yeah.
their whole frame violently convulsed, their minds bordering on
I think so.
stupefaction, having to be supported by officials. He continues. Elizabeth Godfrey, hanged for murder in 1807, went to the scaffold in a state of frenzy. Grieger in 1837 refused the attentions of the ordinary of Newgate, bravely enough. But at the scaffold he was, quote, totally unmanned. All his fortitude had left him. He was unable to speak, and the officer was obliged to support him or he would have fallen, end quote. He mentions several other examples and continues, quote, an 18-year-old girl had to be dragged to the scaffold at Bristol by half a dozen men in 1849, the clergyman vainly asking her to walk quietly. By 1868, writes, the images were seared in memory. Quote, half fainting wretches,
I know some.
sometimes supported between warders and chaplain, sometimes
But then I got to know very
fiercely
well. But
with the
other time, there's
executioner,
some other people.
to plunge and shriek and kick until the lumbering
Shout out
drop
to them.
falls,
Right?
sometimes
They're
sinking into pitiable
I mean,
syncope,
I have
to be
nothing really
hanged
bad. I
sprawling
met
over
you.
a chair.
I really have nothing bad to say about anybody's race. So all the people have been really good representatives of their countries and
Fear
stuff.
they felt inside was betrayed by their bodies.
Country's different than race, and races even exist. So whatever. They've just been in that region. I don't know.
Cobblestones. As her bowels gave way when she saw the cart that was going to transport her to waiting guillotine. And it's not really the time or the place, but there have been long debates about whether or not the culture that the people in the past lived in made their fear less than ours today, or even made their sensitivity to physical pain less than we would feel today, without going too deeply into it. Most of the more modern things that I've been reading went out of their way to contradict those earlier ideas, but as I said, another topic for another
The
time.
moderators are
Let's
gone.
just point out that when these women, for example, in England, went to the stake to be burned to death, the fire probably felt as hot as it would be.
Wait, you got rid of the moderators?
Of course,
No,
even
this
more
is
vivid and
this is at least doing
I
something.
imagine that in these times of paralyzing fear, those with extra strong religious beliefs might have had a higher level of comfort.
Do you think the moderators are really fun?
Primary source accounts
It's not worth it.
has to do with
Really?
German arsonists.
No, they got you nowhere. You got you one like. At least this is like.
She was burned, I think,
It's ridiculous how much you're able to post it without getting like a flag on spam. The worst thing you did is post your fucking phone number, your own fucking phone number. And I don't understand why you can't post your phone number.
Out to Jesus, basically saying, "Don't go anywhere. I'll be there in a minute. I'm coming. I'm on my way." I mean,
dude, people, I fucking hate doxing so much. I hate that fucking law. Really? To me, doxing should be legal. You should be able to put whatever the fuck you want about anyone, and they shouldn't be able to stop you saying anything you fucking want to type anything you want. Well, why do they stop it? Because people in power don't want you to know how much fucking property they have. And when you can put a fucking list of what every house someone owns, it's a lot of fucking property.
Lord Jesus, take my soul up to heaven. The desperation, right? Make sure you hear me. I'm coming right now.
Why? Because right now you can't really say anybody owns anything, because then it gets to real estate, and then it's like, well, what's the address, and then it becomes a doxing issue. I hate that. It has good intentions, but laws should be very, very simple. In Israel, it will be very simple. There's assault, there's battery, there's intentional infliction of emotional distress. There are some very simple laws out there. You don't need all this bullshit. Like, oh, well, you used a computer. Well, now it's tack on shit. Fuck you.
The most insane moment in the whole affair happens again. As a modern person, we would think that is the moment when the flames are lit right in front of you as you're choosing to stake. Sarah, if I'm
They need more
sources
fucking songs.
correctly,
I saw you.
insane moment, one that would be on the
They
life's
should have
top
just like
5
old
most
school,
impactful
old.
moments
People
in my
fucking
life.
love all these. Oh no, let's play scary music.
You'd have to say that somewhere on the top 5 list is that moment. The execution that actually touched me.
This one's okay. I started saying that. They should play more.
Same thing that you have to talk about in the execution. You set up a little bit about how someone back then might have felt about it. We've been looking at this from a point of view for a while now of the person doomed to die in this execution. Really, when you think about it, the star of the show. But there's another star of the show. We call them the supporting actor. Their role in this, looking at the question of the extremes of the human experience, is just as extreme as the person who's dying up there for the entertainment of the crowd. It's his job to kill them for the entertainment of the crowd, whereas the condemned only has to go through this situation once, and then is out of their misery. The person on the other end of the story, the best supporting actor, does his job in this tale, has to do it over and over again. It's the way he makes it, it's the way he feeds his family, and then he has to think about it at night, then he has to clean his equipment the next day. I mean, this is a psychological challenge that in modern times, terrible regimes have had a hard time dealing with. I mean, there are stories you can read about the German government during the Nazi years trying to figure out how you get around the problem of the people that you get to shoot all these Jews that you line a pit with are having psychological problems. There's only so much liquor you can ply someone with. And yet they managed these executions back in Europe. And it's more difficult to do that maybe even than a modern person might think, because the tendency is to think something like, well, you wouldn't have gone into that trade if there wasn't something you liked about it. Either you like the job, or you like the pay and the benefits and you don't mind the job. We can think of any number of reasons why a person might choose or not choose to go into such a trade. The modern bias at work there, though, when I start to think like that, is I forget that in many periods in human history, people have no choice in this kind of thing. When I was growing up, it was one of the things you would say about these free governments in many parts of the world. They're going to tell you what you do for a living. Americans and Western Europeans, we'd all shudder, right? Seems a price of human freedom, doesn't it? But in this era, as in many other eras and places, the
So why did
system
Leslie
is
get punished for
very
that
moral.
Jimmy
In
John's thing?
fact, what we call
Assimilation.
class
It wasn't
in a lot
her
of these
fault. Somebody
areas,
assimilated her mother, assimilated someone all the way back. And they read a story about that's how fucking Jimmy John's was.
born into
Right?
a
It's a
place
story
in
of
society
assimilation
where you
and
have
to punish them.
limited or
Why?
no
Because she go to work
choices.
every
For
single
example,
fucking day and see 100
your
fucking people
dad
eat these fucking sandwiches. They
is
were
an
all over the
executioner.
campus. She must have seen it
Guess what you
thousands
do?
of times,
All
hundreds of thousands of times.
You're going
Right?
to be executing people too. And if you turn out to be one of those people of a artistic, sensitive disposition, really not
And she lived a nice life,
person,
a very nice
wanna
life,
feed
but
your
it was
family,
like she could be
the trade.
Joan
Figure
Croc.
out a way to make it work. Because the society in these areas wasn't going to let you do much more than that. See, here's the thing, right away.
She looked great once,
That
though.
confronts our
I mean, not
mental
all. She
image,
was
our
just fine.
stereotypical
I mean,
image
just
of the executioner.
sorry to be so. But she'd laugh and
The
dick
hooded
off about that.
executioner and
Anyway,
whatnot. That's
this
more
one time
by the
I had
way
come
something
back
could happen
from
in England and the concept. But the reason
law
wasn't
school,
because
and I
the
went and saw him,
executioner wanted
and she had just
everyone
had
to see
gastric
their
bypass.
face
I've
and
known
be
some
proud
people
of the
who do that,
situation
and
necessarily.
I mean, it really changes
Some of them may have chosen to
how you look.
change features.
And
But everybody else who lived in the town where the execution was
so
happening,
I hope that was
they
successful
damn
for her
well
because it
wanted
seemed
to
like
know
it started off very well.
where the execution
And she's like,
was.
no, it sucks.
And they wanted him to stand out of the crowd because they didn't want to accidentally come in contact with
Are you
him
done?
in any way, shape, or form because he was, as Paul Friedland
Is that the only
writes,
person you know that?
an
Oh, sorry, why so
extraordinary
you must die
being,
during that.
but
But yeah,
extraordinarily
so that was very
blessed
similar.
in some
But
ways
yeah,
with special
anything bad that
powers,
happens to these people
but
in
also with
simulation?
undeniably
Well, the
cursed
football
with
teams,
others.
that was on all of us
The
kids.
ability to turn you from an honorable person into a dishonorable person in your heavily class-based, a caste-based almost society, simply by touching you. By the way, this touching doesn't just mean, while they're performing their duties as executioner, it means running into them even accidentally at the marketplace and having you brush against them. It can be that innocuous. This is why the authorities and the citizens want the executioner dressed at all times in clothing that clearly marks out the fact you're the executioner. And in some places, they have to carry like special staffs that are certain colors so that the crowd knows, wait a minute, there's the guy who kills and tortures for money, and if I touch him even accidentally, I'm dishonored. I imagine that even in the most crowded marketplace, there must have been a nice buffer zone of no people around this guy and his close family members. And I have to confess, the more I read about the executioners of this era, it's probably
This is the thing.
the
What?
executioner
I always had a question.
class of
Do you have children in the bed
the more
or not?
fascinated I am
Not
by
like,
them.
like to play around when they're young, or like even
Surprising as that
older,
might sound.
and that's okay in the
21st century
future.
audiences.
But yeah, in our house it was
By
never
some of the
okay.
historians,
Like once I was, I don't know, 3.
all of the executioners
And
would downplay their scenes,
In the future, no. But people don't know what to do in that situation. Why? Because the kids want to be around the parents, but the parents don't want necessarily. They want their own time too, and of course not then. But they also want the opportunity to. They don't want, and then it becomes a thing. Once the child becomes a certain age, it's like
did I do well?
people.
Exactly what you're supposed to do kind of response that's
They don't want
normalized and everything. But if that
Are
guy
you
screws
done?
up, well, justice gets a black eye. As old as that, right? And before we go any farther, let's
What
understand
about Alfredo
the
chips?
ramifications for screwing up an execution could be a lot worse than losing your job. People throw stones. When that happens, an executioner is killed. Interesting thing, though, the historians point out that I read, refrained from touching them, though, anyway. Right? We're still not going to touch them, even if we want to kill them. We're going to throw things at them, because if we touch them, then we get dishonored, right? It's like leprosy, which was another problem in the period. And it could spread. You don't want to be near, somebody who could get you sick. And this is a different kind of sickness. It's the early modern sickness known as dishonor. And if you don't already have it, you don't want to get it. The idea of them as extraordinary beings is fascinating to me. And yet when I've read the historians kind of go down the list of why they might be called to different kinds of beings. It's interesting, and even on a genetic level, because what ends up happening is this infamy that these people have make them unmarriable, for example. So the people that they end up marrying are often women who are from families of executioners also. So they sort of double down, the stories say, on their weirdness because they don't get to live with other people either. So they're marrying into their own kind of class, if you will, and into distant relatives and mixing these families. And then over generations, you get these great executioner families. But they're a little strange because they're a bunch of people who live in this world of executioners on both sides down many generations, and they don't get to mingle with anyone else. This historian Richard Van Dolman points out, quote, because of his dishonorable occupation, the executioner lived outside the community, which only served to heighten his sinister image. He could only marry within his own circle, so that a succession of executioners evolved. The executioner had to distinguish himself by wearing special clothes, which generally differed from his black or red robes of office. Attempts to secure a special status by dressing conspicuously failed on account of the rigid dress regulations for the executioner. He earned good wages and got on comfortably, but he had to live outside respectable society, sit alone in a separate place in church, and was required to eat and drink on his own at the inn. End quote. This affected everyone in his family too, as Van Dolman says. The social implications of dishonor were suffered not only by the executioner, who at least had an occupation, but also by his children, who were forbidden to learn an honorable craft. Town craftsmen in particular ostracized the executioner. End quote. Paul Friedland really blew my mind. He talked about how this dishonorable taint turned all these people into people that could only, hang out and intermarry with each other, which over time creates, dynasties of executioners related to each other, but also people
You just eat this.
intermarrying in a small circle for a long time,
China's very underrated.
closer to each other than any of the outside population, he writes.
Why?
However, to explain the rise of this closely interrelated caste of people who gradually came to occupy most of the official posts of executioner
Butter.
in the cities and towns of
Parmesan
northern
cheese,
France, the Netherlands,
yeah,
and
so it's like
German-speaking northern and central Europe. Perhaps the endogamy of executioners was itself the cause of the opprobrium, as practitioners of this very problematic profession came to be, quite literally, a separate tribe or race of people. Most likely, the endogamy and the revulsion attached to the profession were mutually reinforcing. As executioners became more reviled, they increasingly married their own kind, in turn, making them seem even stranger.
What's the hardest you've ever been in your life?
It's Friedland who says that
It's one time in a car at Frank's nursery,
so profane.
and Ireland wrote that I was going to die with his dog.
Come into contact with other people or objects without profoundly altering them.
Wow.
In other words, he's something kind of magical, and at the same
Hey,
time,
dog.
an untouchable. The better ones also seem to be part psychologist or psychiatrist, because they had to think about this. They had to
I
shepherd
didn't realize how hot it was.
beings from
Is
life
that in your story?
to stressful moments in their lives, right? And in these executions that were almost always these carefully staged dramas, these spectacles of justice, it had to go a certain way. For it to come off without a hitch, the executioner needs
It's
a
so black or
cooperation of
something.
condemned together to pull this thing off. And I know that sounds weird, but it's in everyone's interest. I mean, we mentioned earlier that there's a journal in Joel Harrington's book on the faithful execution is wonderful. But unfortunately for we moderns, the executioner, whose name is Franz Schmidt from Germany, he doesn't say, here's how I live with myself, and all these things. Every time he seems to be thinking about the victim too much, he switches to what they did. And what made them end up in this position in the first place, the horribleness of their crimes, which, by the way, is something a lot of people do today. Crimes of justice. Nonetheless, Harrington has great color throughout the book and explains the context of all this stuff. This is Franz Schmidt, executed 394 people over his career. And torture,
Do you have one on like that?
dished out corporal punishment to hundreds more. Think about that for a minute. If a guy like that comes up to me for the last drink, right? I mean, this is one of the moments that might be the most impactful of your day, because the execution touches you. Another might be when you're in the Four Sinners Parlor, as it's sometimes called, saying your goodbyes and talking with the religious figures and all that stuff. And the announcement comes in, as it often did in the German states especially, the executioner is at hand. This person
What did they
shows
call
up
it?
fresh,
One,
showed up in his best
when you
robe,
have two kids as like a king,
came with a drink.
one for the throne, one on his own, or one is an heir, one to be that.
Places was a last meal, sometimes called a hangman's meal. This is extremely weird. I think it was Richard Evans.
Fucking Henry, or Harry, or whatever, has a
German
fucking
criminals during
something
this
dedicated
era.
to it.
This lavish meal that
What's
they
wrong
gave
with
them
me?
right before they died was probably the greatest meal that they'd ever had, and far above anything they'd ever even seen. And oftentimes the people who judged you and the religious figures and even the executioner will eat with you at this meal, and you might be required to wear your own burial shroud, so the whole thing's not weird, not at all, right? It's part of the psychological
You
breakdown.
suck and I hate you.
My burial shroud,
I got a little thing to pick up, not too bad looking. In America, that's cool.
But if a guy with 394 kills on his record comes to me and says, listen,
Yeah, you still suck dick. Your mom was cool.
this a lot of times, let me tell you how it's going to go easy.
Alright.
For me, I think I'm going to listen to him. After all,
Hanging out.
squirm around too much and
Your
don't do
dad
what this
sucks.
guy wants. He's going to take more than one shot at my head if
Why?
this is a decapitation, for example. And should be pointed out.
Let me count the ways. Ever heard
They have a reputation
of
not
the Declaration of Independence?
drinking too much.
You
What would
cocksucking
do?
fuck.
Your job to kill people. How are you going to handle that? But if these guys take too many strokes to do the job,
Anyway,
it might be open
it sucks to be
season
you.
on them. And violence, as Richard Evans points out,
Why?
violence against executioners who botch the job, well, the sources are abundant. But that'll make him even more nervous, right? So you really want this condemned to sit still, work with you, and you'll all get out of here. It's
Nah.
awesome, right? We're going to listen to the experts in this case, and he explains to me the best way to hold my
You're
hand
not gonna
is
get to
go
be king.
fast. You're going to be broken up, feel the room, and the feel motivations might be a little bit more complex.
So that one.
Just to throw this in there, because I think it's also interesting. Another reason
Yeah,
that
I
people
like
are so
that.
dishonorable is they often
Well,
have a lot of
hello.
side gigs in the community that were also sort of untouchability things, like ego latrines.
I want to have a three-way
Dead animals,
with
and all
Mega
this stuff.
Mark
People don't
and
really do
Cream Milk.
that
I'll just say
fun,
that.
clean kind of stuff.
Right?
But it's kind of interesting because
They
they
put these
often
bitches
have
in my face
really
enough.
good living elsewhere, right? Almost to the point where they're rich. And one source pointed out
You
how
call her
interesting
Kate Middleton?
it is that we modern people think that
No,
money
she
is
call
the
it.
great equalizer. And his point was, no,
We
in the
call her
earlier era, you could be as rich as
Queen
minus, but
Picoftheday?
at a certain level of society, I mean, if you're rich as minus,
Sorry, but
trains, nobody cares.
What?
So these executioners often did real well with all their side gigs, actors, and all these other things, but
Suck my dick and then
another weird thing about it is that at the same
suck
time,
my
these
spotty.
dishonorable
Suck my
people don't
American
want touching
spotty
you.
dick, you fuck.
They also are kind of thought of as magical healers.
Why don't you like
Obviously, they
England?
know a little bit about
They
anatomy.
burned down our White
They
House.
also practice torture and keeping people alive to be executed. In fact, they probably had pretty darn good amateur knowledge. It's kind of tough to have the person do what they need to do in a way that doesn't dishonor you, but people went to them as healers. They also had another side business, and this is one of the favorite parts of the era left over from
Running
the
a
Middle
watch,
Ages.
you fuck.
Sometimes sell a little blood on the side. The blood of the condemned was often thought to have magical properties, especially for epileptics. And at a lot of these executions, people
I was running, that was a show.
blood, and the smarter, more entrepreneurial executioners usually have the resistance already in advance, ready to go, basically saying something like, hey, okay, they get one. I mean, sort of a Dracula sidekick selling blood, but supply and demand and all that.
It is the only time since the American Revolutionary War that a foreign power has captured and occupied the capital of the United States. But it happened in the War of 1812.
Because as the 1700s go on, you get to the latter part of them, these executions become rarer and rarer. I mean, the numbers are actually published. Prussian records, the records in the Netherlands, the records in Paris. And you're seeing single digits in some places and sometimes, right? There's no reason to have a full-time executioner on staff. There's no reason to have a lot of them, and so they start declining in number. Some of them probably making professional, attempts at the
They
side.
say unknown died. Like, I mean, was it like 1 billion people, or was it like 100?
And as time goes on, they're getting older. One of the
You could say approximately.
letter from one of these old executioners
Maybe
trying to assure a potential employee.
we could get those
He's still got
statistics more accurate.
essentially said something like,
It's
I'm old, I
unknown.
know the sword is heavy, but it's like riding a bicycle. But it's a sign that fewer and fewer of these people are even around. The ones that are around are getting old, and they're not exactly, as they say in boxing, to rest is to rust. They're rusting. And it's part of the reason you see more and more botched decapitations during this period.
Look, it used to look
It's a
different.
significant problem. And as we know, if you have a significant problem, we're going to try to invent ways to eliminate it. And that's what the guillotine was. The blade that drops down the scaffold and separates a person from life to death in the blink of an eye, literally. That's an attempt to cut out the human equation. Believe it or not, as bad as that looks to us now, it was a step forward in sort of man's progress towards becoming more humanitarian. It took away the infamy associated with being touched by the executioner that would spread to your family in the old days. Now, this was all about a rational penal system. You have to die, but it doesn't have to be any more painful than this. There's no infamy attached to it. The executioner is no longer this infamous figure that scares the heck out of people. He's just a guy who's a technician. And as much as the guillotine is associated with these bloodthirsty crowds that come to watch the execution like it's something special because we're using a guillotine, you should remember in context everything we've been discussing, right? These people, the guillotine was to be shortchanged. There's no show. You can hardly see it. It's over in the blink of an eye. You can go watch executions with the guillotine. Official judicial ones. There's one, a famous one from France. I think it was like shot in the 1930s or something. It's in slow motion, the entire thing, because even then, they run the prisoner out, boom, boom. It happens so fast you can't believe it. If you came all day and tailgated in expectation of that, that's like, when I used to buy pay-per-view boxing matches, and something out, and boom, it's over with 1 second. That's a good way to feel cheated as an audience. These protesters I was reading sound like people really would have preferred to go back to the more spectacular executions simply for entertainment value alone. Some people, not all people. This brings us back around to the viewpoint here. I wanted to examine things from can I contend with the execution or how about the audience? But the audience has really been the question throughout this entire conversation as to how the audience is reacting. And during this period, this is when it kind of gets fascinating. The aspect of, okay, so we human beings like this stuff. They've been watching it, okay, so we're maybe not surprised if we're real cynical. So why did it end? And how did it stop? That's an interesting process. Is there a roadmap there where you can say, okay, we inoculated ourselves against that once before, and here's how we did it? During this period, when the sensibilities, as we said earlier, begin to change among some people in some classes, the audience going to these executions begins to, in some manner of speaking, look at itself and not like what it sees. Here's where the spectacle of suffering is a primary source account, a dramatized where he points out from a person who was, shall we say, on the cutting edge of this. Didn't want to see nothing about the executions, but stumbled in. Remember, the Place de Grève is the execution site. We were proceeding toward the Place de Grève. It was late and we thought the execution over. But the gate proclaimed the contrary. The man was broken on the wheel, as were his 2 companions. I could not endure the sight of that execution. I moved away. How do you know?
Little did he know.
His friend watched
Morgan
it all
Freeman would be
stoically.
like,
I turned to
Little
look at
did you know,
something else.
it's just a matter of time until everyone in the world would know who he was.
They chattered and
And
laughed
how
as if
much
they
he
were
loved
watching
to
a farce.
masturbate.
But what revolted me most was a very
Dolly
pretty young
Madison's
girl
thing.
I saw with what appeared to
Dolly
be her
made
lover.
the thing. Dolly's her
She
thing.
uttered
Hello, Dolly.
peals of laughter.
Dolly
She jested
Madison.
about the miserable man's expressions and screams. I could not believe it! Exclamation.
Damn, look at this bitch's
I looked
tits.
at her 5 or 6 times.
She's
Finally, without thinking of the consequences, I said to her,
oh my god, what
Mademoiselle,
happened to
you
her?
must have the heart of a
Yeah,
monster. And to
You
judge
look
by what I
hot
see
here.
of you today, I
Fuck.
believe you're capable
Oh,
of any
man.
crime. If I had the
Oh, and
misfortune
then
to
they
be
get
your
pictures
lover,
of you.
I would
Oh,
shun
you're
you
old as
forever.
fuck.
And she was no
Rest
fish
would be like,
wife,
yeah.
he writes.
You
She
don't want to
stood
fuck
mute.
Dolly Madison. Right? Hold on a
Exclamation
second.
point again.
Let's get
I
back to that.
expected some unpleasant
Dolly
retort from her lover. He said not a word.
Madison.
Then, a few steps away, I saw another young girl
Damn, she was
drenched in
fucking
tears.
old
She came to me,
when they
leaned
fucking.
upon my
Is she like the
arm,
oldest
hiding
picture
her
of
face, and
anyone?
she said, "This is an honorable man who feels pity for those in anguish!" Exclamation point again. End of quote.
Bitch, she was old as fuck.
Those comments also emphasize
Man, you think she's still
another
alive?
key thing that was making some in the crowd judge others in the crowd harshly for the way that they were reacting. Women,
Who's the oldest person ever?
staples at these executions. Pretty much every source suggests from the get-go. Some sources suggest that
Why
women
this
in
person
mourning
has
traditionally made up the
Conrad
majority of the
Hair.
crowd.
So he was born in 1749.
Before this era, but this is the era, remember, that
Earliest
has certain
born
built-in
person ever
assumptions
defined
amongst a
according.
lot of the intelligentsia
Here he is in
about
1852
human nature.
at 103.
One
He
of
looks
those
great.
assumptions has to do with womanhood
Fucking Dolly
and how women are naturally the more compassionate sex. As
How old
one
is she in
primary
this
source
fucking
said basically something like they're scared of spiders, but they can go to these executions and watch intently and enjoy.
So like George Washington just barely missed out on seeing what that motherfucker would really
clashing
look
with
like.
the intelligence's
By like,
view of what womanhood was in their minds, in their writings, in their assumptions. Once again, if
50
womanhood
years
is really like this ideal
Dolly
compassion,
Madison.
mothering state, then
Does she have a
what we're
bakery?
seeing when we see women go to these executions are
That's
twisted
how I
people,
did this shit.
people with a screw loose. In
Man,
other words,
this
they're
fucking
establishing a
thing.
new baseline for normalcy, one that
Did
is
she start this company? There's
idealistic,
no way
perhaps
she
at least
started this
for
fucking
some
company.
people in their
She's like,
times.
oh,
And then
after
what
her
they're seeing
her
on the
husband
ground,
died, she
at
made
ground
it
zero,
her bidding
clashes
to
with their ideal.
start a cupcake company and look like shit on
It is
camera.
fascinating as a modern person to read some of these letters that are published in the histories.
How dare you say she looks like shit?
Friends, for example,
You know you still fuck her. Oh, totally. It's like, hey, I got a fucking Dolly Madison's corpse over here. Stick it in her.
Some executions are horrible, others are
Are you
wonderful,
done?
others are beautiful. The people are all a huge part of the draw. And
Hey, dog.
celebrity executions. I mean, imagine some just famous people with tons of cosmetic lines and issues. If they're getting into trouble and then a public execution where their former popularity
Okay, are you done?
plays into the draw of the crowd later. I mean, if you love this person and this and that.
What is this, Dolly Madison?
Final performance on the scaffold.
The wife of President James has, although the first name spelled differently.
Actually uses some of these letters as a way to
Used for a successful ice cream brand still for decades in the United States in the 20th century. No feature Dolly Madison. The brand was among the projects that were liquidated by hosting students, announced plans to go out of business on November 16, 2012. Apollo Global Manager David Huge, who acquired Hostess brand Twinkies Be Huge, also regarded the Dolly Madison second, as well as a Corsair, with plans to resume production of the products. Apollo Global Management would be huge. Really? Yeah. So low building.
Spectators of every class crowded the streets between the prison and the execution ground in Paris. He says all the windows overlooking the scaffold had been rented out well in advance.
I'm just gonna name all these buildings one day. Like, oh, that one looks like the bitch building. Oh, that one looks like a pube hair. Oh, that one looks like a dick.
Talking about the execution.
And then it'd be like the pube hair. Oh, dude, I live in the pube hair. Really? It's the one that looks like this. Fucking really curly at the end. Oh, dude, I live in one of the curls. Coraman.
Watching her friend die. Then on the feelings of excitement she
Watch they
felt
build
watching
one
the
and it's like
spectacle
already.
of the
Oh
execution.
well, I guess
At
it does look
times,
like.
Denoyer compares Tiquette's performance, in quotation
Look at that.
marks, to the experience of watching a dramatic
Anyway,
production,
are you done?
recalling Rossette's blurring of the theatrical and the real in his particular brand of tragic realism. This is Madame Denoyer writing about watching her friend die. Quote, I was in the windows of the Hotel de Ville and I saw poor Madame Tiquette arrive around 5 o'clock in the evening, dressed in white. One would have said that she had studied her role, because she kissed the chopping block and attended to all
They
the
should
other
just go back
particulars
out.
as if they were simply a matter of performing in a play. In the end, one had never seen such self-possession, and the cure of Saint Sulpice, and that she died.
I don't think you have to say.
The hangman was so moved
I know you
that he
do.
missed her head
Eventually, you guys
and had to repeat his job.
You own
5
AMC.
times
You could just
before
go
he
by
managed to
like,
get her.
or just like.
Thus ended the beautiful Madame Tiquette, who was the ornament of all Paris. End quote.
Oh, but there's a
Again,
power.
it sounds like a soap opera.
All right. Well, that's what Dolly
And
Madison looked like from
further, it was
behind.
only for a brief moment in the letter that this woman looked at herself and wondered about her own emotions as a spectator.
The answer for Gerald Sample. Let's see this.
One never
is
saw anything as
Madison
beautiful as her head when it had been
advertising
separated from
agency.
her
It's
body.
founded in
They
Chicago.
left it for a time on the
Saatchi
scaffold
and Saatchi.
so that people could see it. Her face was turned in the direction of the Hotel de Ville, and I assure you that I was dazzled by it. In the end, I
There's
was
this
so
one
touched
guy
by her death
who
that
they
it took me more than 6 months to recover from it. And
associate
it
to
is
be Don
with pain
Draper,
that I now
which is
recall
cool,
these
but it's really my
thoughts.
grandfather. Like, did you ever know him? No, but he was. Oh, wow.
High society for
Really?
reason. He was talking about a case, a murder case involving a woman at the center of it that obsessed Paris like a great gossip story. For months they follow the trial, and then eventually the woman has to go up on the scaffold and be executed, and then they throw her body on a fire and burn it up, sending the ashes up into the smog of Paris. And the letter writer says that, for months all of Paris lived and breathed this story as the trial was going on. And now all of Paris
They
was
were
literally breathing this person in. Every time they
My
inhale.
grandfather.
Now, this hadn't caused any sort of fuss for a long time. By the 1690s, you were starting to get the very earliest, complaints and rumblings
Albert
about
Lasker.
women, and how unseemly it was that they might enjoy this kind of stuff. And they were having the same problem with boys, kids. In the ritualistic religious era, you could have choirs of kids singing and hymning during the worst of the executions. It was considered to be
Hey, man.
a good lesson. Hold them up on the shoulder of the father so that they could see better. Take him to the gallows afterwards. Let him see what happens to malefactors. Take him to the gibbet. Show him the dead bodies rotting
We gotta get
inside.
this guy back. I bet people think this
Better
motherfucker's
classes
good
started
looking.
looking at that and
He
thinking that there
didn't
was
look
something
bad
wrong
for
with that. Child
being like,
abuse, we would say today. Or at least these stirrings.
you're like 1,000
began
years
that
old.
way.
Auntie
And for
Moser.
anyone who didn't, there was beginning to be public
Auntie
pressure
Moser.
in the culture on
Fuck
them.
you, Auntie
And
Moser.
it's interesting that it was only
Right
directed
to
at the
whatever for
so-called
it.
better
What the
people.
hell is
For
this?
example, V.A.C. Cottrell in his book The Hanging Tree talks about Sir Joshua Reynolds, one of these so-called
Who the fuck
better
is Auntie
people,
Moser?
who in 1790 decided to go to a hanging. No big deal. People do it all the time. It was
One of
starting to
those
become
people.
important. Witch people. And he was appalled to find the newspapers criticizing him the next day for going. They basically said that the man he went with, someone lower on the social strata, we would
Why
expect
was
those
that
kind of people
famous
to go, but
picture?
not somebody like Sir Joshua Reynolds. And Reynolds was kind of
I was like,
confused.
damn, she looks
Caught off
fucking
guard by
great.
the change in
This is her
sensibilities,
great
if you
thing.
will. And so he wrote a letter to
If they
his
even
friend
related?
Boswell, who he went to the execution with afterwards, kind of saying, what's wrong with going to an execution, right? Here's the defense, if you will, for enjoying a hanging, a good hanging. He says a hanging well carried out. And I should point out,
Maybe.
he went to the hanging to watch, well, 5
Are
people.
Auntie Moser and
One
Ella
of them was
Moser?
a
It was like,
servant
damn,
girl
this
for
is
somebody
not
he
bad.
knew. And the servant girl knew him. She recognized him right before the noose was put around her neck and bowed to him.
Are you related
in
to
front of this
Eddie?
giant crowd. She, by the way, was being
I know
hanged for
about Eddie.
theft.
Really?
Such was the bloody
Is this
code,
bitch
right?
named Eddie?
But Reynolds says the whole thing went well. What's the problem? He wrote to his friend
Yeah,
Boswell
okay.
about the criticism he
Why did
received in the
Eddie
newspapers
think
for
it?
going
Really?
and said, quote, I am convinced it is a vulgar error.
All right, I get it.
Opinion that
She's
hanging
old.
is so terrible a spectacle, or that it in any way implies a hardness of heart or a cruelty of disposition, any more than such a disposition is implied in
Is this the one
seeking
that goes?
delight from the representations of a tragedy. Let me stop you.
No, sing that
that one song. What is it?
He continues.
Such
an execution as we
What is
saw,
it?
where there was
Am
no
I?
torture of the body or expression of agony of the mind, but where the criminals, on the contrary, appeared perfectly
What is
composed,
it?
without the least trembling, ready to speak and answer with civility and attention any question that was
No, dude,
proposed.
it's so real, so
Neither in a
real,
state of
so
torpidity
real,
or
so real,
insensibility,
so
but
real,
grave and
so
composed.
real.
I consider it is natural to desire to see such sights.
Dude, somebody
And if
saw
I
your
may
shit.
venture to take delight in them, in order to stir and
Did
interest the
anybody say
mind,
anything to this?
to give it some emotion, as moderate exercise is necessary for the body. If the criminals had expressed great agony of mind, the spectators must infallibly sympathize. But so far was the fact from it that you regard with admiration the serenity of their countenances and whole deportment. End quote. Now this is clearly a guy who doesn't
Not a
feel
single person
the
has seen it on
physical
this.
pain of the victims that he's watching. Otherwise, he might have approached it. We describe this differently. 30 years before this guy writes that,
Look at that movie.
Adam Smith, author of The Wealth of Nations, wrote something else.
That's the
called The
date
Theory
when
of
the most
Moral
people get the most
Sentiments.
amount of DUIs. I just know random facts like that.
Basically
In the United
imply
States,
that it's natural
like,
when
one
watching
lady comes in
someone
town
burn to death, as
for-
we've been saying, to feel the physical
to see
pain
their
of the
friends and
victim.
stuff for the holiday, and they get fucked that night before.
By the
Most people have
imagination,
to work
we
the next
place
day.
ourselves in his, the sufferer's, situation.
Everybody thinks it's
We
New Year's,
conceive
but it's just
ourselves
nice.
into the same person with him, and thence form some
But
idea
that, they'd
of
be
his
like, back in the day,
sensation.
people used to take the time and it'd be DUI.
Again, these thinkers are implying that this is the way we are. So then what does that make people who aren't?
You could even do a simulator of like what it would be like to jump track, but you won't be. There are these glasses on which you can put. It's like, I mean, honestly,
Critics of his day.
Grand Theft Auto,
Shows a change in the mood. These historians
Grand Theft Auto, San
letters,
Andreas.
comments, and editorials, and all sorts of things to show that this
Everybody
change, this
always
change of
complained about this one
sensibility
level
is
that was like this
happening.
level that you had to play as a drunk driver, and I beat it right away.
Try to quantify all the different threads that play into any zeitgeist, the 1960s, for example. Well, how much value to place on this change in sensibilities among some classes in some places, and how much weight to put on the fact that the authorities are not like some of the main things involved in these executions anymore is sort of a tomato or tomato thing. If you're an expert, I mean, this is the kind of things they have debates over. No one argues that they all played a role, but they do argue over how much of a role. The people out there that are ground zero cynics will point out that, listen, there was never a real change in the attendance rates at these executions, unless you want to say that they continually grew. As Richard Evans points out, the high watermark for attendance at public executions in Western Europe are right before they're taken behind, the jail walls and made private, showing that there's no drop-off in demand. People who put a great amount of importance on this particular angle will point out that people never grew out of public executions because of a change in sensibilities. They had the public execution, the spectacle taken away from them by the authorities. There are lots of reasons the authorities seem to be less than satisfied with these public executions. The first thing is that slowly but surely a consensus was developing that they weren't doing what you wanted them to do, not just because people weren't terrified, but because they weren't deterring crime. Voltaire and other, public intellectuals had argued that the, death penalty for almost anything, or these spectacular ones, actually made certain kinds of crimes worse. So the authorities during this big era of penal reform in the 1700s, especially, were trying to, get down to a bedrock principle about what works. The other thing that was happening in the 1700s, if you remember your history, is the always present fear
I like
of
that.
the mob.
Yeah, I was thinking like of all my favorite times on earth ever. It was that time.
In intensity right around the 1790s. That wonderful party known as the French Revolution happened, which would spread some of these ideas like an intellectual contagion all over Europe. And all of a sudden, the most dangerous thing, if you are a ruler of one of these countries that you can think of, is a large crowd of your people together in one place. Especially if a lot of them are perhaps partying, especially if they're very wound up about something. I mean, worst case scenario, imagine if the public execution that you are staging to draw all these people into one of your main cities to watch and get all drunk and excited about is somebody whose crime was political against you, the regime. The 1800s, of course, will be the era of revolution in Western Europe, 1848, of course, the crown jewel year. But all of a sudden, the idea of getting a lot of the masses in one place at one time, all of a sudden sounding very counterproductive. The AC Cottrell says that it was the authorities that imposed emotional restraint on the crowds by taking away their public execution because it wasn't serving the needs of the state. And you have some German sources that talk about the execution itself, and I think I'm quoting here, but from memory, brutalizing the spectators. So you can't argue that they're enjoying what they're seeing, but you're arguing that it's the exposure to these kinds of spectacles that are making you enjoy it, right? You become callous, used to it, numb. And there is a ton of class animosity in the sources where the masses who go to these executions are portrayed, increasingly as lower and lower class, more and more brutal. And, for example, the Prussian nobility just is completely disconnected from them. Richard Evans says they sneer at the masses and think of them as bloodthirsty and low in terms of culture. By the middle 1800s, most of these major states are doing away with public executions or changing them in ways to make the crowds very small. For example, they will still execute people publicly in Paris till the 1930s, but they'll do it in a way
that works for
minimizes
me.
crowd size. These public spectacles will go from being encouraged and staged to being discouraged, deterred, and eventually simply taken away from the public. The best quick rundown to describe the process that we did in this whole particular section of this conversation, this case study, if you will, from the early modern era is Why Not? Richard J. Evans' Rituals of Retribution, where he says about the ending of public executions. And he goes down the list of what year they happened in all these different states. 1855, this state did it. 1856, this state did it. And then he says at the ending of the public executions in Germany, quote, "The predominant immediate motive for this change was official fear of the mob. Public executions attracted huge crowds, and the emotions which they were thought to arouse were now considered dangerously unpredictable." End quote. Evans then says that what had happened was you had this religious ritual that the state eventually took the religion out of, destabilizing the whole thing and basically leaving nothing left for people to enjoy it for curiosity reasons or sadistic reasons or fill-in-the-blank reasons. He writes, quote, "Decades of official attempts to secularize the execution ritual, remove it from the arena of popular culture and crypto-materialist religion, and convert it into a solemn expression of state power had only succeeded in destabilizing it. The transition from a status-bound society to one of growing class antagonism between bourgeoisie and proletariat had broken asunder the synthesis of state and community ritual that had created the early modern public execution. The educated middle classes now found the crowd's behavior repugnant, while its deliberate desacralization at the hands of the authorities had gradually stripped it of its meanings for the common people. The dismantling of guild privileges and other aspects of the urban hierarchy through the political reforms and social changes of the first half of the 19th century had destroyed the structured crowd and replaced it, in the eyes of the authorities, with a formless, volatile mob." End quote. So this idea that public executions went away because they were no longer serving the interest of the authorities is a popular one, often heavily weighted when people are trying to weigh the importance of this or that element playing into the zeitgeist. According to the modern sensibilities, the state not liking executions anymore, and there's a bunch of other little things. Private life, I mean, you can find a lot of little variables that play on why things are unfolding the way they do, but what's clear and interesting is that it happens very quickly. Cottrell quotes people writing in the 1850s who can't believe that in the 1830s they were doing what they they were doing. I mean, that's a quick change in the way people feel. Well, some people, right, which people, a good question to ask. I asked you about friends in high school, it kind of sound like the era we just talked about was the time where humankind and the better parts of the world sort of grew up in a moral sense, became more humane, took off the shackles of leftover medievalism. And then the modern age where we have moral sensibilities, right? The modern age where you can come up with things like human rights and concepts like war crimes and all these sorts of things. And I actually
How long
think
ago?
there's a pretty strong case for that. If we're talking about humankind collectively, all of us together.
One versus three.
What if we're just talking about humankind? What if we're just talking about humans? Then you might have to say, well, that differs on a case-to-case basis.
And it shows somebody found you.
I mean, most of our societies no longer impose sort of cruel and unusual public punishment on criminals. But that doesn't mean there are people who turn out to see it. Many societies have examples of, let's call it extrajudicial justice that have happened since the early modern era that drew huge crowds. And in the United States, take, for example, lynching. You know what lynching is, right? Lynching is an extrajudicial killing. Something carried out often by a mob or by vigilantes. In the United States, a lot of black American males have been the victim of lynchings between 1990
Oh yeah, but we can email you right away on social media.
3,000 estimated black males lynched. Racism
Like it would be like, hey,
parties
everybody,
huge part of the
why don't you just redo it? Everybody, if you want to vote for person A, Karen Bass, just put in your subject Karen, person B, the other guy, and billionaire guy.
And yet, in the United States of America,
That guy.
our citizens turned out for
Billionaire
lynchings
B.
involving white folks too. And there are photos of them at lynchings of black
Email.
folks.
I could have a
smiling
fucking thing
next
done
to torture,
by like a search.
charred corpses
And don't
of
put,
them.
be like, nobody cheat. Don't put Karen because I'm going to just do a find different place and it's going to say at the bottom, it's Karen. X amount. And then the other guy, and if you put his name twice, it's going to throw off everything. So, Scout's order, everybody. Everybody out there, everybody just email Rabbi Rothschild. No, Mike, I don't want to.
Would still come out to a public execution if they were ever brought back in the 20th century. The data would suggest yes, in fact, the United States didn't stop public executions until the middle 1930s. I believe 20,000 people showed up for the last one. The difference, though, is that the last one was a kind of a, what would you say, a simplified example. Defense of that statement. But at least it was the punishment prescribed by the 19th or 20th century society of the time. One of the really interesting comparison points when we're talking about the lynchings in the United States is you are not constrained by a law that said you can't have cruel and unusual punishments. You often were going for cruel and unusual punishments, and the actual accounts of these lynchings are terrifyingly horrible. You think blowtorches, is that enough for you? Many of them were done in private by small groups of people. That's part of the history of the act. That doesn't really concern us here. We're talking about the ones that are interesting as sort of data points, if you will. Huge crowds. Because you can write off small groups of people as twisted, malcontents, or unusual outliers. It's a lot harder when the sample is of an entire town. Waco, Texas, in 1916. And I don't mean to single out Waco, it's just the most famous case. Those of you who know your history of lynching, I'm going to speak for a minute about the Jesse Washington case. And Washington's a good example because I've had people come up to me and try to
You can watch Days for Fun,
downplay
SNL.
stuff. And one of the arguments they'll often use is, yeah, well, of course, some innocent people were lynched, but most of these people did bad things, as though that would somehow be okay. Remember, if Jesse Washington had faced legal justice for the crimes he's supposed to have committed, he would have been hanged. A simple hanging, right? But he wasn't. Historian Amy Louise Wood describes the Jesse Washington situation this way, quote, the 1916 lynching of Jesse Washington in Waco, Texas, stands as one of the most widely known and scrutinized lynchings because it, in many ways, typified the grotesque excess of spectacle lynching. Just over 2 months after the birth of a nation played in Waco, an estimated 10,000 people watched as a mob mutilated, strangled, and burned Washington to death on the grounds of the city hall. The mayor, she writes, and the chief of police watched from a window above. End quote. Washington, she writes, was a 17.
How are these things like able to go all the way to the top automatically? Why do they get all the way to the top? And it takes me fucking forever. And like, oh, it's goes on. Well, we get. Hey, I'm NPR. I get to go to the top. Why don't I get that same kind of fucking?
Never had a chance to run its course because
who is that? No, haven't.
Just moments after the jury,
fine for it, but if it were like anybody else, I would have been.
Read its guilty verdict. The crowd in the courtroom surged forward and
Why?
seized
It's
Washington.
Lord.
Promptly closed their doors as spectators, men, women, and children, swarmed the city center, climbed the trees.
You guys, the guy with the fun cap.
Local photographer Fred Gildersleeve, who had been notified that Washington would be lynched, captured the events on film.
Big during
from a
Mr.
window
Mel
in
Kelly.
City Hall. Afterwards, his images were sold on the streets of the city, along with body parts and other grisly remnants from the day's events. End quote. Folks, this is not early modern France, which is shocking enough. This is 20th century, the mainstream America. Photos taken from this lynching in progress. You can see why they turned out to be so galvanized in the anti-lynching movement. Because you are staring into a time machine. You're dressed differently, but that's a photograph that gives you a pretty good idea of what executions must look like too.
The Jews can kiss my kike ass. Took it. The Jews can kiss my kike cookies. Taurus.
Which wonders about how we react. By the way, the things that they did to Washington, as was the case in a bunch of these
By the university pre
every bit as nasty as the stuff that went on in those executions in early modern Europe. We're talking about chopping off fingers, burning people. Jesse Washington was raised and lowered over a fire for less than an hour. Some sources say 2. He tried to climb up the chain, suspending him over the fire, but apparently was unable to because he lacked fingers, which had been chopped off along with his genitals. The crowd of people watched this, participated, enjoyed it, sent postcards to other people later. One is famous and said something to the effect, quoting from memory, "You missed the barbecue. You missed a good barbecue. This is cruelty, mass cruelty, plain and simple. It's a callous indifference to pleasure in causing pain and suffering.
It's a big band.
It's not a few minds.
Why some of you motherfuckers do?
20th century American city. It's tempting to label something like the Jesse Washington lynching as inhuman cruelty. It's all too easy. Universal part of the experience. If you ask me why, there's no agreement over this why people why they would enjoy watching violence. There are alternatives, there are grades, there are studies, many disciplines. Storytellers have always understood unconsciously that there are these buttons they can push. Emotional responses, unless they may be chemical, no talking about every 3 pages of this should be to create a story that's interesting. Maybe it's a gunfight, sexual activity, maybe it's some sort of twisted in a scene that makes you laugh, freak out. Somebody knows that's a button. Why does it run over the eras of evolutionary adaptation, built on evolutionary adaptation? This bad's playing into is a little like playing into the jungle cat's inability to not follow something that looks like it's running away from it. Is there something deep in our souls that was once upon a time very useful that's just left over?
Ow.
Ow.
Is this a pimple? Where are those fucking things? Egg.
And along with all the obvious negative sides, there are some positive benefits I'd like to Star Trek. The positive, the negative half, the good, the bad half, the one with the more celebrated positive human qualities. It sort of shows us in our most 7 deadly sins, or even past. The most important side. The bad is bad. The trouble that comes in story by but morals of the stories about hardcore decisions that affect life and death. All these types of things come into play. And half doesn't have the negative. This is ill-equipped. Something about those negative qualities round this person out so that they have what they need. Situations. Most of the time, maybe you don't need that cruelty to come into play. Sometimes that's a weird thing about it, right? Maybe suggests what if it's like fire? You don't have it at all, you freeze to death, but maybe much like ancient Rome where they're watching people die in the arena, let's remember the arena was good for their people in their day. It made you less shy of blood, made you a better soldier, made you tougher to watch this kind of stuff, or so they thought. Maybe for their own time, that's the level of cruelty that those people need to thrive. Maybe we don't need that level of cruelty in much less society. So how much cruelty? Decide how much cruelty. What if times change? There's all the lines that you can control cruelty, like a temperature gauge. Crazy thing that very strange have a counter revolution in sensibilities. People could become potentially more brutal, depending on how you measure it, more cruel than the Mediterraneans. It's very good to understand the high watermark of empathetic development. It's impossible to imagine today, though, a Jesse Washington-type lynching happening in a small American city in 21st century America in front of all those people. Can't even imagine. So we call that progress, right? Like the other side, man. I can't imagine you would ever see something like that again. But maybe you could say that in 20 years, a bunch of different influences, took opinion polls, 20% more of the survey say that what was done to the victim was correct. See what I'm saying? Definitely backsliding, wouldn't it? There's this weird dichotomy between what, I guess without studying or thinking about it, what one would think should be happening to society now versus what you see. Because what you see is a very empathetic society. Some have suggested that the pendulum has even swung too far in that direction, too soft, too empathetic, too weak, right? Overly so, right? Which then, of course, makes the pendulum swing backwards. The fire naturally self-corrects to the right amount of heat for the entire times. Something like 9/11 happens, and so all of a sudden you need to change the level of the thermostat to allow for dark side capture effectively if necessary. If you dial it back too often, though, in too short a period of time, I find it uncomfortably cold. The weird dichotomy is that in this era, this uber-sensitive, uber-empathetic era, we have more influences on us that theoretically should have warped us. According to the experts that when I was a kid were telling me, the number of simulated murders that I had seen on television, my brain was developing. Something in the 14,000, whatever they used to throw in there. Whatever it was. The implication was, and I don't blame them, this was all pretty new stuff. You go to night television, those hardly count as murders by 1970s standards. Those hardly count as murders by our standards today in terms of how tame they are. Nonetheless, there was ample worrying that the accumulated effect of all this simulated violence would do something nasty in my generation when we got older, and we're older now. What's happened? The problem, of course, we all faced is we are immersed in the modern zeitgeist. We can't tell if we've been warped. You'd have to bring somebody back from another era and instantly say, hey, notice anything weird about us? We look funny to you. Bring back Captain America. I love this about the Captain America. He's a 1940s era American instantly transported into the now, and you get to see his reactions to all the changes. And he didn't get to go more slowly like the rest of society did. Hey, it's you love warmth, do you? But to me, living in the milieu as I am, I don't see that we've been terribly affected in a nasty way. And if you had gone to the people in the 1970s and showed them the kind of violence we would see simulated today, the realism level of it, I can't imagine what they would just in the movies that you go see today. And lots of the R-rated ones that meet this criteria would have been rated X when I was a kid. X, by the way, traditionally was pornography. The scale of today, there's a lot more tightly controlled in places like the United States. So to have your non-pornographic movie labeled X for violence was a huge deal. Right? You basically wouldn't be making a movie. We have lots of movies like that now. Again, so what? Society seems to be standing. And the problem in trying to figure out if you can see long-term damage due to us seeing more and more simulated violence than real is the zeitgeist. How do you differentiate all the strands of reality and try to quantify them? We have more school shootings with youngsters than we used to against violent video games. How do you know? There's 10,000 other variables acting on those kids as well. But society is still standing, right? And when you think about what we're exposed to, it's a little bit shocking. I mean, take, for example, this is what occurred to me. How many people have seen the images of the terrorists who are slitting the throats with the knives of the people in the orange jumpsuits and their feet? Every magazine cover the videos are all over the internet, been viewed a bazillion times. That's more graphic than anything. 99% of the population of the Western world have seen this. Kind of stuff you'd only see if you were in combat, or a first responder, or in journalism. People looked at autopsy photos. I mean, that would have shocked America in 1974. Now, how many things like that have we seen? Does it do anything to us at all? If you watch 100 real killings, forget about the simulated stuff you were worried about kids watching in the 1970s. If you watched 100 real killings online in a 24-hour day, does it do anything? Here's the funny part. If it does something, I find that really interesting. If it doesn't do anything, I find that just as interesting. It's fair, right? Well, of course, Kevin is the same. I mean, he's shown American children 1970s level television violence for 100 years, and those results are one thing, but we haven't done that, obviously. We've deepened and intensified the experience a lot since I was a kid. just realistic fake violence, there's real violence now online. There's usually there's all that stuff you can see. But there's a anticipatory element that wasn't involved back in the day. You're not just asking how watching this stuff affects you. Now you can ask how participating just in a virtual sense, right? First person shooter games come to mind. There's lots of things out there.
Very, very funny.
Similar sorts of things in terms of forcing but allowing you to behave in the way you should never behave in the real world. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't want these people in time to remain static and how we do events. This is the experiment where we're seeing how people are affected by this. And so far, I'd say, we're doing pretty well, but it's such a short-term horizon. It's a computer error base 20 years since that movie took off.
Last start. Like Disney.
In an almost real sense, how long until that's the case?
How is that?
This existence at the very beginning of storytelling, which was a long time before anybody ever wrote anything down. Pushing the same buttons in a more intense and realistic way that have always been pushed. All you storytellers out there understand that pain raises the emotional stakes in the story for human beings, right? Whether we're talking about emotional, physical, or even the kind of pain that is the fountainhead of comedy. The great poker game of life is played with chips, pain, and misery. And it is interesting.
Just a matter of time, man. Just a matter of time. Really?
To watch some
What the first words you're going to say?
I'm going to be a trillionaire! Wild situations with historical figures in the past, watching them play their poker game of life, betting and risking their chips of pain. You can't look away, can you? I don't think there's anything wrong with that either, unless you find yourself continually rooting for that person to lose. Just like I don't think there's anything wrong with finding something like the Jesse Washington lynching situation from 100 years ago fascinating and reading up on all you can on it. I think it gets weird if you say something like, wow, this is so interesting, I really love to see more of those. Could a revolution in sensibilities actually backtrack that much? Another thought occurs to me, and that's what we talked about a long time ago in this discussion, that, there's never been any blind taste test on this in terms of making these statements about what might happen generations from now if the slow poison of portrayed or real violence seeps into the body politic for several generations, and that's that maybe we're already where we're worried we might get to. You say if we're not careful, generations from now they'll want to watch public executions. Who says we wouldn't now? I mentioned earlier, one of the theories on this whole thing is that they never went out of fashion, these public executions. That if this was a free market capitalistic content-related decision, and the audience got to decide, it never would have gone away, maybe. I mean, if they announced that we were going to have the first public execution in the United States since the 1930s, some centralized big spot, some scaffold in the middle of Las Vegas where there are hotels. Do you think you'd be able to get a ringside seat? Do you think you'd be able to rent one of those rooms with a picture window view down on the scaffold in one of the nearby hotels? I wonder. And, I think that there's a breakdown stage that would happen. You'd have this first execution, it'd be this groundbreaking event, and everybody would be appalled and just, outraged, and there'd be a lot of public shaming. It'd be Sir Joshua Reynolds all over again, and the media would be there, but of course only to cover, the human depravity of the people that showed up to watch this act. Are there any famous ones? What happens with the next one? We're on public execution number 3 since the government reinstated public executions. I bet by then things start to mellow a bit once the public pressure relaxes, because these things are much more common. I bet the entire media approach shifts, and we're not looking at the crowd any longer and shaming them to the rest of the country. We are, in fact, playing to that crowd and doing some man on the street interviews. So, did you know the person who's being broken on the wheel today here in Vegas? And I realize that example sounds more like a dystopian movie script than it does any sort of reality, but then I have to keep reminding myself, listen, we can get hundreds of people, like there were like 500 people that showed up to Ted Bundy's execution when he was put in the electric chair. Hundreds of people will show up to these things when they're happening behind prison walls, and they can't see anything. Imagine how many more would show up if they could. If the person conducting the execution said the sky is so bad that just this one time, we're going to move the execution back out in public. Can you imagine in the modern era how quickly that would spread on social media? Do you think you could get that 500 people that were there to see an execution that they couldn't see? Do you think that would swell to something? Could you beat the 20 people that showed up to the last public execution in the United States? And if you could, what does that tell you in terms of trends, right? We can still pack them in just as well as we could have in the 1930s. Once again, it'd be an interesting human experiment. I tend to think, and again, my opinion on this is simply personal, I tend to think that I give me my pain and suffering fictionalized because that's how I take it best. And other people that say, no, I want to see it real. Either I want it to be real when I read my history books and know that, yes, this historical figure suffered this way, or I want it real, like I want to see it live. I think there are people who are hardwired one way or the other. Then I think there's a lot of us that are probably, could go either way. Much more likely to be influenced by the culture we grow up in, the times and whatnot. I mean, you might not be hardwired to like watching animals chew people up in the arena, but hey, if everybody's going anyway, and I like the food there, and it's kind of fun, and I had fun last time. I mean, I think there's a lot of people that go along with the crowd. So whereas we, in this particular era, are going along with the crowd by being naturally empathetic, if the crowd changed or the times changed, I think there's a lot of people in the mushy middle that could go either way. And people that would never be caught dead in a live public execution today, how gauche, might change their minds if, got trendy again, like bell-bottom jeans.
Now, Black Panther Wakanda Forever. If the box office fits, and even
the amount of good stuff that was left in the cutting room floor, after we put that last show together that you just heard, is amazing because there's just so much stuff that when you're reading your eyes just get wide about the topic at hand. It's a wacky, weird, crazy topic, isn't it? If you were one of those people that I'm sure are out there who wanted to hear more from the executioner's viewpoint, we mentioned a book called The Faithful Executioner by Joel Harrington. That was one of the things that prompted me to even do this subject as a topic, and that book is available if you'd like to get it from Audible, and you'll get it as an audio book. Now, as a podcast listener, I don't have to tell you the value in being able to consume entertainment, educational materials, information in a form that allows you to still use your hands and your eyes for other tasks. Audible has been a long time supporter of this program. They traditionally offer a free audiobook with a 30-day trial membership. Membership includes a lot of things, including a free audiobook a month, 30% off all regularly priced audiobooks. They have an unmatched selection of topics and genres and choices. And if you have the Faithful Executioner, well, you're kind of reaching into the obscure topics a little bit, aren't you? They're more in the bottom too. One of the things I really like about it is that it works across a wide variety of devices and picks up where you left off. So you can go from like your tablet to your car to your phone to your Echo, and all these things will pick up the, if you're in mid-sentence, boom, you're going to just keep on listening. That's very cool. And they have free apps for your iPhone, your iPad, your Android, your Windows phone. You can listen on an iOS device and Android, Fire tablets, Windows phones. You own your books. This isn't a streaming thing. And if you cancel your membership, you still own your books. You get something called a great listen guarantee. If you didn't like the audiobook you bought, you can swap it. There's a lot of other great features. We've been talking about Audible for years. And as I said, they've been supporting the show for a long time. And I like them because I love selling books. If you go to audible.com/hardcorehistory or text hardcore history, all one word, to 500-500, you can get started today.
Tremendous success in everything that they're doing.
A buck a show is all we ask. Please go to dancarlin.com for information on how to donate to the show.
Be sure to follow us on Twitter. The address is @hardcorehistory.
For years, we've been trying to figure out a way to give more hardcore history audio to the hardcore history audience that would be you folks, and it has been difficult. We have found out through brutal experience you do not want anything but what you think you're expecting on the regular feed. So the only answer we finally came up with was to have another feed, another hardcore history podcast for you. This one exists only so we don't screw up the one you like already. So the standard hardcore history feed, this one will give you the so-called epic shows when we can get them to you, which is 5-6 months sometimes now, which is too long to be out of touch. Hence the other feed, a chance to stay in touch in between long shows, a chance to deal with things that you folks don't want in place of your epic stuff, so we're providing it in addition to that. Interviews, answered questions, interesting angles, shorter bits. For example, we have 2 things in the can, as they say. At the time of this recording, one is an interview with Mike Duncan, famous history podcaster, expert on Rome, and author of the new book, The Storm Before the Storm. We'll talk about the storm before the storm, the earthquakes that shook the Roman Republic, to the foundations that eventually led to the Julius Caesar guy we all know about. Do you like Rome? We're talking about it in one of the shows already up on the new feed. The other is me answering all at once a question I've answered for many of you individually for a long time, based on something I said once. People want to know whether I think the First or the Second World War German military was the superior of the two. Well, that's the very first show on our feed. It's called Hardcore History Addendum. You can get it on our website. You can get it on iTunes. Subscribe to it. Hope you like it. And it should keep us, in touch more often than once every 5 or 6 months, I hope. Today's show is sponsored by Audible. Go to audible.com/hardcorehistory or text hardcore history to 500-500 to get started. Amazon Prime members can get Audible for $4.95 a month for the first 3 months. That's like getting 3 months for the price of one. After that, it's only $14.95 a month, and this offer ends July 31st, 2018, so move on that fast if it sounds good to you.
December 7th, 1941.
It's history.
A date which will live in infamy.
The events.
From this time and place,
I take pride in the word. It should be in time.
now it's utilized in a nuclear explosion and what appears to be a complete collapse.
Of this kind of examination, because people have got to know whether or not they're presidents of Trump. So I'm not a crook. We dig deep in our history and our doctrine. And remember, we are not descended from fearful men.
It's hardcore history. In 1944, when the Second World War was raging, especially in the Pacific, especially around the Philippines, a young Japanese soldier, a guy in his early 20s, was dropped off one of the innumerable, heavily jungled Philippine islands. He was told to do what he can to hamper Allied activities in the area, to continue fighting until he hears orders to the contrary by the commanding officer who sent him on the mission. This soldier, hero, Onoda, Asian convention would switch that around and he'd be Onoda hero, will follow his orders until his commanding officer tells him he can lay down his weapons. When he he will eventually come out of the jungle into a clearing, hand over his sword, stand at attention while the guy who ordered him into that jungle in the first place formally dismisses him with honor. And this happened on the 9th of March, 1974. 1974. 29 years after the Second World War. This guy had been fighting, shooting at, being shot at, killing and injuring the locals for 30 years. 29 to be exact. When he came out of the jungle, he came out with hundreds of rounds of ammunition, a well-maintained working rifle, and hand grenades. The guy who dismissed him, his commanding officer, from 29 years previously, had to be flown in by the Japanese government. He was apparently a bookseller or something in civilian life. Now imagine his surprise when a government official shows up at his offices and says, yeah, you know, one of those soldiers you ordered into the Philippines 29 years ago, yeah, he's still in there and he won't come out unless you come and tell him it's okay. He was found officially by, like a kid, a hippie kid is what the soldier called him. Winona called him a hippie kid, who said he was looking for, I read somewhere, he said he was looking for wild pandas, meaning the existence of pandas in the wild, the abominable snowman, and Lieutenant Onoda. Now, lest you think that this is a once-in-a-lifetime Robinson Crusoe shipwreck kind of anomaly, Hiro Onoda is not the only Japanese World War II soldier that surrenders in 1974. There's another one. In 1972, there was one. There were two in the 1960s. There were a bunch in the 1950s. And in the 1940s, after the war ended, sometimes whole units were still fighting. I believe it was almost 3 years after the war ended, a unit of a couple of hundred of these Japanese soldiers with their heavy weapons finally surrendered. What the hell is that? What accounts for that? It's not just the Philippines. I mean, it was happening on places like Guam, for example, Saipan. I mean, there were people still running around the caves after the war in Iwo Jima. It was fascinating that what you saw here didn't happen in the other theaters of war because the other theaters of war did not include the Japanese. One of the most fascinating, interesting cultures on the planet, and what Japanese expert Laura Taggart Murphy calls unquestionably the most distinctive of all modern industrial societies culture-wise. And it is a fascinating example of how human beings can be molded and stretched and trimmed and shaped like a bonsai tree by the cultural influences into many different diverse versions of ourselves. Anyone who's a fan of National Geographic, for example, sees the many different colorful cultures and subcultures all over the world, right? The extreme differences of humankind and how wonderfully pliable we are to the cultural influences that determine how we like to dress, what we think is attractive, little marks of status, all kinds of things. Now magnify that by all the eras humankind's ever been around, right? So not just the diversity of exotic different places all over the world, but all of those places all throughout history. You can see that we've, well, probably tried just about everything as a species, wouldn't you think? And we've seen all kinds of different extreme versions of what we can become. I mean, take the physical version. I'm a fan of the people of the Eurasian steppe and those tribes, as many of you know. Some of those tribes, from time to time, used to like to practice something known as head binding. It's sort of the counterpoint to foot binding in China, which was popular in some circles at some times to keep the feet small and to have them develop a certain way. Well, same thing with heads. You see this in other parts of the world too, and sometimes cradles. For example, certain Native American tribes had cradles that would shape the head a certain way too. The point is that when the skull is pliable and the person is young, you can shape that head sort of like a bonsai tree, if you will. And the Romans used to complain that the Huns looked monstrous to them. And I remember growing up thinking, wow, these Romans were really sensitive to seeing some people who maybe have slightly Asian features, thinking that that's monstrous. Well, now we have skulls that have come out of the ground. Some of these tombs, some of these kurgans where they buried some of these Huns. And some of these Huns have skulls that look like they're taken right out of an alien movie. Big, elongated skulls that go way far to the back. You wonder what they must have looked like with hair and skin. The point is if you were a Roman looking at them, you might have thought that they looked monstrous. However, if you were a young, comely, Hunnic noblewoman, you might have thought that guy looked hot. So it's all a question, right, of the cultural carrots and sticks and whatnot. Sometimes it's not things that are so visible on the outside. I think we all recognize that the vast majority of our makeup in terms of our attitudes and the way we think and the way we organize reality is probably going to be culturally determined. Now, I am a fan of extreme situations in history. The country that produced guys like Hiro Onoda were extreme, and the cultural carrots and sticks were designed to take many of the civic attitudes that most societies consider to be positives and turn them up to such a high level on the dial of intensity that they took a bunch of things that might be considered good in another context and made them dangerous. And how can your culture impact things like duty and honor and patriotism and a willingness to sacrifice and lay down one's life for the greater good? I mean, these are all things that most societies figure out all sorts of cultural ways to encourage. And how about just recognizing it? Take, for example, a medal ceremony that might happen in the United States right now, or a citation. Somebody was extra brave or extra heroic or did something out of the ordinary, and maybe you get a medal, and when you get the medal, the person giving the award will say something like, for heroism or bravery or sacrifice above and beyond the call of duty. Above and beyond the call of duty. That right there is a recognition, right, that there are limits to what normal people can be asked to do in normal times, right? And if you exceed those expectations, go above and beyond the call of duty, you get a medal. But what if the cultural carrots and sticks in a given society have evolved in such a way so that there's almost nothing that is above and beyond the call of duty? Where the culture expects, encourages, and only approves of a level of sacrifice on the part of every man, woman, and child in that society that most other cultures reserve for their most elite military units. Welcome to the world that famed Japanese holdout Hiro Onoda was raised in. When Onoda got back to Japan in 1974, a ghost-written book of his remembrances was created. It's called No Surrender, My 30-Year War, and in it he describes the Japan he was raised in. He says, quote, "At that time, if a soldier who had been taken prisoner later managed to return to Japan, he was subject to a court-martial and a possible death penalty. Even if the penalty was not carried out, he was so thoroughly ostracized by others that he might as well have been dead. Soldiers were supposed to give their lives for the cause, not grovel in enemy prison camps. General Hideki Tojo's instructions for the military said explicitly," he's now quoting the instructions, quote, "He who would not disgrace himself must be strong. He must remember always the honor of his family and his community, and he must strive fervently to live up to their trust in him. Do not live in shame as a prisoner. Die and leave no ignominious crime behind you." End quote. When he leaves to go off to war, one of the things he takes with him is a family dagger that his mother says, "If you're captured, use this to kill yourself with." And I tried to think of any other mother sending her son off to war in any other major power in the Second World War with that kind of advice. It's interesting, isn't it? A very distinctive, different culture. Now, some might have a counter-argument to this point that the reason these Japanese holdouts were continuing to hold out was for duty, honor, country, the emperor, that sort of thing, by pointing out that a bunch of these people said they didn't know the war was over. So maybe it's more of a sense of being isolated and not getting the news. But the counter argument to that has to do with the fact that these people were often told explicitly in many different ways that the war was over, and they chose not to believe it, and they chose not to believe it because it clashed with their mental indoctrination into all this. And for example, Hiro Onoda, he had family members flown in at high expense to the Japanese government because Hiro Onoda was still killing people in the Philippines after the war. He's not just sitting up there in the mountains by himself, not bothering anybody. He killed 20 to 30 Filipinos. So that makes you want to tell this person in no uncertain terms and spend a little money to make it happen. Hey, they're killing people and the war is over. But Onoda didn't believe it. They left in newspapers. Here's how he puts it in the book written with him. Quote, the search party left behind newspapers and magazines. Most of them were recent, and a lot of them contained articles about the Crown Prince's marriage. The newspapers, which covered a period of about 4 months, made a stack nearly 2 feet high. We, meaning the 2 other holdouts with him, we thought they were reprints of real Japanese newspapers doctored up by the American Secret Service in such a way as to eliminate any news that the Americans did not want us to see. This was all we could think so long as we believed that the Greater East Asia War was still going on. And in a way, he writes, the newspapers confirmed that the war was still going on because they told a lot about life in Japan. If Japan had really lost the war, there should not be any life in Japan. Everybody should be dead. When I arrived in the Philippines in 1944, the war was going badly for Japan, he writes. And in the homeland, the phrase 100 million souls dying for honor was on everybody's lips. This phrase meant literally that the population of Japan would die to a man before surrendering. I took this at face value, and I am sure many other young Japanese men my age did. He says, I sincerely believe that Japan would not surrender so long as any one Japanese remained alive. Conversely, if one Japanese were left alive, Japan could not have surrendered. He continues, after all, this is what we Japanese had all vowed to each other. We had sworn that we would resist the American and English devils until the last single one of us was dead. If necessary, the women and children would resist with bamboo sticks, trying to kill as many enemy troops as they could before being killed themselves. The wartime newspapers all played this idea up in the strongest possible language. Now, quoting some of the slogans, one was, struggle to the end. Another was, the empire must be protected at any cost. Another one was, 100 million dying for the cause. He says, quote, I was virtually brought up on this kind of talk. End quote. When Onoda got back to Japan, some of the things that I read and some of his later actions indicate that he was less than happy with what had become of Japan after the war was over in terms of their national values, their intensity level, and whatnot. Now, I can speak from experience that in the 1970s, the rest of the world thought that Japan was still a very distinctive culture and very committed to, shall we call it, the above and beyond the Call of Duty ethic. They seemed very intense about that always. It was something that they took very seriously. They were known for, in fact, other people really liked things like Japanese products because you knew that they were going to be intense about getting it done right. But to a guy raised by the standards of Onoda's era, this was not good. They lost something. And let me tell you what they probably lost, and the rest of the world would consider this to be a good thing. And I think modern Japanese were, for the most part, too. They weren't all prepared, every man, woman, and child, to sacrifice themselves anymore to the level of, the world's greatest military units, right? Act like Spartan hoplites, die on command of the emperor like Spartan hoplites. These people in the modern Japanese world were much more sensible. But in Hiro Onoda's world, there's a level of insanity that's starting to happen. And it's really complicated, but it kind of explains why the Japanese are this very distinctive, different major power in the Second World War, and why there's certain unique elements to the Pacific War against Japan that just wasn't present in the other theaters. Because as we said, the Japanese weren't. A quick little rundown might explain some important things. And by the way, Japanese culture is much debated, as you would expect, extremely complicated, and definitely a place to be left to experts. But let's just say there were some pretty obvious things that we should take note of that might help explain how you get such a distinctive people. And let me use a word here that I like. I like the word intense. I will point out my stepfather's generation, and he fought in the Second World War. He believed that this regime and this government and the society that turned out a guy like Hiro Onoda was turning out fanatics. And that's a word that's much used amongst Allied troops, fanatics. They are automatons, they're robots. And I should point out that wartime propaganda played into this, but Americans kind of had this image of both the German opponent in the Second World War and the Japanese opponent as robots, but different kind of robots. The German robot was like the Vision in the Avengers, cold, robotic, mathematical, efficient, precise, and deadly because of it, right? But there's a coldness and a logical nature there. The Japanese is the other side of the robot spectrum. They're like foaming at the mouth, crazy robots. They don't stop. You have to, their little finger will come after you if you leave that alone. I mean, they're ready to die for the emperor, excited to die for the emperor. They're a cartoon character that's extremely dangerous. And the word fanatic is a wonderful way to avoid having to look beneath the surface at any of the human motivations that might be involved. Right? Fanatic is just an A to B sort of knee jerk in terms of the depth that they need to be examined. But real people, they might be extremely motivated or feel extreme pressure and societal cultural coercion to do something. For example, fly an aircraft piloted by them suicidally into an enemy ship. Those people might have some really interesting motivations too, some interesting points of view. What do they think they're doing? What sort of a range of options and choices do they think they have? This becomes a much more human story when we realize two things. One, any of us could have been born there. There's a certain randomness, even if you believe in a deity selecting everything about you. They could have selected that you end up in Japan in the 1920s. Go to school with Hiro Onoda. Besides that, there's a certain understanding that what happened in Japan can happen again. It will happen differently. It never looks the same. But look at the elements involved and wonder if you can't imagine them being filtered instead of through a Japanese cultural filter, the cultural filter of your society, but used the same way and turned to the same kind of uses and maybe turning out the same kind of intensity that the Japanese really seem to exude all throughout the story. Now, let me point out there's a wonderful phrase that was used by a rabbi to describe the Jewish people once, but I love it because I think it's a wonderful shorthand phrase that applies to a bunch of different, very distinctive people on the planet, and the Japanese are certainly one of those. So I'm going to substitute the word Jews, the Japanese, for this, but the rabbi said the Japanese are like anyone else, only more so. Don't know if I got the exact wording correct, but the line is perfect because it denotes a level of intensity, right? They have all the same human qualities as you do. They just have them at a higher intensity level, right? You think you're a good gardener and your garden looks done when you're done, raking it and taking care of it. Well, go look at a Japanese garden. You feel like you didn't do anything, right? The intensity with which they pay attention even to the little lines in the dirt. I mean, what happens if you take this intensity too far? Dial it up too high. Even if what we're talking about being intense about are things that you normally consider to be positives in a less intense level. I mean, you have patriotism, you have duty, you have love of country, sacrifice for the state, all these things that so many people today would consider positives. How high do you have to turn the dial up on the intensity level, though, before they backfire on you? We already have one superhero reference in this conversation because it just happened, didn't it? But I got another one only because the Japanese holdouts, to me, isn't that sort of like a Japanese version of the Captain America backstory? Right? He's a Second World War person from the 40s, gets put to sleep essentially, gets awakened in the modern world, and is continually contrasting. The last thing he sort of remembered, in his mind, it was like last week he was in the 40s with the world he finds now and the values and all these modern different things. Aren't all these holdouts who are like gone for decades, aren't they all like Captain Japans in that sense? I mean, the Japan of the 1970s, despite the rock music, the blue jeans, and the longer hair that would have been on display for this Japanese war veteran, but the Japanese of the 1970s were still like everyone else, only more so. But in the eyes of someone like Onoda, it seems his attitude was not more so enough. Now let's acknowledge a few things right away. The first thing is it's one of the oldest tropes in history that people look back and pine away for a golden age that they missed that really never existed. And old people do this anyway. So you probably got some of that going on. Let me also say that I know from personal experience, because it's the era I grew up in, that in 1974, there were a lot of World War II veterans from the United States of America that didn't look too fondly on the direction American culture was going, or think that the intensity level of devotion to ideas like duty and honor and patriotism and self-sacrifice was strong enough in the American culture of those days. So in a funny way, these bitter opponents in the Second World War, the Japanese Imperial Army, and the U.S. military would have had something in common if they were reminiscing about the kids today, eventually to mid-1970s. And on the surface, there does seem to be a little something different from the Japanese to the Allied perspective. If you're pining away for their golden age on the Allied side, you're pining away for the symbols of march and victory today. Right, more honor, patriotism, love of country, all of maybe great things. Remember, the Japanese didn't win the war. The war was a tragedy for them on so many levels. So why would you look back on the values that kind of made you the kind of country you were, that you could fight a war like that fondly, if that's what it led to? Perhaps the devil's advocate counter-argument here is that yes, while the specific values and the intensity of the era, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being most intense, the Japanese tools of energy were noticed growing up in an 11, and yes, that got them in trouble eventually. Japan's downfall was great power. The counter-argument can be made is Japan being great power. A very specific, distinctive nature of Japanese. Let's understand, this is a people not quite as new, but darn near unique. The period of colonial domination by the colonial powers of the Western world that managed to avoid that. They did not avoid it because anybody was going to soft on it, or because Japan wasn't a tempting target to snap up. They avoided it because they created a kind of society and military that made it impossible for somebody to snap them up. And they did this while coming from way behind the technological race in almost miracle-like fashion that I think, in fact, start talking about like national characteristics and expertise and kids very easily. Racism comes down. It's not the Japanese racial thing that accounts for the way they are. It's a cultural one. It's carrots and sticks. But by the way, full disclaimer here, there's going to be a lot of race talk in this movie. Not because it matters to me, because I think it's important, but because it matters to the people in this story, and they think it's important. The late 19th, early 20th century is one of the high watermarks. Let's call it racism and the pseudo-science of it. And I bring back this story to just one example. We'll just take white Western society, which is part of their time period, contemporaneously, but there will be white military powers that will get badly hurt from misjudging the capabilities of a non-white power simply because in racial terms they consider them kind of subhuman because they're white. Payback for that carbon lead is to get you handed to you by a bunch of people that you underrated because of some construct of racial superiority, your perception of reality, and a perception of reality. There's a payback there. More on that in a little bit. Right now, we'll get to the racism thing. We'll talk about race because it matters to the story. It's racial. Racist. this case, though, I would figure out who the Japanese are and why they are the way they are. Well, first of all, this is a subject for experts. Obviously, Japanese television watched to me in the United States. They started out selling so much on cars, the fascination of this Japanese culture and the way they do things. So this is a much talked about thing for a person who's truly fan. I can only hit the big points. There are some obvious things that you can look at. Wow, that must have affected the story. I don't know how. I don't know to what degree. I don't know what images with these factors, but you can't ignore that. There's a couple of those I want to get into here because it helps explain how we get to where we are.
And they put an accent over it,
Right, is a
and they
blend
think that people are gonna fucking
and new.
remember it with
In
an
the case of
accent.
Japan, the proportion of old to new includes a lot
Why
more
did they do
old
that? So
than
Yamaha
most
can
places.
sue 'em?
This is by design, and their history kind of consciously shows not just how they preserve this distinctive way of life, but how trying to preserve their distinctive culture can get them in trouble where they then need those qualities of intensity and everything we were talking about before to dig them out of a hole of their own creation. There's this interesting dynamic between the Japanese wanting to remain distinctive that causes problems that then their distinctivity requires them to help them get out of. Without going too deeply into that, let me explain a little of the background here. These big events that
These Japanese
reading Japan for Dummies will help you understand. First of all, we all get the idea that geographically speaking, Japan has the opportunity to be different just because they're an island nation or in a series of islands. Having that little bit of water that cuts you off from the mainland allows you at times, sometimes depending on the situation, and long times to keep the ebbs and flows and tides and sometimes storms raging on the big continent away from your shores. Now, the fact that you're an island does not determine in any way, shape, and form how you develop. There's lots of different ways you could go for lots of different reasons. I mean, take a look at something on a map that theoretically should be pretty similar. Take a look at Japan on a map and then take a look at the British Isles. Theoretically, these places should be somewhat analogous, shouldn't they? And yet, the Japanese will have periods in their history where they, as much as possible, try to limit contact with the outside world. That's just the way they wanted to go for reasons that are understandable once we get into them. And the English and British, in a larger sense, are just the opposite. A very outgoing country might be a good way to put it. So outgoing that by the time we're setting up this story we're getting into now, they directly or indirectly control a huge chunk of the globe. The Japanese culture is, of course, ancient, dates back to really early times, and the relationship that probably has meant the most in Japanese history to the development of that island nation is the one that they've had long-term with China, the Jupiter of East Asia. If you ask a Chinese person, they might say it's the sun. Not necessarily impossible to justify point of view either. If you think about China basically being the superpower of East Asia throughout most of human history, except for certain periods of time when it reaches certain low points in power, when the civilizational stock market dips for the Chinese stock. But most of the time, the China of the world is at least as powerful as today's modern day China is, and it helps keep things sort of stable. I had a Chinese history professor that said that if you wanted to make an argument, you could perhaps say that the entire Second World War and the pre-Second World War in Asia is a result of China's historic weakness during that time period. And it's interesting because if you think about modern day China plugged into that era, you can't imagine any of that happening at all. Instead, the normal powerhouse of the region, the Jupiter, is eclipsed in the time period leading up to the Second World War, which creates a vacuum that, like my professor said, if you wanted to, you could probably get a B+ on a paper where you tried to tie that together with the reason everything was happening. Right? You have a vacuum in China and a very wealthy territory that seems to be available in an era where the great powers of the world probably could be compared to a bunch of ravenous sharks looking to snap up an increasingly small and dwindling supply of yummy territories. That, of course, later on in our story, in the case of the Japanese relationship to China, I had a buddy that compared it once to a big brother, little brother relationship, which I thought was kind of compelling. Here was his thinking. He said that China, of course, is big brother, and that for most of their early relationship, little brother tags along, learning from big brother, pretending to be big brother, emulating big brother. But at a certain point along the way, as they both mature, there comes a time in their relationship where little brother can reliably kick big brother's ass. And that changes the nature of the relationship somewhat. If you're looking at this through a wide-angle, long-view lens, I think you have to say that the relationship, despite the occasional sibling spats and pirate activity, has been peaceful and mutually beneficial, especially beneficial if you're looking at this from the Japanese point of view, because like all of China's neighbors, they will benefit continually and in an ongoing fashion over the centuries from Chinese innovations. Off the top of my head, think about writing that the Japanese take and convert to a Japanese style, but it's from China originally. Telephilosophical ideas, an entire governmental organizational sort of template, religious concepts till the cows come home. My goodness, how about the most Japanese, as I think about an institution of all, the emperor itself might be an innovation taken from China, maybe as far back as like the 7th century AD. What's funny though is like all foreign innovations, the Japanese managed to take these things and turn them Japanese somehow, in a way that instead of changing Japan's distinctive culture, somehow is just woven into it. And there have been opportunities in history, we shall call them historical close calls, when Japan could have fallen victim to the same outcome that many wonderful distinctive cultures all over Eurasia fell to at one time or another. Occasionally you get these great historical blending opportunities. Sometimes they occur against the blending, and this will take those wonderful distinctive cultures and sort of homogenize them. We're talking about electricity, it's a blend sort of thing. Whereas a place like Japan is a wonderful distinctive single malt. Most of the time, the little bit of water separating Japan, as we said, from being part of these great blending opportunities. But in the late 1200s, you have a couple of close calls. The Mongol conquests are going on, and they're blending cultures all over Eurasia with each other. Instantly, they run out of room to conquer anymore in East Asia. They run up against water eventually, but the Mongol manifest destiny being what it is. By the time Genghis Khan's grandson, the great Kublai Khan, is on the throne of China, he'll launch 2 amphibious assaults over the waves on Japanese islands. First of all, imagine that in the late 1200s, tens of thousands of troops over the waves, and you don't just have to get them there, you have to supply them the whole time they are there. And for a significant amount of time, we're talking many weeks, the Japanese will fight these armies to a standstill with an absolutely ferocious defense. Now, in the defense of Mongol admirers everywhere, this is not a Mongol army as you would normally think of it. Most of it is a bunch of Korean and Chinese auxiliaries who are conscripts and don't want to be there because, after all, their countries have been conquered by these same Mongols. Nonetheless, a ferocious defense that provides time for Mother Nature to intervene twice. Now, let me tell you, as a military history nut, looking at this battle shaping up, I'm like a boxing fan who's bought the pay-per-view and is very excited about this conflict, only to have it end in a Japanese victory by disqualification due to kamikaze twice. The kamikaze, of course, the fierce divine wind, the wind of the gods, this wind that comes up and so badly damages this Mongol-Chinese fleet twice that it has to call off the invasion and go back home. When you think about what would have happened to this distinctive Japanese culture and how it would have been strangled in the cradle, that the Mongols conquered Japan and homogenized it and governed it with officials that might be from 45 different peoples. Bring in a good old Russian governor to control Japan for a while and see what happens to that distinctive Japanese single malt whiskey, when you start adding all these other elements. So that's why it's important as historical
Every
event.
time you see that,
Kamikaze is, of course, the deciding factor,
fuck,
but if the Japanese military can't hold off these Mongol forces as long as they never have time for the weather to intervene. Behind the whole thing, at ground zero, was the Japanese organization and military system. It was a cultural system, one might call it an organic system, that was similar and is often compared to the broad contemporary system in Europe. The Japanese during the Mongol or Chinese invasions were in a feudal stage, it's often said, at the same time when Europe was in a feudal stage. It's a really dicey subject. I mean, a lot of people complain about trying to fit the square peg of Japanese culture into the round hole of the European historical template. The context of things like knights and feudalism in a European context. The problem is it's the best analogy for Europeans to understand the situation in shorthand, even with all the problems attached to it. You could say both Europe and Japan starting to explore the early ideas of statehood and that kind of thing. Both cultures with a hereditary warrior class that made up an aristocracy that had a bunch of fighters who as individuals compete for the title of most dangerous warrior of all time, right? If you were a military historian buff, where would you place samurai? The core of the Japanese army for hundreds of years, cutting edge the same way that knights were in Europe. Hard to not place samurai in the top 10.
I know.
A lot of people make an argument for the top 5. Samurai on the top 10 list based on morale alone. I don't think there's ever been an army that's had higher morale than what samurai bring to the table. I mean, even knights, who I love, and will fight to the death. It happens all the time. So not usually. Usually, you kill enough knights, they rout. That's an unusual thing to happen to samurai. They are more willing to die than perhaps any other troop type you can think of. And if you find troops that are as willing to die, usually it's a small, special elite or unusual fanatical people, berserkers over in the old Scandinavian armies or what have you. This is a huge chunk of the Japanese armies. One of the best comparisons does sort of fit when you start saying, okay, what's similar about knights and samurai is that the real thing when it comes to these kind of warriors, the real deal as they were in history is different than the way they were romanticized later. And we all get this. I mean, think about King Arthur for a minute. And Courtney Love, and Jousting, and the Holy Grail. I mean, think of that kind of sword in the stone. Think of the romanticizing of what was certainly, if you're comparing the Knights of the World to, in the late 19th century works to something like real knights. Well, think about how much the reality differs from a romantic version. The samurai had the same situation going in the 1450s, for example. This is the golden age of samurai warfare. Not the golden age of samurai, the golden age of the real thing, warfare. The gritty, bloody, grimy, horrible, and let's be honest, venal sometimes. Warfare that is the real thing. You have samurai fighting all the time during this period. There's a lot of wars. Sometimes you're fighting the Chinese, like you said, but most of the wars are with other Japanese armies and with other samurai. Just curious, and they fought a lot.
And shoot out the
A
back.
lot of fighting. Japan is in the process of some very big wars. Leading up to a big battle. It's the Second Kahara battle. 1600. There was like 170,000 people supposed to be there. And one side beat the other. It was the big push over capsized moment with Japan.
That's the thing I think about that. So, yeah, it's like if it goes sideways, up the side, or right, up, under. Like John Deere. John Deere goes under. There's it's a right hand turn.
Covering his goal, the Tokugawa shogunate. Sometimes referred to as the Bakugan. As the name implies, the country is nominally run by something called a shogun. or even translated often into a generalism of military dictate or hereditary, usually military dictate. Japan's history, look at a timeline, it's basically these shoguns. And when the shogun is running the show, the emperor's a figurehead. Now, the dictionary may say that the shogun runs things, but in reality, he's dealing with a bunch of local lords. These people call it daimyos. Japan during this time period split up into about roughly 200 separate little areas. And each one of these areas has its own lord, and they raise their own taxes, they raise their own military forces, they hold allegiance to the central government, but they have broad ranges of powers to do with everything that's down here in the way. You can see why maybe people can be forgiven for applying the feudalism tag to that, because on a surface level it kind of looks that way, doesn't it? The entire period is sometimes known as the Edo period. Edo being the old name for Tokyo. And that era lasts from the early 1600s to like 1868. Some 250 years. That's going to leave a mark, culturally speaking, wouldn't you think? And the fact that it's going to go on until the time of Hiro Onoda's parents or grandparents means that it's going to leave a mark that persists even on the soldiers fighting for Japan in the Second World War. It's an immensely influential period. And part of the reason it's so influential is it's a time where the cultural head binding is particularly tight. And the Edo period is known as, I would suggest, a double-edged sword, a good and bad kind of thing. On the good side, in the early 1600s, I'm not sure there's a cleaner place to live than Edo, Japan. And for a mild germaphobe like myself, probably the only place I could go back to in the time machine if I had to run away from the present and take refuge in the past, where it wouldn't be totally freaked out.
So they have one of
Pretty safe, very safe compared to most other
first one
cities of its
is like
size
the
around
best
the world
of
at
those
that time period.
My
Pretty
bad.
darn literate, very artistic, population flourishing,
Oh, FIFA
but
Confederation.
it also has a level of cultural
So
repression
used to be a
that it would be difficult for modern people living in the free world anyway to put up with. I mean, one historian I was reading said that Edo, Japan has most of the features in embryo of a totalitarian type state. In the early 1600s, including things like thought police. One of the things they crack down on is people who aren't particularly happy staying in their place. They will lock in a system that keeps people in their place. They're all about the status quo. If you violate that, the repression can be particularly harsh. They will, in a sense, weed out malcontents and people that cause trouble, and particularly nonconformist types. I should point out that if we are comparing early Tokugawa Japan to other countries, for example, go to the West and see what they're doing. They're totally up in your intellectual business there too, weren't they, in the early 1600s? I mean, they got heresy trials, they're burning people at the stake, and you don't have freedom of speech, you don't have freedom of thought. So not that different in the early 1600s, but over the entire course of the Tokugawa shogunate, things are going to change on the other side of the world, and by design, they're not going to change anywhere near as much in Japan.
Oh my God.
Now, the reason that this period is particularly harsh on internal dissent and free thought and all that has to do with the priorities of the Bakufu, because they're less concerned about some foreign invasion coming from Eurasia, like a bunch of Mongols or something, than they are about somebody domestically overthrowing them. They're kind of afraid of the common people, getting weird foreign ideas in their head that make them uppity. They're also afraid of people like themselves, other samurai, because history shows that they're the most dangerous class to fear if you are the ruling elite. Your own people are the most likely to kill you. So in a peaceful society with no outside threat,
That 1966
the
win
Tokugawans are worried about
of London
something
was like
happening domestically.
the biggest fucking deal ever.
The Japanese are worried about dangerous foreign ideas undermining their society and corrupting their population, leading them astray, might be the way they would put it. Their answer to this is to close Japan to the rest of the world. That's what the Tokugawa are famous for. And of course, that's not really what they did. But that's the way the history books put it. Historian Mary Speed Jensen points out that it's a sign of the ethnocentricity of that era that you would think that closing trade with the West is the equivalent of cutting yourself off from the entire world. Because the Japanese still most of the time traded with China and Korea and places like that, but in an attempt to keep Japanese society from being polluted with these outside intellectual contagions, they will shut down trade with most of the rest of Europe over time, it should be pointed out. But nonetheless, that's how they're going to try to address some of their worry about the population getting uppity and agitated. The Tokugawa have to get a handle on, and that they're known for is solving the samurai problem that they inherit. After all, if you're famous as the Tokugawa are for bringing peace to Japan, maybe for the first time in a sustained way in hundreds of years, what do you do with all those professional warriors that are part of a hereditary aristocratic warrior class whose entire role in society is to be the fighters? You know, in a time of widespread, sustained peace. It's actually a big problem, and there's a lot of economic brought into this discussion. So you bring out history, people say something like, "Oh, this is an economic class now that has nothing to do, but they suck up an enormous amount of resources." Blah blah blah. R. Taggart Murphy had the best thing I ever saw though when he was discussing, let's call it the human side of things. And you think about it, and you go, "Oh, I can totally see that." It's the problem of having a bunch of people who grow up emulating the great warrior deeds of their samurai ancestors, who train for war all the time, whose whole point in the society is as a warrior, and who never get to use their skills. Anybody who spent 5 minutes in a martial art knows the feeling of wondering as you sit there and practice even the most basic rudimentary moves. I wonder what this would be like in a real situation. So imagine with these young, Murphy doesn't use the term, but it's implied, testosterone-fueled, ambitious young Japanese people who only want to achieve what their ancestors have achieved. Their ancestors lived in a wartime environment, and they lived in a peacetime environment. Imagine how well the idea of idle hands or the devil's tools works for them. So they had to have, and one of my histories had a great way of putting it, they had to have their energies redirected into another part of society. What are you going to do with all these samurai? How are you going to justify the cost to society? Give them another job. And the Tokugawans take this warrior class and they put them in the bureaucracy. And they start having them do management jobs. They become the organs of the state. And the part that's kind of interesting in our story is they kind of do it in a way that implies or mandates, I don't know what the right term is, but they take their samurai values with them into their new jobs. They don't agree with that though, because during this period now that the samurai don't fight anymore, that they actually kind of double down on the ethical standard, they get more conservative, more militaristic. Part of it is because they romanticize the early past. They actually want the samurai they had a higher ethical standard than people did. And they're going to try to live up to those. There was, in fact, hardly any occasion for samurai to put their martial training into practice, as the actual experience of battle preceded the mists of history. The ethos of the samurai became paradoxically ever more rigid and militaristic, with stress on absolute loyalty to the superior, preparedness to carry out any order even at the risk of death, and a disdain for softness and physical comfort. End quote. He continues, quote, but it was not just the austerity, the whole samurai ethic, the disciplined, unquestioning response to any order, the personal rectitude and contempt for moral or physical laxity served just as well to shape a compliant bureaucracy as it had originally done to form a vigorous military. End quote. Now, obviously, there's a need for brevity here, though, over the stakes
Yeah,
of
Blackberry on
if you're adopting an intensity level that seemed apropos to a battlefield environment, a situation where people could die, life or death here if you don't follow your order, do tradition, all this kind of stuff, and now expect those same kinds of standards of intensity to apply to a situation that is not life or death, can create and those who never meet the standards in the days that require anyway.
I like how there's a bunch of fucking. Are you done? Yoshi. Remember Yoshi?
Occupying army that stayed generation after generation. Interesting.
Yoshi.
The samurai had many different grades and ranks, and at the top ranks, these are the guys who were running the country, the big, powerful samurai. They're never going to have to worry about their place in society. But at the bottom rung of samurai, those people can be practically poor, just keeping their head above the water. Now you put them into the Japanese version of the DMV job, and life is tough for these people, and it's squeezing them, and it doesn't feel so special to some of them to be samurai anymore. They certainly often don't want to fight too much how to fight. The samurai are as weak as women now. They just sit around and do nothing.
Yeah.
But the expectation level of conduct could be life or death. And one of the things that
Yoshi. 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 Very elephant thing.
You can kill yourself instead. Let's start it out like that.
You know what stuff like that?
Society, especially the military, but even civilian society. How intense is that? Because we see a hero known as mother. He takes a dagger from his house and says, kill yourself with this and you get captured. How extreme is that? How is that factor society law? Our Tiger Murphy did something for a lot of this started in Japan. The average Japanese law weird, nuts. Somehow seppuku is the official harikiri. Stunts. That's what we call like Chris Buffett. But you'll see these in the Second World War. Commonly enough, and once again, remind you, okay, this Japanese power in the Second World War is different from all the other combatants. In terms of what the Tokugawans were afraid of from other countries, because they, as I said, were known for closing trade. They don't really close it, they keep to choke off trade with the West. Eventually, we get to the point down to trade with one Western power, the Dutch. And they've got the Dutch isolated in one port, Nagasaki. And eventually, they build a little man-made island right off the coast. And they connect it to the mainland.
Well, the first day teacher in master, right? We have books like my teacher's an alien, and oh, man, my teacher's a mafia. No, did we know we were as well? The problem the Japanese had with Christianity is the same problem that a
Other places have had that. Look at how
Hey, baby elephant. Baby elephants are cute. And they're trying to like shake their fucking
it says, just like Judaism does, by the way,
nose like a dick.
Lord that is supreme over the earthly authorities. And certain kinds of emperors have problems with that, right? Japan, the problem that the Tokugawa saw is, listen, your loyalty is to daimyo, your lord, to the shogun, parents, or there's a whole Confucian hierarchy here that a following part of the is to be you, your allegiance to, loyalty to, devotion to. And there's no place for some Christian god at the top of the food chain. So it's a threat. It's hardly the only one, but it's the most visibly obvious one, and it's something that bothers the shogun and his compatriots, but the Europeans entirely.
My rabbit know about this one place.
Ask a lot of questions about Protestants and Catholics to understand what it is.
Ooh, I wanna take a Bahama. Come on, pretty mama. See Largo, Montego, baby, why don't you go? Jamaica off the Florida Keys.
Just off the top of my head,
There's a place called Kokomo. That's where you wanna go to get away from it all.
These things are tsunamis. Places like the
Parties in the sand. Tropical drink swelling in your hand. The really falling in love to a rhythm of a steel drum band. Down in Cocoa, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take you to Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama. Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go to Kokomo? We'll get there fast and then we'll take it slow. That's where we want to go. Way down to Kokomo. Baby, your Maserati. We go out to sea. And we go on the chemistry. And I will be fine. A little bit of gravity. Time will be mine. Black tails and moonlit nights. Between me look in your eyes. Mirror tropical context high. We're down in Kokomo, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take it to Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama. Sing my song, Montego, baby, why don't we go to Kokomo? We'll get there fast, then we'll take it slow. That's where we wanna go. Down to the bottom. Why? Because I did this fucking these parody songs. I had this internship and I got to take 2 days to do parody songs. Which is like a morale booster. Not that morale, but and I did. What was it called? The Sword Society Summer Selection Showdown or something like that. I was just like puffing these compilation albums. I remember
medieval kind of people and military waiting him sort of on the shoreline.
We're doing some taping by the restroom, and these women were like, "What are you doing?" Really? Yeah, we had like a camera set up right outside the restroom, walking in and out. Why? There wasn't a lot of privacy for us to be able to shoot and sing and do some other things. Really? Yeah.
That's a pretty
anyway,
contrast right there. Unless, of course,
we didn't have permission to do anything. You need that person.
The rest of the world, the West shows up and forcibly opens
Are you done?
Japan finds out how outgunned it is. So outgunned that it can't stop these. I mean, if you're Japanese,
who was it? There was this oldies compilation, Baby Joe.
And they will.
Really?
It won't just be the
Yeah.
United States. Everybody
What, and they'd have like summer breeze makes me feel fine. No, it does. And
I think it's safe to say that by 1860, you see a Japan that is potentially on the road to being
A colonial victim. This inability to resist one of the great powers. The United States was really not even a great power during this time. You call them a higher second tier power in this time period. The inability of Japan to resist that was almost like the straw that breaks the camel's back for the shogunate. They were already kind of weak, certainly finding it tough to evolve. It's a 250 regime, basically. It's like
Sounds of the age time life.
being. And so,
That's the time life
being able to defend Japan's interests was sort of over a period of
So it'd
years.
be Davy Jones.
For them. The next government in Japanese history is never going to forget that job one is make sure you can defend Japan's territory and and culture. What happens after the Tokugawa shogunate era in Japanese history is the Meiji
Is this what it
Restoration.
was? Yeah, it was just like
Meiji,
this.
by the way, the name of the
This
emperor
is it.
during this time period. Restoration refers to the way this whole thing is going to be built. It's a story that is akin to Tolkien's The Return of the King, but this is the return of the emperor. In effect, acknowledging the fact that under this military dictatorship, the emperor really hasn't been in charge. This explains why
This kind of stuff is so corny. It was ridiculous.
things to the way they're supposed to be.
Rhino Records would be great.
Back to the golden age when the emperor runs things again, which the emperor may not have ever done.
Nice mullet.
Certainly, during the periods when the emperor did do this thing were unusual.
So we made one of these,
Nonetheless, sounds good to everybody, right? When the emperor in charge.
but with parody music.
How much the emperor's actually
Really, yeah, they wrote all the lyrics to it.
mostly samurai class oligarchs.
I think about you day and night. It's a moment to think about the girl out and all the time. About your love
and try to
anymore.
do a crash course in modernization.
Things for me. Angel, she was on toes, and I pray that someday he'll love her. And maybe someday we'll be of destruction. Found some of the shit, got my neck getting dirty, dirty. Make my heart sing.
Great, clear-eyed, visions of his people. Take control of Japan. Restoration is the fact that they clearly understand this adapt or die dilemma that Japan is in. Make the case that in the same dilemma most victims of colonialization have faced at one time or another. Because what ends up happening is when the potential colonizers show up.
That's a 1958 song.
There's a clock.
So she says that the 60s gave us the
You
twist.
have to be able to resist encroachment.
Oh no, it's 1960. Oh no, it was originally released in 1958.
This is a total dog
But it
eat
was
dog.
1960.
There are predators. And
Okay,
there are
so
prey.
you get it.
They
So
desperately need to move from
the twist first peaked at number 60 in 1959 and at number 6 in 1960. So I'm pretty much right on that.
You don't know how long
Chubby
you
Checker's
have.
1960 version.
Most of
But
these countries that turned out to be colonial victims are
if you really know your music,
places that avoided this.
just say.
That sounds like a pretty low estimate to me. And if I added a few to the list, it's instructive. These are the only three places that avoided
Vibration. She's giving me excitations. I'm picking up
Siam, which is Thailand now, and Japan. The reason why is because this adapt or die dilemma is almost impossible to overcome. Most of these countries that fell to colonial powers could have overcome them given time, but you don't have time. Because the amount of stuff you have to do to ramp yourself up to a level so that you can compete and resist these kinds of great powers takes too long.
I'm a believer.
It's easy to forget this. In the part of the 19th century,
I got in my mind.
first-class military by the
I'm
power
in
standards
love.
of the time. Your entire society has to be developed and organized in a way to guard
Well, then
it.
it's on her
It doesn't
face.
seem like that, but that's the way it is. Okay, so when you find out, hey, we gotta catch up real fast or somebody's gonna eat us, we gotta be able to resist anybody that will land on our shores or fight us.
That takes up the next place to have. The Meiji restoration rulers clearly see
The monkeys would be bigger than the
this
beetles,
clock
animals,
ticking.
those
So
animals
there's
that
a
they have.
mammoth amount of change. And they
The
need it as
rock
quickly
was
as possible.
definitely really
That's
good
what
in
Mises
the
was
future.
doing.
It was a big song.
The Meiji government, which is usually called the Meiji oligarchs, the
What?
cabal, working in conjunction with the emperor, not spoken much about the emperor. They're trying to ride the tiger here in terms
Those colors are a
of a
thing.
balance.
Really, yeah.
They understand, as I said, the adapt or die situation, but they only want to adapt as much as they have to not die. They still want to preserve Japanese culture as much as they can. Right? So they're not the Tokugawans with the cultural headlines at that level, but they still are.
They should have made it billboard red, yellow, green, and then the blue of the other one. Because then every time you look at a traffic light, you see the billboard.
They don't want to get crazy.
Yes,
They're afraid of the masses. If you look at their writing, so they want to go as far as they have to.
I know they were trying to
go
keep the
far.
primary colors together.
What happens?
What
when you have
those
a
three,
society
those four
now
colors are really important.
that's modernizing with you?
Why?
Restoration
Like just like primary is red, yellow,
that are
blue.
basically governmental decisions that are hard enough to
Digital is
imagine. I
green,
can't imagine my country
red,
being any of the top five, considering the amount of resistance to the ideas. But forget that.
something like
It's
that,
one thing
definitely.
to, with the stroke of a pen or a calligraphy brush, say, we're going to start doing this now. It's another thing to have a culture, and not just a
No
culture, a
house.
traditional culture, and not just a traditional culture, a culture that the government has
Everly.
encouraged an even more unnaturally traditional element to it, and saying, okay, guess what, we're modernizing now, and we're doing it quickly for our own survival. So the California relations in Japan during the period where this transformation major restoration, because in addition to all the government changes, all the major things they do at that level, he talks about what it's like to just see how Japan changed in terms of its
The
culture in like a decade.
The Argyle.
And he talks
I
about
went to
the
an Argyle.
samurai guy who taught him the Japanese language. And he says the guy had a sword and a ponytail. I mean, that's what Japan was like when he first got there. He says, I distinctly remember, this is his words, the Middle Ages. Basil. He says, I distinctly remember the Middle Ages. And then he says, less than 10 years later, he says, now they all look like Europeans. They speak pretty fluent English. And all the talk is about stuff from the 19th centuries of bicycles, bacilli, and spheres of influence. Think about what that does to a culture. Because you can transform a society with a new constitution, which the Meiji provide, with a parliament, which the Meiji provide, with courts and banks and finance systems. This is amazing stuff, right? They will intentionally launch an industrial revolution. All that stuff is hard on any society. Think about how hard it was on the ones that got to have all these historical moments happen to them one at a time. Right over the Japanese extra-traditional culture, and to have all this stuff happen in like 10 years. This isn't a story about the Meiji Restoration, which is what I'm doing. But we should point out that in such an amazing time period, they write very sober historians. Compare some of these Meiji oligarchs, some of these really dynamic people, to figures like George Washington,
Twice.
the young Turks played in the Ottoman state that laid the foundation for the modern Turkish state. This is a big deal. These people are august figures that are formidable, and some of them will live on as advisors. There's an advisory group that will be built into this new government. Some of these guys will still be advising Japan on the course of action it should take into the 1930s, which was
I was just thinking about her. Well, I was thinking of shit. Really? Unrelated. Rabbi's like, that one Shirley Lady did the main game, and Little Ava did the locomotion is a big song.
Really?
You're in
Yeah.
an adapt or die situation. You have to modernize
Duke,
your society
Duke,
as fast
Duke,
as possible.
Duke of oil,
What's job
Duke,
one?
Duke,
What do you do
Duke of
first?
oil, Duke,
The
Duke,
Japanese
Duke of
did, and
oil.
it's smart when you think about it,
How
is they
do
looked
we
around and they
get
sent out
down? Laying up
observers
his
who were
heart
all
to
the total power
do.
reading it. They're
Don't
some of this
wait
kind
for
of 80-period return because they have to. The new government sends out observers to students all over the world, and they have them come back and report on what all the different countries do well. Right? This country does industrial production well. This other one does agriculture well. This other one does military stuff well. Whatever it might be. And the Japanese copy them. As I said, smart, right? They'll do the same thing with their government.
Dean Subsidy
The way the
becomes Janet
Japanese are
Dean
looking
became
at this, Murphy makes this clear. Listen to one of
yeah.
the writers.
Well, I always thought what
There's a predator
jam
and
is a
prey
chick.
law of the jungle thing going on in the late 19th century. The job the Japanese see for themselves is to convert themselves from subservience to potential prey to someone that sees those predator. So the Japanese want to be taken seriously by the other great powers, so they have to also copy some form of government that the great powers have. What is the template that they're going to build this new modern Japanese government on? It's a conscious effort to create a modern state. You have lots of choices in it. Say European examples.
She was mine.
They sort of run the gamut, the entire spectrum. You go all the way on one side, you have like a British or French system, government, rights of man, a parliament, relative to some degree government, all these kinds of things. Or in the case of the Japanese, in the process, can we say that the Meiji Restoration giving Japan sort of a soft landing for feudalism, if you will? That's what I'm probably a little to maybe go over. So maybe you go to something with more military muscle built into the constitutional design. This is the period where Prussia is active but will soon become united. Germany is this is a transition period for them. But either way, it's a more muscular military involvement.
So what was it?
The state is organized. Kaiser will be
I.
supreme warlord. That's the kind of thing autocrats and dictators like a lot. Or you can just go, turn the dial all the way to the other side and go full czar if you want to. The Tsar of Russia, of course, during this period, an autocrat. This is affectionately thrown back to the divine right of kings. His position is divinely ordained in the social hierarchy by God.
Got what I
This
got
is not a person who is
the hard
fearful
way,
of Christianity,
and I'll
like
make
the
it
Japanese
better
were.
each and
This
every
is a
day.
person who is wrapped up in
So,
Christian
honey, don't you
presented
fret,
to his people
'cause
as
you ain't
one
seen
step below deity.
nothing yet. I'm a soul
The Tsar's
man.
regime is also notably
I
hostile
would be
to all
Steve.
this
It's not
talk of
Steve. What I
democracy
think.
and all this social agitation that bothers the Japanese
I think so.
oligarchs as much as it bothers the Russian ones. So the Japanese reform a system that actually takes the whole idea of the Tsar wrapped up as the chosen man of God
Why do you
one
think
step
it's Steve
farther
Winwood?
and creates an emperor that is a god. Creates is all about warps. We use the word warp.
I don't think it has
I
anything to
started
do with
talking
Steve.
about how this new government will take the Shinto sect of the
It does
Japanese
not.
religion
But maybe we're saying, hey,
warp it
shout
for
out to
state
Steve Winwood.
purposes, but they're going
Play
to do
it,
this
Steve.
with a
Soul
lot
Man.
of things.
They say play it, Steve. And I don't know who. Why do you think it's Steve Winwood? I don't know. Play it, Steve.
The past,
Play it again, Sam.
by the way, just like everyone else,
No, play it, Steve.
go look at the
Oh,
late 19th century, early
Blues Brothers?
20th century textbooks for kids.
Play it, Steve. Everybody knows John Belushi saying so man. Okay, so this is the
But they would read in school.
Blues
It
Brothers.
doesn't matter what great power,
Okay.
which country you
Okay,
go
I read you
to.
recorded.
The books
Play
could
it, Steve. The
all
same
be
place during the song.
entitled, have your
One of them
flag
had said
on
play
it,
it, Steve, in the
title could
exact
say
same place
something.
during the song.
Here's
Steve
what's so
Trevor
great
played it.
about us.
Was a Steve
Because
Cropper.
that's what they kind
Played
of
one of
sound
his
like.
classic no fills
And
guitar
if
lines,
you
and the
open
rest
it up,
of
I
his.
want to remind Americans, because I grew
They
up
say it's
just
soul
a few years into
music.
this.
I thought it was Steve Winwood. It was fucking Steve Cropper.
How they
Anyway,
portray
they
George
Steve
Washington.
Cropper. Gotcha. So
We're
then the
not
guitar for
calling
13
him
and
a deity. He was portrayed,
You
and
know,
I think people believed this at this time, as a guy who
But
never
Katina
lied,
MGs was a house band.
as this
On Stacks
archetypal
Stacks
figure.
Buster.
I guess we can all
Maybe
understand
so
the figure
many
very
others
romanticized.
Most
There were
important
no
color.
words.
We watched this one thing. What is it?
Superhuman.
The
He's a pretty interesting guy, I'm not saying, but you know what I mean. This is part of your national mythology that was so important during this era. And Japan took this and turned it up to 11. First of all, they outdid the Tsar, who was only chosen by God, and they wrapped the emperor into a version of Shintoism that got more warped over time and turned him into a god. Full disclaimer here, had you done a public sampling of Japanese opinion 100 years ago and asked people on the street whether or not the emperor was a god, I'm going to guess here that you get somewhere in the 85% range that says yes. Anyway, I don't know that that's not true at all, though. But the point is that this was an existing thing that the government, for its own state purposes, like most governments anywhere, took and used. They used it by wrapping the entire organization of this modern state around the emperor figure.
So Aiken John Martin told them
Now, in terms of the power of the emperor figure, all I can say about that is good luck to determine that.
very cool.
And it's such a key point in the story, too, because at so many points you want to know who's responsible for this or that decision that has deadly, horrible consequences. You want to be able to say, where does the buck stop in this system? And you're not going to be able to put your finger on it.
Elvis Goble,
There's several layers of veil that cover the way the Japanese government works. Some of it put in there deliberately at the time.
Mike Mitchell,
Some of it to insulate the royal court from the muddiness of traditional everyday politics and parliament. When I was a kid, the histories taught that the emperor during the Second World War was like a figurehead sort of to a military dictatorship, not unlike a 20th century version of the shogun. But nowadays, there are Pulitzer Prize-winning histories by historians like Herbert P. Bakes that suggest that that's not true. And maybe what was a conspiracy theory when I was growing up isn't such a conspiracy theory. The idea that the emperor had his reputation laundered the way engineers and scientists who had worked for the Nazis did in operations. So maybe the way you make the emperor an okay figure to be able to work
Jackie Council John Lowe,
geopolitical Cold chessboard is to wander his past by saying, hey, listen, it was a tool of military dictatorship. He didn't have any power, but maybe he did. Now, the way this system is designed, this Meiji restoration system, the emperor is supposed to be like the top of the apex in the Japanese social hierarchy. And theoretically, he controls everything, and he has the power to reach down through layers of the bureaucracy and create justice and solve problems and cut through red tape. And what's the likelihood a single figure is going to be able to do all that? As they say, when one person's in charge of everything, nobody's really in charge of anything. And you can see how this gets the entire nation state into trouble. For example, when you look at the relationship in this system, the Meiji Restoration constitutional system of the emperor to the armed forces. The army and the navy of Japan don't owe their allegiance to the nation state of Japan. They owe their allegiance to the emperor personally. In fact, they're kind of taken out of the realm of politics altogether and put into his hands for his uses as he sees fit. But what if he doesn't ever get involved in the situation? What that really means is that the political leaders have no control over the military. The military can say, hey, we're answerable only to the emperor, and the emperor stays in his room and doesn't bother anyone. It's a little like that. When I look at the difference, though, between the potential power of the emperor versus the reality of the situation, I can't help but see him as a figure like the Incredible Hulk. Is that a superhero reference? My apologies to those who made the reference, but this is so perfect in this situation. Because when the guy wants to, this seems to be almost like the emperors way back into ancient times. They have all this latent power, but they don't use it very often. So it's the Hulk, but they don't turn into the Hulk very often. And they're almost maddening because he's inconsistent when they do. But they do, they can move mountains. One of the things in the war crime investigations after the war, historian Herbert P. Biggs says that they wanted to know from the Japanese is they were trying to figure out if the guy had the power to stop the war. All he has to do is turn into the Incredible Hulk, so the war will end down and the war ends. Why didn't he end it at the beginning before millions of people had died, right? it's very frustrating for the people of the West to look at the society and try to figure out where the lines of power are. We're very comfortable with a couple of different things, right, that we're not used to. I mean, if you say you have a ruler and you have like a Magna Carta constitution that dictates what they do, we totally get that, right? Bring in the magnifying glass and the lawyers. You can read the text and say, well, you can't do this.
Listen to Brian
You
Wilson
can't
say
do
that.
that. This other stuff that's going on. We can argue about it. We get that. We have a lot of that. Unfortunately, we also have a lot of the other extreme. We get that too. You know, that one, that's the Pharaoh God, Julius Caesar, Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Genghis Khan thing. You have nothing written down because there's nothing you can't do. It's total power. The Japanese emperor is neither one of those things, but seems to be bound by what historical subjects call an ethos of restraint. Use of his power, right? Something that's bound by things that are not written, things that are very difficult for outsiders to perceive. Because for a bunch of this stuff, you have to have your cultural antenna set to the Japanese setting. I think that most of the time, through amazing decades of study, being Japanese. But so the outsider, it's difficult for us to understand, but maybe to the Japanese, in this court protocol, the tradition, and a bunch of other considerations maybe is binding to him as a Magna Carta or a constitution would be to some other. I'm trying to figure out how the emperor interacts with the military, how they all interact with the prime minister, the parliament, the privy council, the general, and all these other elements in that society will drive you crazy. And it looks like the people at the time understood it.
One of the most famous sneezes of all time. Kids, you are so
I
good.
went to look for somebody else's shorthand to describe it, and I ended up on Wikipedia, which made the first time using something, but it was perfect. They described this government adaptations and emotions as the government uses to enforce where the lines of power. He's described it as a quote form of mixed constitutional hyphen absolute monarchy. A form of mixed constitutional absolute monarchy. I think that the term absolute monarchy sort of makes the rest of that phrase moot. Here's the wild part. That is what it is, kind of. That's a good description of it. But that's not a description that really makes any sense or helps you figure out who's in charge of the place.
Regina's got
One thing you can say, though, is that by injecting a deity or a religious level
They're
of
like-
fervor into
they're
the
just-
state and this
I
culture
hate him,
at this time period deliberately as for state purposes.
Put out fucking
These
just
rules ratchet up the intensity level
that just were
yet
like
again, because after all, when you normally inject religion deities and things that make it more serious and passionate about it, never in this case, that was not a bug, that was a feature. And I don't mean to say this, I think most of the Meiji oligarchs were true. For example, most of the problem to the divinity of the emperor. But let's imagine for a minute that instead of them being true believers, they were much more cynical power mongers who were just looking for the tools they could use to keep the people under their guard. What an amazing tool this idea that the emperor is divine is. Look at how, if you buy into the statement called state propaganda, look at how it completely changes your logical calculation. If you buy the parameters, it turns your mind against you. The rational mind, for example, if you buy the two pillars in the system that are drilled into the heads increasingly of Japanese students as they grow up, that the emperor is responsible for all the decisions that are made in terms of charting the course of the nation and the policies, and also that the emperor is basically superhuman.
This is a big
It's a
song.
logical choice to make in terms of accepting the government's point of view on things and course of the nation, and even it doesn't become illogical if you buy those parameters to think that you have any business even questioning the authority. I mean, this is basically a God. They see things from a higher perspective. You're an idiot to say that from your position you should be questioning that level of authority. If you buy that level of authority,
Proud of you. The pictures in their heads. Every way you go, so won't you please be mine,
that's the most intense
little baby, mine.
you know, the school system, the great powers that go with some of the secret sauce that need those great powers dominant, but they also need it in their population to man all those industries and all those other things that we're going to support their modern military. So it was a
Just
no-brainer.
wait and see.
But, there's an old saying, I think, that
Every kiss you give me,
the question that always comes to
I'll
the fore is
give
what
it
are they
to
really
you.
in this case, as an
All
American,
the
it's
way
pretty propaganda
I
and
saw
sad stuff.
you,
In the Japanese case,
I
where it takes the
will
most,
be waiting
and
for
in the same
you.
way that the United
You
States
will
may have
I
a
will
hero
adore
worship
you.
in George
And
Washington,
eternity, so won't you please
the Japanese have very think about how this can, just thinking about the differences in how a country has to reject the population. These Japanese schools should be very simple. If you boil it down to the subject matter, they're all learning things that we would think would be things to teach patriotism, love of country, sacrifice, honor your parents, respect authority. These are all values that all the school systems of Japanese are imitating and teaching. And the Japanese parents at the time probably would have approved of. There's no doubt of brainwashing if you're buying what they're selling. From a book of mine on Dominic Harwood's moccasins, let's understand that his logical calculations say that CJ2, the average old warrior, is the smart choice to make. If you are a cynical, deliberate power, if you're a realpolitik dictator type, you give you right on that kind of belief system part of your population. Let's remember the number one goal of this new government, though.
Beehives.
They have to deal with all this other stuff is kind of a means to an end. If you can't defend yourself from an outside power who wants to take you over, none of this other stuff matters, right?
I am
Region restoration has to go on. They do it the same general way they've been doing all these other things. They look at who's doing it well and they copy them and they get their help and they buy stuff from them. Once again, this is smart, isn't it? On land, right around 1870, they're not there. They're dealing initially with the French military. They will eventually, though, teach them for the Germans. And many countries do. The United States and the Soviet Union all the time. The Cold War, the Germans will send advisors over there bring equipment, uniforms, tactics, doctrine.
What's your favorite show ever?
Some of their key officers back to learn things in Germany and send them back
It's
to
not
teach everyone else. This
ever.
relationship is really classic. One creates a forever German stamp in the early DNA of the modern Imperial Japanese Army. Might be a good way to put it. Because I think we all know history's been
Really?
pretty good.
There's only one other person I know who really,
Demonstrating
really knew
that
how
just
good
because you give a whole bunch of the best stuff to some other military doesn't mean they're going to fight well. Because there are two sides to the equation. And one side's sort of easy to fill, the other side's a lot harder. And one side's quantifiable, right? You can spend a certain amount of money to get this job done. We can provide this many rifles, we can provide this many uniforms, this many hours of training, this much support. And all that stuff can sort of be figured out to the end decimal. But the other side of what's going to make a successful military is something as bedrock in terms of values as whether or not your people are going to be willing to die and whether they will fight on the battlefield long enough to make that investment in the stuff that they carry worth it. You get two armies that line up on the battlefield across from each other, and one has the best, neatest, coolest, most devastating new stuff, and the other's armed with sticks. But the side with the devastating stuff doesn't want to fight, or they're afraid, or they don't have any interest.
They would do
They
autographs.
just
They used to autograph.
but how do you inject artificially stimulate warrior ethos?
Why? Because they sell 1,000 fucking albums if they fucking do that. Why? You can't sign anything now. Oh, I'll sign your digital fucking thing. No, I want Kanye West fucking thumbprint on this motherfucker.
Warrior ethos and tradition of your own. Just sit there and not doing anything. Could you reanimate it, repurpose it, clone it? Could you customize it so that it meets the needs of the late 19th century, early 20th century regime? I mean, if I told you that the state was pushing these values, what would you think? Values like courage, benevolence, politeness, selflessness, sincerity, honor, loyalty, self-control, and a strong sense of justice.
I don't know if
That's Oleg Benish inventing the way of the samurai, describing the various virtues that have sometimes been ascribed to Bushido, the ethical way of the samurai. You kids were learning those kinds of things in school. You
American
probably
bands
think
stand
that was a good thing.
Top of the Pops.
What the government of Japan will do during this time period
Did the Beatles play
is
Top of the
they
Pops?
will pick and choose, and we had said earlier that they warp all these things that were pre-existing in Japan. Well, Bushido goes way the term itself may only date from the late 19th century, but this would be another traditional Japanese thing that the modern state will take and warp for its own purposes. And if I understand correctly, basically saying that amongst the wide-ranging intelligence debating the various aspects of Bushido, you could find almost every opinion out there you want, but the state would pick the ones that most that corresponded with things that would help it, for example, finally settling on one of the most influential Bushido theorists out there, who has boiled Bushido down to just everything to it. So you can see why the state would like a guy like this and validate his view of Bushido, because he boils it down to love of the emperor and patriotism. The state's going to make you to influence into your public school literature. They continue doing so at a much more intense level with the male children from that public school grow up, become part of the military. Father of the second Bulgarian Prime Minister, Neki Tojo, told the outer educators in the 1990s. They should totally familiarize themselves with how the Army does everything, because the Army is the
So smart. So
and all these educators are doing
nobody thinks to do that. It's so meta.
the Army, so they used to have women things to teach the kids that way.
I love you.
In addition to this wonderful
Now this is a Brit. I could fucking live.
much more grounded understanding of the reasons why Japanese soldiers might be reluctant to surrender. Things like commands by Japanese generals sometimes that said that does this, so real world instruments too, but we know lots of other armies in history have killed deserters and still out. So there's some combination of elements going on here that ends up creating a Japanese military that from the very beginning, the Imperial Japanese Army will have morale that's probably...
Oh, so excuse me, I didn't notice one motherfucker had it. I didn't think they did it, but they did.
Remember, this military only exists from the 1870s, 1880s, and of course in 1945 it all comes to an end. But in that time period, you would go from instantly higher than should be expected morale to unbelievable fanatical levels of morale. For comparison purposes, because we all know that the German army was very
Oh, cool. I want to know that right now.
remarkable famous historians will document the competitive space morale regard. Point out that the Japanese situation was often just a question between victory or death. They write, quote, surrender was unthinkable. In Tunisia, when the German Africa Corps surrendered in 1943, the British captured more than 120,000 German soldiers, including a colonel general and his staff, 12 generals in all. The Allied liberation of France in the summer of 1944, they write, netted another 200,000 Germans. As the war progressed, the Allies captured so many German officers that the British set up a special residence for them in the English
Like
countryside.
back then, even back then.
During the final weeks of the war in Europe, more than 1,500,000 Germans surrendered to the Western Allies. In contrast, they write, no organized unit of the Imperial Japanese Army surrenders during the entire Pacific War until they were ordered to do so by the Emperor after Japan had formally agreed to capitulate. This, they write, was a record unprecedented in the annals of modern warfare. It's the big moment. Now there are a bunch of Japanese soldiers. Just because the war had ended, nothing reason to surrender. Secret high level morale. I can't say that this whole Bushido, some people here do like that, which others do not. You can't say that this is the reason why. But you can say that it was done For those purposes, the brow of the imperial Japanese people also bore the power and some usual likeness to Japan. His unlikely tactics, cunning strategy, leadership. Japanese officers are loyal to the ships that go back to the traditions of the imperial Japanese Navy started.
There's all this old storage of footage and stuff. They found an Apollo film at a McDonald's underneath the fucking ordering desk. I swear to fucking God, I didn't make this up. Unless it's been memory hold, but I remember this. Apollo, people are like, oh yeah, Dad, yeah, whatever. They fucking found the Apollo tapes under a McDonald's fucking register. But I'm telling you, it was at a fucking McDonald's, and they used to fucking say that Elvis was a franchisee of a Burger King corporation in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Okay, Dad, whatever. Apollo tapes.
It starts down that road. It's tough to stop sometimes. I mean, it's like that potato chip commercial. You can't just
McMoon.
eat one.
Ampex tape reels at NASA Ames Pilot. Behind the counter of an abandoned McDonald's. It was behind the counter. Did I not fucking just say it was behind the fucking counter of a McDonald's? God damn it, I hate this world. Look at this. They just fucking oh, okay. Let's just put it in a McDonald's.
Their rise and fall is going to parallel something like your classic drug addict cycle of addiction. I think you can make a case.
So it's behind the counter of a abandoned McDonald's. Okay.
Because they go from simply trying to make sure they don't get.
Let's look at that. Just Elvis Burger King.
Shark-infested colonial waters to looking around themselves for people to eat. And, well,
then there was the time Elvis visited the Kalamazoo Burger King.
Sometimes you can develop an appetite for those things once you start.
However, according to Emily, there's evidence he was at Kalamazoo at a Burger King. I'm telling you. Were you ever at a Kalamazoo Burger King? I was. And was he there? It was like that fucking episode that
club that they wanted to join the great powers. All those guys are hooked to it already.
in Home Alone
Got a problem.
where fucking
For a long time. Even the holier than thou
like
United
nobody.
States, which
Okay, so
denounces
they
other
found this
people's
guy.
imperialist adventures while swearing that
I don't know,
violent
whoever
transfers of
this guy
territory
is.
with Mexico, seizures
They
of
never
Hawaii
knew who
and
this
whatnot
guy
are not
was.
indicative of a growing problem. We'll begin having a
Oh, but I did not
large
see who this
public
guy was.
problem in the Spanish
Is that
American
him?
War when Guam, the Philippines, Cuba, and other places will just
They never. It's never
fall into its lap, I guess.
Really.
William McKinley, the president of the time, going, shouldn't I or should
When
I?
is who's this guy?
Teddy Roosevelt violently fiending on imperialism. He was a junkie of some kind. Might have
Yeah,
been a drug
Pennsylvania.
might have been something else.
Mixed Field, dude. Everybody knows Mixed Field. Why? It's fucking.
Now, Teddy Roosevelt does not
It's
strike
that fucking
me as the
significant
intoxicating substances, the mind-altering substances kind of guy.
Anyway,
But if you told me he had an
so
addiction,
who's this guy?
I'd be likely to develop one. To
Terry
muscle
Brown.
growth steroids. Well, shoot, I wouldn't be too surprised about that. In fact, as I look at, and all analogies have a little bit of a silly side, but that's kind of what we enjoy sometimes, right? You look at this analogy of these countries and imperialism, it kind of looks like steroids to me. I mean, take Japan, for example. Here's a country that in their mind should be stacked up with all the great powers. We can hang with anybody, but then they take a 250
I still
year
think it's all
seclusion
right.
break from the gym.
Motherfucker, that's all.
When they next encounter
I
all
like
these other
these
great
little
powers, they're
theories.
huge. I
Really?
mean, look at how they
Oh,
must
they
have
don't
seen
hurt
Britain
anybody. How does
on
that hurt
a map.
anybody that
On
Elvis is fucking
comparisons,
humble?
you give me a couple of violent nations.
Does it? Yeah, it
you know,
hurts a lot.
interesting,
Why?
distinctive people, all these kind of stuff.
He makes more. His
But
estate makes
that's where
more
the
money
comparison
than
ends,
any
because,
other of these
When
fucking
Japan comes out of
celebrities.
seclusion, Britain
So,
controls a huge
there's a lot
chunk
to
of
lose
the
if he
world.
gets
They're
fucking
obviously
taken.
choosing on something. India, maybe.
Anyway,
But Japan goes on a crash course to catch
how
up.
does Detroit not make the top sport
Now let's understand when we say getting addicted
easily?
to imperialism, when we're using those phrases for countries.
What are the top sports
What do you
cities
get
in
addicted
America?
to as a country?
In
Well,
order.
let's just really go over this quickly because I
Number
think we
one.
all get it. But how about raw materials? How long have people been invading and conquering places to get somebody else's stuff? In
2,
this modern era, you also have these unequal trade agreements which can lock a colony into turning over large chunks of their raw materials and wealth at reduced or non-existent rates of exchange.
actually, it might be New York City.
Prestige in this era is
But it
huge.
would
You
be
have a bunch of countries
Or it's
that
still
are latecomers to the colonial party
Really?
who will take
Well, it's
a
just
few leftover
Chicago
places
doesn't have
just so
2
that they
football
have
teams.
another
They have
place,
one.
another notch on their
And
belt.
New
The
York
reason
has
those
2.
places weren't taken by great powers, they had nothing anybody wanted. The last thing was that they had your prestige. I now have 6 colonies. The last time you saw me,
There's no, like,
5. I'm moving up in the world.
Other fucking team.
No, those are the things that attract you to these
Okay, what is
countries
it?
in the first
I
place,
still,
right?
it's probably
What's
New
the
York
first reason
is
you
one.
start using the
Why?
steroids? Well, I was just dabbling. I wanted to get a little bigger. I was
Because they have the
recovering
most amount of
from
sports
injury. I needed
teams.
the raw materials, the trade position, and
It's
the
not
prestige.
about
I wanted to
money.
be big like
So then when
the guys.
LA,
It's all
number,
understandable.
LA's a shit sports
But
town.
when
It
you
won't
get
miss.
involved in it,
New York 1,
and you
Chicago
kind of
2,
commit it and you get sucked into something deeper. This is why I like this analogy. And the thing that
Boston
sucks
3.
countries into the colonial lifestyle are things like the capital investments that you begin to make as a country, or your
4.
companies do, or your companies in conjunction with a country
Like
do.
there aren't any other
Putting
like
in
really
railroads,
hardcore fucking
mining,
sports places.
development in all
Really?
these local places. You begin
Those
to have a
3
stake.
are
A
bigger than
stake
any
that if
other.
people start saying,
Then-
listen, the change in foreign affairs dictates it would be best for us to leave this area now and turn it
There are some places that are hotbeds.
You're gonna have a lot of
Ann Arbor,
powerful,
Michigan,
rich
Columbus,
people who
Ohio,
say,
but
"Wait
that's
a
not
minute,
enough. They don't have
what about our
football
investment?"
teams.
And that's, of
It's
course,
not
just
LA.
money.
LA's
What
anti.
about lives?
Number 1 anti-sports
The
team
lives
is
it takes
LA.
to conquer these
Sports
places and
city.
the lives it takes to keep them
How about like San
conquered.
Diego?
For
No.
example,
Fuck.
the
San
Japanese
Francisco?
will get
No.
their hands on
Seattle?
Taiwan
No.
at a certain point.
There's
By
like
some
those
sort of
3
treaty deal,
cities,
but the people in
and
Taiwan
then
weren't asked, and the Japanese will lose quite a few people
everybody.
trying to
There's a
pacify
huge
that
fucking
area that supposedly on a piece of paper they were just handed over. This
4.
becomes not just a cost you have to pay to play this game, right?
Could
An
you
entry
say like
fee into the colonial games.
on
It's a cost you have
Milwaukee
to
or
keep
something
paying to
like that?
stay in the game.
Milwaukee and
And it
Green Bay are
provides
too
another
far. It doesn't have a
investment
big enough
that
sports.
keeps
How
you
about Indianapolis?
from
Does it
having
have
the
a baseball?
flexibility if the times dictate that
It
it'd be
does,
better
but
to
it's
give up
triple
this
A.
policy of
So it has to have like
colonialism or
everything. There are only
steroid
so many
use. Somebody's
teams
going to say,
like
well,
okay,
wait a minute,
Houston.
my son died conquering that territory. Are you going to make his sacrifices meaningless? Are you going to undo
I've never.
everything his
The
life
Houston
bought?
Texans have
See
been
how
a
that-
fucking team
you see how that
for
sucks you in as a country.
20 years. I've never met a
Remember,
Texan
too, that
fan.
the Japanese
Not
are
one.
seeing the
Never.
European powers sort of at the height of the good times while they're
Do you
riding
know any
high in
Texan
addiction.
fans?
They're lifting weights and they're taking steroids and they're going to the tanning salon and they're covering themselves with baby oil and they're getting their hair bleached and they look great.
No one's a Texan
Right?
fan.
You're not seeing
Anyway.
these countries down the
Probably
road,
it's huge.
on the downside of this addiction.
Anyway.
They're in the old folks' home prematurely with all the health care problems and the steroids are gone and the muscles
Okay,
are
are you
shriveled
done?
and they look and feel awful.
Texan? No, nobody's a
When the
Texan fan.
Japanese look at the
Really?
French in what's called Indochina, for example, modern
Oh
day
yeah, let me get my
Vietnam,
David
they
Carr
see the
jersey.
French sitting there having the
Fuck.
Vietnamese serve them food in restaurants and a wonderful colonial
Anyway.
existence. Well, of course, the
Are you
French pay
done?
them back by
That
giving
would be
them
my
French culture
question
and
at this
everything.
point.
It's a traditional
Are you
colonial
done?
trade-off.
And I would be like,
The Japanese
Doc.
will not see the French 90
Sorry.
years from this time period. When in the 1950s, they're fighting a vicious insurgency by the Viet Minh trying to kick the French out of Vietnam. Go talk to them then. But of course, by that time, in the 1950s, the Japanese are in full recovery mode after a global intervention put an end to its steroid addiction. It's half-century-long steroid addiction. That if it wanted to go back and trace to the roots of how it began, that initial taste that seemed so consequence-free, that got you hooked and led you down that terrible path, the rise and fall of Japan's imperialism addiction. It starts with Korea, which was just sitting there, wasn't it? Like a dagger aimed at the heart of Japan, as the German advisor from Bismarck told the Japanese government. The Japanese had already treated Korea very shortly after it was opened up against its will by the Western powers to that exact same treatment, and then foisted the same sort of unequal treaties on Korea that the West had foisted on Japan, so Japan learned quickly. They were ripe for trying out what the Western powers were, building their muscles up with. And the first hit free happened in Korea.
Remember when it was like, hey, dog? Really? Yeah, I remember. My friend was like, hey, dog.
Politics and dynamics.
Now watch.
Korea is generally
There's a weird thing about it. You go like this.
Jupiter of the region, China.
Or is it like
Increasingly,
this?
as the Russians have advanced all the way to the
Or is it like
Pacific, they have
this?
more of an impact too in that area. But to the Japanese, this is a key.
Or is it like
If
this?
this were a game of risk or something where there were no morals or ethics or anything,
That's an interesting
right?
one.
The Korean people suffered terribly, into this time period we're getting into. But let's imagine people don't matter in a risk game. If you're playing Japan, you want to take Korea. During this time period, the Chinese and the Russians are in a much better position than you are. So what do?
Are you fucking done?
1894, somehow Japan ends up in a war over the sphere of influence control of Korea with China. 1894, it's called the First Sino-Japanese War, and it was really the first time that this new army of Japan, since they opened up, needs Japan to fight somebody else, not counting, island insurrection.
No, one. See if you can find anything else that have all zeros.
Okay, first major one. By the way, outside observers, for the most part, believe that China crushed both China and Japan had been undergoing military modernization for kind of the same reason, both of them finding themselves dangerously vulnerable to Western technology.
Dude, what if you do a new one?
The standard opinion out there by most people was that China had done a better job, including having a fleet.
I gotta do a new one. Yeah, but dude, this one might be really fucking good.
Most powerful Asian fleet in Asia.
Really?
And in a stunning, absolutely stunning campaign, the Japanese just rolled the Chinese.
Oh my god, did you hear that? They had Ryan Seacrest tell me.
Fuck! If you read the Observers at Sea, where they destroy the Chinese fleet so terribly.
I've got news for you. Don't you fucking say it. Ryan Seacrest, don't you fucking tell me I've got that fucking thing. You'd be like, all my friends, I'm sure, are like, when COVID did all that shit happen, they had to think to themselves, I wonder what the fuck Rabbi's thinking right now. What in the fuck is that? He's probably saying, I told you motherfuckers from the day one. I was like, hi, what is it, ROTHSCHILD? Did you know that there's going to be a pandemic? I was telling teachers.
In a lot better way. They made better choices. The Chinese had gone with the banner system. It just didn't work.
Everybody about this.
So if you get it, that's on you, baby. That's on you.
For real?
Don't have a lot of respect for Oriental.
None of my friends got it. If you got it, I'd be like, dude, fuck you.
Was you not listening? They're like, yeah, but you come on your fucking shirts till they turn orange.
These Japanese are nothing but upstarts. These Japanese
You don't think
China and winning it
really?
while losing.
Who's gonna take health advice from somebody who can take an undershirt and stand it up straight like body armor? It's like these rigid nano carbon fibers.
10 times that or something. The idea that you can win a war with China and lose less than 1,500 men killed.
Large or big? Large or small? Great or small?
Downside of imperialism, seemingly that small, anybody could get hooked.
Hey, Winston Churchill. Kiss my fucking American white ass, you fucking British dude.
Down to the average Japanese person on the street was respect and prestige on the international world stage. The other great
Do you
powers
think Winston Churchill sucked dicks?
Notice.
Everybody likes
war ended, Lord Charles Beresford was quoted in the Times of London saying, quote, Japan has, within 40 years, gone through the various administrative phases that occupied England about 800 years, and Rome about 600, and I am loath to say that anything is impossible with her. End quote. was a lot of admiration, but it was still tempered by this idea that yes, they're pretty amazing for Oriental folk. I mean, it was an almost
Well, I remember when that wasn't an insult. That was another term for Asian, if you ever see it in old books. But when we were kids, we were told that like the nice way to refer to people who are like this or like this was Oriental. Chinese, Japanese, dirty as knees. Look at these. Anyway, so that's how you learned about them, and like cartoons and stuff. Why? Because there were none living where you were, so it was like, look, this is what a fucking Asian is. Anyway.
You're trying to make conscious decisions about how you should behave.
So I remember, well, my uncle married an Asian woman from Hawaii, and
that's what a lot of the other people said. The Japanese were able to do this to the Chinese because obviously the Chinese were weak as heck. They'd never be able
which made it
to
different. I hate to say it, I don't mean to hate to say it, but like, she was American. So there was like,
because Japan gets a peace treaty extracted from China.
Anyone back in the day would be like, oh, you can't marry so and so, which I don't know if there was any of that. I never heard about it. Really? No.
They also get the island of Taiwan, which is huge.
We always like it, right?
It's used Japan's first colony. They also get an agreement that they will sort of have the sphere of influence.
She's like a little kid. Really? She is. She's like a little kid, and she's like, I don't know how old she is now. Why?
Well, that was another thing. She was older than my uncle,
which was a very different thing, especially back in the day. That was not done. She was, let's just say, older, and she'd be mad at me for even mentioning numbers. But
he's hit the jackpot. No. We're going to alter the terms of the deal. Said the three lions, metaphorically named.
So I won't.
France, Germany, and Russia.
But I just know that she was older than he was.
The triple intervention. Those three powers come in and tell Japan that they can't extract the treaty from China that they want to. For the sake of the peace of Asia, they said. But in reality, Japan figured that all three of those countries had their own ideas about things in China that they wanted. And so they told the Japanese in no uncertain terms, giving them no choice, by the way, we'll have China pay you more money than the original deal called for, but you don't get to have that important strategic peninsula that has that port named Port Arthur on it. Now, I should point out something about Port Arthur before
What
we
if
go
it just
any
goes like
farther,
that and it was fucking
because it's
perfect?
germane to the story. Port Arthur was the site of a terrible massacre in the Sino-Japanese War that just ended.
I mean,
In it,
then it is what it is, man. There's not too much I can do about it.
and killed men, women, and children. Between 1,000 is the low end number you see, and the high end possible number is 20,000. That's a huge gap, obviously, but there are other people that take that number much higher than that. But there really aren't that many people in that region, so they're not really that credible. But just know that the incredible numbers go much higher than 20,000. The reason it's important, though, is because you will see on display things that both look medieval to modern people in the late 19th century and things that are going to be reminiscent of incidents we will see over and over in the Second World War. The Japanese go into Port Arthur, and the three rationales, just so you know, that you'll get for this, you'll get for the other, basically, situations like in the Second World War.
Was that the end of your fucking
You got
story?
them at the time, you will get them today from ultra-nationalists. There's three. One is that these incidents happened when atrocities were committed against Japanese troops, and so the soldiers kind of lose their minds for a while. The suggestion is that this is understandable for troops in combat.
Oh,
And
shit.
it's not something that the army
I didn't
itself
do that one
condones,
thing.
but it's understandable, right? So you got the atrocity thing. The second thing you'll often
Let's see.
hear is
Is that
that
just
the
made look
press
like
is reporting that these are
snacks?
civilians, but they're
you
really
gonna bring
enemy
that fucking thing?
soldiers who are trying to hide from our troops and live
Yeah.
to snipe at them and everything from behind buildings,
About that.
dressed as civilians. So all these people that look like civilians are really enemy soldiers. And the last thing you will hear reliably is that the numbers are inflated. Now, there is some potential truth to of the numbers are inflated thing, because in the same way you have ultra-nationalists all around the planet now
Do you have my
trying to
cable?
revamp the way
That's
the
where your
world
calf goes right into
is,
your ankle.
perhaps
And
call them negative
somebody's gonna
chapters
be
in
like,
history
I
of their
want to
military
chew
that
on
they're
your.
rightfully proud of, but
Oh
every
no,
nation
Mama.
has them. I mean, the Chinese, for example, have an interest in magnifying Japanese crimes against Chinese
Stop this.
citizens,
It's taking
and the
forever.
Japanese, if you're patriotic, have interest in seeing the numbers in the best possible light. It's all understandable, but I'm going to let historians argue that sort of stuff. I'm just going to try to stick to the facts, and I'm going to try to give multiple sides. But here's what an eyewitness, and there were several Westerners in Port Arthur when the massacre happened. Here's how he described it, and just so you know, you could take this description out of this time period in this event, substitute it for any number of incidents that happened in the Second World War, and you wouldn't know that it wasn't written then, because they have a tragically familiar ring to them. This author who witnessed the events at the massacre of Port Arthur in the First Sino-Japanese War described it this way, quote, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday were spent by the soldiery in murder and pillage from dawn to dark, in mutilation, in every conceivable kind of nameless atrocity, until the town became a ghastly inferno, to be remembered with a fearsome shudder until one's dying day. I saw corpses of women and children, 3 or 4 in the streets, more in the water. Bodies of men strewed the streets in hundreds, perhaps thousands, for we could not count. Some with not a limb unsevered,
What up,
some with
pimp?
their heads hacked, cross-cut and split lengthwise, some ripped open, not by chance, but with careful precision, down and across, disemboweled and dismembered, with occasionally a dagger or bayonet thrust into private parts. I saw groups of prisoners tied together in a bunch, with their hands behind their backs, riddled with bullets for 5 minutes and then hewn to pieces. I saw a junk stranded on the beach, filled with fugitives of either sex and of all ages, struck by volley after volley, until I can say no more. That's worth going through a few thoughts for a minute here. The first one is that there's nothing unusual about an event like this, as their history books are littered with this stuff, going back to the beginning of time, practically. Go read the Assyrian annals. Sometimes it seems like it's nothing but that, start to finish. But things are starting to change in this period we're coming into, right, early 20th century. And you can't necessarily get away with things that people got away with forever. Nation states, for example, armies, powers, kingdoms, warlords, whatever you want to say. I mean, if you know, what's that old philosophical experiment? If a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, did it really make a sound? Well, if some terrible massacre occurs of some out-of-the-way people in a remote region and no one ever hears about it outside the little locality, does it really matter? Well, in this time period, you know, when you're coming into the 20th century here now, we have telegraphs and communication on that level. Well, it's starting to really matter. First of all, good luck trying to keep it a secret. That account we just read to you slipped out, didn't it? It wasn't the only one. Would that have happened 500 before this time? The second important point is when it slips out and people in other countries hear of it, they have the ability, if there's enough of them and they're angry enough, to make you feel their anger. And this will be a key part in the story too, when public opinion in other countries begins to try to make you conform to their standards that, by the way, are changing radically in the 20th century. Another standard that's changing is the outright idea of, the right of one country to conquer another and take it over. I mean, this has been pretty well established and understood in the 20th century. It starts becoming uncool, especially amongst the more cool powers. I mean, the old-fashioned ones like, the Germans and the Russians, of course, now the Japanese may still think you can go in there and take other people over, but more sophisticated powers understand that that's just, it's immorally wrong. Meanwhile, they'll go and establish a protectorate over someone else, which is a treaty-bound agreement we have with them to safeguard their needs and help them develop. You see what I'm saying? It will require many more layers of diplomatic cover to conquer or control areas in the 20th century. in the old days you could just take them over. Well, there are still powers that live by the old rules, and there would be a public opinion price for doing that. I should also point out that the training of the Japanese military was unlike the training of any other great power military. In fact, it's hard for me to find any organized military in the late 19th or 20th century that trained their soldiers the way the Japanese were trained. I mean, here in the U.S., for example, for a long time, I don't know if they do this anymore, but Marines, for example, used to have combat with each other in camp. And basically, they use weapons that are sticks with padded ends. So you're fighting, in hand-to-hand combat like that. The Japanese in the Second World War and before, I don't know if it comes into this period. I have to be very honest with you. I tried to find research. I don't know if it goes back into this period. But in the Second World War and in the 1930s, Japanese troops will often be trained on live people. There are photos, and they're horrible, that you can go and see online of Japanese soldiers bayoneting, in training exercises with the other recruits whose turn is not now, watching, bayoneting Chinese prisoners whose hands are tied. There's multiple photos of Japanese captives or whatnot tied to stakes and have bayonet practice and sword. I mean, there's an account by a Japanese officer who talks about his training involving having to slice the head off somebody. And if you look at paintings that were made by Japanese artists, there's some that show the mass beheadings of Chinese captives with samurai swords. Now, Japan's victory over China had big ramifications because it was the equivalent of throwing blood and chum into the shark-infested colonial waters and telling the rest of the world that the recent victories by Britain in the Opium Wars and whatnot wasn't a sign of temporary Chinese inability to deal with Western military technology. It was the beginning of the end of maybe this Chinese imperial dynasty that was obviously some sort of a rotting house, apparent after the Japanese kicked the door down. And that led to something called the Boxer Rebellion, where Western territories ended up bringing in troops. 8 powers, only one of them Asian. Guess who it was? Yes, the Japanese. And they sent as many troops as everyone else put together. Basically, throwing their lot in with the club. We belong in the club. We're here. Looking at a map, they probably had more of a right to be there than anyone else. Now, the next big foreign policy milestone on the way to our story here involves a war that the Japanese get involved with in 1904 against the Russians. The Russians were one of the 3 lions that said, for the peace of Asia, you can't have this Port Arthur area, just not right, and forced the Japanese to give in. The Japanese always thought that Russia really wanted it for themselves. Within 3 years, the Russians had taken it, confirming the Japanese suspicions, and then started fortifying Port Arthur and the whole thing. So in 1904, when the Japanese had decided, for all sorts of reasons, that they still needed to control this area, they launched, let's just call it a pre-aircraft version of a Pearl Harbor on the Russian Far Eastern Fleet, having torpedo boats go in there and attack Russian ships about 3 hours before war was officially declared. In short order, the Japanese will destroy the Russian Far Eastern Fleet. The Russian leaders around the Tsar were so caught off guard by this, they didn't think the Japanese would attack them or didn't have it in them. Attack a white power, send the fleet that they have in the Baltic fleet from up near Finland, all the way to Japan to teach these Oriental people a lesson. Takes months to get there, and when they get there, the Japanese beat that too. In stunning fashion. It's not like a close fight at all. Boom. On land, it's more of a harder slog for simple reasons. I mean, we're like a decade away from the First World War, and all of those lessons they're going to learn in the first year of the First World War, like, you can't charge machine guns frontally, the impact of defense. I mean, all the stuff you're going to learn, the Japanese get to learn against the Russians on land, and there are horrible photos showing just, like walls of Japanese soldiers dead in front of these fortified positions because, often led by an officer with a samurai sword, they blindly and fanatically charged. Now, you don't have to think of yourselves as samurai to do that because we all know the European powers will do that in less than 10 years. nonetheless, what you see here is
He'd
the
be Michael
Japanese
Jordan. I'd be like,
finding
who's
out
Michael Jordan? Like, oh, the basketball
cost of
player?
this
Oh, that's
path
Michael
on
Jeffries
which
or
they
Michael.
have
Look,
embarked
there it is.
to emulate the
And then
colonial
there's
powers is not going to come as easy
Michael
as
Jordan, Michael B.
that war in China. You're not going to lose 1,500 or less dead, down the road here. It's a commitment, and against the Russians in the Russo-Japanese War, the Japanese lose something more like 40,000 dead. The Russians too, by the way. It's nasty. It's World War I fighting before World War I, and it's all the early war stuff when everybody, has to learn the terrible lessons, about charging into artillery. I mean, it's nasty and horrible. And then there's disease too, as all these wars during this time period have a terrible problem with. It also, and this is another lesson of modern war, the other great powers will learn very soon, it takes a horrible toll, modern war does, on your economy, and the Russian economy and the Japanese economy will instantly start to feel the pinch and then the stretch, and it gets to the point where the Japanese secretly go to American President Teddy Roosevelt and ask if he can get both countries out of this mess and broker some kind of a deal. He does, and wins the Nobel Peace Prize for, by the way, but a decent number of people in Japan think that the American president in his peace deal ripped the Japanese off. That they essentially won this war, but they didn't come out of it with a treaty that, looked anything like hitting the jackpot did. In the first Sino-Japanese War, this looked more like a treaty, for countries that had a tie rather than one, at least where the Japanese people reading a biased press that magnified their victories think that they had dominated, lose all these lives, all this money, beat the Russians in all these battles, and not get significant territory or a big financial indemnity. When the terms of the agreement ending the Russo-Japanese War are made public, there will be violent riots in Japan. People will die. The population there, pretty much every history book you want to point out, the people there take it as another grievance. The Japanese are holding on to grievances like the Rain Man character did in the movie of the same name, and they remember vividly, shall we call it the triple intervention screw job that ended the Sino-Japanese War, where a bunch of Western powers who never would have settled for someone else doing that to them treated the Japanese in a way that the Japanese took personally. They saw it as changing the rules of the game, and the Japanese start winning. And they often saw it in racial terms, and maybe not incorrectly. Well, now it was happening again. And not only was it happening again, but it was happening despite the fact that the Japanese had taken proactive measures to see that it didn't again. In 1902, they signed an alliance with Britain. Part of the reason they did it was they were hoping that if you have a great power on your side, a bunch of other great powers won't come in like they did last time and try to steal your kill. And yet here, with the agreement ending the Russo-Japanese War, it looks like it made no difference, and your kill got stolen again. Goes on the list of grievances. But it's very possible that the Japanese citizenry had unrealistic expectations. This is the way R. Tiger Murphy describes what Japan had won for itself in a decade, including 2 wars here, and it is far from insignificant. He writes, quote, Japan's victory in the Russo-Japanese War was, if anything, even more striking than its triumph 10 years earlier over the Qing Chinese. For the first time since the fall of Constantinople, a non-Christian, non-Western power defeated the forces of a Christian nation. Both the Japanese Navy and Army acquitted themselves brilliantly, with the Navy sinking much of the Russian fleet off the coast of Korea, while the Army's battles on the Korean Peninsula, culminating in the siege of Port Arthur, led to Japanese mastery on land. Some of the consequences of the 2 wars were similar, he writes. Like the Qing, the Tsarist regime never recovered its prestige. Its defeat set the stage for the 1917 revolution. Meanwhile, just as Tokyo had picked up Taiwan as a spoil of the earlier war, so the 1905 settlement finally put Korea into its orbit. Tokyo had to use an ugly trick, he says, to force the abdication of Korea's King Goljung in order to legally convert Korea into an outright colony. But the trick, he says, was probably no worse than what the United States had done in 1893 to overthrow Queen Lalino Akani. and incorporate Hawaii into the American empire. Japan, he says, was behaving pretty much according to the standards of the time. More to the point, in fewer than 40 years, he writes, the country had transformed itself from a weak, tottering polity into the preeminent nation state of Asia, and the first non-Western country in centuries that the great powers had to admit into their ranks. But the bill for that transformation had not yet been paid in full. It turned out to be far higher than anyone at the time could have imagined. End quote.
What is this?
The reaction to Japan's victory over the Russians is historically since runs the gamut from outrage to admiration. You got guys like the Emperor of Germany, the Kaiser, who's a believer in something he calls the yellow peril. That all these innumerable Asian people like Vince will join together someday and swamp Christendom. With that, to a guy like that, it looks like the Japanese have emerged as the tip of the spear that will lead the Asians to swamp Christendom. But you have a lot of other European states that all of a sudden have become admirers. Some of them had turned, become fans of the Japanese after the victory over China, but after the victory over Russia, a bunch more people show up. And Japan, the historians say that they kind of joined the Great Power Club. It's more official than you think. They actually change, the level of the ambassadors that are sent to your country. All of a sudden, when people are debating things like in the United States, there'll be debaters and the Japanese representatives of Korea or not. I mean, he can go right back to experts and diplomats.
You are live on 5
absolutely
different
know what they're
streams
doing over there.
as I type this right now.
In other words, you really do get special consideration as a member of the predator club as opposed to the prey club. Now, another viewpoint that you can look at is from the victim viewpoint. The Koreans, this will be
They
awful.
were there. I swear to God.
So from their viewpoint, is this a good thing? This is a tragedy. Once again, it keeps them from themselves. They will be seen
no.
by the Japanese government the same way that colonial victims were often seen by the mother country. Sometimes, especially if the colonial victims are of a different skin color, they will be seen as less than human.
What's up, Pimp? I stream my live on YouTube. You're live on YouTube there. 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 All day, every day. 24 hours a day. I've been live for more than a year. Check it out. ViralRabbi on YouTube live.
White victims of colonialism who've just seen something that inspires them. They've seen a non-white power punch the great powers in the nose in a way they could only dream of, and it gives them an opportunity to dream of the potential of maybe even with Japanese help doing that down the road. This idea may be that the Japanese emergence in Asia is the beginning of the reality of a bunch of ideas that are sometimes on the idea of it. It's basically the Kaiser's worst nightmare come true in a way that helps a bunch of people want to be free from non-Asian powers. Starting from rights culture. In places as distant as Turkey, Iran, and India, over the several years following the war, Japan's victory over Russia was invoked by modernizers and anti-imperialist activists as an inspiring harbinger of their own possibilities for nation building and independence from the West. And the reason this is weird, though, is this is a real thing. The idea of this might be useful way for colonial victims to throw off the yoke of their oppressors with the help of powerful people in their region, maybe even with the same skin color. Let's look at it from a racial standpoint. An opportunity to be seized, maybe, right? And there are Japanese intellectuals and an entire, political history in Japan of people arguing that this should be what Japan does. Free the region, lead the region, become an economic powerhouse, the diplomatic superpower, all these things. It's a way Japan could have gone. It's a missed opportunity. It's a tragedy. If you're looking at it from people like Saburo Ayanaga's viewpoint, he wrote a book called The Pacific War. I may have said this in the late 1960s. And the point of the book is to try to figure out whether the Japanese public could have avoided, the terrible descent into war. Well, this is the time period where that opportunity best presents itself in one of the ways, because the Japanese public, just so you know, they're almost entirely, if not entirely, almost entirely supportive of the idea of Japan having this real huge superpower role in the region. But how that role manifests, peaceful leadership versus, some sort of military colonial domination, well, that's what's being discussed. Submarine Ryan Naga seems to lament the lost opportunity when he writes, quote, if Japan had been a champion of Asian nationalism, had really desired independence and progress for its neighbor, and had joined with China to liberate Asia from Western imperialism, the subsequent history of the region would have been vastly different. Japan would have identified with Chinese nationalism, helped to end foreign domination, and made a real effort to create enduring good relations with the new China. Unfortunately, he writes, Japanese leaders chose the opposite course of action. They competed with the West for a place at the imperialist table and a slice of the Chinese melon. End quote. Now, I have to say, Pan-Asianism is intoxicating as an idea, even to me, just for the alternative history possibilities. Can you imagine with all of the independence movements and underground rebel things that were going on in all these different colonial victims in Asia during this time period? If somebody had, in a single swoop, come in and formed an organization, an alliance system, a framework, and just said everyone can join right now, what's more the missing ingredient for all of those peoples that were under the
I've seen that where you put a filter on it, like old
fight off in
pictures, and
military
it comes
great
alive.
powers. Well, all of a sudden, that's what you had in Japan. So the possibilities, if it took off, could make the fall of the Soviet Union look like a blip on the historical map. But there were a lot of things sort of working against that. Maybe the number one thing being that the Japanese were not about the Japanese were not about to submerge themselves in some sort of grand Asian United Nations where they were just one of a bunch of different powers. The Japanese were in a place where they were thinking of themselves as this one intellectual race, the head and shoulders of the world. But the Japanese are starting to get some of the other, I would say, byproducts. You look at it that way, and you have a right to. Others might say necessary precursors of colonialism, in for a penny, in for a pound. But the Japanese are exhibiting the same sorts of racial superiority tendencies that all the other colonial powers that are colonizing Asia do too. Like we said about Shintoism and Bushido and concepts like that, the Japanese state will warp this idea of Pan-Asianism for its own purposes. The second would be something called a concept called the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. Yes, it's a mouthful, but that's the official name. This is one of my history professors back in college called it, this is the marketing front that Japan uses to disguise their war aims. But that's a very simplistic allied way of looking at it because truthfully, a lot of people bought into this idea whether or not the government did, and some of the people in the government certainly did. The problem with the idea of creating a giant Asia for Asians in a hemisphere freed by the sacrifice of Japanese soldiers willingly giving up their lives for the greater good, right? It's something their mother and father can get behind when they send their son off to the Imperial Japanese Army. You have to kind of live up to that on the ground, right? You can't cloak yourself in the robe of Asian liberation and then treat the people that you liberated worse than the people that you liberated.
I got a neon guy. Got a neon guy?
In 1910, Japan officially annexes Korea. They had acquired the sphere of influence rights officially in a treaty when the Japanese war with Russia ended. 5 years later, boom, they just take it outright. It's the first real colony of Japan. Of course, they've had Taiwan for a while now, too. So Japan goes from a country writing about joining the colonial great powers to one of them. And they don't act a whole lot differently than the countries that they wanted to be like. The Korean economy becomes a subsidiary of the Japanese economy for the purposes of the Japanese economy. And people in Korea are treated like second-class citizens, and sometimes they're treated like chattel. The brutalities sometimes are horrible. The Koreans would sometimes have the gall to get out and demand their rights, and they would be shot down at protests. This is not the kind of thing that goes on the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere marketing brochure. When those come out, authors of
I remember
ROTHSCHILD
the mustache.
Japanese history mentions something else that
going home.
in the marketing materials.
Yeah.
This is quote. The wars for control of Korea exceeded their objective and escalated into a general advance into China. Policies towards Taiwan and Korea became more ruthless as pressure increased on China. Resistance to annexation in both areas was mercilessly crushed. I discovered, he writes, a vivid example of that cruelty among the papers of a military man assigned to Taiwan immediately after the island was ceded to Japan. It was a photograph, he writes, of Japanese troops beheading two pigtailed Taiwanese rebels who apparently had been captured in a skirmish. The horrible scene foreshadowed the atrocities committed in every area touched by Japanese forces during the Pacific War. End quote. Now, the Japanese certainly committed atrocities on a wide scale, but we should make some cultural allowances, I think, shouldn't we, for differences. I mean, for example, let's take something that bothered the Allied soldiers an awful lot, and it would bother me too. The idea of cutting people's heads off. I find this particularly hard myself. But let me tell you what I mean. In 1944, there was a
that kind of
photo
bends it
that I
thing.
believe was taken
Have
off
a bed, but it needs to be fucking super strong. My ass. I mean, I need to be able to see an elephant in this bed first. A real elephant, not just a big person. A real elephant. And then a real cow.
There's no way to describe how big Life magazine
I want two elephants to flip on this fucking mat. Fucking
I think you can
bed.
call this arguably
Then I'll be down.
the most upsetting photos for the Allied populations.
And then we'd have a really nice spot, like, oh,
White hot anger.
to fucking two elephants. You'd be like, oh, you were conceived on that spot to the baby elephant, like a fucking cum can inside the fucking, inside the vaginal canal of the fucking
The Japanese on the island, the Japanese interrogated him, took him
elephant.
to the beach, put him on the sand.
Anyway, just like a woman,
Shows blindfold on.
a cum
It's like a
camera,
sticky blindfold. I don't think it's
just
actually
like a
wrapped around his head,
endoscope
so
inside
it's
a
kind
woman.
of particularly modern for some reason. He's got his
Are you
arms
done?
pinned into the room.
Yeah,
There's a
endoscope inside a woman.
Japanese
Are you
soldiers
done?
around watching, and the Australian is in the process of having his head cut off. There's a Japanese officer standing above him, and he's swinging the samurai sword down.
The last thing I gave my parents was an endoscope. Really? Yeah, I
Let me
think you're.
point out that there's going to be some cultural elements that I have to deal with, and you might too. When you look at this, it's the same sort of cultural elements that the Allied populations had to deal with, that the Allied soldiers had to deal with. Cutting people's heads off looks medieval, straight up. It looks barbaric. It looks sadistic. It looks like something that European countries, for example, haven't done since the 1600s when Japan, was last opened before the recent period. It's like they froze their development, maybe, some might think. But let's remember, this is a cultural difference, and that in places like China, they were still pretty comfortable cutting people's heads off, too. And if we're getting into this on a, let's have a debate about cutting people's heads off and the rightness or wrongness of that. Theoretically, if they had just taken this poor Australian commando and did what most countries would have done to spies, and let's be honest, one man's commando can easily be another man's spy, especially since everyone always wants to make you a spy when they're prosecuting you, if they can. If they had just shot this poor guy, you wouldn't have heard much about it. It was the cutting off of his head that freaked everybody out. But the other side might not have seen it anything like this. And in fact, people from other countries were beheading was still something that wasn't thought of demonically. You might not have had as much of a problem with it either. It's a weird thing, though, because theoretically all we should care about is the suffering, right? I mean, if you shoot somebody or if you cut their heads off, it's probably pretty close. If they hang them, we should probably feel more sympathy. But people got hung all the time, and you didn't see any particularly, top 10 photos from the Second World War that depicted that. Here's the part, though, that might be more interesting. That photo
Who started
exists.
something
Apparently,
Saturday?
my research is correct.
American Express. I remember my friend was like, "Oh, dude, Small Business Saturday. We're gonna go help a small business on Saturday." I was like, "Oh, okay, Saturday after." I come down. I said, "Yeah. Of course." I was like, "Oh, okay." American Express started that, and he's like, "Are you serious?" He was like, "Yeah, it was just because a lot of small businesses don't have American Express. They're very expensive in comparison to others they charge." And
How would you like to
They're
have
like swipe fees.
a photo
He's like, are you
of
fucking serious? It's not
in the
like some
process of
fucking
doing it to
mom
save
and pop
for
company
later?
came up with this fucking.
In the West, we would think of that as something a serial killer, some weirdo you write a book about, a psychologist analyzed too. So it's not that beheading shows a particularly cruel nature by the method itself,
First one.
but wanting to be photographed doing it, well, by the time the 20th century rolls around for great power, that looks a little bit weird. Maybe a sign of something that we could suggest that everything we talked about so far, all these cultural elements layered on top of each other and working together in these human beings in some unquantifiable way, would help explain all this. Of course, at the same time, we can suggest that the man cutting off the Australia Commando's head in the photograph is a, run-of-the-mill, routine, general-purpose sadist. You get those everywhere, don't you? And in wartime, they tend to come out of the woodwork for understandable reasons. But it's stuff like this that will make Allied armies think differently about the Japanese in terms of their level of hatred and intensity. That even the Germans, who, the Allied powers did not like the Germans, they really did not like the Nazis, but it's different. And things like this played into it. And yet, if you look at this story in 1905, 1906, at the end of the Russo-Japanese War, and realize that the Allied armies fighting the Japanese is only like 35 years away, you try to figure out what the heck's going to happen. What do they even have to disagree about, right? This is where our little steroid analogy kind of comes back into play, because if Japan's taking of Taiwan and Korea is like taking sort of softcore steroids, the ones that will make you bigger, but they're not going to turn you into a Great Britain or anything mammoth like that. But on the upside, they're not going to kill you either. You can absorb both of them and still be okay. The Japanese are going to give like a little sample, a free little taste, a little tiny piece of something that has the potential for they to expand and go deeper into it, to make them as big a country as they want to be in terms of resources and wealth and territory and whatnot. The downside, of course, like any sort of more hardcore, more effective steroids, is they also have the potential to kill you. Japan's empire's cause of death is now visible in the story as part of the settlement that ends the Russo-Japanese War. It's a little teeny railroad, something that we call the South Manchurian Railway, a little teeny mining concession, just a little area.
During Georgia.
We call Manchuria. It's a controversial name actually now, because some will say this is part of Japanese propaganda to legitimize their view of things in the region. But we'll call it Manchuria without understanding what history will choose what was now around the term. It's named supposedly for the Manchu people, one of the many northernish Chinese sort of steppish people who take over China from time to time. Traditionally, though, the area falls into sort of the general Chinese sphere of influence, but the Russians had sort of supplanted them in the last 20 or 30 years as part of this general.
I thought he was going to do ViralRabbi was going to do a fucking thing, and he did not. He definitely did not do a thing.
It's huge, by the way. I read it's the size of like Texas, Louisiana, and Alabama put together. Lots of coal, lots of iron, potentially huge amounts of wheat. Like we're talking United States breadbasket type amounts of wheat. The entire area of which the Japanese only have a little tiny little piece of South Manchuria at this point, but the entire area borders several different countries and several different cultures, and if you're looking at it in the terms the period would use, several different ethnic groups or races. It's mostly Chinese, by the way, but this Manchurian area touches Korea, it touches China, it touches Siberia, it touches Mongolia. It's a huge area, big enough to give you, whatever you wanted in terms of raw materials, or food, or space, or customers in an emerging market, but also large enough if it sucks you in, to kill you, with the potential to draw you deeper into the affair, is ever present. And there are people working on making sure that happens in several different places in this story at the same time. It's like the Wild West with spies. It's like Berlin used to be when I was a kid, where all the spies in the world supposedly hung out in that one little area. That's what this area around the South Manchurian Railway that Japan is developing. It becomes a little like that. And there's people in there who work for the corporations who are developing things. There's people who work
So then I wouldn't have to do
for
any of that.
shadowy groups, and they're just trying to see what the opportunities are, to expand a little bit.
You could just do a quick hashtag.
Initially, it's not much of a problem because it's just that little area, and the Japanese apparently have the right to develop along the railway line, in a narrow sort of way. We can develop hotels along the whistle stops, and then eventually that becomes, an infrastructure to support the hotels. Then eventually that becomes homes for the people who work at the hotels, and it's schools for the people who work at the hotels' kids. And slowly but surely, these Japanese companies, in conjunction with the Japanese government, by the way, in a way, it does remind one a little bit of the way the British sort of colonized India. It was a corporate affair initially, eventually transferring to a government sort of thing. Similar pattern in Japan. But the development in this region is phenomenal. It happens at a time when China starts
so
to
now what
evolve.
are you thinking?
We've talked about pieces of it being ripped off in various eras early in the story. This is the era where it just fragments. And the country's in pieces, and warlords are running the show, and some parts of it at times can be almost a little Wild West-ish. Where a government's in power, and then 2 weeks later another government's in power, and then every now and then, the old government comes back. It's wild. But the Japanese have every right to think that it might be worth having someone to defend Japanese citizens and Japanese investments and all that stuff in the area. So they send a division, I think, of a group that will eventually be called the Guangdong Army. These people are going to play a key role in this story, and they're going to be part of the unveiling of a giant hidden trap in the Japanese governmental system that provides the opening of the door to the disaster here in the story. But no one knows this right now. We have a couple more landmarks to hit on the way to our destination, though. One of them happens in 1912. In 1912, the emperor that the Meiji Restoration is named after dies. He's replaced by his son, the emperor who would be known as the Taisho Emperor. His name is Yoshihito, I believe, though. And the Taisho Emperor period is really important in Japanese history, and part of the reason why is because there's something wrong with him. Now, exactly what was wrong with him is not something that the royal court was really publicizing. Remember, this is an era where they're trying to publicize the emperor as sort of a god. The idea that you would have all these human imperfections is not exactly something that matches with the marketing material. I've read accounts that suggest maybe the emperor had
Hell yeah, bro.
meningitis, maybe when he was a little boy and never fully recovered. But some people just say just was nothing to happen. Here's what they're up to there. Just trying to repeat experience about Hirohito. Hirohito, of course, was the World War II emperor. This is his father, Yoshihito. I've been live for more than a year. Check out ROTHSCHILD on YouTube. Hirohito's father, Crown Prince Yoshihito, made emperor at 33.
Hell yeah, bro.
To
Did that answer
continue
your question?
Meiji's legacy. Physically weak, indolent, and incapable of making political
What is
decisions,
it?
he was utterly lacking in knowledge of military matters, even though he was now the commander-in-chief. Less than 1 month after Yoshihito's accession to the throne,
All
at the start
eyes
of the
on
new
me. Is that a
Taisho era,
vibrator?
the press reported the appointment of extra doctors to the court. In December 1912, Admiral Yamamoto, I believe it's
Lip
Gonmai,
balms become
told
big.
General Matsukata
Those
Matsuyoshi
kind of things
that
will
when it
roll
came
on
to
that. People like
recommending a
to get
successor
feels on
prime
their face.
minister, Emperor Yoshihito, quote, is not of the same
Facial
caliber as the
becomes red.
previous emperor. In my view, it is loyal
Microdermabrasion,
not to obey the Taisho
anti-microdermabrasion,
emperor's word
vampire,
if we deem it to be
vampire
disadvantageous to the state.
facial.
Hicks continues, quote, thus, without any institutional change having occurred, the accession in 1912 of Hirohito's father became an important turning point in the conduct of state affairs.
Remember when you clicked that one twice and it was like, ah, dog?
Well, they say nature abhors a vacuum, and power does too. And all of a sudden we get to a very interesting question, which is in the system where if you said, who's got the power, everyone answered.
And it's just like that, baby.
In a period where the emperor not up to using that power. Who would your default choice when the emperor is not up to the task. That's not been really defined in this big system. And so the 1920s will be a period, for example, where different elements in the system will be trying to sort of jockey for a larger position of power in the state. Now that there's a vacuum sort of where the emperor's role is supposed to be. More on that.
Hi, here we go, big dog.
Oh no.
The First World War breaks out in 1914. And in Asia, it is a very different sort of animal than it is in Europe. Obviously, in Europe, it is a catastrophe. It is a charnel house. It is a nightmare. In Asia, it's not that bad at all. In fact, the Japanese get into the war. They have alliance with Britain anyway, but they get into the war. On the Allied side, interesting to note that both the Italians and the Japanese will fight with the Allies against the Germans in the First World War and then switch sides in the Second. But in this case, for the Japanese, this is a wonderful opportunity to hit the jackpot in a way they haven't hit it since that first war in China, right? The first Sino-Japanese War. In this case, the Germans don't have a lot in Asia, but what they do have is almost undefended. And so you can argue, who came out of the First World War the best? And I think the two candidates that are the most logical choices here is it the United States or is it Japan? The United States came out of it much, much stronger than what they were like when they went into it. And they did much better than Japan did.
Are you done?
They paid a much larger price in doing it in a really short period of combat.
Who's doing this?
The United States lost a lot of people.
Here we go, baby. We didn't even know. What do you think it is?
The Japanese
Chances
lost
are it's George Knapp. Really?
winnings
I'm up there. Who are the biggest coast-to-coast fans in world history? Cornelius and
German possessions in Asia.
Louisiana, Rabbi Rothschild in California.
Basically, everyone else does, right? If you remember 1900, the Boxer Rebellion, everybody had a little chunk of China. The Japanese take over the German chunk of that. And then they take over some island chains that the Germans have. They have
No
the
one saw
Marshall
that one
Islands.
coming.
They have the Mariana
Really?
Islands.
Oh,
And they have the Carolines. If you know your Second World War history,
She doesn't have a big buildup,
these are some of the most
like
important battlefields of the
like a
Pacific.
Scirocco in the desert, like a Scirocco.
Japan and its
Yeah, yeah.
possessions before
She's
the
just like,
First
hey,
World
I'm
War.
okay. Let's talk about the news. I want to fucking build up. Blah, 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 from the coast, our land of America to the coastline, and we got new colors on line one.
New color line. No. First time color line. Not new color. Not new color. It's first time color.
George, our dog would be like, God damn it, it's not fucking.
You can see the Japanese almost have a chance to say,
Color.
what can we get away with here? And the demands include some that
Daily colors.
historians I was reading say basically turn China into the beginnings of a colony of Japan. This freaks the Chinese out. They're in no position to resist the Japanese themselves, but they appeal to the great powers. The Japanese are forced to back off on the most outrageous of these demands, but it begins to set
Now, what about his show?
with the Allies.
I think people understand George Norrie's show
For disagreement.
because he's doing a fucking. I'm George Norrie here. They don't ever say he's sick or anything like that. They just say you just have a new host, and it's like, okay, whatever. But the other one, since it's a local show and they say what they're doing all the time, it's like, oh, they're sick, okay. And now there's a recording of him playing, hey, I'm glad I'm doing this live read for fucking Morongo. Hey, Morongo, man, feeling great. Just a fucking Morongo. Oh, yeah.
Point out two things. One, there is no way for us to understand how much the Bolshevik Revolution.
And then they're like, oh, yeah, we think he'll be back on Monday.
Our attitudes toward this now are so much calmer than people back then would have felt.
Damn, look at this show's ass. I want to eat pudding off it.
The more threatened you were likely to be by what
When
was
people ask me how I feel safe walking around on a pad, plus your pad, like iPad? Oh, your fucking that pad.
Some countries, like there are people in Britain and Ireland and the United States,
Oh.
for example, Western did the Bolshevik Revolution as something potentially positive.
I mean, that's a
But
look,
some
bro.
Japanese communists
I thought it
also
meant
stressed
like
here.
an iPad.
One of the things that was not emphasized in
That ain't no
history as I
iPad.
was growing up,
That's a
either
boy.
we're talking about the Nazis or we're talking about the Japanese was how much, at least they believed, and their people believed, and how much the materials that they used as propaganda for their own populations
I
was so
heard it.
disintegrated that they were these anti-communist
Earth.
and so much of what they did was based on fighting communism. Nowadays, the histories are very clear that read the materials, right? What are they writing about? What are they talking about? Well, this communism stuff scared them so much.
No,
One
it's
of the
just in that
arguments
crash.
made for why Japan
Like
has
a
to begin
bitch.
to maybe
Did
take
it?
over more of
Did
Manchuria
it do the thing?
is to move up into this territory along the border with what used to be Russia, but now is some
I
weird
don't
place
think
called
so.
the Soviet Union, in case we have to fend off, communist hordes. The fear of communism plays into the rest of Imperial Japanese history, and they will never get over this fear. It's worth knowing that the largest army Japan will deploy in the Second World War, by far, will be the one
Did
that is
you
standing
ever
by
read the
just in
fuck
case the
you
Soviet
dumb
Union attacks them.
motherfucker?
In 1918, in November, the First World War ends, and Japan, like a bunch of other powers, will get involved in an effort, to try to play a role in the Russian Civil War. But basically,
is it
when
called
the war
TikTok?
ends, Japan gets to go to the peace conference. I mean, it's really moving up in the world, but at the same time, when they propose a sort of a racial equality kind of clause, a really tepid one, is the way one historian describes it. The Western powers, and guys like Woodrow Wilson, it's no surprise, shoot that down. The Japanese take this as a sort of a argument against all the sort of high-minded talk they're hearing, because there's a lot of Wilsonianism going on here. That's kind of where the term comes from, right? This high-minded stuff. The First World War had rocked the countries of the world, and even more than at the end of the Second World War, there was this attitude that this must never happen again. And so there was a lot of, remember, they created
That kind of tile in a kitchen, that brown tile, is very common. So everyone knows that. Like if you, especially in a kitchen, you want to have black.
I mean, there was a lot of thinking that we have to have a language that we all speak. We can't have all these foreign tongues anymore that make us
Grout. Black grout.
impossible to understand each other. So let's all learn Esperanto.
Why? Because white grout is just so difficult to get.
But there was also a real sense that one of the main reasons, that the world got sucked into those wars was competition over
That should be
colonies,
seamless.
things like that.
Really? Oh, for sure.
Water that's played such an important role in the story was
I never
seen
seen so
to
many
be
Dominican women with cinnamon tan. Here, this is a plan. Take a walk on the beach to hotness and give me a hand.
people's attitudes in terms of having or not having
Damn, you
colonies.
look sexy.
What it really seems to have done
Let's go to
is
Mazat
change the way
in the
you have
West
to
Keys,
speak
round
about
the
them,
West Keys,
talk
rounder
about
than
them,
the palm
and
trees.
refer to them.
Cause you gotta have cheese for the summer house, peace on South
Dominating the
Beach.
people that you
Water
talk
so
about,
clear you
protect,
could see to the bottom.
creating the conditions
$100,000 car.
for the safety of the system. I mean,
Everybody got
it's a different way of sort of explaining to
Ain't
other
no
people why you have things like veto power over the foreign policy of another country. But the Japanese are watching all this stuff to sort of see what this new Wilsonian world is going to be like. And what it kind of does, sort of the mood of the age, is strengthen that group of people in Japan who think we should be working with China. We should be the leader of Asia in an economic sense. I mean, that group is sort of exalted all throughout the 1920s. And the 1920s are this really sort of exciting era in Japanese history, where if you're looking at it in terms of sort of the stages that one would expect a true democracy to go through when you're going from where Japan was to where a true democracy would go. You would expect the stage that Japan has in the 1920s to happen. It's a crucial stage. It's the stage, though.
I like how this is not fucking.
Intellectual
I like how this
contagion
is not fucking.
brought over in Pandora's box by that American fleet that opened Japan in the 1850s. It's when they've all had a chance to sort of take seed and mature and grow up and bloom.
And we all know that LA, and we all know that Phillies, they jiggy, but on the street, Miami bringing heat for real. Y'all don't understand. I've never seen so many Dominican women with cinnamon tans. Here, this is the plan. Take a walk on the beach.
But the Japanese are embracing these sides of democracy that are a little bit sometimes messy. They are rioting regularly. after the Russo-Japanese War. They were protesting this parliament, which was supposed to just be a rubber stamp organization for the emperor and the clique that rules the country, is instead really contentious political parties start developing.
Go to summer house.
And you begin to see an interesting development, which is that the Japanese really take to political parties, a lot of them, and really get into the ebb and flow of the confrontation and the ideological battle, the discussions and all that stuff. But there's a chunk of Japanese society
Dude, it's just
that's
trash.
turned off by a couple of things, like the political wrangling and how venal it is and how it seems to, put party over country. And they also don't like some of the other things that they see infesting their society, which they also kind of attach to this new democratic sort of system. They don't like the materialism that they see, where are these almost religious values of the samurai, frugality, what makes us great, loyalty to the emperor. These are what we would consider to be, if you actually look at their beliefs and their place in Japanese society, super patriots. To these people, it looked like the country was coming apart at the traditional seams. These are the sorts of people, when we talk about a nation getting the equivalent of decompression sickness, as we said, coming up from the deep water too fast, you get the bends. These are the people that get left behind in the society, maybe that's moving forward too quickly. And they're not just going to passively
Are you done?
accept it. And they have working in their favor the fact that they may differ in many ways with the leadership of the country, the old cabal style leadership. There are some things that they agree upon. One of the things they agree upon is that
Did
the
everybody
country
else like your
is
video?
dangerously flirting with radicalism. The most traditional repost, the most traditional definition of radicalism.
Just now. Sorry,
Claim, right, is a modern history of Japan, quote, feisty tenants and disgruntled labor, intrepid feminists and radical students, seething minorities and outcasts, mocha and hobo, anarchists and communists. To many within the governing establishment, it appeared that the country was coming apart at the seams. In the 1920s, the disruptive consequences of modernization, the competing attractions of new visions, the dislocations inherent in industrialization, the tensions associated with new modes of living, and the stresses that accompanied imperialism were imploding on one another. The tumult of the 20s alarmed many bureaucrats and members of the mainstream parties who sought ways to restrain the more extreme forms of radicalism that seemed at times to threaten the very existence of the state. End quote. The Japanese state will always be more paranoid and more repressive against any perceived threat coming from the left side of the political spectrum. And in Japan, that includes like bomb-throwing Bolsheviks and anarchists to liberal writers who question the divinity of the emperor, or militarism, or women's rights activists. It's a broad group of people that sometimes gets thrown into a similar breadbasket. I mean, there will be a sort of police force and police inaugurated during this period that will go after liberal writers and thinkers who
Did it
jailed,
post?
sometimes tortured to death in prison. It's a tough time to be questioning the status quo from that political side of the ledger.
Yeah.
In the 1920s, certainly 1940s up to 1945, Japan. The other side,
It's starting back up.
extremists, didn't have that kind of problem. In part because some of
Oh,
them
it's sucking dick.
in
Is
government
it?
already, and
Yeah.
in the power
Well, I can
structure,
always tell when
especially
something
you
sucks
go down
dick.
to, like, the
Why?
junior officer
Well, usually it
level,
doesn't. It
some
works.
military circles. So they weren't really outsiders; they were kind of insiders. The other reason why is every time the government tries
What's
to
going on here?
those super patriot type societies or groups, those groups would basically wrap themselves in the imperial flag. You couldn't use a "they don't love the emperor" excuse on them that would get a lot of the public behind you, because their response is, no, we love the emperor, we love the emperor more than you love the emperor, and our extreme actions here and our willingness to lay it all on the line for the emperor proves that we love him more than you do. I mean, that's a tough one, and you will see a lot of the things that are done by these ultra-nationalist groups. They will get off with, like, sometimes little hand slaps. These groups, by the way, have some of the greatest names you've ever run into.
Vietnam?
patriotic groups that start off as kind of secret societies, but more and more
Shout out to my friend. Oh no, I knew a fucking guy from Vietnam really well. I forgot. He would say "fuck you," Peter. This kid named Peter, but he was called Charlie.
the Cherry Blossom Society, which sounds beautiful, but those members of
Why?
the Cherry Blossom Society
So
kill
these
people.
guys fucking fought in Vietnam. In big cities, some guy, I remember one guy fought, a couple guys, Bill fought in Vietnam, a couple other guys, I think.
Prime Minister
Good, yeah.
1921 was assassinated. They have another one assassinated in 1932. And they had a major corporation
They'd
assassinated.
be like,
And
Peter'd be like,
are killing
you shot at my family.
One, to get them out of positions of power, and sometimes they do change the course of the way things go. By
And then
taking out
Tiger
the person.
Woods, to name his
Other
fucking
times
son
they do
that,
it as a way to
that's
send a
cold
message.
blooded.
There's other people out there. It's an intimidation move. And an American diplomat, I think it's called the government of Japan during like the late 20s, early 30s, as a government by assassination. And oftentimes the assassins are members of these groups. What do these groups want? They want to go back to a golden age that never existed. These groups are generally, although there's differences among them, but they're generally strongly anti-communist. They are strongly pro-military, and they think that Japan's been giving in to the Western powers on arms limitations and all that too much. They're usually pan-Asian, so they believe in Japan leading an Asian revolution against Western supremacy and the superior nature often of the Japanese race and people and spirit. They loathe parliamentary democracy and all its vile politicians who are corrupt, but they also have a big problem with the business and corporate interests of the times, the zaibatsu, the people, the corporations and the governments that are partnering together for developmental purposes and everything else. These people see them as a Western infection that is destroying the traditional nature of Japanese societies and ripping off the populace, right? And taxing them to death, squeezing them to death, the peasant class. I mean, there will be a lot of members of these groups or sympathizers who will come, from idealistic peasant youth who see what's happening in their little villages and whatnot, and are outraged to join a group like this because one of the things they want to do is make it all better, and the only way to do that is to put the emperor back in power like he was in the good old days. It never existed, and he'll fix everything justice-wise, and if we just bring back the old samurai virtues that never existed either, life will be grand again. It's a utopian sort of movement, and there's a couple of figures who are so revered and held in such awe by their subordinates that there's almost a demigod-like element to a couple of them. Big thinkers pushing these ideas,
What happened
and
here?
they get what they
Hey,
want.
Slowback.
There's going to be an expansion of Japanese power in Manchuria, and then a confrontation with the Soviet Union at the very least. So with all these different players in the Japanese political sphere, it's a kind of a vibrant but possibly explosive stew here. Maybe the beginnings of a vibrant, early, rough and tumble democracy, maybe something that could fall off the cliff in a bad direction. There will be several major historical wild cards that get played on Japan in the 1920s that would have made it tough for democracy to flourish anyway. I mean, in 1923, there's a horrible earthquake, and it affects a couple of major cities more than the rest of the country. It's like 150,000 dead people. Tsunami, massive economic damage. In 1924, the USA decides they're going to pass some immigration act that the Japanese see as particularly discriminating against them. The United States is almost oblivious to the fact that it bothers the Japanese. To the Japanese, it's another sign that they're not being taken as equals. It goes right on the Rain Man.
It feels so cold out there.
In 1927, there will be a financial crisis that throws Japan into economic turmoil. And then 2 years later, everybody gets hit by the Great Depression.
Raven 1989. I think you can unblur these people's faces. Oh, I thought this girl's face was blurry. I think it's okay. I like her outfit. I'm the king of the Olympics.
Have you ever been to a rave? Kinda. There's this thing called hoi like south side of town, it's like a Christian rave or some shit like that. These things are on these paint parties for some reason. I have friends of mine, I think I'd go with them. They went to Chicago for a paint party where like he just went and like shot paint on each other. And listen to fucking reggaeton and shit. Did it work?
He describes its effect on Chinese policy. He writes, quote,
Taylor commentary, Taylor.
to begin with, structural and political weaknesses within Japan confused the development of a clear-cut policy. First among these debilities was a lethal flaw in the modern Japanese constitutional system. It centered on a link between a theoretical supreme imperial throne, supposedly the source of all political legitimacy and authority, and an ill-defined locus of political responsibility. It meant that any institution in the Japanese state could, if it had sufficient practical power, pretend to act in the name of an inviolable emperor and thus assume a supreme decision-making role. With one critical exception, however, he writes, no institution could claim an actual constitutional right to do so. The exception was the armed services' right of supreme command, which made the services directly responsible to the emperor and to no civil authority. It thus gave the army and navy the legal authority to act and speak in the name of the imperial throne. As the throne was not constitutionally responsible to any other institution within the Japanese state, the services could theoretically act as they please, without check or interference from the civil government.
Is Minnie the Moocher on this?
If
That'd be my
only
question.
it was
Is Minnie the
that
Moocher on
simple,
this?
though. Because then it
You
would
need
just
that
make
thing?
the Japanese division of power in the system like a lot of other states, right? We have an army on one side and elected officials on the other. They kind of don't necessarily see eye to eye, but there they are, two camps. The Japanese military isn't unified at all. Start at the top, where the services don't get along with each other. Point out the inter-service rivalry between things like the Army and the Navy in most militaries is pretty common. But the Japanese, once again, are like everyone else, only more so in this regard, and the services really don't like each other, and really don't see eye to eye, and can only unify sometimes when they're talking about, their right to control events or their right to receive piles of money. When it comes to specific things, they have total
Utopia, dog.
the next war in the Pacific against the United States. The Army sees the next war as an expansion in Manchuria, eventually to confront this new Soviet Union along a border where Japan controls the entire Manchurian area, right? Texas, Alabama, Louisiana state, full size. In this system, those two services are equal, and they're totally out of the control of the civilian government. So who referees disputes between them? Maybe a more complicated question is,
So it just destroys
referees
that
disputes within them, because neither the Army nor the Navy are even unified as a service. They're faction ridden. The Army famously has a faction, and these are unofficial things, by the way, although certain officers become associated with it, so it's not a good comparison. But I mean, imagine political parties, and you just, you're not officially one way or the other, but general Yamaguchi is a Republican.
Coffee, ayahuasca.
In this case, one of the factions is called, or known as the Imperial Way faction. Kodoha is the Japanese.
Guacamole is made from avocado. Is a bowl. That's tight as fuck.
Ones who buy into like
So what is it? Bowl, coffee, mushrooms,
cherry blossom society,
ayahuasca.
so I'm thinking it's almost religious, and it wants to go back to a golden age. It wants to get rid of all the materialism, all the liberal democracies, the politicians, and the corruptions, and just go right back to a Showa restoration, the return of the emperor to total power. It's the same thing again, right? It comes up in Japanese history. It's a utopian kind of way of looking at things. And normally you would say to yourself, well, who the heck cares? what a bunch of maybe mid-level officers in the Japanese military think. Who cares if they're Democrats or Republicans? Who cares if they're
Shout out to that one
Imperial
girl
Way
who won
faction people or the other faction, which is still
American Idol
expansionistic and
for
still
the
doesn't
child, I
love
think.
politicians and all that kind of stuff, but they're more conservative and
Soul
more
Singer.
opportunistic. The Imperial Way faction wants to take Manchuria and move on up to the Soviet Union from there. Again, who cares? A bunch of colonels and lieutenant colonels, majors, and captains. What are they going to do? In a normal military, not much. Shut their mouth and follow orders. But we run into, and it's key to the story, another one of those little
Music sounds.
distinctive things about Japan that goes back to an earlier era and that provides an opportunity for a bunch of junior officers to hijack policy here in a way
What is her
that
name?
would be impossible in most great powers. Not impossible there, but impossible in most great powers. Unless things were going down dark road, which of course, as we know, things are.
It was like
There's a Japanese concept called Gekokujo. And it's difficult to understand. It's another one of those things where you kind of have to have the cultural antenna set to Japanese. It's also controversial because you will hear historians wonder how much of a role this really played in the story versus how much it was a wonderful excuse exploited by, higher ups as a way to say, oh, well, we didn't do it, some captain acting alone did it. But the concept is not exactly unknown in Western societies or Western militaries. For example, the Japanese just take it to, extremes again. In the Western military, for example, the concept might be something like, the rule that says that if American soldiers are in combat somewhere and some higher up orders them to commit some sort of atrocity, they have a responsibility to be insubordinate in that situation, right? It's not only forgiven, it's kind of required. The Japanese take that to the next level sometimes, and they will have this concept that goes back centuries that essentially says that low-ranking people in circumstances have a right, maybe a responsibility to act insubordinate, and sometimes that can mean extreme sorts of behavior like killing people.
alright.
Some of the things I read almost portray it as like a societal safety valve.
Her name is like
A system, shaped like a pyramid in terms of its power structure. How do the people at the bottom ever have a way to register, their displeasure with something? For example,
Crystal
maybe
Socks
this
or
is one of
something.
those ways.
Power Socks.
The key to the whole thing, though, is you gotta be doing it for the right reasons, right? Your heart has to be in the right place. Sure, they committed an outrageous act, but they meant well. This is why something like Gekokujo probably
She was
doesn't
the
work
first
as well
female
for
finalist in 3 years.
communist assassin who wants to kill the prime minister and sees that as part of his doing it for a good cause. But the public can be really sympathetic.
Leader-wise, who was leader-wise? He was good.
For patriotic reasons, right? Well, clearly they loved the emperor. Sure, they were misguided, but they meant well. And again, you will see these people get off easy sometimes in these cases, and maybe that's a reason if you're more conspiratorial. And if you're a general that doesn't want to face a firing squad for treason, you can just have some captain or colonel do it and then say,
I wanna take
they meant well, right? Let's let them off easy.
That's a cool word.
And maybe the upside of a policy of letting them off easy is that you don't create martyrs out of them. The other downside is it's not much of a deterrent either. An example, perhaps, of this Gekokujo, in action happens on June 3rd, 1928, when a railway car full of officials from a province, warlord province in Manchuria, in air quotes, gets shredded by a bomb. The bomb kills several people, including the governor of one of these provinces. It also kills the warlord himself, who'll die a few hours later. This warlord had been a friend of Japan's up until that very explosion, but a couple of Japanese mid-level junior officers, including maybe as low as a lieutenant's involvement, but a colonel and a captain maybe, took it upon themselves, we are told, to plant this bomb in order to create an incident that required a response that triggered a policy change that these officers thought was the smart move here, right? That would have triggered something that may have led to the takeover of Manchuria. If you wanted to craft an analogy here, you have to start playing with things like, U.S. Central Command forces in the Middle East, having some mid-level officers there, independently decide we're going to spark a war with a place like Iran because we think it's in the long-term, good interest of the United States to do so, right? It'd be better to fight them now than later. I mean, everyone would thank me if they knew what I knew. I mean, it's a little inconceivable to think about that. It has happened throughout history. It's not that inconceivable. But amongst the great powers, usually there's more, control over that mid-level of command. In this case, it's very possible that what you have here is a tail wagging the dog, where people at a low level are able to, control policy. Perhaps that's one interpretation. The other is that they're just stooges acting for much more powerful generals or corporate interests. You buy the interpretation you like. Nevertheless, this 1928 train bombing assassination, which goes by several different names, by the way, my favorite is the Chang Solin explosion death incident, because it sounds like a Tom Wolfe novel title to me. Nonetheless, it didn't achieve almost certainly what the people who did it wanted, and did in fact prompt significant blowback across a number of different fronts. Front number one is global public opinion. 1928 is right before the Great Depression starts in most of the world, but you're already starting to see in Europe and over here in the Pacific a little subtle change in the weather, if you will, from the 1920s post-First World War, rainbows and unicorns.
So is it trying to top 10 sports
return to normalcy, sort of clouds are starting to appear, and this is one of those incidents that sort of casts a pall on things. In the United States especially, this assassination stuff just looks sinister by its very nature. But the real significant blowback is that this is, as Mike Brady would have called it, a come-to-Jesus moment in the Japanese governmental system. Because initially, the Japanese government is not sure who does this, and it's supposed to be a bunch of locals. I mean, one history I read said it was some opium addicts that the Japanese blamed this on, some Chinese opium addicts. Another one said it was blamed officially with a communique on elements of a northern Chinese nationalist army. More on that later. But almost no one outside Japan was buying it. And when the opposition party in Japan finds out that it's a lie, all heck breaks loose in Japan. The Prime Minister himself, during this period, a general named Tanaka, won't survive politically this scandal. And the problem in 2020 hindsight's totally clear as you look back on it. It's a moment where the military essentially pushes back against the political leadership. And they get away with it. Because the Prime Minister is told by this, the Emperor Hirohito, one of the few times, and it's an early young indiscretion, he says,
like
return
all
into
stop
the
or something.
goes
Like all stop?
awry in this whole investigation, but he will tell the Prime Minister to get to the bottom of this. The Prime Minister says, I will, and if there are any army men involved, you're sure to take care of this. Then he goes back to his army folk, who look at him now as a totally politicified general. He's not their comrade anymore. He might as well be a politician, and they don't cooperate with him. And when he says we have to look into this, they essentially say that we have to cover it up.
Quavo and Offset
Give him a whole bunch of good
Take
reasons why it should be covered up.
We
It
get him
will
back.
affect our international standing. It will affect our
Are
troops
you
in
done?
Manchuria, blah, blah, blah. But the bottom line is he doesn't have the power, and it's made apparent during this incident, to tell them, no, I don't want your approach. I'm the boss. We're going to do it my way. He essentially has to go back with his tail between his legs to the Emperor. And when the Emperor finds out he didn't do anything, the Emperor turns into the Hulk and blames him. But the famous line the Emperor said in the post-war conversations to Allied investigators, the Emperor says he told the Prime Minister, don't you think you should resign? Boom. I mean, a nice banal little comment there is more powerful to a Japanese person, especially a general like Tanaka, than anything a mustachioed, spitting, fascist dictator type getting in your face and threatening to dismember you 9 ways to Sunday could achieve. And Tanaka will not only fall from government, he'll die soon afterwards. Boom. Don't make the Emperor happy. Won't you just leave? By the way, it's worth pointing out that a According to Hirohito, he learned from this that it was a youthful assertion he shouldn't have, in a virtual sense, killed this poor prime minister by turning into the Hulk, and he would learn not to do it again. So this very incident is one of the reasons. Allegedly, you don't see the emperor involving himself more in these sort of matters. When after the war, you keep looking at these things going, why the heck didn't the emperor involve himself more in these matters? The real bottom line, though, if you look at it, and according to Hirohito himself, is there were higher-ups who might have been implicated in all this, and a real investigation, maybe some interrogation under torture of the mid-level officers who carried out this stuff. Hirohito says that the mid-level officer in question threatened to squeal about everything, so things get covered up, no investigation. Nothing to see here, we move on, and yet in 1928 you've established this sort of line in the sand that says that if the political leaders and the military leaders disagree, there's not much the political leaders can do about that. Unless the emperor gets involved, which he says he learned from this incident you shouldn't do. Now I should point out that the 1928 Truman, what do we call it, the Chang Solin explosion incident, the timing of that is not coincidental. It comes at a time when there's a lot of rising anxiety in the South Manchurian area about events happening in China, events that have the potential, if they go a certain way, maybe, to cut off the supply of Manchuria at some point in the future. And there are people who make the argument that can't happen. We're already hooked. It's worth asking the question, who's hooked? Are these corporate/government interests in the South Manchurian area? Are they hooked? Or is the government hooked to the revenues coming in, which unfortunately often get turned right back around into new military expenditures because these new areas require greater amounts of troops, bigger navy, all these other things, and it comes with a cost, right? Security, protection. But are the people hooked? Well, it's during this time period that an open propaganda push is made to convince the Japanese people that darn right we're hooked, and not just us, you're hooked, because we have this thing, a lifeline in Manchuria that connects us to the Eurasian population and sends raw materials and goods and stuff back to Japan that keeps us all alive. The question about whether or not Japan really needs Manchuria is an interesting one. Historian Sandra Wilson, in her book, The Manchurian Crisis in Japanese Society, 1938 to 1943, points out that the whole idea of Manchuria as this vital lifeline is part of the propaganda of the Japanese state. The stuff it's using to justify whatever's required in using Manchuria. The idea that you're hooked. She writes, quote, the principle that Japan was dependent upon access to the resources of Manchuria for survival as a nation was part of an attempt to create a narrative justifying Japan's claim to the region, and was closely linked with the assertion that Manchuria rightfully belonged to the Japanese, despite China's technical sovereignty over it. She then goes on to describe this phrase that was in use, and she points out that it had, instead of a dry sort of diplomatic tone, been referred to sort of the idea of what Japan has already paid in blood and sacrifice and investment for this territory. It's what we talked about earlier. Certain things attract you to the region, and certain things keep you there. She writes, quote, far from being a dry diplomatic term, Keniki in the early 1930s was rather, as Murakami Hyoe has pointed out, a vivid word suggesting sacrifice and the shedding of blood, and it relied for its effect upon a certain view of history in which the Sino-Japanese and Russo-Japanese wars figured prominently. Manchuria, she writes, was frequently referred to as the place where the spirits of 200,000 Japanese war heroes slept. The importance of the South Manchurian Railway and the large amount of Japanese public money which it contributed through the railway to the development of Manchuria were also evoked as evidence of Japan's right freely to exploit the Manchurian resources. End quote. Citing the sacrifices of 200,000 war dead would be, I would think, a pretty effective tactic in most countries even today. in the uber patriotic era. We're talking about even more effective in the uber patriotic Japan, even more effective than that. But if you happen to be an investor, for example, in Microsoft Manchurian way, you have every reason right around the same time period that this warlord's done away with to worry about your investments, because events in China are starting to get to a point where it's conceivable to see somebody unifying it in the not too distant future. And what's going to happen if that occurs? Remember, everybody's been taking advantage of China during this preceding period here because it's been down. But what if it gets up? This is the sleeping giant of the world, the largest population of the planet. When it's all put together, it's a landmass the size of the United States. The Japanese have been taking advantage of this situation while the Chinese are currently occupied places the Chinese consider theirs. What's going to happen if all of a sudden somebody puts Humpty Dumpty back together again here? They'll have 500 million people. The Japanese have 70 million. How do the long-term trends here look? I mean, you can see the positive possible outcome.
Why? His brother was a Navy SEAL. His other brother went to Harvard Law School. He didn't have a lot to do, but like, and Navy SEAL from Annapolis. I mean, so what did he do? He went and probably business school. But it's like everybody was fucking really good in his fucking family. What do you want to take it over?
Got control in such a way.
His brother went to university as well.
You can't have a powerful, independent China, though, because obviously that's going to get messy when they want their stuff back. The other, of course, policy approach you could take is the one that those more liberal people in Japan have been advocating. Let's have this cooperative Asian relationship with China, where Japan and China, with their population and resources and our high-tech, nose to the grindstone, fanatical work ethic. I mean, we
Shout out to the shout out.
Maybe you go the route those people want because it's the only way to deal with China once they're back on their feet. Start negotiating now when they're still big so that they don't hate you later, because the Japanese are not in good graces with the Chinese population during this period. The sleeping giant has already awoken on the ground. The Chinese people are pissed off. And a lot of historians blame the 1950s. We sit in the middle of the First World War, when everybody's attention was on Western Europe. The Japanese tried to slip one of these treaties on a very weak in China that would have made them a proto-colony, and they freaked out, the Chinese. But the people freaked out. It wasn't a governmental thing. I mean, the people started boycotting Japanese goods. Riots were up. They killed Japanese officials in Chinese cities. I mean, it was anger. It was the same kind of nationalist awakening that Japan had when Commodore Perry and America's Black Fleet, came and opened them up. You get this awakening. In the case of China, they were mad at everybody for what had happened when they were being taken advantage of. But the Japanese, more and more, were getting the focus specifically of their ire. And so if you want to forestall this, if you don't want the sleeping giant to be mad at you when it's fully awakened, now might be the time to start patching up old wounds and fixing things. And by the way,
my friend Britt was kind of a Texans fan. I was really kind of
Wilsonians and rainbows and unicorns were totally at play. The Japanese were giving territory back to China, this peninsula. They were trying. It was policy for a minute.
what in the fuck?
But the people in Tokyo aren't necessarily in control of policy, as we said. Where the tail wagging the dog comes into play, where a bunch of people who are on the ground can create situations that the military and even the government behind them simply have no option but to respond
I
to.
bet there's
Once
some kind
again,
of
if you're
weird.
conspiratorial, you don't believe any of this is like this. You believe it emanated from ground zero and has been, let's call it responsibility laundered the whole way. But the traditional story is we have elements that are out of control in Asia that are able to prompt events that everyone else has no choice but to respond to. For example, in 1931, there will be another explosion on a railway track. Are you sensing a pattern here? Also carried out supposedly by mid-level Japanese officers. Here's the way. Historian James L. McLean in A Modern History of Japan describes it. Quote, Captain Kawamoto Suimori laid the 42 yellow packages of blasting powder with care. Shortly after 10 p.m. on September 8, 1931, he detonated them, displacing a portion of the tracks of the South Manchuria Railway line as it passed the northern outskirts of Mukden. Kawamoto and his co-conspirators intended to derail the Darien Express 2 just minutes later and blamed the act on the local Chinese warlord, Zhang Juilin. Incredibly, when the train reached the damaged section of track, it swayed only slightly and passed on safely. Unruffled, Kawamoto relayed a prearranged message to his home base. This is the famous prearranged message, quote, engaged in action with the Chinese forces who set off explosion along railroad, end quote. The author continues, quote, ostensibly, in response to that, quote, end quote, unprovoked aggression, units of Japan's Guantang army immediately attacked the barracks of Zhang's soldiers in Mukden and Changchun. Within 48 hours, Japanese troops occupied the two cities, and Doihara Kenji, a colonel in the Guantang army, named himself to head an emergency committee to govern Mukden, effectively detaching that provincial capital from Chinese control. End quote. This event, by the way, is known by a couple of different names. Most famously, it's called the Manchurian Incident. Historian Andrew Gordon says that in Japan, this is generally considered to be the start of what they call the 15-year war, which is essentially the Second World War. So this is an explosive moment in some people's view of the entire subject we're going to talk about here. And it is the result of so much James Bond undercover. You know, it's like the Star Wars bar with all the gunslinging, bootleggers from that
What
time
up,
period.
Riri?
Here's how historian Marius B. Jensen describes it, and he's a pretty sober
Oh,
historian, so
fuck.
when he uses a word like partying, understand, how much like a novel this is, but these are the people engineering these events on the ground in a place like Manchuria. Jensen writes, quote, plotters had better success in Manchuria. In the days preceding the explosion that triggered the Manchurian incident, an unsavory group of Japanese had collected at Guantang Army headquarters. He then goes on, by the way, to name these people. The first one is a guy who murdered. He left bleeding. I think it's a writer. And he was there, Jensen says, with money sent by Japanese rightists. But he says even better financed was this colonel, the guy who had actually blown up the warlord in the train. So he's there too. And Jensen says, quote, arrogance, avarice, and dishonesty found shelter under the claims of crisis. Guantang Army officers were in touch with associated figures in the Tokyo General Staff. But those men, doubting the timing, though personally favoring the coup, dispatched Tategawa Yoshitsugu, freshly disappointed that March, to the scene to urge caution and delay. Guantang Army plotters, aware of Takegawa's mission, deflected him when he arrived with a round of partying that delayed his appearance at headquarters. When he was ready to resume his mission the next morning, a bomb had already gone off on the South Manchurian tracks. End quote. So the government, not necessarily against the idea of this Manchurian deal, but doubting that it's a good time, sends somebody to say, don't do it now. He's deflected by a bunch of people who take him out drinking, so he can't deliver the message right away. By the time he's sobered up and ready to deliver the message, the event's already happened. That's like a movie, isn't it? But this isn't like the 1928 incident where everybody seemed caught off guard. There's a bunch of people who know this is going to happen, and there's a lot more people who knew that at some point, in the distant future, this was likely to happen. And when it does, the civilian government is exposed as powerless. Now, as an aside, we should point out that the prime minister in power is often lambasted as weak. So maybe he is. But he wrote an emergency note to one of the, sort of old guard wise men that are built into the Japanese system, the Genro, who are less and less powerful than they used to be back in the Meiji Restoration days. But this guy's obviously desperate, and this note comes only hours after the explosion happens, where the government is finding out about this stuff from the newspapers.
Are you done?
Their army, the Japanese army over there, is not telling them anything. The prime minister's name, by the way, is Wakatsuki, and his appeal. General for assistance says, quote, I am not being kept informed by either the Foreign Ministry or the Army Ministry. I have just warned them through Chief Cabinet Secretary Kawasaki. The Chinese forces in Manchuria and Mongolia number more than 200,000, while we have only some 10,000. I asked the Army Minister, what are you going to do if by chance your challenge causes something you haven't anticipated? Something that, given you are so outnumbered, you can't stop. The Army Minister told me, we'll send in troops from Korea. Indeed, they may have already gone in. I rebuked him. How can you allow dispatch of soldiers from Korea without government authorization? He said, well, the fact is that during the Tanaka cabinet, troops were dispatched without imperial sanction. I gathered he had not foreseen any problem at all. Under these circumstances, I'm quite powerless to restrain the military. How can His Majesty's military act without his sanction? What can I do? Maybe I should not be talking to you like this, but can you do anything? I'm in serious trouble. End quote. Now, if the Prime Minister sounds panicked there, it's not just my vocal interpretation. This is the way Marius B. Jensen describes the situation. As all this is coming to light in the hours after the incident, quote, within hours, the Guangdong Army had achieved its initial military objectives against the Fengtian Army. Once the forces were engaged, pleas of military necessity were used as justification for additional moves, giving the lie to promises from the Tokyo civilian government that these were steps taken to preserve order and that no further expansion was contemplated. Those in positions of responsibility were anxious to limit the incident and regain control of events, while the field and junior grade officers that peopled the general staff and army ministry were jubilant that the Manchuria-Mongolia quote-end-quote problem was finally being addressed. In Tokyo, he writes, the atmosphere was electric with rumors of plots to take on the home government. The nervous government did its best to hush things up to avoid destabilizing the situation, but this had the effect of magnifying rumors. The reality, he writes, was bad enough. End quote. So what was that reality? Well, some of the ultra-nationalists looked at this as the coming out party. Jensen continues, quote, a few weeks after violence broke out in Manchuria, Lieutenant Colonel Hashimoto Kingaro of the 2nd Division, General Staff, and stalwarts of the Cherry Blossom Society conceived a bizarre plan to wipe out the entire government by aerial bombardment of a cabinet meeting. A crowd of rightists would then surround the War Ministry and General Staff headquarters and demand the creation of a military government. For this October incident, as it was called, which never took place, Hashimoto received 20 days confinement from superiors who did their best to deny that anything untoward had taken place. End quote. So this guy's got a plot to destroy the government by bombing it while it's in session. He gets 20 days confinement from superiors. What's going to happen here, though? He's going to get Japan in all kinds of trouble because as over the months go on and the Guangdong Army just keeps rounding out their conquest and looking to create, it says, buffer zones to keep bandits and whatnot farther away. They're conquering Manchuria. And the people in Japan that were worried and were against this start coming around. I mean, for the first 2 weeks and stuff I've been reading, it says the Japanese populace wasn't sure what to think about this, but after, incessant propaganda and talk about how this is the lifeline and stories and films of Japanese, heroic victories, the public comes around and they support this big. So if you're the politician kind of worried and saying we need to get control of the situation, no more expansion, but every time the army expands, the public loves it, what do? Well, if there are no consequences, maybe you just go along with it, but there are consequences and they're huge.
Look at this.
They directly to war.
Did it go?
And let's remember, in this war, a bunch of these patriotic civilians supporting the troops
Now what happens?
are going to die in their homes, burned to death. I've had conversations with a lot of years with people about what's called strategic bombing, the bombing of civilians in cities that were so crowded in the Second World War, and there were so many side issues and moral quandaries and things to examine, but the one that often gets brought up, and it's at this point in the story where it's relevant, if it's relevant at all, has to do with responsibility on the part of your average Japanese person if they're getting bombed in the Second World War. Is that something that's the equivalent of getting just desserts, right? Or is it a historical sort of warning, maybe lessons are not real in history, but is it sort of something that reminds you that these sorts of things have consequences? Because there's people that will blame the Japanese public for supporting this road to war that they're going down, but to not support it seems a little counterintuitive. I mean, how likely is it to imagine this Japanese public conditioned the way we've talked about with all the carrots and sticks and cultural head binding and punishment for people who didn't toe the line and all these other things?
I was just thinking, I may not look
Is
back
it
to
to
Amanda.
imagine that they would do anything other than support their troops?
What the fuck
When
happened?
troops are victorious in the field, right? When it's
My
their own
friend-
sons out there fighting. Of course, you got the government pushing super propaganda button all the time. How likely is it that you're going to see anything other than what we did see? What's more, forget all the cultural head binding stuff I've been throwing
My
out there.
friend
Just think about your own
Louis
people.
found out.
How hard is it to imagine, most of them not coming out and supporting the troops? It's something that can be reliably counted upon. So if that's the case, can you really hold people accountable and say they had any real options as a group, right? En masse, sometimes individuals surprise us, but en masse, was there really another road for the Japanese patriotic civilians to go down once their troops were fighting in the field? It's an interesting question, as I said, but I guess the way I look at it is I look at it and think, God, that could happen to anybody. If that means we can all be bombed and deserve it, well, that's a scary thought, isn't it? In the case of the uber-patriotic Japanese during this period, it's extra scary because this is like a blank check for whatever this Guantang army is going to do. Control from the central authority is tenuous at best. And over the next several months, this Guantang army is going to destroy Japanese diplomatic credibility with the rest of the world, because over and over the Japanese government and even the top military officials are going to say, we're not going to advance any farther, everything's going to stay the way it is. And then almost as they're saying it, the army in the field would advance. At one point, the army itself, the Guantang army, says, we are not going to, we promise we will not advance on the city, and they do. So at a certain point, not only is the rest of the world not believing anything the Japanese government is saying, but it's making them extra angry. I read one historian who made a point of, listen, this is a really bad time for the world, and the Great Depression and all this. Everybody's got their own problems. Every country on the world stage would love to be able to say, I'm just going to ignore this, it's a long way away. But looking like they're being played for fools over and over by the Japanese government instigates pushback that might not otherwise have been there. In the defense of the Japanese government, they may have believed it every time they said, we're not going to move any farther. And then think about the weird position it puts the government in when the army does move farther against orders, has great victories, conquers more territory, the media shows the patriotism, plays it up, the public is cheering. What are you supposed to do? Denounce them? And remember, nobody in the foreign world out there at all knows that you don't control your own army. You don't want to admit that to them, so you kind of have to own these things now. It's a bizarre situation. It gets even more weird at times too, because you can't tell again if there's a forced feeling to this, if you feel like you have to do it or if they really want to. But I mean, the emperor has to have the general of the Guantang army over for tea. Private meeting in the palace. I mean, it's this enormous honor. And he's being honored for all these conquests in Manchuria that he went against orders to do. I mean, what sort of message are you sending here? It's bizarre. And I should point out there have always been some historians and writers out there that suggest that it's possible that you could look at this entire situation with this Guantanamo Army acting on its own as a case of Gekkoku Joe on a mass scale, army-wide level. An entire army being insubordinate for high-minded moral reasons. You say their heart was in the right place. Maybe because of that you forgive them. Especially since they keep winning. See how that goes. But if it's true that this army really did all this on its own, and for super patriotic reasons, right? Well, they just managed to do it in the very country and deify an emperor that they worship because they've gotten Japan into a cycle now that it's not going to be able to get out of. The best example I came up with is unfortunately of limited practical value because unless you've gone out too deep in the ocean, with the breakers crashing on you, you're not going to know what I mean. But in my head, it seems like the perfect analogy. And if you've ever done it, you know what I mean. When you get trapped in that no man's land between the breaking surf and the shore, too far away from the shore to get to safety before the next giant wave crushes you. So there's only one option. You have to go out deeper into the surf so you can dive under that giant wave before it starts crashing. The problem, as we all know, is that when you come up sputtering from that, you have another giant breaker bearing down on you, and you're even farther away from the shore. So you have to go out even deeper and dive under that one. Of course, you can't keep this up forever. Eventually, you drown following that strategy, and the Japanese are going to drown in China. And if you believe the army defenders out there who trying to explain what they're doing, they're going to drown in China simply trying to find a defensible place to stop advancing. The army claims it's got bandits to deal with, for example. These bandits are probably really Chinese guerrilla fighters, and at one point there'll be like 150,000 of them. That's a lot of bandits, by the way.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave her some money to turn us off with cash.
Things that are called incidents when Japanese troops and bandits, or Japanese troops and Chinese troops, or Japanese troops and warlords troops will have some sort of a, gunfight or something, and all heck can break loose for a while. That the Japanese will take another city in response to that, and they'll settle down, and then another incident. If you string all these incidents together from 1931 to about 1937, you get, there were like 50 in a really short period of time, so you get a lot of incidents, and some historians like to refer to that whole period as an era of undeclared war between Japan and China. Neither side, by the way, wanted to declare war for different reasons. The Japanese are trying to make it look like nothing's really going on here. Nothing to see here, great powers. It's not a war, we have a bunch of incidents going on. The Chinese have their own problems, more on that in a second. These incidents can get very large, though. There will be an incident in late January in Shanghai, which will go on until March 1932. Shanghai, by the way, I believe the second largest city in Asia after Tokyo itself, between 3 and 4 million people in a giant city that is an urban environment. So you can only imagine what it's like to have fighting going on in the streets of Shanghai. You will have at one point, it starts off with Japanese Marines, but they get into trouble because there's very stiff Chinese resistance and street fighting. So the Japanese government sends in more troops, and at one point you have 100,000 Japanese ground troops, several hundred planes, like 75 or so ships. That's incident doesn't really do it justice.
I was like, is that
in fact, the high numbers, when you start adding up civilian and military deaths for this incident, somewhere between 10 and 20,000 killed. That's quite a few people in something that sounds as small as an incident.
Love me some.
We've been talking a lot about the Japanese. We've been pointing out that they've been fighting, quote, unquote, Chinese, but who are the Chinese during this period? It's worth examining, the resistance here for a minute. The resistance used to be, 10 years before this time, a bunch of fragmented states named the United States of China, perhaps you could have called it. But in the intervening, like 8 years, there's been quite a bit of consolidation. The number one consolidator was a guy named Chiang Kai-shek, who was a fascinating character. The Japanese protege, maybe you could almost call a refugees came back, participated in the overthrow of the imperial system, and the emperor was a key, protege of the guy the first Chinese Republic, and he's been fighting ever since to maintain sort of a put together China. He's a difficult guy to pin down because he seems to be willing to do whatever it takes, to achieve his goals. And his goals are both to create this, great China that he sees from the ashes of this terrible moment in Chinese history. At the same time, a China may be run by him, maybe perpetually. He's got this military dictator side to him that his critics harp on, so bear that in mind. But he's a relatively remarkable person because trying to put the United States back together. He even broke up into its component states against the will of those states, by the way. And you get an idea of the task we're talking about here. Chiang Kai-shek is part and is
It
the
doesn't
leader
work, though.
most of the time of a governing/political party called the Kuomintang. We used to call it the Kuomintang when I was a kid, so if I slip into bad habits, you'll know why. But that leader and that party are sort of the big dog in this Chinese reunification thing going on during the 1920s. He's the major threat that these Japanese people, in Manchuria see. This Chiang Kai-shek guy could put China back together again, and then where are we? His main competition in order to achieve this, though, are communists. People getting help, for example, from the new Soviet Union. Chiang, by the way, getting help from the Soviet Union too, but he'll take help from anybody who will give it to him. All he wants to do is achieve his goals. The communists are working with the communists, but they're maybe the second great power in China during this era. And they and Chiang will have this terrible struggle with each other. Sometimes they'll kiss and hiccup long enough to fight the common enemy. But Chiang Kai-shek's point most of the time is that he wants to unify China first, destroy his internal enemies first, and then turn on the Japanese. So when during this period the Chinese appear to really not be fighting back too much and deliberately sort of taking the easy road, backing up, making nice moves, because Chiang Kai-shek's got his eyes elsewhere. He's trying to defeat the communists in his country. And by the way, as I said, when this guy's taken money and arms and organization from the Soviet Union, the Western press is portraying him as a communist stooge. He's the red general to them. But later on, he's going to turn on the communists, and he may be, this is arguable, it's off the top of my head, he may hold the record for most communists or suspected communists killed. He'll kill like 300,000 of them in one purge. He may have killed millions of them, and many of them may not have been communists at all. He's famous for a phrase he may or may not have said, so let me issue that disclaimer right here. But the phrase was something like, he'd rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one communist get through. It's a little twist of the old American idea, that better 100 guilty should go free than one innocent man be prosecuted. In any case, Chiang Kai-shek seems to be pretty focused on China and conquering it first and then turning its enormous weight on the Japanese invader afterwards is his policy. And that allows this undeclared war to continue longer than maybe a lot of the other leaders in China, Chiang's underlings, wanted to. Meanwhile, though, Chiang Kai-shek and the Chinese have complained to the only body out there that's available to do that, the League of Nations, the prototype, as we said earlier, for the United Nations. This will become a practical test for the Rainbows and Unicorns organization that is supposed to prevent aggressive war, because the Chinese are asserting that that's what you have here. And not only that, the Japanese are these signatories to a number of treaties during these so-called interwar years designed to make war, if not uncommon, then maybe even totally illegal. One of these is called the Kellogg-Briand Pact, for example. And sometimes that's the way supporters sort of touted it. Because people signed a treaty. So you can see how that goes. Nonetheless, the Chinese make the complaint. The League of Nations has to respond to it. They send investigators in 1932 early to train trucks that were blown up, examine everything, talk to all sides.
Are you fucking done?
The Japanese military is creating a puppet state They're going to call Manchu Kuo. And the reason you create a puppet state instead of trying to conquer it directly like you would in the old days is because you just don't do that anymore. It's just not done. Great powers don't conquer others. You create a sort of a Wilsonian sort of colony. You call it the return of the Manchu people to
Return
control
of
the
the Manchu people. Return of the Manchu people. Return of the Manchu people. You know that I'm going to yeah. Well, I try to
Meanwhile, the Japanese army is going to defend it. It's going to send economically anything Japan wants back to Japan, and the Japanese will control all major decisions. It's a puppet state. But the rest of the world is going to say, you can't keep it. The United States will be the most vociferous.
I think in the future we speak Esperanto.
On many levels. On one level, there's a moral level. The Americans have a lot of Christian missionaries, for example, in China, and they get to watch a lot of this stuff unfold. And it's horrible on the ground, so they're complaining for moral reasons. But the Americans have huge economic stakes in this region, something called the open door policy that they want to keep open. They don't want anything that will threaten the good thing that they have going trade-wise with China. And if Japan starts taking all these areas or making treaties that lock China up for themselves, well, that cuts out the U.S. interest. So there's a lot of reasons the Americans aren't so happy about this. They'll invoke something called, from this period, called the Stimson Doctrine, which basically says the U.S. is not going to acknowledge, support, countenance, or anything, any territories that are, created through aggression. Whether or not it's aggression is up to the League of Nations. They do their investigation. They come back with a report that is actually so even-handed. You have a feeling that the great powers didn't want anything where they had to confront anybody, because as I said earlier, they all have their own issues. They'd rather look the other way. But the Japanese required a real acceptance that they'll be allowed to keep Manchuria. They did not get that. So when forced to make a choice between the steroid that could make them maybe as big as they want, or staying in the good guy column off the global international naughty list, they chose keeping the Manchurian addiction. And this will be disastrous in the long run. In a practical sense, what it means is when the Japanese don't get what they want from the League of Nations, they walk out of the League of Nations. Trendsetters in that regard, because Germany and Italy will eventually join them. But to people like the Americans and the British and the French, this looks like choosing the dark side in an ever-increasingly dark world as the storm clouds on the international horizon deepen and darken and threaten. The Japanese have decided, in terms of this international community idea, this rainbows and unicorns thing in the past, it's just a plot by the great powers to keep the status quo. We're out. When you think of what options they actually had in this regard, what can the Japanese really do? We're going to walk a mile in the moccasins of the Japanese government here. We have to ask what real choices they had. In the same way, we were wondering about the responsibility level of your average Japanese, patriotic Japanese citizen. Well, in this case, sometimes I think we pretend like there's a fork in the road here for these governments, and we hold them accountable for making the wrong directional choice at the fork in the road when maybe there was no fork there at all. And this is a wondering, but in this case, look at what was being asked of this Japanese government. They're being asked to give up this territory that many great thinkers have been out there in Japanese writing and whatnot, and many of the prominent people saying Japan has to have in order to survive and protect themselves in part from these very great powers who banded together in this League of Nations are telling them they have to give it back. You can't have these steroids to get as big as we are. The Japanese, as we've already pointed out, have this long laundry list of Rain Man-like grievances, some of which are real. You also have that wonderful element in play that we talked about, the number of people now that have died to conquer this place, the number of people that have died to protect the investment in money that's been invested to create this wonderful safe area in China by the South Manchurian Railway. And it just goes on and on. So if you're a political leader that's going to see this as a way to avoid having a showdown with the other great powers in the world, and your choice is you have to give this back. Could you realistically do that? I mean, I would think that the loss of face on the world stage, the embarrassment of having to listen to what everyone's saying, go with your tail between your legs. I mean, I think that alone would doom a politician, with the voters in an electoral system, wouldn't you? But what about, real doom as opposed to electoral doom? Because this is the period where you realistically suggested giving Manchuria back because the great powers were telling you to. You might not live to see the next month. Because we talked earlier about something one American movie referred to as government by assassination in Japanese history. This is the period where that skyrockets, and it's the high water mark of that between 1931 and 1936. And you will see a number of major figures, not just political figures, but also corporate ones, gunned down. How about the one in 1932, where 11 naval cadets from a faction in the Navy,
They make
once a
floating
military
platforms and
dictatorship
shit.
had returned to the emperor in the Golden Age and all that, they storm into the building where the prime minister is, and the 11 of them kill him.
Mega
And
projects.
there's even a conversation that's
Mega
recorded that
projects are a
happens,
big thing in this.
while it's going on, where the prime minister says something to the effect of, if I could only talk to you, you would understand. And the person who's about to kill him says, dialogue is useless. Boom. The people who killed the prime minister release a manifesto, one that historian James L. Klein reprints and says shows the depth of emotional anger experienced by these people who want to put the emperor back on the throne to fix all the injustices. The manifesto says, quote, look straight at the present state of your fatherland, Japan. Where, we dare ask, can you find the genuine manifestation of the godliness of the imperial country of Japan? Political parties are blind in their pursuit of power and egoistic gains. Large enterprises are firmly in collusion with politicians as they suck the sweat and blood of the common people. Bureaucrats and police are busy defending the corrupt politico-industrial complex. Diplomacy is weak-kneed. Education is rotten to the core. Now is the time to carry out drastic revolutionary change. Rise and take action now. End quote. McLean, in his book, Japan, A Modern History, says it's these kinds of coups, along with the stuff, the challenges posed by Manchuria, that dooms everything. He writes, quote, the Manchurian incident and the violence from the right in 1931 and 1932 marked a Copernican turn in Japan's foreign relations and domestic politics. On the continent, the conception of the new state, carved from Chinese territory and dominated by a wing of the Japanese military, soured Sino-Japanese relations beyond redemption, began the isolation of Japan from an infuriated West, which viewed Japanese actions as naked aggression, and propelled the island nation along a path that would lead it to even more dangerous foreign confrontations. At home, the assassinations and attempted coups exposed the fragile structure of Japanese politics, contributed to a snowballing loss of confidence in party politicians, and encouraged the ideologues who romanticized the country's imperial past and sought to forge a new national polity. End quote. The 1932 killing of the prime minister is a perfect example how so many of these coup attempts and assassinations that happened between like 1931 and 1936 go, because they'll put these young naval guys, the assassins, on trial, and they're all like 20 years old, so they're kids, and they'll wrap themselves in the ultra-patriotism stuff, and the public will be very sympathetic. I think they get a petition, the court does, signed in the blood of hundreds of thousands of Japanese citizens pleading for leniency. People offer to die in the place of the young naval officers. I mean, it's a level of fanaticism on the part of one segment of Japanese society that makes it difficult to just crush these people as anti-government terrorists. And by the way, for killing the prime minister, these guys get a pretty lenient sentence. Jail time, be out maybe in not too long. What the hell is that? there'll be several of these events in the 1930s, culminating in the very famous one, the February 26th incident that happens on February 26th. Imagine that, 1936. In this one, you get some of these Imperial Way faction junior officers who lead like 1,500 soldiers against the ministry and some other major buildings. They take them over, they kill a bunch of officials, 2 former prime ministers. It's very dramatic, actually. Once again, they're sometimes talking between the assassins.
That was an anti-Israel posting.
But if you read the Emperor's post-war comments, he basically says he turned into the Hulk again at this moment, ordered the Imperial Guard to crush the whole thing. Some people commit suicide, the rebels give up, and this time there's a crackdown afterwards. So this is the bridge too far for the ultranationalist right in Japan, the Kodoha faction, and they get crushed after this. So several people, like 1820s, fighting squads, shot. A bunch of generals were purged from the army. I think it's more than half, which shows you how deeply embedded this faction was. Other influential officers that are not sort of ostracized will be pushed off to commands where they can't cause the kind of trouble that somebody above, for example, in charge of the Quantum Army can cause. And the military will once again sort of strengthen its hold over the government. You know, they'll say to protect it from these kinds of things happening. And this, of course, is a period of growing global anxiety, as we all know, right? The middle 1930s, tough time.
What a good catch.
See the fascists come to power in Italy. The 1932-1933 time period have the Nazis coming to power in Germany. Both of those ideologies, of course, making over to Japan and the Pandora's box intellectual
I like how
update.
his fans know that it's not like serious enough. Nobody would be like, oh,
Match.
it's like that.
But while most people don't think of the Japanese terrorists as Nazis, fascism is sometimes debated. People ask, well, were the Japanese in this period fascists? You didn't ask for it, but my own opinion is, to me, it looks more like this era provides some frosting on the top of the multi-layered Japanese
I love that laugh.
cultural cake, each piece of which we've been lovingly talking about in this story. So, not theistic or fascistic, but both of those ideologies
I'm gonna make peace of that.
into some of this during this period influence things.
Heart.
That is, of course, as I always say, my own non-expert opinion. The experts on this from multiple countries have different views on the proper classification of the Japanese Second World War government, or just right before the Second World War government. Now, if you wanted to just sort of look at the optics, though, and try to make a judgment based on that, well, the Japanese are not doing themselves any favors, because they may not officially be fascist, at least in my mind, but they sure do play nicely with them. In November 1936, the Japanese and Nazi Germany will sign something called the Different Commentary Pact, which is supposed to be sort of directed at global, communist efforts to undermine the world. The Italians will eventually sign it, the Spanish will eventually sign it. So these are basically the fascist states of Europe. So if you're not a fascist, you're sure signing the same treaties. And the Japanese who already were not getting wonderful press.
Oh, how cute. And he put his ball in.
Just get worse. We should point out a new geopolitical reality that's very now been seen here. Now that the Japanese have this puppet state,
Oh, cute. Like a scooty
they now have the same
bear.
neighbors Manchuria used to have, which means Japan now has a giant puppet state of Manchuria, now has a giant border with the Soviet Union, and another giant border with Mongolia, which is a puppet of the Soviet Union. So now, the idea of maybe getting involved in any combat with China that would take a significant amount of effort looks like it might take troops away from this giant border that looks horribly open to, maybe a giant tank attack, or maybe infiltration by communist hordes. In 1937, the Japanese do not want a general.
This seems like a bad idea.
The the problem is this is exactly the time period when the Chinese are doing they desperately want. And of course, for the longest time, Syria had been able to say what China wanted because there were multiple Chinese right there. One of them is multiple different states. They've been trying to do for so long. But in 1936, something happened to change the entire affair to do so sort of against the will of Chiang Kai-shek. He's going to be kidnapped by some of his subordinates. We're going to whisk him away to a location where for 2 weeks they try to convince him that he has to stop waging the civil war against the communists and turn against the Japanese. This has the like a mafia sort of get together. So gun on the table, change your policy.
Maybe be like, restart.
Communists show up, they've been invited. Instead of some sort of explosion or maybe Chang had no choice, of course. You actually get this patriotic Chinese history where these bitter enemies decide to work for the common cause. Fight the Japanese and stop fighting each other now. Let's just play the cynical card for a minute.
Yeah, he's
Chang
just
will eventually execute one of these guys that lured him to this detainment. Something like that. And there are more than a couple of books that suggest that the goal of the communists here, rather than some high-minded national unity being involved, the positives for them of getting the nationalist Chinese enemies of theirs and the Japanese enemies of theirs to fight each other, kill as many of each other as they can, and eventually take over down the road. So you can always go there if you want to. But on the surface, this looks like a pretty patriotic book. The moment in Chinese history, you can certainly see the common soldiers. For the first time in my life, I get to fight a united effort against an outsider. The Japanese are unaware, basically. So in July,
That looks like Mike Crabtree.
another one of the incidents
Just like him. What the fuck? BIOS is being inflated? A lot of fucking shit, Bill Gates, you fuck.
over China for various reasons, treaties decades ago. In this case, though, the ones in Beijing open fire against Chinese troops, vice versa. They fight for the Laos. Troops get started. The Japanese can't get the Chinese to agree to the normal kind of almost embarrassing terms that they agree to routinely. That doesn't happen this time. Instead, even the public proclamation from Chiang Kai-shek is rolling from the stage, throwing down the gauntlet, saying we're not going to take it anymore. And he says, quote, if we allow one more inch of our territory to be lost or sovereign rights to be encroached upon, then we shall be guilty of committing an unpardonable crime against our Chinese race. China's sovereign rights cannot be sacrificed, even at the expense of war. And once war has begun, there is no looking back.
Yeah, bro.
End quote.
Oh my god, I love you.
This proclamation is meant
This
for
is like my
several
thing.
different audiences.
This girl is like my thing.
Large part really excited about the chance to fight a strike at the outside enemy, as we said, but it's also meant for the Japanese public. They will be infuriated for the most part.
I love it.
And it's going to be the generals and bureaucrats who will call for China to be chastised here, punished effrontery. Chiang Kai-shek specifically not all of a sudden he got elected and was fighting communists. Now he's aligned with communists. Don't like it very much anymore. But this proclamation is also meant to give
Oh,
global public opinion to tell people
No.
with great powers, listen, how much of the rainbow and unicorn fumes are still left.
That no
Politicians in all
patience.
these countries like France, the United States, these people are all talking a really good game still with the high.
Oh, the audio is just from another video.
Messages kind
Oh,
of
man.
saying maybe put your money where your mouth is, and answering a key question a lot of people who are wondering about supporting China have, which is will they be around 5 minutes after real fighting starts? Is it worth my investment? Well, there can be Chinese army still around.
Oh,
China
man.
rifles that I buy for them.
Now you thought it was really, really hot when that girl did it. But yeah, 'cause she's pretty, and I thought she was like transgender, but now it's like a fucking Middle Eastern man. Middle Eastern man. Is that Asia?
Now for years in this undeclared war.
Please, yeah, German.
Telling me you ever
Middle Eastern, man.
this Chinese problem.
Could have been Asian. Depends who you tell, man. It's like Armenian.
But remember, they've got so many
Oh my god.
getting both this time. But in an attempt to sort of answer these questions for the global audience out there, Shanghai Shanghai's general chooses strategy. It's got a lot of reasons why he chose it, but there's a lot of downsides too. That will put everything that's going to happen, as much as China has an opportunity to do this anyway on the other side of the war for most of the great powers, it's going to put all these events front and center in front of the people whose opinion matters. In this case, people that can make loans, send arms,
Just fucking, you knew she was British. Why?
launch
Or fucking
embargoes on
American.
Japan, or maybe even bring
Unless they were fucking still there.
possibilities are
Well,
endless if
they
you
were
could just
fucking
get them interested.
Vietnam.
What if you expand the world?
Earlier that, I don't know, right in the middle of it.
Already
Sure, I could stand with cactus. That's like my dick, girls. I'm like a choke.
all those great
Long
powers
as I am
have a
thick.
lot of money invested, have commercial interests, have in
I'm
most
pretty
cases thousands, in some cases
And
tens
actually-
of thousands of their
Alright,
citizens
sidewalk,
living
girl,
there as
sidewalk.
expatriates.
Okay, hurry the fuck up.
How about you just bring the war
Getting
to
rid of it.
Shanghai, where the entire global media will be there to witness it too? And what if you throw in a ton of your strength that you've built up over the years and sort of safeguarded and kept for just such a
Oh, how
display of your capability to fight the Japanese when you want to? So what if you do all that and if you trap these technologically superior, better trained, better coordinated, better supplied, better led, more experienced in many cases Japanese troops, if you
Shout out to
trap them
Pete,
in the
who-
narrow alleyways,
Well, shout out. Pete's Uncle Pete, but Pete,
That's good. He took all our home videos and put them on
you trap
DVD for the family, which is a big fucking package and a big fucking deal, and that more than he would
Peter
ever.
Harmson, Stalingrad on the Yangtze. Now, things like
That kind
street
of starts
fighting,
getting a bit
that all falls into
This lady,
tactical questions, obviously. If you zoom out here, though, and look at this from a strategic point of view, look at what Chang has done here. And as I said, it's a double-edged sword. But he's
sucking on my
essentially
teeth.
Suck my dick,
calling
motherfucker!
Japan's bluff in terms, I would say, of being a true great power. Because there are several great powers that don't have the land mass or raw materials foundation to put them in the very
Remember when
top
it was
class of great
hey,
powers. There's
let's
nothing that
sing our
Germany, for
song.
example, can do about that. They've tried the Lebensraum thing once before. But they make up for it with a lot of other things like the Japanese do. But the Chinese are legitimately huge. We're talking about land masses that Soviet Union type size things, although that was somewhat bigger, but United States type sizes. It gives them a luxury most places don't have. It gives them the luxury of space. If you are a battlefield general, space is, to say it's huge might be an understatement. It might be a determining factor. Think
Oh
like a
my god,
Russian
orange
general.
juice is $13 in
Chinese will
Canada.
sometimes trade space for
Northern
time.
Canada?
Well, one of the times will be here. But look at what they've done. I mean, if you look
Shit
at
in
a map,
Canada was so expensive. They didn't make it
Japanese are up in the
like
north,
for
right?
Inuit people. It's like $35 fucking dollars for like a hot dog. It's ridiculous. Them's crap.
The only way the Japanese are going to be able to fight is by using the Japanese Navy to ferry troops continually from other areas and land them in amphibious operations around Shanghai. So they have to move from the ocean and go in just to go supply line.
That's fucked.
Japan, that's more
And
complicated.
every day of the week.
In the book on Bow for China,
I want to do this.
historians of energy tried to put it in less terms.
Canada.
Back in this area, you locate Beijing up at Michigan's Upper Peninsula. down by New Orleans, on like or St. Louis is a Martin Luther King, and John King would be in southwestern Kansas. Imagine somebody landing on the East Coast and trying to conquer everything to the Mississippi. Now imagine it's a small island nation with about 70 to 80 million people that less than, 75 years ago was living under a military shogun and was closed to the Western world? China's going to call Japan's bluff here, right? How large are you? You want to play this game? You're beating us in single deck poker? How about we throw out 5 decks and see if you can still play? Of course, let's not forget the downsides of fighting in a place like Shanghai. I mean, if you're Chinese, Shanghai is your commercial capital, too.
Refunds and
New York is your commercial capital. How much are you going to appreciate having a couple of mid-20th century armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands fighting it out anywhere in your city? What's that going to do to your industrial output? Stranger than that, there's a certain dynamic you get in modern battles, big cities, and that's that you can have fighting raging in one part,
That's how
and yet total
women
peace
would
in
like it.
another part. So imagine New York City has this fighting raging in a place like Queens or a borough like Brooklyn, but it's peaceful enough in Manhattan for you to take a date up to a skyscraper, have martinis, and watch over the balcony the puffs of smoke in the distance where the fighting is raging. That'll happen in Shanghai too, where people will come out to watch. And don't kid me, New
What
York
is
should have a lot
as
of
the
people
world's
coming
highest
out to
gender ratio
watch.
7 males per 100 females? Damn.
That's the other problem with deciding to have a battle in Shanghai. The people.
I want to fuck a Qatarian girl. That's a tough one. I'm not full of Qatarian yet. You're like, nah, I'd be like, you fucking exist? 3-1 in your country? Stealing your ass. Shout out to Hot Qatarian. Shout out to Qatar
Will be
Heroes.
the largest in the city's history, and at times will reach stampede-like levels of panic. And you have to imagine, and all the books try to convey this, the sea of humanity in the city at this time. It's already a crowded city. You have all these war refugees that also poured into it. So it is jam-packed with the sea of humanity. Author Peter Harmson in Shanghai, 1937, Stalingrad on the Yangtze, recalls one account
Are
from
you
somebody
done?
who was caught on a bridge with a bunch of civilians trying to get from one perceived unsafe district in the city to a perceived safe one. Harmson writes, quote, "For the foreigners of Shanghai, visitors and residents alike, the war was a rather violent diversion, but nothing truly dangerous, or so they thought. For the Chinese, life was falling apart. As the fighting intensified around the Japanese district, thousands of refugees fled through the streets, heading for Susao Creek and the Garden Bridge, which was the only link to the international settlement that remained open. It was a mad and merciless stampede where the weak had little chance." Now quoting the primary source, quote, "My feet were slipping in blood and flesh," recalled Rhodes farmer and journalist Wang China Davis, who found himself in a sea of people struggling to leave Hong Kong. Quote, "Half a dozen times I knew I was walking on the bodies of children, or old people sucked under by the torrent, trampled flat by countless feet." End quote.
Shout out to the Bronx Zoo. The head exhibits have the most dangerous animal in the world, which is compared to a mirror and a plaque describing humanity's danger to the world.
Beyond control, as it funneled towards the bridge, which was a mere 55 feet wide. 2 Japanese sentries were nearly overwhelmed by the crowds and reacted the way that they had been taught, with immediate, reflexive brutality. One of them, he writes, bayoneted an old man and threw the lifeless body into the filthy creek below. This did not deter any of the other refugees who kept pushing toward the bridge and what they believed to be the safety of the international settlement. They could not know it, but they were now moving in the wrong direction, towards the most horrific slaughter of innocent civilians of the entire Shanghai campaign. These refugees are trying desperately to get to the area that is going to safe zone, because they know that neither party wants to kill foreigners from great powers. They don't know if they want to stay in places like the China section part of the city, the international settlement part of the city, so they're trying to get there. It's an already crowded, really nice part of town. So these refugees are going to swell the numbers even more. They're running away from the military combat which gets going on in their town. But it's more strategic, taking places in preparation for the big attack that will come the next day. Almost at exactly the same time Murphy's Law comes into play. Number curfew's law of urban or very dense population centers, and in an attempt to bomb Japanese warships in the river. Twice in 15 minutes, Chinese planes will instead release their bombs in places that kill lots of other people, innocent people from their own countries.
Why is it that moved so much at the end and also moved insanely slow? I genuinely don't see the excitement in making a video like this if it's completely fake. Like this dude even faked a celebration when in reality nothing even happened. So that's decent acting. I do have to work on
Testing skills to get positive results as you this is in that situation. And choosing this part of Shanghai at this time. I'm in an urban center with concrete everywhere, buildings on both sides, and people absolutely jam-packed. They're extra jam-packed here as well because they're watching. There are thousands upon thousands of people lined up on the boulevard watching these Chinese planes and cheering them on as they try to hit these Japanese ships in the river. So when these bombs go awry, thousands of people watching. Actually, there's accounts actually see them coming down at them. They had a split second to think about what was just about to happen. Here's what ViralRabbi writes. Two bombs released by the Chinese airplane had struck at exactly 4:27 p.m. The attacks stopped in the arms of a clock at the entrance of Cathay Hotel, freezing in time the moment of the twin blasts. The shockwaves and the debris had both taken a toll on the mass of people who had been crammed into the street. To Percy Finch, a foreign correspondent, it was as if a giant boar had pushed through the crowd, chewing into bits. Here was a headless man, pair of babies, foot wearing its little red silk shoe embroidered with fierce dragon. One body, that of a young boy, was flattened high against a wall, to which it flung the gas.
A double falcon.
Sickening stench of burnt flesh filled the air. As the wounded came to, they started moaning. Some were screaming. Part of the facade of the Palace Hotel had been blown away. On the fourth floor, a man clung desperately to the remains of the wall with one hand, waiting for help. Came too late.
And you know that the allergy garbage is really good.
Glass all over the hotel's entrance before hitting the pavement. Others attempted to crawl to safety, scrambling with fumbling limbs over mangled bodies and slipping in the blood that covered the sidewalk and road. Now let's understand why we know in such graphic detail this kind of stuff. Well, the guy that the modern author just quoted was a foreign correspondent who was in the street when the event happened. The press is there. It makes a big difference. You want to know how you really get foreign countries interested in events far away in overseas places? Have their own citizens die there. They'll pay attention. As an old reporter, I can tell you the practice is known as localizing a story.
Fuck.
It's easier to get people to relate to something that seems like it's closer to their lives than something far away that's sort of amorphous and hard to get your mind around. In this case, the author, Peter Harmson, recounts the situation involving driving his car with his wife, passengers, his daughter with him, down Avenue Edward VII, which, let's bring Chinese, which is not Chinese part of town per se. But in Chinese people screaming in the back of my head saying, it's all Chinese. But anyway, Avenue Edward VII. Reverend Frankwell was about to run people over with his car. It's so packed in the street that his wife says you'll get a better view. He's trying to see some of the, bombing in the river going on like everyone else. If he gets out of his car, he gets out of his car, and he gets a hole blown open in his chest. In the story, his wife gets out, sees her husband hanging out in front of her. The 13-year-old daughter gets out of the car and sees this horrific, traumatizing sight. It's how you function. To recount that event back to the folks back home.
Same, but that's DC.
this reverend on Avenue also hit
What's your favorite market?
the best description I can describe. It's a 6-story shopping mall, but much less structurally sound. It's
I like DC more. I like
Amusement
Batman.
Center, and it's normally packed with
I love you.
thousands of
Why?
Chinese
Because I don't
people.
always
Right
love
now, it's
you.
packed with thousands of Chinese people who happen to be mostly refugees. More than normal, even on site, getting a rice and a food handout, and the bomb hits there, and the bodies are stacked 5 feet high. Describes the moment. Was excited once more at about 4:45 p.m. when 2 Chinese aircraft seemed about to make another run on the Japanese positions. Cheers and applause rose from the street. Then sharp-eyed individuals noticed 2 small, dark dots drop from one of the planes. The same bombs that had seen. They fell with deadly haste, hitting the busy street before anyone had time to react, let alone escape. One left a huge crater near the traffic control tower in the middle of the road. The other exploded a few feet above the ground, causing shrapnel to fly over a large area. The explosions were so powerful that they killed a servant at the building of the YMCA, nearly 700 feet down a subsidiary road. The casualties included several foreigners, Harmson writes. On Avenue Edward VII, Reverend Rawlinson lay dying in his wife's arms while his teenage daughter was watching. Just yards away, 2 other Americans, Hubert Honigsberg and his wife, were killed in their car. It was the same type of carnage as in the Nanjing Road earlier, just larger. Death on the most massive scale was at the entrance of the Great World Amusement Center, where the fatalities were piled 5 feet high. The victims, men, women, and children, had been thrown up against the walls of the buildings. Many were stripped completely naked after the intense gas pressure from the bombs had torn off their clothes. End quote. Eventual death toll from the Great World and surrounding areas will be more than 650 people, men, women, and children. The death toll from both of these accidental bombings put together is more than 1,200 people, almost 15 have been seriously wounded, 7 foreigners among the dead. Author Peter Harmson calls these American deaths here in these bombings the first American casualties of the Second World War. They matter more than they should theoretically in terms of public opinion, because after all, people are people, they should all count, but there's something about an American Christian missionary and his daughter watching him die on the roadside and all this stuff that attracts American attention once again. And even though these are Chinese bombs that accidentally did this, most of the igers directed at Japan, and after all, one can ask the obvious question, what the heck are they doing in Shanghai?
What in
a Chinese
fuck?
city so understandable? But it's just part of the drumbeat of atrocities that make its way into, the foreign media. And a picture's worth 1,000 words, right? There's going to be a weird, perverse, sort of incentive loop that happens with these terrible disasters and the suffering of the Chinese people, because the more the Chinese people suffer, and the more it's publicized, the more international sympathy and sometimes eventually aid that brings them. So, for example, a month or 2 from this time period, the Japanese will bomb a railway station in Shanghai, and a photographer will be there again, the media working all the time. Catch a photo, snap a photo of this destroyed railway station.
Look at this fucking elephants with their fucking trunks, baby trunks. They actually step on them. Look at how we bite our teeth, bite our tongue. Oh, how cute is that? Oh, poor thing.
Great press outlets, it got published.
I'm like Jumbo. I'm so cool. I like that machine. I want to eat it.
This kind of thing plays in Japan. Change mood, especially once again in the United States, like that is trying to move public opinion, and somebody hands you that photo. That's gold. How there's that person suffering, baby suffering on that railway platform after the bomb. Is in a weird way serving the interests of Chinese nationalism and patriotism by helping to publicize mass Chinese suffering on the way that most people, the way that you say yesterday, Chinese people died the night they were showed baby. Oh my God. It's weird, isn't it? But that's how they teach a reporter, for example, in the news business. I mean, if it bleeds, it leads. And police Chinese localize your story so people care. This is an example of both of those things. At almost the exact same time that those bombs are going awry and killing all those people on the waterfront and the amusement center, the Chinese launched their big attack against the Japanese. The one, by the way, that was suggested to them by a German general, because the Germans are training the Chinese. And this is very weird if you know the story, because like 5 minutes from now, the Germans and the Japanese are going to be allies. But in this battle, which some Japanese refer to as the German War, the Germans are helping the Chinese. They've equipped the Chinese elite.
I'm starting my kindergarten team. I think we were fuchsia, and we were in a shootout versus a really good team, and I think the ball through my legs was like
khaki Asian features, but otherwise looking like German soldiers. They have advisors at the officer level, and sometimes
It was a shootout. All the kids were in the fucking
lead units in
goal
combat.
box, and this ball went right to my
The
fucking.
Chinese, amongst a number of other troops, they're pouring troops in. The Japanese are starting to as well.
Wait, there was something to it. Hold on.
Units, the 87th and 88th
No,
Division, both of which I
that
think
wasn't
are
right though.
reasonably classified as elite.
What? I could be wrong on that.
They also have stuff the Chinese do that they've lovingly built up over the years: a tank force, an air force, small, obsolete, but they've got ones in armored cars.
I think, okay, so in a
It
shootout,
took forever to build.
they just had
They've
parents who were
saved
doing
it
it,
up,
but like,
and they're gonna
normally
throw
you don't
it
have
all
the whole
into
team in
this.
the fucking box, but we're on the box because they're little kids. And the kid who was kicking, I think it was my first time, he kicked it, and it went, and I think it bounced off of me, or bounced off of one of the kids, and he went and kicked it again. I mean, obviously you're not allowed to do that. Wouldn't they just consider that not a goal?
Tank column, shades of what the Japanese
Yeah,
would do
maybe
in
it
the Second World War.
Maybe it hit me
Officer
fast.
casualties on this first day for China
But I kind of remember thinking, like, he got it off of me.
But as one author pointed out, you were literally fighting in rubble in streets with buildings, and you're having people shooting at you from behind. Although it's crazy kind of Stalingrad type fighting. But in the first day, the Chinese suffered irreplaceable losses. Author Peter Harmson writes, quote, "First and foremost, however, the massive fatality rates among officers and to an even larger extent the rank and file were the result of Chinese forces employing frontal attacks against a well-armed, entrenched enemy. The men who, as a result, were dying by the hundreds were Chinese elite soldiers, the product of years of effort to build up a modern military. They formed the nation's best hopes, the Emperor's Japan, and they protracted the war. Nevertheless, on the first day of battle, they were being squandered at an alarming, unsustainable rate. By not sweeping away the Japanese, the Japanese advised here, they allowed things to take place in force and this thing to go on for 3 months. Now, I suppose looking on the bright side, it's a kind of a victory for the Chinese forces, because the Japanese thought they'd take Shanghai in 3 days, so 3 months is a lot harder than the Japanese thought. And the other thing that's a lot harder than the Japanese thought was how many people they would have to lose as casualties in order to do this. Numbers are sketchy here, so take it with a grain of salt. The Japanese suffered about 40,000 casualties in this 3-month period. Remember, casualties are killed, wounded, captured, missing. By the way, this entire area is Stalingrad, by falsest, attack around the city on both sides. The Chinese forces have
Rally Valley.
Those numbers are just Japanese and Chinese casualties, and you put them together.
Oh my God.
3 months of fighting, you have almost as many people.
Now what?
Central China, and they're pursuing the Chinese forces on the road back to the not very far from Shanghai, Chinese capital.
Watch out for India, Pakistan, together. Huge 100-year war.
The Chinese have expended an enormous amount of effort. They are in no position necessarily to stop and halt this advance here. What are the Japanese going to do when they get to the Chinese capital? Describe the traditional method. It looks like a Mongol sacking of a city. Arguably the most horrific atrocity in 15 years of war in the Pacific and Asian theater. How will the Japanese get to this Chinese city? Just strap yourself out.
It's gotta be really strong.
I have a confession to make.
I want to be in the box. I want to just, I want to have like my neck hurts so much. I'm watching from so many boxes.
I'm gonna eat all the food there. Maybe all closer, don't worry.
I'm the kind of guy that lets my fantasy go so deep.
Maybe
We have legitimate conversations with the proper use of pronouns in
I'm
the
25 after Zoom.
language. I'm not talking about the high hills, I'm talking about the southern Rockwood dialect. That's how I like it. I want to be long poems in language that guy invented in his head. So I scoffed when my kids wanted to know their hard books to come. And then I started getting into them. More and more. It's funny, they almost start like a book written for like a 7 to 10-year-old, and then I think the next one came out like about 2 years later. It's almost like that book is for the same kid that read the first one, but now 2 years later,
nice.
it's more complex and adult and dark. And I just remember one day waking up to the realization at 4:55 in the morning, it was 6 straight hours, and it was just one.
Wow, you're really nice, sir.
Phoenix. I had to work that day. That's what I'm going to be up. Good narrator, of course, I had so much to do. Like the guy who almost got to his own series right now. Jim and Dale. I've got a few samples and you can see he doesn't just have one of those voices that first of all you just like listen to. But second, it just sounds like a person that should have been very close to you. Which isn't the gospel. Some promises right now. July 31st, 2016 is essentially super strict version. Initially, it doesn't have much is happening, but because Audible members are just so loud, it's a credit every month. That's good for any audiobook in their store, regardless of price. Unused credits will take you the next month. If you don't like an audio, you can exchange it with no hassle. Plus, your audiobooks are yours to keep forever. It's 80 guys already, and I think the mic stripe is starting to come someone that never gets to go out and enjoy summer activities and whatnot. Audiobooks are, of course, a great thing to enjoy while you're doing it. You can be in the dark Harry Potter world while you're martining on the beach. I mean, it looks quite different. The largest selection of audiobooks on the planet, which lets you fill your summer with things like, well, this Potter series, or you could go all, Woody Elfish, go and get the Lord of the Rings too. So this sounds like a good deal to you. Why don't you go to audible.com/hardcore history. You can also text hardcore history all one word or text to 500 500 to get started. Once again, that's audible.com/hardcore history, or just text hardcore history to 500 500 to get started. This is caused fueling nightmares, Apache tears, and of course, most of the Ostfront. Just a few of the classic hardcore history titles available from ViralRabbi.com. Every true fan is always favorites. This is essentially too. So
This music was and gives off this radiant sound, which gets picked up by this wire and keeps adjusting to the people with the chip.
Today's show is sponsored by Audible. Get your first audiobook free and start a 30-day trial. Just visit audible.com/Carlin or text Carlin to 500 to listen for
Patience to work. So I've ordered a coffee.
what you're about to hear is part 2.
Thank you very much.
That's amazing.
Involving the Imperial Japanese Empire and many other countries and powers. If you enjoy context and don't want to get too frustrated,
Great.
let's feel forced to find out and catch up. You don't care about those things, of course.
My producer has very
That's amazing.
Well, please feel free to continue.
This thing's cool too.
And hopefully enjoy part 2 of Supernova in the East. It's history.
Like the surface. Yeah.
It's hardcore history. Why did Adolf Hitler and the Nazis broadcast news and updates of what they were doing as part of the final solution? While it was going on, why didn't they announce Joseph Goebbels' propaganda industry? They set up these industrial killing facilities, but more people to do first to get strong. And he's like, listen, last week we won't stop till they're all gone. Why didn't they do that? Why didn't Stalin get up there, yell and shake his finger and threaten to explain what to do about our rebellion? The system was started at the work of death.
Comment, like, and start. So it's all in you.
All you have to do is leave the country and come back for us to be suspicious enough that you want to corrupt us. I mean, why didn't he get up there and say this is what's going to happen to you if you don't stay in line?
I got you, Ruby.
Why didn't the Khmer Rouge take photographs as they wiped out the intellectual class of Cambodia because they thought they were classes?
What up, bitch? And then slap him in the face. Oh, you suck. Big. Wow. Oh my god, it went in. Oh my god.
Babylon, make sure everyone knows about it in detail. The story of that era with the Assyrians carved into stone. A lot of that stuff was in court style. In other words, it was what everyone would expect. That's why you still see Egyptian fashions in the New Kingdom. Look, you're really familiar with Egyptian fashions from the Old Kingdom. There's a style that becomes the style you use. But what does it say about you? The style you use is to announce the atrocities that you commit, and as close as possible, replicate them on the walls of your waiting room in the embassies. We talk to the Assyrian ruler. I mean, Sennacherib destroyed Babylon and wrote about it. Here's what the scribes record. The words of Sennacherib. Again, this is a court style also. But what a style. Said of his leveling of he's maybe the least Babylon, and he leveled Babylon in the 600s BCE. Like the oncoming of a storm, I broke loose and overwhelmed it like a hurricane. With their corpses, I filled the city squares. The city and its houses, from its foundations to its top, I destroyed, I devastated, I burned with fire. The wall and outer wall, temples and gods, temple towers of brick and earth, as many as there were, I raised and dumped them into the Aratu Canal. Through the midst of that city I dug canals. I flooded its site with water, and the very foundations thereof I destroyed. I made its destruction more complete than that by a flood, that in days to come on the site of that city and its temples and its gods might not be remembered. I completely blotted it out with floods of water and made it like a meadow. And all those later kings were probably trying to emulate the badass of them all. Master Paul II from a couple centuries before that time. Nonetheless, you got to appreciate the Assyrians for owning it and using it. Their foreign policy was based on scaring the hell out of it. They didn't want you to rebel, and the best way to do that was to punish anyone who did rebel horribly.
Remember when that was
You know, that was more the style of the times in the Iron Age. One could see that not playing particularly well in the 20th century, but then let's ask why. If you were to make a list of all the genocides, attempted genocides, atrocities, war crimes, and all these things that would fall broadly under that heading and involve enough people to sort of make a list of the 20th and 21st centuries, how many of the, let's just call them accused perpetrators of these acts, admit to it, own it?
Yoshi.
And if they do, how many of them do so in an unqualified way? Because sometimes the evidence is so overwhelming that even deniers can't figure out how to wiggle out of the facts. So they start rationalizing. They'll say, well, the numbers are inflated, or there's mitigating circumstances, or what have you. And here's what makes life so complicated. Sometimes they're right. If you look at the history of the 20th century, you will note that we start off relatively quickly with some of the more famous genocides or attempted genocides or alleged attempted genocides in history, and we keep going from there. We have spent more than 100 years now as a global society trying to codify rules and laws and courts of communication and systems and organizations
There's a guy that smells so long time.
create
Why it smells like I
rules
think of
about
babies on it.
atrocities and war and genocides and killings and crimes against humanity. Right? You can create a timeline. You can start before the Hague Conventions and things like that. But you go all the way through, the League of Nations creation. You can get to the United Nations creation. You can get to the Nuremberg and Tokyo trials. There's all these sorts of things, and now we have this extensive body and many of these global organizations created in large part in reaction to horrible atrocities and genocides and things that must never happen again. And yet, let me ask you what you think would happen if it happened again. We've spent an enormous amount of time and human effort on a fantastic cause, right? Let's never have a final solution, for example, happen again. What if it happened tomorrow? Of course, if this is going to be some sort of analogy, which we have to imagine it happens in a powerful state. It happens in Albania.
I just want to get a new Rabbi from the university. He's really nice. He's quiet, but
if it involves, if this crime against humanity involves an important
Washington,
element
just like from
that's in many countries, so that many countries have an interest in this.
Rabbi,
Jewish folks are an
Bernie,
example of that.
and fucking
It's going to be a different kind of situation. If we're talking about a people that almost nobody really knows about in some faraway place, and they're being persecuted by a powerful state, the ramifications of confronting, would not be like Albania. You'd be committing to some major stuff. Do you think we do anything different today if Holocaust number 2 starts tomorrow? If it's China or Russia, apologies to both those nations, but when they've got these powerful choices of choose their own state, if they start killing 1 million or 2 million of some unpopular minority there that most of us in the rest of the world don't know a lot about, don't have a whole lot of dog in that fight, how well are all these wonderful organizations that we have created more than 100
I know why.
How well is this mechanism going to click into place and function to stop something like that? The people at the time get quite a bit of blame for not doing more to stop the Holocaust or atrocities that happened all throughout the Second World War on many major fronts. But I think we sometimes forget how hard it is to do that. We have many more mechanisms and tools at our disposal created in many cases specifically for this purpose that I still think, and remember, I'm not cautiously optimistic personality-wise. I'm cautiously pessimistic. I'm not all hardcore, cynical, and pessimistic. but I'm mildly both. And I think if the state is powerful enough, we could have, the weaker version of the final solution
Alright.
happen over the next year.
Try this shit.
And
It's
the
gonna
world
be a
kind of sit
ping
around and look at each other
ping. Ping,
and
ping,
kind
ping.
of going, some
Oh,
sanctions
fuck.
maybe. I mean,
Oh,
what should we do?
fuck.
I bring that up because we're coming to a part in the story where it's, let's call it a milestone or a potential milestone on that timeline that begins maybe, say, in the 20th century, keeps going to now, concerning these kinds of events. And I mean, look at your newspaper today. We still haven't figured out how to deal with this. We just had some problems in the Middle East where everybody was going, how do we influence this humanitarian crisis? We had it when the former Yugoslavia broke up. You had a genocide in Rwanda going on, and everybody looking at each other, thinking to themselves, what do we need to do here? Meanwhile, the killings are every day, and everybody's sort of deliberating. Everybody's got to consider, their own personal country, strategic interests, and realpolitik questions. It's all understandable, but it boils down to the same thing. If this is 1943, and this is how we're behaving, more Jewish people and gypsies and homosexuals and Polish people and priests are dying every day. And yet, what's a responsible speed? And what's a responsible level of force we can expect nation states to employ in situations like this? So as we ask ourselves that question, and realize that the people in the pre-Second World War era had less in the way of tools and less in the way of structure, and probably less in the way of leverage. I mean, we're talking nuclear weapons now, which changed the game completely. And they're confronted with a similar sort of situation. And by the way, this is what we still deal with today, and it is still controversial. And that's why I brought up the point about denial or minimization or rationalization when it comes to questions of atrocities. When last we spoke, we were talking about the Battle of Shanghai, a little known battle, by the way, in the West, but as participants like to point out, by the time it's done, and it went on like 3 months, something like that, you have as many dead on the Chinese side as either side, kind of, a little less, I think, but at the Battle of Verdun in the First World War, a historically nasty battle that went on longer. The strategy of the Battle of Shanghai was influenced by global public opinion, or a desire to influence global public opinion. Chiang Kai-shek and the Chinese wanted to prove that the Chinese could put up a fight against the Japanese, and they wanted to send a message to the world that we're here, we can resist. If you want to help us, it's a worthwhile investment, and it's awful, and you should help us. There were photographs making it to the global media, stories, accounts from Westerners. Shanghai had quite a lot of Westerners in it. And so the Chinese threw in all their best units, stuff that they had stockpiled for a long time. In other words, they were going to shoot off all of their fireworks at once to make the biggest bang they could make and see if they could attract global attention while they did so. The upside of this is they did. The downside of this is when it's gone, it's gone.
No, she controls you.
And when the Japanese, after several months of fighting, launched an amphibious invasion and opened up another front on the city of Shanghai, that's the story in terms of resistance. And the Chinese resistance collapses. They've suffered a bazillion casualties. They're out of stuff, and they stream back, sort of routing and trying to get their act together towards the capital of Nanking, now Nanjing. The Japanese are close on their heels, and as they chase them, an atrocity begins to occur. Now, let me back up here because I was fascinated, and yet I got pulled down the rabbit hole reading about the various points of view, or what history calls. Some people call it the rape of Nanking, other people call it the Nanking incident, the Nanking atrocity. The reason there are all these different names is because it's very controversial. In fact, it's about as controversial as all those other genocides, war crimes, and atrocities that you will see on your list if you made a timeline, as I said, from the start of the 20th century. Go to the people accused of the crime and ask them to admit it, or ask them to talk about it. You'll find a percentage that will.
Thanks, baby.
But the most reflexive,
That's one of the most fucking famous sneezes of all
understand this
time.
is a human thing.
Really?
And let's understand just how widespread it is. Every now and then, but regularly, you will see a news story involving the Japanese education system. The story's always the
Why
same.
was it so
The
easy?
Japanese textbooks, specifically the history textbooks, are whitewashing is the way some whitewashing, downplaying, covering up Japanese atrocities during its aggressive period in pre-Second World War era. Oftentimes, these complaints will come from people who suffered at the hands of Japanese aggression: China, the Philippines, the entire area around Malaysia. I mean, there's a bunch of places that were in the Japanese orbit for a time, and those are often the people that get angry when Japanese atrocities are downplayed.
Dude, you suck.
The people that are sometimes the most angry are the Americans who fought in that war, veterans from Australia, Canada, Great Britain. All these people want the Japanese to confront what they did. But here's the way I want to portray it in human terms. We have similar textbook issues here in the United States, and many other countries do too, and they often revolve around history class for middle schoolers and junior high schoolers, high schoolers.
Just do it really long periods of time. Why does it do that?
Over how your own country's bad periods are portrayed. And in the United States, we often have these controversies because the nasty things that happened in the past are downplayed or sometimes excised altogether, and the more patriotic good things are played up. Now, the Japanese will often come back with a similar sort of response. I don't mean to get political, but both of the right-wing extra patriot sides of both countries actually have similar views on what they want portrayed in their textbooks. They want their people portrayed positively, creating a sense of citizenship, pride in your heritage, all that kind of stuff, and appreciation for the things that make your people special. And yet I do find it sort of ironic that if you went to the people in my country that feel that way and asked them about Japanese textbooks, they would definitely want the Japanese in most cases to have to confront these sorts of things. Right? The real patriots in the United States are pretty aware of Japanese conduct in the Second World War against our troops and others, and they want that shown. But if you then try to put the shoe on the other foot and say, okay, in our own history books, when we're talking about the Vietnam War, how much full color photography and witness accounts should we devote to something like the My Lai massacre? Those who don't know about the My Lai massacre, 1968, Vietnam War, American soldiers went into a hamlet or village, and when they came out, 300 to 550 villagers, men, women, and children dead. Rapes occurred. I mean, it was very, very nasty, very disillusioning. I can speak from experience from 10 years afterwards as Americans confronted the fact that we were actually just like everyone else. We were not this special Lone Ranger, come in, save the world in a couple of world wars, rebuild it afterwards with the Marshall Plan, defend it during the Cold War. I mean, we were all those things too. But if you had said to American people in the 30s or 40s that Americans would do a My Lai type thing, I think they would find it hard to believe. I think when men in combat, although I've only read it, so take this with a grain of salt, but I think what they would say is that in certain situations, things can become very unpredictable. And when there's a lack of strong leadership in those situations,
I agree with those vocal characters before they went to
to draw a distinction
It'd still be some.
of atrocities.
Hey,
We
Woodpecker.
saw both kinds in the Second World War, by the way, and trying to link the two of them not only twisted some of
Get
the
those fucking
post-war
back.
crimes trials into knots, but affects us even today. The difference between a top-down atrocity of the sort, for example, that Hitler and the Nazis were doing to find a solution,
That becomes a big
or
thing.
even Syria would do for a Babylonian final solution, a top-down order. And if you're the guy on the ground, you're killing people and executing people and committing an atrocity because you're ordered to. Or the kind that happens of the sort, for example, that the ancient Roman/Latin historian Tacitus says happened during the Roman Civil War in a city called Cremona. This was a scandal, so he's almost a contemporary. And the story basically goes, it's a story about troops when they get their blood lust up. And it reminds us that
I don't think that should be a fucking drug.
in large groups that can come out in a more pronounced way. What made Cremona so terrible is it's exactly
Because then you could just be like, well, I was on
destruction
India.
of Babylon was, and
Right?
what the
I think that
destruction of
becomes
the
a
city
thing.
of Nanjing is going to be.
But didn't fucking Roseanne say that?
It's a sacking of a city. And Tacitus says that these soldiers wanted to sack the city, that they were worried that the city would surrender, and if it surrendered to their commander, the Roman general, well, then he got the spoils. So the army, Tacitus says, and he was a veteran, by the way, really wanted the city to not surrender so they could loot it. The city did surrender. It was a Roman city, by the way, and the citizens in it were Roman. The Roman army outside the city still wanted to loot the city, so they did.
What
For
the
several
fuck?
days.
Something is wrong.
Wicked.
Okay, so what could you do?
And it's funny though, because
You do what you
if you
used to
took
do.
out the particulars, it would probably work as a reasonable description of 10,000 sackings of cities in human history. Tacitus
Maybe
wrote,
one click, I guess.
destruction of Cremona, a Roman city, by Roman soldiers after surrendering. He says, quote, 40,000 armed men forced their way into the city. Neither rank nor year saved the victims from an indiscriminate orgy in which rape alternated with murder and murder with rape. Graybeards and frail old women who had no value as loot were dragged off to raise a laugh, but any full-grown girl or good-looking lad who crossed their path was pulled this way and that in a violent tug-of-war between the would-be captors. A single looter trailing a hoard of money or temple offerings of massive gold was often cut to pieces by others who were stronger. In their hands they held firebrands, which once they got their spoil away, they wantonly flung into empty houses and rifled
Artillery
temples.
guns in slow motion.
There was a diversity
Everything
of
is
wild
slow
desires,
motion.
differing conceptions of what was lawful and nothing barred. Cremona lasted for 4 days. End quote. We would be mistaken thinking that this is something particularly Roman or particularly ancient. There's something that goes on in certain situations reliably seen again in December 1937. You see Nanking, though, is so much harder to deal with than something like
Water
a
vortex, such a piece of wood, and
Iron Age destruction
catapult,
battle,
kids.
because
Catapult.
it's still a white hot, it's incandescent in terms of how passionate and upset and how visceral the arguments over it can get. People get death threats regularly. One of the books I wrote for this subject of most of all the research materials in the show notes on our website for the shows. I encourage you to buy these books, by the way, especially if you like this stuff. Some of the Man King stuff is positively kind of assassination-esque in terms of the leadership.
And why wouldn't it? Is my question. Yeah, the incorporated time lapse.
One of them,
Please.
The Man King Atrocity 1937-38, complicating the picture, has different scholars writing each chapter for why a range of people. And one of them is the Japanese editor of the book said project and several other contributors that have their lives threatened, some of them face to face with their writings or research.
That's it. Zoom again to down. Fucking headbutt yourself up in place. So, right, yeah.
Once I'm expecting temporary wartime propaganda and a lot of Marxist stuff, especially by leftist Japanese Marxist teachers who are
Is it working out? Perfection?
probably resonate in a bunch of different countries. They are probably all countries, actually. We said in the conversation, like the Jewish folks that this phrase was originally applied to, the Japanese are really intense. They're like everybody else, more so, or just like anybody else, more so. And I think you see it in their passions here too. People are upset about, besmirching the reputation of the Imperial Japanese Army and the country.
See what we did wrong.
Especially if they don't think it's deserved. The people on one side of the spectrum here, maybe 45 people died in this Nanking thing, and those may have been justified one way.
But no.
On the far opposite end of the scale of the spectrum, you have Chinese historians and the Chinese official government line. They've actually carved their number into a rock. I saw a picture of it. It's a little like, proverbially carving it out of stone. It's different. The number that has the same sort of intellectual knows 6 million. Nobody knows, right? 5 million, 7 million. But you come up with a nice round number, and eventually people go, oh,
I like this verifying stuff in the mirror.
the Chinese are trying to do this with the Nanking atrocity. And the number that they've settled on is 300,000 dead. 300,000 dead. And there are Chinese historians, and let's acknowledge you're maybe not operating with complete freedom in terms of being able to follow the historical evidence wherever it takes them. But there are Chinese historians that will bump that number considerably. The 350,000 range is not around at all. If you want to go to Crazy Town and find the very end of the spectrum, what's the largest number you've ever seen? It's the insane large. So it's 500,000. I saw 500,000. It's not credible, but that's what I saw. 45 is not credible either on the other end. But now, on that scale are a bunch of different gradients of peoples and their views on this subject. That's why it's really difficult to talk about, because it's not just an it didn't happen, yes it did thing. It's, well, sure it did, but it only happened here. Or yes it did, but it only happened to these people. It's just the lawyerly breakdown of geographical boundaries, where someone who dies in this quadrant counts as a Nanking atrocity casualty, and someone who dies outside that quadrant doesn't. It's silly like that. The Chinese historians point out. And supposedly this is why China didn't make a huge deal specifically over the Nanking situation the first few decades after the war, was because this was more par for the course than not. And part of the way you get some of these really large number counts is the Chinese historians sometimes include these soldiers from the Battle of Shanghai.
Water by the pot is a thing.
Because the Japanese troops
On the stove.
their surrender when they captured the battlefield, executed them there.
Roomba.
This is another part of the great discussion. If you're talking about soldiers to make out the atrocity, what if you kill them after they surrender? As I said, a bunch of different people have different opinions on the spectrum. Now, if you're looking for a mid-range to try to get sort of a little ballast on this question, a lot of the mainstream historians will range from like 100,000 dead to 250,000 dead. And that is, no matter which it is. The other question that always comes up in a case like this, and this is connected to the Nazi situation in Europe, but is who's responsible? Where does the responsibility lie? Because you will often hear these situations, and sometimes it's valid, compared to the sacking of Cremona, the loss of institutional control maybe on the part of the leaders, or a callous disregard for the plight of people, that your lower level troops were despoiling, whatever it might be, you hear that. Some people make the case that all of this is premeditated, might well have been Nazi stuff. Once again, I don't to set up soldiers or civilians, but there's an interesting bridge between the two. That's soldiers who dress
More than when you find out about AC/DC. AC versus DC.
To me, my normal approach is to put myself in other people's viewpoints, to try and see the perspective, but trying to see the perspective of side that thinks there's 45 or 100 or 200 deaths here and trying to explain away a feels like trying to
That is true. Because the oil currents exit them in direct current system in which electric current flows steadily in one direction.
I think you should point it out. I
Alternating
have a
current
very
system
hard time
in which current flow constantly alternates.
repeating class. This is you have to take this perspective and defend. I am usually open-minded enough to keep a lot of doubt open, though, depending on the other circumstances involved. For example,
Arc lamp stream.
if this was a very unusual incident in the Second Sino-Japanese War, or the Second World War, I think I'd be inclined to say, listen, wartime propaganda, I mean, those people might have a point. The problem is
So we currently use direct current,
the
but alternating
Japanese
currents better.
Army and Navy,
Yeah.
the Army certainly is a repeat offender in this war of the Sino-Japanese War, the Second World War. By the way, by 1937, a lot of people think the Second World War had started, so it depends. A lot of people groups again always started with the invasion of Poland. But since then, a lot of opinion has shifted. Since not really 1937, the Japanese are in World War II. The other powers just running it themselves. The Chinese, the Japanese were starting the Second World War. And in this case, the Japanese were behaved toward China
Couldn't put a
atrocious. And you have to really write
Maybe
off
more
a
than
ton
you
of
couldn't
evidence,
put
including your own soldiers and commanders' diaries, if you want to explain it away.
but we do use alternating current. But then I think in the future we might use
With
but yeah.
remembrances of combat veterans from pretty much every power that fought the Japanese in the Second World War, where atrocious behavior and a certain brutal level of conduct was always remarked upon. And that's after you factor out racism, hatred, and against your buddies, and all that other
I don't
stuff.
understand it all.
There's a ton of evidence. And the questions over why and what's going on here have been ongoing. And they
We
sort
use
of,
AC,
in a
it will
small
create
way,
actually
parallel what was going on after the Second World War.
Is it
The
working?
Nazis, where you had things like the Milgram experiment, all these other things where people were trying to figure out, how to get people to turn off their
Perfectionist?
phones. Who
Is
would all
it
be Nazis?
like
Trying to figure out motivations and how you do that. I mean,
Antonio
in the
Banderas?
Second World War and afterwards,
Perfection.
let's
Couldn't
remember,
say
the
that
Japanese public knew very little of this stuff. Although some of the stuff that they did know and sort of celebrate is once again put weird by Western standards. For example, there's a famous incident in Nanking where two soldiers were having, supposedly, this is in the Japanese news media, a contest, a
It's not working.
Chinese head chopping contest. And the tally was being kept score regularly in the newspaper. This guy's up to 75 now. Oh, but 3 heads today by the other guy, and he takes the lead. And it was always used as evidence of, you're looking for a sign that this brutality happened. Well, my goodness, they were celebrating in Japan's newspapers. Turns out most mainstream, historians like it suggest that never happened, and that it was a figment of the press's desire to whip up an interesting story that got people reading, which it did. It does, of course, beg the question about an audience who thought that that was worth
What's going on
celebrating.
with that?
But there have been speculations forever, and the early ones during the war were always racist and cultural. This is just how the Japanese are. Since then, there have been a lot of interesting ones, including ones from Japan. Just to give you an idea of one of them, they'll talk about the brutality in the Japanese army, where apparently being punched in the face hard with a closed fist by your superior was not uncommon. And there's plenty of reports about people having to commit executions, the killing of POWs as part of a sort of blooding game. It's a very old-fashioned idea. Once again, a lot of the things the Japanese are going to be in trouble for in the Second World War are things that people didn't even bat an eyelash 500 years ago. In fact, 500 years ago, they wouldn't have known it ever happened outside of a very close geographical area. That's another thing that's different about Nanking. There's telegraphs there. There's embassies. There's Westerners. There's U.S. and British boats, ships in the Yangtze River. The real world outside this area is going to hear about what's happening inside Nanking, and they're going to hear about it while it's going on. It's a thoroughly modern situation that we have seen over and over again since, where there will be some terrible atrocity, crisis, humanitarian disaster, genocide, war crime going on somewhere in the world and unfolding in real time. And all the great powers are kind of under the gun at that point when everybody says, my goodness, something has to be done or more people will die. But the world, global geopolitical powers rarely react at speed on these kind of things. But it's been a little bit of an unsolvable problem. You see it in Nanking for sure, because what's going to happen there will unfold over a period of weeks. The world will be put into a moral quandary over what to do. So picking up the story, after the Battle of Shanghai, the Chinese forces retreat toward the capital, Nanking. It's 140, 150 miles west of Shanghai, and during the retreat, the Japanese lead elements are trying to surround the Chinese. So this is a fight with the Japanese in hot pursuit. There are also civilians along the path. There are aircraft strafing and bombing the roads. You get this sense of chaos and bedlam and claustrophobia and panic. And I've seen you've seen war footage since that time. You really get a sense, and the camera gives you a sense of a combination of things that must have been moving with these people too. The fluidity of the situation, right? Everything is moving quickly. You're in the middle of it. And also a complete lack of knowledge about what's going on outside your field of vision, or whatever the person next to you can say. The combination of those two things is panic-inducing. So imagine a sort of a bedlam as this line of humanity pursued by the Japanese runs toward Nanking. The Japanese arrive close on their heels and mostly surround the city on December 9th. They're outside this walled city of Nanking, looks like a sort of a European city, demanding its surrender. There is a Chinese general in command of a hastily thrown together, but relatively, it's China, large number of soldiers. Some of them green, some of them old and reservist, some of them from the battle that just was over in Shanghai, and they're, not fed, they don't have their weapons, they're maybe defeatist. I mean, it's a bit of a motley crew, but they're going to defend the city. So for 4 days, they hold out before that general orders a retreat. He leaves, the government leaves, and you have now a city with hundreds of thousands of people, including refugees, that's being bombed, and no governmental services or anyone in charge. The Japanese have yet to take over, and it's one of the great stories, by the way, of this city's plight, and that's that there were a group of Westerners in the city. Most of the Westerners ran away as soon as the Japanese army came, but a bunch of different people, businessmen and others, humanitarians, doctors, stayed, and they weren't there to take care of all these people, but when that fell into their lap, they stepped up to do it. There's a little ironic twist to the story, too, and they recently made a movie out of basically almost playing on the twist, and it's that the guy that was sort of elected by this ad hoc group to be the leader was a Nazi. An ardent Nazi, as the sources describe him, a businessman named John Rabbi. And part of the reason he gets the gig is because the Japanese government and the Nazi German government have been moving closer together, and maybe he has a little bit more pull with the Japanese. They're just about to take over the city than maybe the British or American. I think there was a Danish guy. Maybe they don't have as much pull, so this guy gets the gig. And the movie, I saw the tagline of the preview, and I think it said something like, he saved 250,000 lives. And you see scenes of him with huddled Chinese refugees, and he hides them from aircraft under a giant swastika flag. So there's sort of that playing with the idea that here you have the evil Nazis, and yet there's a good person mixed in. It's a juxtaposition that you can hang a whole movie in one. I don't know about 250,000 lives in terms of the number. I do know that this is 20 or 30 people. There's women in the group, doctors, ministers, businessmen, and they save a ton of people. And it's in large part because of the documents that they sent or the information that they kept track of that we have a lot of these accounts. And when I wanted to spend 3 hours on it, I was going to go through all of the letters. Let me encourage you to get in the movie if you're interested in this. It's one of the few I've ever read that should be dry as a bone, but it's actually in its own way terrifying because it's chronological primary source documents. So the cables and the telegrams and the letters and the pleas from these people, John Rabbi and all these people who make up the Nanking International Safety Zone, folks, as it's called. And you can read every day these letters get more beseeching, more terrified, more outraged as the situation descends into monstrous chaos. On December 13th, the Japanese enter Nanking. There's a letter from John Rabbi saying, "Thank you so much for not shelling our little international safety zone that we've created," which, by the way, is nothing more than a part of the city blocked off, and on the sides of the streets where the border is, they put international flags. I think it was December 1st that the Nanking mayor, before fleeing the city, tells all the civilians to run into the safety zone because they'll be safe there, which allows the Japanese to then say that anyone who's not in the safety zone is ipso facto a bad guy. And what begins to happen right away is the Japanese start searching for Chinese soldiers because there's, as we said, a lot of them there. And part of the atrocity here is if you are a defender, basically, of the Japanese army in this case, do you count the killing of Chinese soldiers as a war crime, right? I mean, officially, there's no question, but that allows some people to diverge here and say, well, we admit that these people who died were soldiers, but I deny the civilian side of this. In this case, what happens is there's a river, it's the Yangtze, that runs behind Nanking. If you look at it, in order for Chinese troops to get out of Nanking and get away from the oncoming Japanese, they would have to cross the river, sort of go over to the more Chinese side and keep going. Normally not a problem, but of course, they were trying to create a defensive zone to thwart the Japanese, and they've been blowing up the bridges and everything that would allow the Chinese to get away too, and now they have to. So there are these harrowing stories of Chinese troops just at the riverbank waiting, thousands and thousands of people waiting for one little boat that can carry 3 people, like a canoe, across the river, and the Japanese are on the way. And if there's one group of people that knows that the Japanese are not taking Chinese prisoners, it's Chinese soldiers. So the sense of panic is palpable. And let me turn to some of the sources now. And I have a wide mix of them. And my apologies, as I said, I'd like to do 3 hours and I'd like to just read the documents to you because there are several that are like police blog reports where they're trying to tell the Japanese commander, at this hour, this woman was raped over here and the Japanese soldier spilled her sugar. I mean, it's literally like police reports, but it's all I could think of when I was reading it is how unusual it was to have something like this. And if you could have had a similar document, it would apply equally well to the sack of Carthage by the Romans, in ancient times. I mean, this is a modern day account of something you just don't get a whole lot of, but that's happened a lot of times in history. It seems woefully out of place in time, though. Here's the way Fujiwara Akira, contributor to the Nanking Atrocity Complicating Adventure, said that the attack on Nanking was out of control from the start. All sorts of units that were glory hungry and wanting to be the first inside the city. And there's a sense of out of control troops, such as the Battle of Cremona, with that psychology going on. So here we get another gradient in the responsibility spectrum that we've been talking about. Do you blame Japan for what's about to happen here? No, it was a bunch of out of control troops, and in some ways it was. Akira writes about the Japanese units finding out on December 13th that the Chinese were retreating and leaving, trying to get away.
Oh my Christ. Oh my God. Wait the fuck up.
Japanese units learned of this retreat on the morning of the 13th. Skirmishes broke out in many areas as small groups of Chinese troops outside the city, now lacking a chain of command, desperately tried to slip past advancing Japanese forces. Then the surrendering began. Most of the Chinese troops still inside Nanking rushed to escape helter-skelter through the Pachang Gate, which led to the Shaquan Wharf area. From Shaquan, they hoped to cross the Yangtze by boat, by raft, or by clinging desperately to scraps of lumber, where they madly ran up and down the riverbank, only to encounter Japanese forces sent to cut them off. Huge numbers of Chinese troops became prisoners of war on the 13th and 14th at Shaquan, Mufashan, Changtun Gate, and the Xiaoha Gate. With no avenue of escape, Chinese soldiers lost all will to fight. Despite trying to surrender in droves, most were killed in the pell-mell of battle. He then quotes from the diaries from December 13, 1937, of two Japanese commanders, 16th Division Commander and 30th Brigade Commander. These are primary source documents, and 16th Division Commander Nakajima Kisago's diary writes, quote, "We see prisoners everywhere, so many that there's no way we can deal with them. The general policy is accept no prisoners, so we ended up having to take care of them, lock, stock, and barrel. But they came in hordes, in units of thousands or 5,000s, so we couldn't even disarm them. Later I heard that the Sasaki unit alone disposed of about 1,500. A company commander guarding Taiping Gate took care of another 1,300. Another 7,000 to 8,000 clustered at the Shinho Gate are still surrendering. We need a really huge ditch to handle those 7,000 to 8,000, but we can't find one. So someone suggested this plan." Now quoting someone else's plan, "Divide them up into groups of 100 to 200 and then lure them to some suitable spot for finishing off." And 30th Brigade Commander Major General Sasaki Tomichi wrote in his diary on the 13th of December, quote, "The number of abandoned enemy bodies in our area today was 10,000 plus thousands more. If we include those Chinese whose escape rafts or boats on the Yangtze were sunk by fire from our armored cars, plus POWs killed by our units, our detachment alone must have taken care of over 20,000. We finished the mop-up and secured our rear area at about 2 p.m. While regrouping, we advanced to the Hoping Gate. Later, the enemy surrendered in the thousands. Frenzied troops, rebuffing efforts by superiors to restrain them, finished off those POWs one after another. Even if they aren't soldiers, for example, medics or priests, men would yell, 'Kill the whole damn lot,' after recalling the past 10 days of bloody fighting in which so many buddies had shed so much blood."
And if it doesn't,
So right there you see another one of those lines that some people take, which is the superiors tried to restrain them, but their buddies were killed and they were understandably upset enough to commit atrocities. There's also a ton of evidence, though, that there was a take no prisoners policy. So the historian Rabbi, his name is writes this, quote, "There were no orders to raid, in quotes, Nanking, nor did Imperial headquarters ever order the total extermination of the enemy as the ultimate goal of the Nanking encirclement campaign. Standing orders to take no prisoners did exist, however, and once Nanking fell, Japanese soldiers began to execute en masse military prisoners of war and unarmed deserters who had surrendered. They also went on an unprecedented and unplanned rampage of arson, pillage, murder, and rape. The resulting slaughter continued in the city and its 6 adjacent rural villages for 3 months, and far exceeded earlier atrocities committed during the Battle of Shanghai and along the escape routes to Nanking. General Nakajima's 16th Division, in just its first day in the capital, killed approximately 30,000 Chinese prisoners of war and fleeing soldiers." End quote. Our charge is that these orders to kill all prisoners come from the highest level on the scene, which by the 13th, I believe, is the Emperor Hirohito's uncle. There will be an execution or two after the war. The war goes on in the city, but trying to figure out who's responsible for it has been an ongoing part of the debate. How high up the food chain do you blame this? What it really seems to be is this combination of two things. A order or crime from a Western perspective, the killing of surrendering or captured POWs, because after all, you go look at the Soviet Union and the number of prisoners that fell into German hands after the June 1941 invasion there. You look at these giant Kesselschlacht, these cauldron battles, and they captured 250,000 people at a time. And you have these photographs of huge crowds of people in long columns stretching off into the distance, kicking up tons of dust. Them trying to figure out how do we barb wire these people in a pen and keep them, and then how do we feed them? I didn't see any of that in this part of the war between China and Japan, because they're not taking prisoners. Nobody knows that better than the Chinese troops. So this sense of panic that's going on in the city, I was trying to think of an analogy. It's a little like you're getting 100,000 or more people in a soccer stadium and then having somebody tell you over the public address speaker that the doors out have been barred and armed gunmen are coming in to kill all 100 or 150,000 people in the stadium. I mean, what is the mood like then? Well, if it's panic-stricken, that would be understandable. And this is when incidents begin happening in the story that become sort of a hinge moment. If we were talking about communicable diseases or an epidemic, this is when it jumps species from merely affecting the soldiers.
What's wrong with
it? Civilians. Because in their panic, and quite understandably so, a lot of these Chinese troops, an undetermined number of these Chinese troops, are going to throw off their uniforms and throw their weapons away and dress in any civilian clothing they can find. They may be aided in this by the population because, after all, this is a Chinese city and these are Chinese troops. But the Japanese start looking for Chinese troops that are thrown with uniforms and dressed as civilians. They start picking people out of crowds, many of whom are civilians, and executing them. Then you have part of the story that just takes this to unbelievable, crazy levels, which is what starts to happen to the civilians. So this is where it looks like Corona. Because you have, and it starts, if you read the primary source materials, it starts on the 13th, and you start to get these requests. Can you please put more military police officers out on the streets because the soldiers are out of control? The main thing they're out of control with the lowest lot is rape. And it's crazy to read. As I said, I wanted to do 3 hours on this and just go from one police blotter account to another because it gives you a real-time, in a way, sense of what's going on all over the Nanking International Safety Zone, where they were getting more than 1,000 reports of rapes a night. And as one of the humanitarians working there said, the Japanese have turned the International Safety Zone into a public house, meaning a whorehouse. They're often killing brutally raped. It's worth giving an account from the victims here, the Chinese side, and in one of the books that I have, Nanking 1937, they have a Chinese historian who's giving what is, I guess it's the recognized Chinese view of this thing, and he pulls no punches. He wants you to know how nasty it got. And the person who says there were only 45 people who died in this whole incident would call the Chinese a liar, or their government a bunch of people just wanting to hold this over Japan's head. But here's what Chinese historian Sun Xiaowei says happened in Nanking. In general, the massacre itself can be divided into 2 types of killings: mass killings and sporadic killing. Incidents of mass killing range from the murder of 10 to 20 to the slaughter of tens of thousands of people, with the greatest number in any one incident reaching more than 50,000. Sporadic killing included varying numbers of 3 to 8 people. Among the mass killings, in addition to those who died by the sword and firing squad, others were burned, buried alive, or drowned. Several, after being soaked with gasoline, were set on fire by gunshot, causing the wounded person to lie covered in flames, rolling and writhing on the ground, until finally dying a miserable death. Individual sporadic acts of torture and killing included splitting, gutting, slicing, piercing alive, and dogfighting. Some were even burned with acid and then left burning all over. Others were tortured to death. 2 Japanese lieutenants amused themselves by having a killing contest. The first one reached 100 kills for the game. Then they raised the limit to 150. In addition to killing, the Nanking massacre also involved rape, arson, theft, and other violent crimes. The Japanese troops who attacked Nanking raped tens of thousands of Chinese women, many of whom were then murdered. End quote. Anytime I find ways.
I'm not shocked at all. I said I was going to get the ball.
In a town of rape right now, they're not
Because we're
mentally quite we're passing the corona part.
Behind the back, but yeah, that's like what you mentioned.
It's not moving.
Necessarily enjoying all the atrocities between now and the end of the war that deserve attention. What's more, the raw death toll of Chinese suffered between 1947 and 1945
Stop.
including indirect
Stop.
causes of death because of the war, things like famine and disease. Your numbers get to the 15 and 20 million people levels. You want to go just with directly caused by violence, it gets down to maybe 12 million in a lot of sources. 12 million, 2/3 of which, by the way, are civilian. Where are their stories? Most of those people died individually or suffering anonymity, or killed in small, out of the way villages or hamlets. Who speaks for them? Let's let the relatively and comparatively well attested to situation in Nanking, allegations if you're a denier, but still well attested to allegations in the worst case scenario. Let's let those speak for all those other people whose stories didn't make it into the history books. The second reason to focus perhaps inordinately on an atrocity like Nanking is that it's one of a bunch of pre-war atrocities, and these will continue, by the way, during the conflict as well, that seem to set up this era where you have these brutal totalitarian type armies, at least the way that Western liberal democracies look at these things, that seem to be on the march, and they seem to be the bad guys in the story. Now, bad guys is an interesting thing to ponder, because in most wars, especially all the recent ones where you get into the newspaper accounts and stuff like that, pretty common to portray one's adversary in almost apocalyptic evil terms. In the First World War, the Germans were called the Huns because Huns were about the nastiest thing British propaganda and others could think of in terms of slapping a label on them. And they held down all they could on the German side by doing things that have been named the rape of Belgium and stuff at the time, shocking the genteel 19th century sensibilities of the age. Let the record show how exponential that can grow in a mere generation, because the outrage over the rape of Belgium evolved to about 6,000 people directly. Maybe those are the modern numbers, and we've already talked about what the numbers are in China. It's worth pointing out that if you take standard numbers for both world wars and compare them, look at the difference in the ratio of civilian to military casualties. In the First World War, standard number of Gulf soldiers killed about 10 million people. About 7 million civilians in the war, it's estimated. Second World War, more like 20 to 25 million military deaths, and more like 35 to 60 million civilian deaths. So several times more civilian deaths in the Second World War, less civilian deaths in the first. And that's the part that, by the standards of most war crimes, just individual perception, makes the Second World War so much more atrocious. A lot of people are willing to forgive all sorts of nastiness if it's done to soldiers, women, children, people, the infirm, the sick, the non-combatants. It's much more harrowing and shocking when they're killed. And here's the problem with the good and evil narrative. Do you think that the Japanese textbooks are teaching their kids that they are on the evil side of this war, the way the Western democratic textbooks tend to frame the Japanese side of this? Obviously, the Germans are Sauron, but the Japanese are one of the powers that work with Sauron, the Haradrim, the Easterners, one of those people. One of the reasons that countries like China have problems with Japan's textbooks. In their minds, they're not confronting this fact. Wait a minute, let's acknowledge you were the evil side of this war. Good and evil's a strange thing, though, isn't it? I had to think about this for a while, because who says a particular behavior is evil? You go talk to Genghis Khan about good and evil in the 13th century from the Mongol point of view, and he may have a point because he has a different interpretation of what constitutes one or the other. Right? This is a perception thing. If the Nazis had somehow won the war, and we were all having our concepts of good and evil framed under that regime, how different do conduct, for example, that the Wehrmacht carried out on Hitler's orders in the East after they invaded the Soviet Union, and it was this, no holds barred, all laws thrown out the window kind of conflict. How different does that look? You think the Germans or the Nazis, because it might be a pan-Nordic sort of empire, do you think they framed that in good and evil terms? And if they do you think they're framing their side as evil? The perception thing is hard to get past, isn't it? Because from the perspective of someone who grew up in what the post-war history books always called the great liberal democracies, Western democracies, you have concentration camps that are being used as genocide factory assembly lines. You pretty much, by our value system, staked out where you are on the good-evil side of the divide pretty clearly. The Japanese had something that reminds you of some of the Nazi medical science. Parentheses were quotes dated in 731. It was called Manchuria in northern China that conducted experiments on humans and vivisections. Infected fleas with bubonic plague and then dropped them by air over Chinese cities and recorded data, evil stuff like that. From our Western Enlightenment era-based value system, that's unrepentant evil. Now, if you take yourself out of those shoes, though, I went and read the arguments, as anyone should, that the people who defend other points of view on this make, usually, if they don't just deny the information outright, as the deniers of the King atrocity or of the Holocaust do, they will say, yes, but. Yes, you did these things, and people are terrible, but you did terrible things too. Things that are often not admitted to or accepted by the liberal, democratic, post-enlightenment side of this thing. For example, strategic bombing. You talk to people in Japan or in Germany who lived the reality of their cities being bombed by sometimes hundreds of aircraft, sometimes multiple times, sometimes with atomic bombs, and they have an interesting perspective on it. I'll never forget one of them saying to me, if the same result had been achieved the old-fashioned way, if you'd come in here and done with bayonets, the functional equivalent of where you did bombs from a distance, how does it look then? Hard to get over the idea of this white man king, doesn't it? Here's the thing, you go to someone who British, and the things though that were on the receiving end of the Blitz, the Luftwaffe's bombing of London and Britain. Instead of saying, yes, that's how we felt too, you'll often hear them say, tough, you started it. What you got back was reaping what you sowed. That's an interesting argument, kind of understandable. But here's the problem. There's always been an implication that the people that are being bombed somehow deserve it. And I was trying to remind myself, if my country ever got bombed by someone else, and I got bombed by them, would I somehow think I deserved it because of the role I played in supporting my country's policies or supporting my country? Would I think that I was just a person caught in a years of history, that I had little control over what really happened, and that there's really no good excuse for these bombs to fall on me? The other argument you will sometimes get, sometimes from other Asian people, sometimes other Asian people who are also victims of the Japanese, is they will bring in the question of colonialism, and they will say something like, sure, the Western democracies work on their good behavior and did relatively well in terms of controlling their troops, behaving well militarily speaking during this conflict. But look at the situation after the conflict, and more importantly, look at the situation beforehand with centuries of colonialism. Add up all that stuff and all those evils and put them on the balance scale too. Sure, the Japanese were terrible, but let's not pretend that we're only talking about the Second World War here. We're adding up who's been terrible to Iran. This is about walking a mile in the other person's moccasins, and it's fucking silly as well. It is worth pointing out, and many here in the West would, that the terrible things done as part of the effort to win the Second World War comes after these sorts of incidents that we're discussing here, and maybe are necessary because of the kind of incidents we're talking about here. That's why we spend so much time on this damn King atrocity, because it's hardly the only thing going on. This would be an appropriate time to zoom out of the story here. Keep one part of your peripheral vision always on China, though, because the Japanese biggest fear of getting bogged down in an endless